Chapter 1. Foreseeing the future. Am I going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce? Haven't I already been divorced once? No, that was not a genuine occurrence that transpired in the future. I am yet to be divorced. I am currently experiencing events that will unfold in the future. How can I truly foresee the future? In Blue Island City, in the back seat of a taxi, sat a man and a woman. The man bowed his head, enveloped in silence. The woman, beautiful yet battered, bore faint bruises on her face, and her hair was disheveled. She gazed vacantly out the window, her mind flooded with memories of university days when this man relentlessly pursued her, showering her with myriad promises. Ultimately, those memories fragmented, morphing into the despairing yet sardonic smile that graced her lips. Just yesterday, Lin Ming had quarreled fiercely with his family, even engaging in a scuffle with his brother. For Chinjia, such turmoil had long since become routine, but yesterday's altercation proved to be the final straw that broke her spirit. When Lin Ming clashed with his brother Qin Sheng, he was inadvertently shoved onto the table, striking the back of his head and losing consciousness, only awakening 2 hours prior. Chinjia was genuinely terrified that if this continued, it might lead to tragedy. Thus, she chose to seek a divorce. The two were now en route to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The scenery around them bore no resemblance to the day they had obtained their marriage certificate years ago. They traversed the same familiar path. Only this time, they were to acquire a divorce certificate. How ironic! Lin Ming lifted his gaze to the woman beside him, her expression filled with sorrow. The bruises and scars adorning her body caused Lin Ming's heart to clench painfully. Slap! Suddenly, Lin Ming raised his hand and struck himself fiercely. A scoundrel was nothing but a scoundrel. A beast. Such a beautiful and virtuous wife, who had devoted herself to him, had endured countless acts of violence over the past years. He was utterly despicable. The taxi driver flinched at the sound of Lin Ming's slap. Chinjia, roused from her stupor, merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Ming before turning her gaze back to the window. How many times had she witnessed this pathetic charade of pleading for forgiveness? It had long since become a mundane occurrence. Young man the driver, having held his tongue for long, finally spoke up. You know, domestic squabbles are trivial matters. A woman marries to share in our joys. As a man, one should rise again after falling no matter the circumstances. One must never lay a hand on a woman. Wouldn't you agree? The driver, having experienced life's tribulations, had pieced together much from the moment Lin Ming and Chinjia entered the cab and stated their destination. Little did he realize his words nearly suffocated Lin Ming. Indeed, he could never forget the light in Chinjia's eyes when she rejected countless suitors and chose to marry him. It was a glimmer of hope for the future, a reflection of her expectations for him. Why? Why had he devolved into this wretched state? Even if wealth eludes us, a simple life would have sufficed. She would harbor no grievances. Yet, I treated her so poorly. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Ming's heart ached unbearably, and he struck himself again and again. Enough! Chinjia finally spoke. I have witnessed this act countless times and forgiven you just as many, yet it has only led to your escalating transgressions. It was unfathomable how Chinjia could articulate these words in such a calm tone, masking her profound anger and disappointment. Redemption is a noble pursuit. There's an old saying, a wayward son returns, worth more than gold. The driver cast a furtive glance at Chinjia. He understood well the wisdom of one cannot advise another without experiencing their suffering, and knew he could assist no further. Regrettably, Chinjia seemed not to have heard him. 10 minutes later, the taxi halted. The imposing edifice of the Civil Affairs Bureau came into view. Lin Ming attempted to pay the fare, only to discover he had no cash on him. His WeChat wallet contained a mere $1.50. All his possessions had been gambled away and lost. Driver, hey, erase your fare. Chinjia produced 10 yuan and stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Ming intended to follow but heard the driver remark, young man, where can you find such a wonderful woman? You must cherish her, lest you end up like me, regretting the path I took long ago. Lin Ming hesitated before responding. Driver, turn left at the next intersection. Huh? Aren't you getting out? The driver appeared perplexed. I will exit, but you must turn left, or rather, you must not go straight. Do you understand? Seeing the driver's bewildered expression, Lin Ming added, even if you disregard my warning, should you find yourself in an accident, be sure to exit quickly, or you will soon be engulfed in flames. With that, Lin Ming exited and closed the door. Young man, I offer you a kind warning, and you curse me in return? Truly, kindness often goes unreciprocated. How unfortunate. The driver assumed his words had displeased Lin Ming, completely disregarding his ominous caution as he drove straight ahead. Not far from the next intersection, approximately 100 meters away, the light turned green. However, as the taxi approached the intersection, a dump truck suddenly barreled into the right lane. Screech! The sound of urgent brakes filled the air. Then, with a resounding crash, the taxi was propelled several meters forward, nearly overturning. Fortunately, the driver had buckled his seatbelt, and as the impact occurred on the passenger side, he sustained minimal injury. While his mind swirled in confusion, the driver suddenly recalled Lin Ming's words from earlier. He, almost instinctively, unfastened his seatbelt and hastily exited the vehicle. Just as he stepped out, the car's fuel tank ignited. In disbelief, the driver watched as flames erupted, engulfing the entire vehicle. This the driver swallowed hard, instinctively glancing towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The young man who had saved him from peril had vanished. Is he a deity? The thought sprang to the driver's mind. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, in the waiting hall, is your head truly all right? Chun Jia inquired. It's fine now, Lin Ming replied. Not only was he unscathed, but the impact had also sparked a profound awakening within him, granting him the uncanny ability to foresee the future. Chun Jia breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're fine, I can rest easy. Before Lin Ming could respond, Chun Jia continued, I've tallied it up. Our total debt amounts to 820,000 yuan, which we will split evenly. Though this debt is yours, we are still husband and wife, and thus it is our shared obligation. My brother acted without consideration, and I apologize on his behalf. After a brief pause, Chun Jia inhaled deeply, seemingly summoning all her strength as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Ming. Xian is only 4 years old. Let her stay with me. I beg you, please. Chapter 2 Divorce. Lin Ming's entire being trembled. Xian was his and Chun Jia's biological daughter. In a bid to keep Xian, the once proud and unyielding Chun Jia exhibited such humility, such a lowly demeanor. What sins had he committed? They say that a couple is like birds in the forest when calamity strikes. They each take flight. I suppose we have indeed flown our separate ways, haven't we? Chun Jia endured her emotions, but ultimately, her eyes reddened as tears flowed unrestrained. Lin Ming, I remember you once said you would treat me well, that you would love me for a lifetime, that you would grant me the most beautiful life, making me the happiest woman in the world. I do not dare to ask for much. I only wish for a simple, joyful life together. Yet, what is so easy for others has proven so difficult for me. Am not afraid of enduring hardship alongside you, nor do I fear the gossip of relatives and classmates. I simply wish for you to treat me a little better and to be kind to Xian. As she gazed at Chun Jia, reduced to tears, Lin Ming felt his heart shatter. He yearned to embrace this woman whom he had struck and scolded countless times, but as he reached out, Chun Jia instinctively recoiled, seemingly fearful of his potential violence. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Ming's nails dug painfully into his flesh beyond these 3 words. He found himself at a loss for what else to say. Let it be I'm sorry has become the least valuable phrase between us. Chun Jia wiped her tears, just as the registration desk began calling numbers. Let's go. Chun Jia walked towards the registration office, her expression inscrutably complex. Lin Ming could clearly see the hesitation etched across her face. This pitiful woman still loved him to this day. Chun Jia. Lin Ming rushed forward, grasping her arm. Please, grant me one last chance. If I, Lin Ming, ever act foolishly again, may heaven strike me down, and I shall not die a good death. Chun Jia's body trembled. Memories of the past flooded her mind, dissipating any remaining hesitation she harbored. You cannot change, you will never change. I will not trust you again. Chun Jia smiled bitterly. From the moment Lin Ming first struck her until now, Chun Jia had indeed granted him countless opportunities. Yet, as the saying goes, the mountains may change, but human nature is hard to alter. Chun Jia, I swear, from this moment forth, I shall treat you well, and I will take care of Xian. I will strive to earn a living. Before Lin Ming could finish his declaration, Chun Jia had already approached the registration desk. She turned to look at the motionless Lin Ming. Must you force me to my demise before you find satisfaction? Upon hearing this, not only Lin Ming, but even the staff at the registration desk furrowed their brows and cast a cold glance at him. Having worked here for years, they had encountered a myriad of divorce reasons, but to push a woman to such an extent was indeed despicable. Silently moving to the registration desk, Lin Ming retrieved various documents and identification. He certainly could not drive Chen Jia to despair. She had already endured too much injustice and suffering. If he were to act recklessly, she might truly take drastic measures. At this point, words were futile. Chen Jia had resolutely decided to divorce him for her. It seemed the only escape. Since reconciliation is unattainable, let us start anew. Lin Ming clenched his fists, vowing inwardly, Jia Jia, you shall witness a transformed version of me. I will compensate for all the grievances you have endured over the years. As Chen Jia exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, she gazed down at the divorce certificate in her hand. She felt no joy in having freed herself from this wretched person, nor did she experience the relief of rebirth. Instead, it felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant, her complexion pale and drawn. Struggling to maintain her composure, Chen Jia spoke, from now on, I hope you can mend your ways and become an honorable man. And regarding my father, uncle and aunt are aging and cannot bear further distress. If you wish to keep this divorce from them, I can assist in concealing it. Thank you, Lin Ming nodded. Even after their divorce, Chen Jia still considered his feelings, and Lin Ming found himself loathing his own existence. Chen Jia was somewhat taken aback by Lin Ming's demeanor. Logically, given Lin Ming's character, he should have been furious, and she had even braced herself for another beating. However, Lin Ming merely watched her silently, a gaze that left Chen Jia feeling flustered and uncertain. Big sister. At that moment, a figure rushed over. It was Chen Jia's younger brother, Lin Ming's brother-in-law, Chen Sheng. After yesterday's altercation with Lin Ming, Chen Sheng's left cheek was still red and swollen, yet to fully recover. Divorced? Chen Sheng snatched the divorce certificate from Chen Jia's hand, laughing heartily. Good. Finally rid of this scoundrel. Finally free from this piece of trash. With that, Chen Sheng delivered a kick to Lin Ming's abdomen. Lin Ming stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground. Oh, you didn't even dodge? Chen Sheng scoffed. You pathetic wretch. I must have been blind to ever think my sister would agree to you. Look at you, a beggar on the street is superior. If I could turn back time, even if it meant my demise, I would never allow my sister to marry a worthless person like you. Lin Ming hung his head in silence, fully aware that Chen Sheng was here out of concern that he might harm Chen Jia again. Labeling himself as trash was entirely justified. In fact, Lin Ming wished Chen Sheng would kick him a few more times, allowing the siblings to vent their pent-up frustrations. Lin, let me make this clear. You are no longer related to my sister. If you dare to harass her again, I swear I will end you. Having made his point, Chen Sheng showed no intention of kicking him again, and, after speaking, took Chen Jia away. Watching the taxi gradually disappear from view, Lin Ming rose to his feet. Jia Jia, wait for me. This time, I shall not let you down.
Chapter 3, The Gamble. All sources of happiness and beauty are fundamentally based on material wealth, and material wealth, to put it simply, equates to money, no matter how heart-wrenching the divorce from Chen Jia may be. Lin Ming must still consider his future. To win Chen Jia back, he must first demonstrate his transformation. Living in such abject poverty, and even burdened by a considerable debt, precludes any notion of happiness. He must devise a means to earn money. It was only at this moment that Lin Ming noticed a car accident in the distance. The kind-hearted driver was not present at the scene. And upon inquiring, Lin Ming learned that there were no casualties, which relieved him greatly. The driver must have recalled Lin Ming's words after the accident, thus managing to escape with his life. This incident also validated Lin Ming's predictions about the future as being accurate. As for how he acquired this ability to predict the future, Lin Ming was indifferent. What he yearned for most was to capitalize on this gift to earn money swiftly, settle his debts, and prevent Chen Jia from being implicated. Just as he contemplated his debts, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw the contact labeled Hong Yuan Financial, the very creditor for his substantial loan of 820,000 yuan. Lin Ming, you have 3 days left. Is the money ready? Came the voice of Li Hong Yuan from the other end. Mr. Li, I am making preparations. I kindly ask for a few more days. Lin Ming replied. Lin, you know we are merely scraping by. I am not charging you exorbitant interest. Times are hard for everyone, wouldn't you agree? Li Hongyuan feigned a sigh. You've delayed for nearly a month now, and only 3 days remain. You cannot expect me to cover this for you. Can you, just give me 1 more week? I assure you I will find a way to repay the debt. Lin Ming asserted firmly. Very well, I shall grant you another week. I am aware of your gambling losses and the looming divorce. But that is your affair. If you fail to repay in a week, I shall have no choice but to come and collect. Despite being a private lending company, Lin Ming genuinely felt that Li Hongyuan was a decent person. He knew that on several occasions Li Hongyuan's partners intended to confront Lin Ming for the money, but Li Hongyuan had intervened to prevent it. He must have investigated Lin Ming's situation and chose not to take advantage of his misfortune. It was precisely because of the favorable reputation surrounding Li Hongyuan that Lin Ming had initially sought his assistance. Naturally, it was also due to the favorable national policies. As Li Hongyuan concluded the call, he was about to hang up when Lin Ming abruptly interjected. "Mr. Li, please hold on. Yes, there's something else," Li Hongyuan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming replied, "In 5 minutes, someone will come to seek a loan from you. Approximately 5 million yuan. The purpose is to address a funding gap in their company. You would do well not to grant them the loan, otherwise, you risk substantial losses. Oh, you speak with such conviction. You wouldn't be trying to set a trap for me, would you?" Li Hongyuan clearly expressed skepticism. "Young man, we conduct thorough assessments and screenings before approving any loans. Do you think I, Li Hongyuan, am merely idling away my time? I am extending my assistance to you because of our rapport. If you trust me, do not lend to him. If not, consider my warning as unspoken." Lin Ming was disinclined to elaborate further. "You have quite the temper. Young man, since you enjoy gambling, why not place a bet?" Li Hongyuan proposed enthusiastically. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. "What sort of bet? If I am correct, I shall reduce your loan by 100,000 yuan. If I am wrong, it shall be as if I have lent you an additional 100,000 yuan." Agreed, Li Hongyuan stated. The crux of his wager did not hinge on whether someone would approach him for a loan, but rather on whether that individual possessed the means to lead him to financial ruin. In truth, Li Hongyuan was merely jesting. 100,000 yuan was trivial to him, yet a significant sum for Lin Ming, who was confident that Lin Ming would not dare to accept the wager. "All right," Lin Ming unexpectedly acquiesced, adding, "but I have a condition. Should you lose, you must first grant me 100,000 yuan, with the debt still due in a week. Even with the ability to predict the future, without initial capital, it would all be in vain." "You're quite confident, aren't you? 100,000 yuan is no small amount for you. Have you considered this carefully?" Li Hongyuan teased. No one would disdain an opportunity to earn an extra 100,000 yuan from a simple bet. Why not seize the chance? He had absolute confidence in his company's vetting process. "Time is running out. Shall we wager or not?" Lin Ming pressed. "Let us wager." In the Qianhui building, on a certain floor of office space, the 40-something Li Hongyuan sat leisurely in his executive chair, a hint of anticipation on his face. At that moment, a knock resonated at the office door. "Come in," Li Hongyuan called. Two figures entered, one clad in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. The other was the company receptionist. "Mr. Li, this is Mr. Zhang Chonghui from Haining Network. He wishes to discuss a loan with you," the receptionist announced. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Hongyuan paused, not due to the individual's status, but because of Lin Ming's prediction. Had they arrived that swiftly, Li Hongyuan was taken aback. He had heard of Haining Network. It was reputed to be a promising company. Consequently, upon meeting Zhang Chonghui, Li Hongyuan dismissed the notion that the individual would collude with Lin Ming to undermine him. Zhang Chonghui's caliber was far beyond that of a mere pawn like Lin Ming. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. "Mr. Zhang, good day, Mr. Li." Li Hongyuan rose, and the two exchanged polite handshakes. "Please, have a seat." Li Hongyuan gestured, then inquired, "Mr. Zhang is seeking a loan." "Indeed, while Haining Network is not in financial distress, we are currently undertaking significant projects, resulting in a temporary liquidity gap. Thus, we are considering borrowing from you, Mr. Li," Zhang Chonghui explained. "How much does Mr. Zhang intend to borrow?" Li Hongyuan poured him a cup of tea. 5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Li Hongyuan's eyelids twitched violently. The amount was not only remarkably similar to what Lin Ming had mentioned, but it was also identical. Could that young man possess the gift of foresight? Li Hongyuan frowned. The fact that Zhang Chonghui arrived just 5 minutes after Lin Ming's prediction, coupled with the exact loan amount, could hardly be a coincidence. "Mr. Zhang, is this amount manageable?" Zhang Chonghui, seemingly unfazed by Li Hongyuan's hesitation, confidently stated. 5 million, to be repaid in 3 months, with a total of 6 million inclusive of principal and interest. While Hongyuan's loans were private and not predatory, the prospect of 1 million interest in 3 months was staggering. Had Zhang Chonghui not articulated it himself, Li Hongyuan would not have dared to utter such a figure. Undoubtedly, this was a significant client, yet, the very magnitude of the loan only heightened Li Hongyuan's unease. Gazing at Zhang Chonghui's self-assured demeanor, Lin Ming's words echoed in his mind. "Mr. Zhang, 5 million is no trivial sum. And this company is not solely mine. For such a considerable loan, I must consult with other senior executives." Li Hongyuan sipped his tea. In the vast expanse of the market, Hongyuan was still relatively small. While 180,000 might be manageable, 5 million constituted a substantial portion of the company's operational funds. Even with the enticing interest rates offered by Zhang Chonghui, Li Hongyuan needed to deliberate carefully. It seemed he had overestimated Hongyuan. Time was precious for everyone, and if Emer.li found it challenging, then perhaps it was best to withdraw. Zhang Chonghui abruptly rose to leave, catching Li Hongyuan off guard. This was a major client, and instinctively, Li Hongyuan felt compelled to retain him, yet the phrase blood and tears echoed in his ears. By the time Zhang Chonghui had completely departed, Li Hongyuan had remained silent. Am I out of my mind? How could I have fallen for that young man's nonsense? Li Hongyuan fumed, lighting a cigarette. In the past, he would never have allowed a significant client to slip away, especially someone as reputable as Zhang Chonghui. Coupled with the promising prospects of Haining Network, which was unlikely to incur losses of pulling out his phone, Li Hongyuan dialed Lin Ming. You little rascal, you were indeed correct. Li Hongyuan gritted his teeth. On the other end of the line, Lin Ming smiled faintly. It seems Emer.li has made the right choice. That fellow is quite arrogant. I can't be bothered to pander to him. Li Hongyuan added, rest assured, Mr. Li, the outcome will be clear by tomorrow. Lin Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I hope you aren't playing me for a fool. The interest he proposed is 1 million in 3 months. After hanging up, Li Hongyuan, filled with reluctance, summoned his assistant. From this moment on, keep a close watch on Haining Network. Inform me immediately of any developments. Chapter 4. Startup Capital, 100,000. In the evening, Lin Ming sat alone on the steps of a plaza. He had never purchased a house or a car with Chen Jia. All their savings had been squandered. Previously, the three of them had lived in a rented apartment, but now that he was divorced, he felt too ashamed to return. Reflecting on the past events of his life, Lin Ming found it hard to accept. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chen Jia. Startled, he quickly answered. Daddy, where are you? Came the tender voice, instantly bringing tears to Lin Ming's eyes. Xian, Daddy, do you have a place to stay tonight? Xian inquired once more. Lin Ming felt an overwhelming sensation in his chest. This little girl, whom he had treated so harshly on numerous occasions, was still concerned about whether he had a place to stay. Lin Ming was no fool. He understood that Xuan's call was undoubtedly prompted by Chen Jia. Rest assured, Xian, your father has a place to stay. You must be obedient at home with your mother. Once I earn a substantial amount of money, I will buy you countless toys and snacks. And even a beautiful big house. Lin Ming murmured how he longed to hold that adorable little girl in his arms, yet at this moment it was the most challenging task. Daddy, keep it up. After Xian finished speaking, the call ended. Lin Ming took a deep breath, observing the bustling crowd around him, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. With no money to his name, it seemed he would indeed have to spend the night on the streets. But that was of little consequence. Starting tomorrow, everything would turn around. Throughout the night, Lin Ming delved into the study of his ability to predict the future. Ultimately, he discovered that this power was truly extraordinary. There were virtually no limitations concerning individuals or timelines. He could even foresee industry fluctuations, urban planning, international developments, and more, all with remarkable clarity. There was nothing he could not predict. It merely depended on his willingness to do so. Lin Ming had also considered predicting the futures of Chen Jia Xian, or his parents, and he made several attempts. Surprisingly, he found himself incapable of doing so. The excruciating headache that ensued nearly caused him to faint. And after several attempts, he was forced to concede defeat. Since he could not predict the futures of those he once owed, he resolved to rewrite their destinies instead. The night in the big city remained vibrant and bustling. As dawn approached, Lin Ming sat on the steps all night, feeling both lonely and desolate. One by one, people began to attend to their affairs, and Lin Ming had never felt such a strong sense of the human experience. In truth, he had been previously consumed by the vices of drunkenness and gambling, showing little regard for such matters. Unbeknownst to anyone, during that night, Lin Ming had essentially mapped out the next 6 months of his life. He would leave the rest to time. Ding-ling-ling, the jarring ringtone of his phone suddenly pierced through the air. Lin Ming glanced at the battery level, which was down to 9%. His charger remained at the rented room. The call was from Li Hongyuan, and upon seeing the name Hongyuan Finance, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. Mr. Li, have you been awake all night? I just woke up. But from your tone, it seems you were the one who didn't sleep, Li Hongyuan replied. Lin Ming shook his head. Is there a result? Where did you learn all this, or have you been secretly researching Haining Network? Have you looked into Zhang Chonghui? Li Hongyuan's tone was somewhat complex. Before Lin Ming could respond, he continued. Around 9 last night, Haining Network was exposed for several scandals, mostly related to the live stream hosts under Zhang Chonghui. It seems there were even some products that caused fatalities. Lin Ming's expression remained calm. He had foreseen this event long ago, which was why he had confidently warned Li Hongyuan at the time. Li Hongyuan went on. Early this morning, the Quality Supervision Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and the Product Management Bureau all sealed Haining Network. The exact outcome is unknown, but Zhang Chonghui is likely finished. He will at least face several years in prison. It was evident that Li Hongyuan felt a sense of relief as he spoke. The 3-month interest of 1 million proposed by Zhang Chonghui had genuinely tempted him. He had even considered that without Lin Ming's warning, he would have surely lent money to Zhang Chonghui. After all, no one would have expected Haining Network, which seemed to be thriving, to collapse overnight. Had Zhang Chonghui taken the money, Li Hongyuan might have been unable to recover it for a decade or more, essentially throwing it away. Hongyuan Finance was not solely Li Hongyuan's, he only owned a quarter of the assets. Meaning that lending out 5 million would indeed have rendered Lin Ming's words true, losing everything. Lin Ming. Li Hongyuan took a deep breath. I must thank you for this matter. I overestimated my abilities. Without your warning, I would likely have nowhere to weep. I merely offered Li a suggestion. The ultimate decision rests with you. Lin Ming smiled. Stop calling me Mr. Li. Consider this a favor owed to you, from now on. You, Lin Ming, are my brother, Li Hongyuan declared. He was genuinely shaken, still feeling a chill run down his spine. When his assistant informed him of the situation with Haining Network, he nearly rolled off his bed. Since you are older than I am, I shall address you as brotherly. Lin Ming paused slightly before adding, brotherly, since we have a result, it's time for you to transfer the funds, on the other end of the line. Li Hongyuan was taken aback. He then chuckled wryly, you rascal, here I am trying to discuss feelings, and you're talking about money. I still owe you over 800,000, what else should we discuss? Lin Ming replied with a smile, true enough, but that 800,000 can remain as is. I won't pressure you about it, nor will I discuss interest. You essentially saved my life this time. Li Hongyuan recalled Lin Ming's predicament and added, send me your bank account details, I will transfer the money to you right away. Lin Ming sighed with relief. He genuinely feared Li Hongyuan might renege. However, this also indicated that Li Hongyuan was indeed a man of his word, at least he followed through, making him someone worth mentoring in the future. After the call ended, Lin Ming quickly received a bank notification. 100,000 exactly as promised. With this seed money in hand, Lin Ming felt a surge of confidence. He first purchased a charger and then spent 2,500 to rent a 30 square meter apartment. Once everything was settled, Lin Ming checked the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Without resting, he took a taxi to the stadium. 2 days later, on Saturday evening, the top-tier singer Lin Jiahua would hold his first concert here since debuting. An event of great significance. For reasons unknown, the organizers had only begun ticket sales 2 days before the concert, which was today at 10 o'clock. Of course, offline ticket sales were secondary. Online channels represented the primary avenue for sales. The organizers were not worried about the tickets failing to sell due to the time constraints. Lin Jiahua's popularity was undeniable. However, no one anticipated that just 5 minutes later, an explosive scandal regarding Lin Jiahua would be exposed by the industry's top paparazzi team. Chapter 5, Scalpers in Lin Ming's predictions. The exposure of the scandal would lead to a rapid collapse of Lin Jiahua's public image. Not only would offline sales be severely affected, but online ticket sales would also suffer significant blows, resulting in a meager number of tickets sold. No one knew whether Lin Jiahua's concert could proceed as scheduled, and the organizers had not provided a clear response, opting instead for emergency public relations. After all, no one wanted to invest their money in a concert that might not occur, thus, even the most loyal fans of Lin Jiahua hesitated to purchase tickets. In this context, ticket prices plummeted drastically within just an hour. By 10 o'clock, when ticket sales officially commenced, the price for mid-range seats had dropped from 1,000 to just 100. Such a scenario was remarkably rare in the entertainment industry, and it was evident that someone was deliberately targeting Lin Jiahua. In fact, this would indeed lead to a major reversal by the next morning, and this was precisely the reason Lin Ming had come to the stadium today. In my predictions, mid-range seat tickets would plummet to a minimum of 100 yuan. I currently possess just under 100,000, allowing me to purchase at most 970 tickets, Lin Ming mused. Given that this was the inaugural concert, the buzz would be substantial, and with Lin Jiahua's established fame, over 20,000 tickets were available. 970 tickets were less than 1/20th of the total. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to help Li Hongyuan. That fellow must still be sweating profusely. Recalling Li Hongyuan's apprehensive expression, Lin Ming chuckled and called him again. Brother Lin, what's up? Li Hongyuan's voice suggested he was eating something, sounding quite relaxed after the ordeal. Brother Li, are you interested in making some money? Lin Ming teased. Li Hongyuan spat out the food in his mouth. Brother Lin, is there a business opportunity? For reasons unknown, after the incident with Haining Network, Li Hongyuan had developed a strong trust in Lin Ming. Bring some cash and come to the first sports stadium, Lin Ming stated before hanging up. He looked up at the ticket office in the distance, where it was already packed with people. A long line stretching endlessly. No wonder he's such a top-tier singer. His offline appeal is so strong, Lin Ming thought enviously. Everyone has a dream of stardom, and vanity is an innate trait. Some possess a stronger sense of vanity than others. Once, Lin Ming had fantasized about becoming a star himself, as he was quite remarkable in terms of appearance and education. Unfortunately, ideals are often lofty while reality is stark. If it weren't for Chen Sheng giving him a push, he might still be the despised scoundrel he once was. Downloading a popular social media app, Lin Ming began monitoring the trending topics. Ranking second was Lin Jiahua's first solo concert. As the clock struck 9. A second trending topic about Lin Jiahua emerged. Lin Jiahua's shocking scandal, following that a string of others appeared. Lin Jiahua's indecent assault on minors, Lin Jiahua smoking in public, Lin Jiahua lip-syncing. By 9:20, 8 of the top 20 trending topics on social media were about Lin Jiahua, all scandals, even though Lin Ming was confident that his ability to predict the future would not falter. He could not help but exhale a sigh of relief upon witnessing the unfolding events. Indeed, it did not disappoint. What puzzled Lin Ming was the long queue that remained as silent as before. Seemingly oblivious to the trending topics on Weibo, it was not until 9:25 as Lin Ming began to feel a sense of urgency that a voice sweet as celestial music to his ears suddenly emerged from within the line. What the hell? Just 2 words, yet they encapsulated the essence of national culture. It was a young man, backpack slung over his shoulder, who held his phone with wide eyes. Incredulous as he exclaimed, "How could this happen? Lin Jiahua lip-syncing and molesting a young girl, how is this possible?" His disbelief echoed loudly, capturing the attention of those around him. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander my idol? Do you believe I won hit you? How could Lin Jiahua possibly be involved in such disgraceful acts? He was the most upright male star. I absolutely refuse to believe it. No, you all must check Weibo quickly." The cacophony of voices rose and fell, and soon the news spread like wildfire. Everyone opened their Sina Weibo accounts, fixated on the trending searches. Lo and behold, several scandalous reports about Lin Jiahua were glaringly displayed, accompanied by several photographs, one depicting Lin Jiahua sleeping in a hotel with a girl of merely 12 or 13 years. Numerous influencers weighed in, commenting on the various scandals surrounding Lin Jiahua, while others claiming to have provided music for him corroborated the allegations of his lip-syncing. The evidence was irrefutable. This scoundrel, so it turns out, is of this ilk. Damn it, I must have been blind to have considered him my idol. A top-tier male singer, caught lip-syncing, then why did I bother purchasing concert tickets? Listening to the radio would have been far superior. My faith has crumbled. The long line dispersed in an uproar, with curses resounding in the air. Even those who were indifferent to celebrity culture, such as the janitorial aunties, were curious about the commotion inside the ticket sales hall. The previously arrogant ticket seller wore a bewildered expression. He had felt immense pride in assisting Lin Jiahua's fans with their ticket purchases, especially as he watched the line grow longer, fostering a sense of accomplishment and superiority, as though he were Lin Jiahua himself, who could have anticipated that the once bustling ticket hall would suddenly become desolate. Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm of the internet, another Weibo post surged to prominence. Lin Jiahua's concert may not proceed as scheduled. Upon seeing this post, Lin Ming smiled, rising to pat his backside as he approached Li Hongyuan, who was walking toward him. "Hey brother, what good fortune is this? You're thinking of me. It's a testament to how well I've treated you before." Li Hongyuan beamed. "Here," Lin Ming gestured towards the ticket hall. "Tickets for Lin Jiahua's concert." Li Hongyuan's smile faltered, nearly tripping. "Brother, you can't be serious, right?" Li Hongyuan exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I already heard on my way here that Lin Jiahua has been exposed for numerous scandals. His concert is likely cancelled, and you still want to buy tickets. Not only do I want to buy, but I'm also dragging you along with me," Lin Ming replied with a grin. "Goodbye." Li Hongyuan turned to leave, thinking it was all a jest about good fortune, only to realize Lin Ming was serious about being a ticket scalper. While being called a scalper may not sound pleasant, it certainly wasn't beneath anyone, but the key was whose tickets he was selling. With Lin Jiahua's tarnished reputation, purchasing his tickets and reselling them would be akin to searching for filth in a restroom with a flashlight. "Brother Li, missed this opportunity, and you may never find another," Lin Ming's voice called from behind. Chapter 6. Two great fools. Hearing Lin Ming's confident tone, Li Hongyuan hesitated, yet his face was riddled with conflict. A couple of tickets were trivial for him, but being a scalper would require tens of thousands or even over 100,000. Especially with a top-tier star like Lin Jiahua, the ticket prices might not even drop. "Brother, I appreciate you saving me from the brink before, but you can't push me off again." Li Hongyuan approached Lin Ming, seriousness etched on his face. "This concert of Lin Jiahua's will likely not happen. Tell me, what makes you think reselling his concert tickets will be profitable?" "Because I can calculate it," Lin Ming stated. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened. "Calculate what? Fortune-telling?" "Yes, fortune-telling." Li Hongyuan, "I'll tell you your grandmother's leg. What era is this? Still spouting this nonsense? I truly can tell fortunes." Lin Ming shrugged. As I said, if you believe me, let us take a gamble. If not, I shan't press further. Noticing Lin Ming addressing him as Mr. Li Hongyuan furrowed his brow. Had he misjudged Lin Ming? Yet, how could he use fortune-telling as a rationale? Since Lin Ming was so inclined, Li Hongyuan decided to humor him just this once. He still valued the favor Lin Ming had shown him and felt too guilty to outright refuse. Not wanting to place Lin Ming in an awkward position, after all, Lin Ming had summoned him here, showing he trusted him. "Play." Lin Ming scoffed. "I doubt I will feel that way for long." Li Hongyuan dismissed Lin Ming's words. He genuinely did not have faith in the idea of being a scalper. "So shall we proceed to buy the tickets?" "Not yet." The ticket prices haven't dropped to their lowest, yet an hour swiftly passed. The ticket seller sat in the booth, repeatedly scrolling through the scandals surrounding Lin Jiahua. The tickets had long been available for sale, yet no one came to purchase them. As the various Weibo posts flashed before his eyes, The seller sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the fact that he would not be selling tickets today. Just then, a knock echoed at the ticket booth, and two men stood outside. "What's the matter?" The seller, in a foul mood, responded dismissively. "We wish to buy tickets," Lin Ming replied. The seller paused for a moment, then abruptly turned to Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan, his first thought being, "Two fools, whose tickets?" The seller tentatively inquired, "Who else? Do you sell tickets for anything else here?" Lin Ming chuckled, seemingly speaking to himself. Lin Jiawat is a top-tier male singer, the idol of countless young girls, yet there isn't a single person here to buy tickets? Is the online influence truly that powerful? Upon hearing this, the seller immediately realized these two were completely unaware of the situation. Out of professional integrity, the seller refrained from divulging too much information, as it might affect his commission. A smile crept across his face as he replied, "It's Wednesday today. Perhaps everyone is busy." However, the trend of online ticket grabbing has become quite prevalent, which is understandable. Before Lin Ming could respond, the seller asked, "How many tickets would you like? What category?" "I'll take 970 tickets for the mid-range seats," Lin Ming declared. "What? How many?" The seller's mouth twitched in disbelief. It was clear Lin Ming was merely teasing Li Hongyuan, not intending to answer him. Li Hongyuan's eyelids twitched. "I'll take the same as him." It was evident he was still indulging Lin Ming in this playful venture. Spending less than 100,000 was merely repaying a favor to Lin Ming. "You two." The seller coughed a few times, a second thought arising in his mind, "These two are indeed great fools. They weren't here to buy tickets for the concert, they were here to become scalpers." "Is there a problem?" Li Hongyuan queried, hoping the seller would indeed say there was a problem, thereby saving him some money. No problem at all," the seller replied. "Then let us proceed quickly," Li Hongyuan insisted. "Wait," Lin Ming interjected. "Mr. Li, I didn't bring you here to make a small fortune. Do you understand what I mean?" Before the seller, Lin Ming could not elaborate further. Li Hongyuan's mouth twitched as he said, "How about this? You don't have to be the only one buying tickets. If you want to buy more, I can lend you the money. You don't have to rush to pay me back, and no interest required." Lin Ming was disinterested in idle chatter, responding sternly, "This is the last time. If you don't believe me, consider this as if I never spoke." Lin Ming genuinely wanted to guide Li Hongyuan, whether due to his character or to forge connections through him. The crux was that he was being so small-minded. A company's general manager, after witnessing the pitfalls of Haining Network, still held such a narrow view. This was indeed Lin Ming's final reminder to Li Hongyuan. If he continued to doubt, it meant he lacked the fortune for such an endeavor. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Lin Ming's serious demeanor, Li Hongyuan gritted his teeth and asked, "How much is a ticket?" "1." The ticket seller instinctively began to say 1,000. As that was indeed the price for mid-range seats. However, upon glancing at the altered ticket prices on the website, he quickly swallowed the 1,000 back. 100. The plummeting price of tickets was unsurprising. Given the concert's likelihood of cancellation, only these two great fools would still consider purchasing tickets at this time. "Then I'll take 5,000 tickets," Li Hongyuan declared. 5,000. "Are you certain?" The seller's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. For a moment, he feared these two great fools might seek him out for trouble afterward, but the prospect of a hefty commission for thousands of tickets quelled his worries. To hell with it. Worst case, he'd complete the transaction and leave, knowing they wouldn't be able to find him. Scalpers wishing to profit deserved what they got. Enough with the pleasantries, expedite the ticketing, Li Hongyuan urged. The ticket vendor, mindful of the two esteemed clients, did not dare to delay. The major clients. Soon, a total of 5,970 tickets were divided into two stacks, landing in the hands of Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan. All were mid-range seats. Lin Ming did not select the front or back rows. Noticing the grimace on Li Hongyuan's face, he proceeded toward his brand new Audi A8. "Li, tell me honestly, how much have you prepared for this?" Lin Ming inquired. 2 million, Li Hongyuan replied. "What a pity," Lin Ming said, patting his shoulder. Even without the full 2 million, a mere half of that investment would have guaranteed Li Hongyuan a bountiful profit. At least a doubling of his investment. Unfortunately, the general manager of Hongyuan Financial simply lacked the audacity. "Do you still think I bought too few tickets?" Li Hongyuan frowned. "Let us head home. Just wait for tomorrow's news." Lin Ming waved his hand and departed gracefully. Chapter 7, 20-fold in the blink of an eye. 100,000 yuan had vanished. Rent consumed 2,500. The Huawei charger cost 150. Concert tickets totaled 97,000. And just moments ago, 150 was spent on phone credits. Now, only 200 yuan remained in Lin Ming's possession. He had to suppress the urge to visit Xianxian immediately. Memories of the little girl flooded him with guilt and heartache. They say raise boys in poverty and girls in wealth, yet he felt utterly unworthy of the term raise when it came to Xianxian. When she was born, Lin Ming was grappling with the failure of his entrepreneurial ventures. Wallowing in despair, it could be said that Xuanxuan's growth was solely due to Chen Jia's efforts. Had she been in Lin Ming's care, she would not have merely starved, she might have suffered worse fate. She was just so small. How could he ever bring himself to harm her? "Lin Ming, you are truly a scoundrel, a beast, lower than a pig or a dog." In the dim light, Lin Ming lay on his bed. Reflecting on all that had transpired over the past few years, his reddened eyes gradually closed, and he fell asleep without even realizing when he awoke once more, startled by the insistent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. Li, is this a call to treat me to a meal? Lin Ming chuckled. Dad, you are indeed my father. Li Hongyuan sounded exceedingly excited. Forget about the meal. Anything will do. Ha, how could such a composed man like you undergo such a transformation overnight? Lin Ming mused, already piecing together the situation. Stop with the Li. Haven tea, I told you. Call me Li Gu. Li Hongyuan feigned seriousness before expressing regret. Brother, I was wrong, grievously wrong. Have you seen the news? The internet is flooded with reports about Lin Jiawo, overwhelming in volume. Had I known, I should have listened to you yesterday. Now I am filled with regret. Lin Ming chuckled but did not hang up, opening Weibo. Indeed, his foresight regarding the future had been spot on. Lin Jiawo clarifies the true identity of the young girl revitalizing e-cigarettes. Taobao revitalizing flagship store just like yesterday. 8 out of 10 trending topics were about Lin Jiawo. The difference today was that all the news was positive. Lin Jiawo had clarified that the girl he was seen sleeping with was, in fact, his biological sister. He had initially wished to keep his family identity private to avoid causing them trouble, but circumstances had left him no choice. It was reported that Lin Jiawo was filming an advertisement when his parents brought his sister to visit the set. She fell asleep beside him in the hotel due to fatigue from the long journey. Attached were several photos showcasing Lin Jiawo's affectionate demeanor towards his sister, leaving no room for any sordid interpretations. As for the smoking, it was merely a highly realistic e-cigarette. As a singer, smoking has obvious negative repercussions, especially in public. However, he was using an e-cigarette. One cannot fault him for that. In fact, the brand of the e-cigarette had gained significant popularity due to the media frenzy. Overnight, Lin Jiawo's negative press had vanished without a trace. Compared to before, his image had only been elevated. Lin Ming remarked and then focused on the most concerning trending topic. Lin Jiawo's first solo concert will proceed as scheduled. The comments below were rife with lamentations, predominantly expressing sentiments like I should have bought tickets yesterday. A portion of the comments also included apologies directed at Lin Jiawo. At this point, there was no need to peruse further news. Lin Ming closed Weibo and chuckled. It seems Lin Jiawo's concert tickets are destined to sell like hotcakes this time. Li Hongyuan clearly sensed Lin Ming's sarcasm, but aside from a wry smile and regret, he had nothing else to convey. Lin, I sent you a photo. Take a look, Li Hongyuan said bitterly. Lin Ming opened WeChat to find a picture from Li Hongyuan taken at the ticketing hall, where throngs of people filled the area. It was far busier than the queue from the previous day. Have the ticket prices returned to normal? Lin Ming inquired. Yes, but the organizers did not take advantage of the situation. The prices are just restored to their original amount, Li Hongyuan replied. He truly wanted to slap himself. No wonder, Lin Ming had said. What a pity. He had brought 2 million yuan yesterday, and had he invested it all at the previous ticket price, he could have made at least tenfold. But Li Hongyuan simply lacked the courage. Now, there was no place for his tears. Lin Ming, of course, understood that Li Hongyuan had not believed him at the time, but there was no need to point that out. Since they had already purchased this many tickets, there was no need for regret. Those 5,000 tickets would still yield a considerable profit. Lin Ming offered some comfort. Brother, I've always wondered, since you knew this would happen, why didn't you buy more tickets yesterday? I could have lent you the money, Li Hongyuan asked. Isn't borrowing money akin to incurring a debt of gratitude? Lin Ming responded with a smile. Debt of gratitude? What is that worth? Li Hongyuan said, exasperated. But Lin Ming just shook his head. The higher one climbs, the more they understand debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. At 7 tonight, gather a few people, and we'll go sell tickets at the stadium. After finalizing the plan with Li Hongyuan, they ended the call. In the afternoon, Lin Ming devised a series of plans for the upcoming events. As the clock struck 6, he stepped out and hailed a taxi to the stadium. Li Hongyuan had long been waiting, accompanied by 7 others. Upon seeing Lin Ming, he hurried over. Brother, what is a suitable price per ticket? Li Hongyuan whispered. Observing his demeanor, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. We are selling tickets openly. Why the secretive behavior? Cough, I'm just excited. Besides, it seems inappropriate to act as scalpers right in front of the ticket office. Li Hongyuan replied sheepishly. Let us set it at 2,000 per ticket. Anything less is uninteresting, and anything more could provoke complaints. Lin Ming suggested 0.2000. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened. I asked that too little? No, it's perfect. Li Hongyuan's eyes sparkled. Buying at 100 and selling at 2,000, a direct 20-fold profit, was certainly enticing. With 5,000 tickets in hand, selling them all would net 10 million. Having lived over 40 years, Li Hongyuan had never earned that much. How could he not be thrilled? Amidst the excitement, he also silently marveled at the earning power of celebrities. Just then, a commotion erupted from the ticket office. All offline tickets had sold out. Let us get started. Lin Ming signaled to Li Hongyuan and, amid a sea of curious gazes, began to shout. Entry for the top-tier singer's concert is first come, first served. Chapter 8, Divorce is just the conclusion. Remarriage is the beginning. Lu Wenxuan was the offline ticket vendor for this concert. Yesterday, two gullible individuals had purchased nearly 6,000 tickets, and despite the price having plummeted to 100 yuan, Lu Wenxuan had still earned a hefty commission. He had initially planned to finish the transaction and vanish, fearing those two would seek retribution. However, upon waking this morning, he found the internet inundated with positive news about Lin Jiahua. Lu Wenxuan was on the verge of smashing his own home in regret. Calculating the current ticket prices, how much commission had he lost? Comparatively, he was the real fool. Now Lu Wenxuan wore a long face, for all the tickets allocated to him had already sold out just then. A familiar and resonant voice rang out. Lu Wenxuan instinctively looked up. Oh no, wasn't he that the same two gullible individuals from yesterday? They had caused him to lose so much commission and were now brazenly scalping tickets right before his eyes. This was intolerable. Security. Lin Jiahua's appeal was truly formidable, and coupled with yesterday's events, the number of people purchasing tickets offline far exceeded expectations. Many had traveled from other provinces specifically because they couldn't secure tickets online and were unwilling to miss this opportunity. Hoping to try their luck at the offline ticket office, Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan soon found themselves surrounded, and upon confirming the legitimacy of the tickets, even at a price of 2,000, they were snatched up eagerly. Li Hongyuan had previously worried about selling out, considering the standard price was 1,000, but now, it seemed he had overthought the situation. By the time security arrived to disperse Lin Ming and the others, nearly 6,000 tickets had been sold out. There were still people pressing for more, which infuriated ticket vendor Lu Wenxuan to the point where his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Exiting the bustling stadium, Lin Ming inhaled a breath of fresh air before unlocking his WeChat wallet and bank account notifications. An astonishing total of 1.94 million, even for Lin Ming, who had anticipated this outcome. The sight of such a figure compelled him to swallow hard. In his 30 years of existence, he had never encountered such an immense sum of money. What was more astonishing was how effortlessly it had been earned even during his entrepreneurial ventures. The combined assistance from both sets of parents, borrowing from relatives, had only amounted to 160,000. The 820,000 borrowed from Li Hongyuan had not been a one-time transaction, but rather a gradual accumulation over time. Thus, to achieve over 1.9 million with less than 100,000 in capital was truly exhilarating for Lin Ming, igniting an overwhelming urge to shout in jubilation. Typically, when ordinary individuals strike it rich overnight, their first thoughts revolve around indulgence, designer clothing, luxury watches, high-end handbags, and extravagant cars. Lin Ming was no exception. However, upon contemplating his debts and the exorbitant prices of such luxuries, he forced himself to regain composure. A watch costing hundreds of thousands, a car several million, and housing prices in Blue Island City starting at tens of thousands, sometimes even surpassing 100,000 per square meter. With the sum in his possession, he could only afford a modest apartment of several dozen square meters. This amount was far too meager. If he wished to provide a better life for Qinjia and Xianshan, he needed to persist in his efforts. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement, possessing the ability to foresee the future. He had no concerns regarding earning money. It was merely a matter of time. Footsteps approached from behind. It was Li Hongyuan, drenched in sweat. Where are the others? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. They all left. Li Hongyuan replied, taking a seat and handing Lin Ming a bottle of mineral water, his face barely concealing his exhilaration. Didn't you give anyone a red envelope? Lin Ming teased. I did. 888 each. Li Hongyuan retorted, how stingy. You made over 10 million and can't even round it off properly. Lin Ming scoffed. It's not about rounding, it's about the auspicious meaning. Li Hongyuan shot Lin Ming a knowing glance, subtly adding, think about it. If they all receive something, what if they borrow my fortune and encounter someone like Brother Lin? Lin Ming chuckled, finding the flattery too overt. Brother Lin, you're amazing. I truly feel like kneeling before you. Li Hongyuan continued, if I had listened to you back then, my earnings wouldn't just be 10 million, but 40 million. The maximum number of tickets obtained offline was only 10,000. Even if you purchased them all, it would be impossible to make 40 million. At most, 2 million. Lin Ming countered. Well, that's still something. Li Hongyuan sighed. Give me your bank account number. I'll repay you the principal and interest, and from now on, we'll be even. Repay? Nonsense. Li Hongyuan sprang up, indignant. Lin Ming, do you look down on me? Li Hongyuan, honestly, you've taken me along to earn money without holding grudges. I already feel guilty enough. Do you really want me to kneel before you to feel satisfied? Lin Ming replied with a wry smile, brotherly, repaying debts is a matter of principle. I chose to collaborate with you because you've helped me in the past enough. Li Hongyuan interrupted. If you insist on settling things, then return the 820,000 to me, and I'll give you my earnings. From that point forward, we'll part ways as if we never met. Would you be willing? Lin Ming teased, what if I'm not? Even if I'm reluctant, what can I do? Li Hongyuan may not be a saint, but I'm certainly not ungrateful and backstabbing, Li Hongyuan declared earnestly. In truth, from observing the dealings with Haining Network and the scalping, Li Hongyuan had already discerned Lin Ming's exceptional nature. In his mind, Lin Ming had previously been nothing more than a hopeless case. A bottom feeder of society, yet he had genuinely looked down on such individuals, yet now Lin Ming appeared transformed, devoid of his former despondency, radiating vitality like a newly rising star. Li Hongyuan had a strong instinct that as long as he followed Lin Ming, this current million could merely be considered pocket change. Brother, I'll reiterate, from today onward, you are my true brother Li Hongyuan. My intention in not demanding repayment isn't to place you in debt to me. It is simply at this point, Li Hongyuan smirked mischievously, I merely hope you can continue to lead me to prosperity. Very well, I appreciate it, Lin Ming accepted graciously, realizing that further refusals would seem insincere. Compared to the money he had helped Li Hongyuan earn, that 820,000 truly seemed trivial. Seeing Lin Ming's agreement, Li Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that Lin Ming was willing to continue their partnership. By the way, Lin Ming suddenly recalled, I've divorced Chen Jia. She may come to you for repayment. You know what to do, right? Divorced? Li Hongyuan exclaimed. Brother, as someone who has been there, I must advise you. I've looked into your ex-wife, and it's unlikely you'll find another like her in the world. You cannot let her down. Divorce is an ending. Remarriage is a new beginning, this time. I will provide her with the best life. Lin Ming gazed into the distance, speaking as if to both Li Hongyuan and himself. After some further conversation, Lin Ming returned to his apartment, with Saturday approaching and the end of August upon them. Chen Jia would likely be off work, given his recent earnings. Lin Ming intended to buy something to visit Xianxian. It had only been a few days since their last encounter, yet it felt like an eternity to Lin Ming. Chapter 9. The resolute Chen Jia. At 8 in the morning, a woman appeared at the entrance of the building. Despite her modest attire, devoid of any extravagance or luxury, she nonetheless drew the astonished gazes of the surrounding men. However, the faint bruises on her face seemed out of place, evoking a sense of pity. Chen Jia took a deep breath, striving to suppress her anxiety. After all, this was not her first visit here. Every time payday arrived, this was an unavoidable stop, clacking in the high heels she had purchased for her wedding. Chen Jia ascended to the floor where Hongyuan Financial was located. The receptionist, already familiar with Chen Jia, felt sympathy for her as a fellow woman and harbored disdain for Lin Ming, whom she deemed a scoundrel. Sister Chen, you're here. The receptionist offered Chen Jia a glass of water and inquired. It's the end of the month again. Are you here to collect your salary? Yes, Chen Jia nodded, attempting to hide her embarrassment. She was indeed a woman who valued her pride, even though she had fallen to a state of utter destitution. She still felt a sense of responsibility to repay the debts incurred during her marriage, as they were a shared obligation. Although her salary was barely a drop in the bucket, she refused to let that deter her. Have you received a raise? The receptionist asked delicately. No, it's the same as before. I've set aside some living expenses and am using the rest to repay debts, Chen Jia replied, producing an envelope containing 3,000 in cash. Sister Chen, do you really think this is necessary? The receptionist exclaimed, frustrated. He hits you, berates you, and you still want to help him repay his debts. There is no hope in sight, and your child is suffering too. If I'm not mistaken, your daughter is almost old enough for kindergarten, right? When will this end? At this rate, you might not even be able to afford her tuition. They say it's better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. But I truly can't bear to watch anymore. Just divorce him. Sister Chen, with your qualities, what kind of man can't you find? It's no exaggeration to say that even we unmarried young women are worlds apart from you. If you wanted to, you could easily escape this predicament at any moment. Chen Jia shook her head, handing the envelope to the receptionist, unwilling to say more. She had already heard such sentiments 1,000 times. But was she truly the kind of woman who was only after profit? If that were the case, why had she chosen Lin Ming during her university days instead of those wealthy, influential heirs? Having endured the past few years and with Xianxian in her life, it was unlikely she would pursue another man for the rest of her days. Sighing, the receptionist recognized Chen Jia's stubbornness and refrained from further discussion. However, just as Chen Jia was about to leave, the receptionist called out, Sister Chen, wait a moment. President Li instructed me yesterday that if you come again, he wants to see you. See me? Chen Jia frowned. In her mind, companies like Hongyuan Financial were filled with unscrupulous individuals. What could they possibly want from her? Sister Chen, it's said that President Li is also going through a divorce, and he has several million in assets. If you enough. Without waiting for the receptionist to finish, Chen Jia coldly replied, as a woman, one must understand the most basic principles of propriety and integrity, even if he is indeed getting divorced. It has nothing to do with me. The receptionist's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling both awkward and somewhat offended. She had meant well, only to be reprimanded, yet she did not blame Chen Jia. She merely thought it a pity that Chen Jia was unwilling to seize such a favorable opportunity. The receptionist called Li Hongyuan. Before long, he emerged from his office. Are you Chen Jia, Lin Ming's wife? He smiled at her, gazing at his squinting eyes. Chen Jia felt an intense aversion, but as he was her creditor, she could not afford to show it. Hello, President Li, she forced a smile. No wonder Brother Lin has been praising my sister-in-law's beauty in front of me. I was skeptical at first, but upon seeing her today, I must say she is indeed breathtaking, Li Hongyuan added. Brother Lin, Chen Jia expressed her confusion. When did Lin Ming start referring to this Mr.Li as a brother? Their status differences are as vast as the sky and the sea. Recalling Lin Ming's demeanor, Chen Jia's expression shifted. That scoundrel. Could it be that he has sold himself out? Is he so enraged by the divorce that he dares not show it in front of his brother Chen Shang? No wonder Lin Ming appeared so calm at the time, and no wonder Mr.Li is treating me with such courtesy. It turns out he has been waiting for me here. Everything was merely a fade. With her eyes reddening, Chen Jia fought back tears. A profound anger and frustration surged within her. She could hardly believe the depths of Lin Ming's depravity. Even after their divorce, he still wouldn't let her be. Sister-in-law, what is the matter? Li Hongyuan gazed at Chen Jia in bewilderment. I haven't said anything, so why is she about to cry? Don't call me sister-in-law, we're already divorced, I am no longer his wife. Chen Jia suddenly exclaimed, speak up, what conspiracy are you plotting? How much has he borrowed from you this time? Let me tell you, no matter what you intend to do, I will never consent. This is a society governed by law, no one can coerce me. Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Li Hongyuan was drenched in cold sweat. If Lin Ming were to find out that his wife was being bullied here, then his dreams of wealth would shatter. Sister, Chen Jia, there are many people around, let us go to my office to talk privately. I swear, there is absolutely no conspiracy. If anyone deceives you, may thunder strike them. And may they not have a good death, Li Hongyuan hurriedly explained. This scene left the receptionist astonished. She had never seen Mr.Li so flustered. I want to go. Chen Jia resolutely shook her head. With more and more people gathering around, Li Hongyuan quickly said, my dear lady, I beg you, can we settle this? I, Li Hongyuan, am a person of some stature. If this continues, others might think I have mistreated you. Chen Jia scrutinized Li Hongyuan for a moment, noting that he didn't seem to be putting on an act. Finally she nodded. Very well, I will go to your office, but you must not close the door. Very well, whatever you say goes. Alright, Li Hongyuan sighed in relief. Upon entering the office, Li Hongyuan gestured for Chen Jia to sit first, then he took out the promissory note he had prepared long ago. It was indeed the promissory note for 820,000 from Lin Ming, clearly written in black and white, with Lin Ming's fingerprint. What do you intend to do with this? Are you trying to threaten me? Chen Jia's face turned icy. Unexpectedly, Li Hongyuan tore the note in half with a swift motion. What are you doing? Chen Jia was startled. From today onward, the borrowing relationship between Hongyuan Finance and Brother Lin is nullified. Sister-in-law, you need not come here again. Li Hongyuan paused for a moment, then added with a smile, of course, you need not come for the sake of repaying the debt. If you find the environment here to your liking and wish to come for tea, you are always welcome. Chen Jia stared blankly at the shredded promissory note, having long since overlooked Li Hongyuan's subsequent words. Chapter 10. Hello, my name is Lin Ming. I am the Old City District, Anju Community. Lin Ming stood before the security door, burdened with numerous bags. Shan Yuan, it's your father. Could you please open the door for me? No, Mommy said that Shan Yuan must not open the door for anyone. A little girl's tender voice echoed from the shabby rental apartment. Lin Ming sighed. Didn't you call me the night before last? I know you care about me, so I came to see you today. Bringing your favorite fried chicken burger and a toy. Really? Upon hearing fried chicken burger, Xuan Yuan's voice brightened. However, her small face quickly fell. But Mommy doesn't let me open the door casually, and that call was made by Mommy. I was too scared to call you myself, fearing you'd be angry and hit me. Through the crack in the door, Lin Ming gazed at her delicate face, his eyes welling with tears. Daddy, why aren't you speaking? Shan Yuan asked. I'm right here. Daddy hasn't left. Since Mommy doesn't allow you to open the door, I will wait for her to come back, Lin Ming replied. But there is nowhere to sit outside. One tea. Daddy get tired. Shan Yuan pouted. Not tired at all. As long as I can see Shan Yuan, I could stand here forever without fatigue. Lin Ming turned away, letting two lines of tears flow unbidden. Just then, the door across the hall opened. An elderly lady in her 70s stepped out. It was Grandma Wang from the opposite unit. She had heard Xuan Yuan's commotion and was concerned about the little girl being alone at home. So she came to check. In the past, she had always taken care of Chen Jia and Shan Yuan, often bringing them delicious food, and Lin Ming was immensely grateful to her. Now, Grandma Wang, Lin Ming called out. What do you want this time? Wang Lanmei eyed him warily. Lin Ming had never called her Grandma Wang before, always referring to her as that old hag, and had even nearly smashed the unit door out of frustration several times. I just came to see Shan Yuan, Lin Ming replied awkwardly. Jia isn't here, is she? You're trying to trick Shan Yuan into opening the door again so you can steal money, aren't you? Wang Lanmei pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you're not a child anymore. Shan Yuan is about to start kindergarten. Can't you spare her and her mother just this once? Jia earns less than 4,000 a month, working herself to the bone to support Shan Yuan while also helping you repay debts she can barely afford to eat, let alone have money to gamble. Look at yourself and then look at others. Even if you can't become wealthy, at least they work hard to provide a good life for their families. And what about you? What have you done all these years? A wonderful woman like Jia Jia has been hospitalized multiple times because of you. Do you even have a shred of humanity left? And Xian Yuan, she is just a child. What does she know? Why do you take out your frustrations on her every time you lose money? Do you realize the immense harm this inflicts on her? Do you know it will leave her with a lifelong childhood trauma that will be hard to erase? Go ask around if there is any father like you. Wang Lanmei and her husband were once teachers but were dismissed for certain reasons rather than retiring. Their long-term professional ethics made it impossible for her to tolerate Lin Ming. Thus, even knowing Lin Ming wouldn't want to hear it, she felt compelled to speak up. As she reached the end of her tirade, her anger flared, and she raised her cane to strike Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming didn't dodge, he simply stood there, bitterly accepting it, but inside the rental, Xuan Yuan's voice rang out. Don't hit my daddy. Wang Lanmei froze for a moment, then lowered her cane. Even if you've sunk this low, Xian Yuan still stands by you. Conscience, ask yourself if you truly deserve those two. After delivering her piece, Wang Lanmei turned to leave. Grandma Wang, Lin Ming produced 1,000 yuan and said, "This is the 1,000 yuan I owe you. Along with these cans and pure milk, as my tribute to you and Grandpa Song. Please don't refuse." Looking at the money in Lin Ming's hand, Wang Lanmei was taken aback since Lin Ming became addicted to gambling. She had long since given up on ever seeing that 1,000 yuan again. It had been 4 years now, and Lin Ming had never considered returning it, even attempting to borrow more several times. But she had always refused. What has caused this sudden change of heart? Wang Lanmei was too lazy to ask further, snorting, "Old woman like me has money, if you truly have a conscience. Let Jia Jia keep this money for you. As for these cans and pure milk, I don't want them. Give them to Xian Yuan to help her gain some nutrition. The child has never gained weight." Grandma Wang, Lin Ming suddenly knelt on the ground, shocking Wang Lanmei. A man kneeling is a rare sight. What are you doing? I'll tell you, after all these years, I've seen through you, even if you pretend to be kind. I won't lend you any more money. Grandma Wang, in the past few years, I've wallowed in depravity, worse than a beast. Thankfully, you and Grandpa Song took care of Jia Jia and Xian Yuan. This kindness, Lin Ming, will always remember. Lin Ming spoke solemnly. I know you may not believe me, but I swear, I will never be like before again. I will treat Jia Jia and Xian Yuan well. And I will honor you and Grandpa Song as my own grandparents. If we speak of who has treated Chen Jia and Xian Yuan best over the years, aside from my parents and in-laws, it is undoubtedly Grandma Wang and her husband. Awakening to this truth, Lin Ming realized how wonderful these two elderly people are. They are worth this kneeling. Seeing Lin Ming's sincerity, Wang Lanmei hurriedly helped him up. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back as the shore, Wang Lanmei's eyes were moist as she brushed off the dust from Lin Ming's knees. You are only 30. You still have a bright future ahead. If you can truly think clearly, it's still not too late to change now, and I'm happy for you. Ultimately, Wang Lanmei could not resist Lin Ming's earnestness and accepted the 1,000 yuan along with the items he brought. Meanwhile, Lin Ming declined to wait at Wang Lanmei's home for Qinjia. He wished to spend more time talking to Xian Yuan. Over half an hour had passed, and Lin Ming and Xian, this father-daughter duo, engaged in conversation, one inside and the other outside. Lin Ming occasionally narrated stories to Xian, at times teasing her, which elicited delightful giggles from the little girl. Although Wang Lanmei had returned home, she remained concealed behind the door, listening intently. Eventually, she discerned that Lin Ming seemed genuinely different from before. Tap, tap, tap of the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The first thing Lin Ming noticed was the unmistakably familiar high heels. Since their marriage, Chen Jiawei had seemingly not purchased high heels again. She was, after all, a woman who adored them. What are you doing here? Chen Jiawei's cold voice shattered Lin Ming's reverie. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming smiled at Chen Jiawei. Hello, my name is Lin Ming. Chapter 11. Mother, so much money, what are you up to? Chen Jiawei frowned at Lin Ming's outstretched hand. If the divorce marked the end of one chapter of my life, then reintroducing ourselves signifies the beginning of the next. Lin Ming felt no embarrassment, only a profound sense of pity for the woman standing before him. We are already divorced. This charade is futile. Do not attempt to deceive me in this manner again. I have made it clear that I will no longer believe you. Chen Jiawei approached the door. Step aside, I wish to go home. Lin Ming dutifully moved aside. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has grown cold. This was Chen Jiawei now. Lin Ming understood that given his past misdeeds, a few words would not suffice to win her back. The security door swung open and Xian, initially standing at the entrance, instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing Lin Ming, her small face awash with panic, despite Lin Ming having just amused her. The psychological scars from his past drunkenness or gambling-induced violence could not dissipate so easily. Xian, Lin Ming's heart ached, yet he could only muster a gentle smile and say, "Do not be afraid. Daddy is not coming in. Here are some snacks and toys I bought for you, including your favorite Elsa princess. You can take them for now, and if you want anything else, just tell Daddy, and he will get it for you." Xian appeared conflicted, glancing between the items in Lin Ming's hands and Chen Jiawei. It seemed that only with Chen Jiawei's approval would she dare to take them. Where did you get this money? Why buy so many things? Have you been asking your parents for money again? Chen Jiawei's expression grew even colder. Given Lin Ming's character, she could hardly fathom who else might lend him money. Lin Ming, when will you ever grow up? Your parents toil endlessly to earn a meager living, only for you to squander it. What will they have left for their old age, and those relatives of yours? You borrowed money from them and still haven't returned it. They lent it out at your parents' behest. You have no shame, but your parents still do. Chen Jiawei bit her lip, her body trembling with anger. Please, I beg you will mature a little. I still need to pay for Xian Xian's kindergarten. Can you please stop harassing us? Lin Ming did not retort. He simply listened quietly. Perhaps this was Chen Jiawei's only outlet for her grievances. It was only when she fell silent that Lin Ming spoke. Chen Jiawei, I acknowledge that I was a scoundrel in the past, but I have changed now. I can earn money, if you don't believe me. Just look at my WeChat balance. I won't look. Chen Jiawei interrupted, pointing downstairs. Leave, just leave. I do not wish to see you. Leave quickly. Chen Jiawei, are you leaving or not? We are already divorced, if you do not leave. I will call the police. Chen Jiawei's voice grew sharp. All right, I will go. Lin Ming hastily waved his hands and headed downstairs. Mending relations with Chen Jiawei was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Lingering would only deepen her aversion. Truth be told, Lin Ming could hardly believe that the woman who once loved him so deeply now harbored such hatred. All of this was the result of his own misdeeds. Wait, Chen Jiawei seemed to recall something and asked, today, I went to Hongyuan Finance, and President Li tore up the IOU in front of me, stating that your debts have been cleared. Why is that? I helped him earn some money, and he was very grateful, so he decided to erase the debt. Lin Ming replied honestly. Humph. Chen Jiawei scoffed to this man, since his entrepreneurial failure had spun a web of lies so intricate that it was difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Do you think I am a fool, Chen Jiawei? She retorted. What sort of person is Li Hongyuan, and what sort of person is Lin Ming? You think you helped him make money? How laughable. It's likely the other way around. I do not wish to hear any more of your nonsense. Do visit your parents when you have the time. They worked hard to raise you. It is not easy. After speaking, Chen Jiawei glanced at the bundles on the ground. Noticing Xian Xian's expectant expression, ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, she decided to bring the items inside. Bang! The security door closed, yet a smile appeared on Lin Ming's face, the fact that his daughter had called him to inquire if he had found a place to stay. And that she was willing to accept his gifts, this was enough to demonstrate that there was still hope for their relationship. Jiawei, wait for me, he murmured to himself, turning to leave, after Lin Ming departed. Wang Lanmei emerged from her home and knocked on Chen Jiawei's door. What do you want? Chen Jiawei instinctively began to shout in anger, but when she saw Wang Lanmei outside, the words caught in her throat. Grandma Wang. Chen Jiawei forced a smile. She genuinely respected and appreciated Wang Lanmei. Judged Grandma has something to tell you, Wang Lanmei said. Lin Ming returned the 1,000 yuan he borrowed from me just now and even brought canned goods and milk. He was quite polite, completely different from before. He truly seems to have changed. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiawei's expression shifted. Grandma Wang, you are a good person, but please do not be deceived by Lin Ming's act. He often used such tactics to borrow money from our relatives. You are not on a pension now. You are living off the meager savings from Grandpa Song. Do not lend him money again. Wang Lanmei pondered for a moment, grasping Chen Jiawei's hand. Judge, perhaps I should not be advising you. No one understands what you have endured over the past few years better than I do. However, as someone who has been through similar experiences, trust my instincts. As long as you have not fallen for someone else, for Xian Xian's sake, you should give him a chance to change, don't you think? Xian Xian is about to start school. She cannot be without a father. The other children will mock her. Chen Jiawei shook her head. Grandma Wang, I understand what you are saying, but how many chances have I given him over the years? Each time he claimed he would change, yet he was soon back with those dubious friends. He cannot change. He will never change. As she spoke, Chen Jiawei could not help but weep. She had not allowed herself to cry in front of her parents. For this was her choice. Only in front of Grandma Wang could she lower her defenses, which had left her utterly exhausted. All right, dear, do not cry. Grandma will say no more. Wang Lanmei embraced Chen Jiawei. Her heart heavy with sighs. That scoundrel had truly hurt Chen Jiawei deeply. Grandma Wang, I apologize for troubling you. After weeping for a while, Chen Jiawei collected herself, bid farewell to Wang Lanmei, and returned home. Mom, look, it's money, so much money. Xian Xian's indistinct voice called out. She held a chicken leg in one hand and a stack of bright red bills in the other. Chen Jiawei paused for a moment before rushing over to Xian Xian. In a plastic bag filled with toys, there were 9 more stacks of such bills. A total of 100,000. Besides that, there was a piece of paper. Mom, is this the money Daddy gave us? Xian Xian inquired. Chen Jiawei did not respond, trembling as she picked up the paper, which bore Lin Ming's handwriting. Judge, this money was earned honestly, so you need not worry. Use part of it to repay those relatives. And the rest can be spent on you and Xian Xian to nourish your bodies. Do not hesitate to spend. I was a scoundrel in the past. I realize that mere words cannot win your trust or erase the grievances you have suffered over the past few years. However, I hope you can grant me one opportunity, a chance to make amends. The Lin Ming of the past is dead. From now on, you and Xian Xian will be the most important people in my life. I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Absolutely not. Tears fell unbidden, soaking the white paper. Chen Jiawei felt an urge to tear the paper to shreds, yet in the end, She carefully folded the paper and placed it in the drawer. Chapter 12. Stockpiling liquor. Mutai prices have doubled, property values have surged, the stock market is in decline, and effective cold medicine. In his apartment, Lin Ming sat on the bed, murmuring to himself, these are all events that will unfold shortly and part of Lin Ming's upcoming plans, especially the effective cold medicine, which will serve as the foundation for Lin Ming's commercial empire and become the cornerstone of his standing as a business magnate. Given that Mutai prices would rise in a matter of days, Lin Ming temporarily set aside his intention to visit his parents. His hometown is in Bayan Province, far from the Donglin Province where Blue Island City is located. The round trip would take at least 2 days. Additionally, should he return home, he would undoubtedly have to spend several days accompanying his family, which could cause him to miss this opportunity. Mom and Dad, once I get through this phase, I will come back to visit you. Lin Ming's feelings of guilt towards the elderly couple were no less than those of Chen Jia and Xian Xian. Over the years, he had deceived and manipulated, extorting money from his parents in various cunning ways, causing them to lose face in the village. He had even coaxed his younger brother Lin Ke's bride price and his sister Lin Chu's dowry out of them, promising that he would certainly repay them on time after making a fortune in his entrepreneurial ventures. Yet, 4 years had passed without a word of repayment. The absence of the bride price and dowry had led to the complete dissolution of Lin Ke and Lin Chu's marriages. However, neither his parents nor his siblings had ever uttered a word of complaint. They had never scolded Lin Ming even once. Their simplicity led them to believe that their son, their brother, would eventually turn over a new leaf. Unknown to them, that day had already arrived. After pondering for a moment while seated on his bed, Lin Ming picked up the phone and dialed Li Hongyuan's number. Purchasing Feitian Mutai was not a simple task. Even if it could be procured, one could only obtain a bottle or two at most. The information available online was utterly unreliable. To make a substantial purchase, one needed a certain network of connections, something Lin Ming entirely lacked. Thus, his first thought was of Li Hongyuan. The phone rang only once before Li Hongyuan answered, as if he had been anticipating Lin Ming's call. No wonder I have countless magpies fluttering above. It turns out Lin little brother is calling me, Lin Ming. Ha, just a joke, but it is true that my left eyelid has been twitching all day. Does this mean Lin little brother is about to lead me to wealth again? Li Hongyuan's voice was filled with anticipation. Brotherly, do you know any liquor merchants, the kind dealing in Feitian Mutai? Lin Ming inquired. Oh, you've come to the right person. Upon discussing serious matters, Li Hongyuan's demeanor shifted immediately. I do have a few friends in the liquor business. While I can't vouch for their import and export capabilities, they are quite well known here in Donglin Province. What is the current price for Feitian Mutai? Lin Ming asked again. Not if purchased through my friends, it's about 3,000 per bottle. I just bought 2 bottles yesterday to celebrate. This stuff is indeed aromatic. Li Hongyuan chuckled that he was quite fond of drinking. But had he not earned over 10 million yesterday, he wouldn't have indulged in purchasing Feitian Mutai for himself. There is a saying, those who pay for such high-end items rarely drink, and those who drink rarely pay. Then it seems you'll have the chance to buy some for yourself this time, Lin Ming replied with a smile. What do you mean? Li Hongyuan paused for a moment, then became excited. Lin little brother, are you suggesting we go after Feitian Mutai? Yes, in a few days, the price of Feitian Mutai will unexpectedly rise. Almost no one knows about it. What we need to do now is stock up as much as possible. Lin Ming explained. Well, what if no one knows? How do you know? Li Hongyuan asked cautiously. Did I not mention I can predict fortunes? Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Lin little brother truly understands metaphysics. Li Hongyuan mused. The price of Feitian Mutai had been stable for quite some time. If a price increase were indeed imminent, there would surely be news from the National Liquor Bureau. In short, Li Hongyuan remained somewhat skeptical. I don't know if the National Liquor Bureau has news, but I do know that the price of Feitian Mutai will certainly rise. Would you care to take a chance? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. He understood Li Hongyuan's perspective. Had their roles been reversed, he too would find it difficult to believe in so-called fortune-telling. Thus, he bore no ill will towards Li Hongyuan's skepticism. Since little brother has said so, I certainly can't lag behind, Li Hongyuan decisively declared. From now on I'll follow your lead. If you say east, I shall never go west. Very well, let us begin sourcing the liquor now. Stock up as much as you can. I have 1.8 million ready, and I will transfer it to you shortly. Lin Ming had a total of 1.94 million, but having given Chen Jia 100,000 for miscellaneous expenses, he decided to round it off after hanging up. Lin Ming transferred 1.8 million to the bank account Li Hongyuan provided. On the other end of the line, Li Hongyuan found himself in a quandary. His total assets had now reached 15 million. Even though part of that was operational funds for his company, his liquid assets still amounted to around 11 million. He contemplated whether to go all in or to leave himself an escape route. Consistent with Li Hongyuan's usual approach, he genuinely wished to keep a safety net for himself. After all, Lin Ming's information was rather vague. He merely stated that prices would rise without offering any reliable evidence. However, when Li Hongyuan recalled the concert ticket incident, all doubts dissipated. It was precisely because he left himself an out that he only garnered a profit of 10 million. Damn it, all this money was made alongside Lin little brother. If he dares to go all in, why should I hesitate? In life, one must take risks. With that thought in mind, Li Hongyuan hastily began contacting his liquor merchant friends. Having connections could indeed alleviate numerous hassles. For Lin Ming, there was no need to reach out to liquor merchants himself. He simply awaited news from Li Hongyuan. On an autumn evening, the weather had grown cooler, yet the square was bustling with an increasing number of pedestrians. Men and women hurried along, their faces alight with happiness, as the myriad lights illuminated the city. After completing the large transfer, Lin Ming exited the bank, watching couples holding hands and radiating joy. He couldn't help but reminisce about the early days of his romance with Chen Jia. Youth truly is a wonderful thing. After a simple meal of shredded pork noodles, Lin Ming headed to the gym for a workout. He had not previously maintained this habit, but considering his personal safety in the future, Lin Ming resolved to cultivate his physical fitness from now on. Change should manifest not only in finances. At 8 in the evening, the stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Lin Jia's first solo concert officially commenced. Lin Ming was indifferent. While they shared the same surname, his interest lay in money, not in Lin Jia. Around 9 o'clock, Li Hongyuan called. "Little brother, as you instructed, the money has all been spent." Chapter 13, the legendary figure Zhang Kuang-o? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "I recall Brother Li earned 10 million yesterday. Has it all been spent?" "Indeed, if Lin little brother dares to go all in, how could I not follow suit?" However, it wasn't 10 million. It was 11 million, Li Hongyuan replied. "It seems your liquor merchant friends truly possess formidable resources," Lin Ming remarked sincerely, calculating at 3,000 per bottle. Lin Ming's 1.8 million alone accounted for 600 bottles. Li Hongyuan's share amounted to a staggering 3,300 bottles. Combined, they had nearly 4,000 bottles. High-end liquors like Feitian Matai were typically limited in supply, as the National Liquor Bureau aimed to maintain their prestige. Based on this, it was evident that Li Hongyuan's friends were indeed capable. Though they did not possess such quantities in-house, most of it would be sourced from other provinces, and the supply would arrive within 2 days. "That works. This time, Brother Li, you'll be able to enjoy a few more bottles." Lin Ming chuckled. "Hee, all thanks to little brother." Li Hongyuan grinned sheepishly. "Brother Li, there's something I'd like to mention, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate." Lin Ming suddenly said. Li Hongyuan's eyelid twitched, and he quickly replied. "Little brother, you're being too formal. With our relationship, is there anything we cannot discuss?" Lin Ming pressed his lips together and said, "Lending money is ultimately not the right path. Even if Hongyuan financial management is not usury, it has still caused many families to fracture, including mine. Do you understand what I mean?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Eventually, Li Hongyuan took a deep breath. "Little brother, I owe you an apology for this matter. I will formally withdraw my investment in Hongyuan financial management in the coming days, and I will also discuss with others about changing the company's name to sever ties completely. From now on, I will follow your lead. When you feast, don't forget to let your brother have a sip of the broth." Lin Ming smiled. "At present, it's you who feasts while I sip the broth." "Alright, haha, little brother is joking." As they exchanged laughter, they ended the call. Li Hongyuan understood that Lin Ming genuinely had his best interests at heart, attempting to pull him back from the brink. For Lin Ming, he wished to rise without the burden of a friend with a tainted reputation. Ending this chapter early would be beneficial for all. In the following days, Lin Ming either frequented the gym or scoured the internet for information. He researched companies like Chilling Automotive and individuals who developed effective cold medicines. While Lin Ming was aware of the events that would unfold in the future, he still needed to prepare thoroughly for specific individuals and occurrences. Zhang Kuang truly lived up to his name. In an internet CAF, Lin Ming sat comfortably at the computer, stretching lazily. Since he rented an apartment, he had no need for a personal computer, so he had to visit the internet CAF for now. Zhang Kuang was the individual who developed the effective cold medicine. This man was straightforward by nature, stubborn, and even a bit irritable, showing little flexibility in his approach to IT. Was no surprise that he often found himself dismissed when he presented his ambitious plan for the effective cold medicine during interviews at pharmaceutical companies. It was hardly unusual, who wouldn't dream big, who wouldn't boast, to stand before high-ranking executives of a pharmaceutical company, expounding on a fanciful plan, who would willingly tolerate such an arrogant demeanor. The common cold is among the most prevalent ailments, and the variety of cold medicines is countless. As of now, no cold remedy has proven to be an instant solution. Viruses are in a constant state of evolution and mutation. And due to the varying levels of resistance among individuals, the duration of recovery from illness also differs greatly. This presents a formidable challenge in the field of medicine, one that is difficult to conquer. However, since the common cold is not deemed a serious ailment, pharmaceutical companies are reluctant to invest substantial resources into its treatment. In this context, the bold claims of miraculous cures are universally dismissed as nonsense. Many pharmaceutical firms even regard the individual making these claims as a madman, particularly since his academic credentials are merely from an ordinary university, and his experience in drug development is exceedingly scant. To label him a madman is to elevate him. Good for nothing would be more appropriate. Yet, in Lin Ming's foresight of the future, a company named Giant Pharmaceuticals discovers him. Upon the release of their effective cold remedy, Giant Pharmaceuticals ascends to the pinnacle of the pharmaceutical industry. Following this, various other effective medications such as special pediatric pneumonia granules, special muscle and bone ointment, special athlete's foot cream, and special asthma inhaler are successively developed by the audacious individual. If these effective medications elevate Giant Pharmaceuticals to the apex of the domestic industry, the introduction of the special anti-cancer injection secures their position as an unassailable leader in the global pharmaceutical sector for decades to come. The giant truly becomes a giant. The audacious individual transforms into a legendary figure. Admired by countless souls and honored with the title of national hero, he undeniably deserves this accolade, for the effective drugs he has developed have saved innumerable families, snatching patients from the clutches of death. What an extraordinary individual he is. Rubbing his brow, Lin Ming settles his bill and exits the internet. CAF. Now is not the time to seek out the audacious individual, and even if he were to find him, Lin Ming lacks the necessary startup capital to establish a pharmaceutical company. Unlike other enterprises, a pharmaceutical company requires a series of rigorous approvals and countless tedious procedures to operate successfully. Just thinking about it makes his head ache. He has been researching these matters for days. This once again underscores the value of connections. Being alone truly leaves one at a loss. On August 29, 4 days after stockpiling alcohol, at around 6 p.m. in room 301 of Unju community, Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Upon opening the door, Chenjia's face brightens at the sight of her modestly dressed in-laws. Although they are her father-in-law and mother-in-law, they have always treated her like their own daughter. Over the years, had it not been for Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan's mediation, Chenjia might have opted for divorce much earlier. Thus, even after the divorce, upon seeing her in-laws, she instinctively calls out, Dad, Mami Jeja, we hope we're not disturbing you. Qi Yufan appears somewhat apprehensive, concerned that Chenjia might be displeased with their unannounced visit. Mom, what are you saying? Come in quickly. Chenjia steps out to help with their belongings. Why did you bring so much stuff? You two should have let me know you were coming. I would have come to pick you up. This is so tiring. Not tiring at all, not at all. Qi Yufan chuckles. We just thought we'd bring some produce from home to share with you, Grandma. As soon as she enters the room, a small, slender figure leaps into her embrace. My dear granddaughter. Grandma missed you so much. Qi Yufan showers kisses on Xuan Yuan's forehead, her eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 14. We are divorced, Grandpa. After finishing her affection with Grandma, the little girl rushes towards Lin Chenghua. Lin Chenghua laughs heartily. However, when he inadvertently notices the still healing bruise on Xuan Yuan's arm, his expression darkens abruptly. No wonder Chenjia had been unable to meet their gaze earlier. It seems that not only Shen Yuan bears injuries. Chenjia, turn your head, Lin Chenghua commands. Chenjia hesitates momentarily but ultimately complies. The swelling and bruising on her face have subsided somewhat, yet upon closer inspection, they are still evident. Who did this to you? Lin Chenghua's voice trembles with rage. Chenjia bites her lip, remaining silent. Beast, how could I have given birth to such a beast? Lin Chenghua, filled with fury, shouts at Qi Yufan. Call your good son. Wherever he is, tell him to come back immediately, or I swear I will deal with him myself. Despite Lin Ming's misbehavior at home, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan have never uttered a word of reproach. But they can no longer tolerate Lin Ming bullying Chenjia and Shen Yuan. Qi Yufan's earlier smile has vanished completely as she keeps murmuring, I'm sorry to Chenjia. What good is an apology? Today, I will make him understand what it means to be a man. Hurry, call him. Lin Chenghua roars again. Seeing Lin Chenghua teetering on the brink of rage, Chenjia quickly restrains Qi Yufan. Mom, I'll call him. When the phone rings, Lin Ming is in the middle of a meal. Noticing it's Chenjia calling, he hastily puts down his meat sandwich, takes a sip of water, and wipes his greasy mouth to appear presentable. Even though Chenjia cannot see these efforts, hello, Lin Ming answers the call. On the other end, Chenjia says, Dad and Mom are here, you should come over. Dad and Mom. Lin Ming is taken aback for a moment. Your parents? Chenjia pauses before adding, Dad is very angry. Be prepared. With that, she hangs up. Lin Ming quickly rises, abandoning his meal, and hails a taxi towards Unju community. On the way, he analyzes the reasons behind Lin Chenghua's fury, ultimately bitterly concluding that it must be due to his previous actions against Chenjia and Shen Yuan. Aside from this, his parents have never been angry with him over anything else, at most just disappointed. Upon arriving at Unju community, Lin Ming dashes upstairs. The security door is slightly ajar. As Lin Ming enters, he is met with a kick from Lin Chenghua, striking him squarely in the abdomen. With a thud, Lin Ming bends over in pain, staggering back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Qi Yufan, crying, gazes out the window, pretending to be oblivious. Chenjia opens her mouth but ultimately refrains from speaking. However, Shen Yuan, witnessing Lin Ming's agony, quickly exclaims, Grandpa, he's my dad. Please don't hit him anymore. Lin Chenghua is in no mood to listen. He steps forward and delivers a resounding slap to Lin Ming's face. Are you even a man? Hitting your wife and child, is this your skill? Given your circumstances, Chenjia had to lower herself to marry you. Did she marry you for your love of drinking and gambling, or for your propensity to strike her? A woman as wonderful as her, you should count yourself lucky to have found her. Yet you squander it on debauchery. Why are you even alive? Why don't you just die? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and Lin Chengwa struck Lin Ming again, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. And Xian Yuan, she's just a 4-year-old child. What does she know? What sin did she commit in her past life to become your daughter? Looking at the bruises on her, do you feel no sorrow? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? How dare you hit her? I'll chop off your hands. Lin Chengwa, consumed by rage, actually heads toward the kitchen to fetch a knife. Dad. Chen Jia rushes over to stop him. Dad, please calm down. I promise you Lin Ming will never hit me again, nor will he ever hit Xian Yuan. Promise, don't make me laugh. Even you Lin Ming has promised countless times, but has he ever followed through? Lin Chengwei retorts angrily, if it weren't for the law against murder, I would have killed this scoundrel myself. Lin Chengwei is filled with fury, and Chen Jia cannot restrain him die in a moment of desperation. She exclaims, Dad, we've already divorced, I'm no longer his wife. He truly wouldn't dare hit me anymore. Lin Chengwa freezes momentarily. Qi Yufan stands there in shock, as if struck by lightning. In this instant, both seem to have been drained of all strength. Aged several years in a heartbeat, unfilial son, Qi Yufan weeps uncontrollably. Divorce, Lin Chengwa mutters vacantly, you're right, you are no longer his wife, now he wouldn't dare hit you anymore. Divorce is good. Divorce is good. Observing her in-law's expressions, Chen Jia feels an inexplicable pang of heartache. She had originally planned to keep this from Lin Ming, fearing it would upset Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan, but if she didn't say anything today, who knows what Lin Chengwa might do? Dad, Mom. Lin Ming finally rises, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That don't call me Dad. You're my father, you're my ancestor. Lin Chengwa turns to Lin Ming, speaking in an eerily calm tone, you were weak and prone to illness, so from the moment you were born, your mother and I worried endlessly. We finally saw you grow up and start working. Yet your mother and I have been scrambling daily to help you borrow money. You see, despite your mediocre circumstances and average character, how did you manage to win such a wonderful wife? Your mother burns incense daily, praying fervently. Always saying our ancestors must have shown mercy, that the Buddha and Bodhisattva have blessed us. Aside from your university admission, the only thing that ever made me proud was that you married Chen Jia. And now, well, that it's not entirely your fault, it's my failure, for Lin Chengwa did not raise you well. Chen Jia stands by, already in tears. With Lin Chengwa's words, all her pent-up grievances come rushing forth. After Lin Chengwa finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the house. Dad, where are you going? Lin Ming hurriedly inquired. Home. Qi Yufan, realizing she could no longer stay, rushed after Lin Chengwa. Mom, Lin Ming called out. Qi Yufan glanced at Lin Ming but ultimately said nothing, leaving with a look of profound disappointment etched on her face. In that moment, Lin Ming vividly grasped the true meaning of a shattered family. Of a wife departing and children scattered. He wished to intervene and prevent Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan from leaving, yet the elderly couple was engulfed in their grief, rendering any attempt futile. I am sorry, I never wanted this to happen, I'm so sorry. Chen Jia sobbed. Mom, please don't cry. Shen Shen is scared. Shen Shen tugged at Chen Jia's pant. It has nothing to do with you. I am the one who should apologize. All of this is my retribution. Remaining here would only serve to further humiliate Chen Jia. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming forced a smile at Xian Xian before turning to leave. Chapter 15. The price of flying Maotai soars. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Ming purchased several bottles of erguotu and drank himself into a stupor. It was not until 9:30 the following morning that he was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Checking the screen, he noticed that Li Hongyuan had called him 5 or 6 times. Hello, Lin Ming answered. My dear brother, what have you been up to? You've truly made me anxious, Li Hongyuan exclaimed eagerly. What is going on? Lin Ming inquired. What is going on? Aren't you the one who can predict the future? Didn't you foresee that the price of flying Maotai has more than doubled? Li Hongyuan replied. This Lin Ming recalled the matter of flying Maotai and quickly got out of bed. It has gone up. Yes, it has skyrocketed, utterly insane. There was no warning whatsoever. It jumped from 3000 to 8000 in one fell swoop. Li Hongyuan exclaimed with excitement. You wouldn't believe it. When my friends called me, they all asked how I knew about the price increase. It cracked me up. Haha. He was genuinely relieved that he had taken Lin Ming's advice and placed his bets. Otherwise, he would have been left to lament his missed opportunity. Now that the price has risen, it's time to act. After the surge, I expect the price of flying Maotai to stabilize for a while. Lin Ming stated, temporarily. Does that mean it will rise again in the future? Li Hongyuan's instincts remained sharper. That's a concern for later. By then, you might not even care about this sum of money. Lin Ming replied. Li Hongyuan silently marveled at the notion that a mere few million was insignificant in Lin Ming's eyes. Truly, he was a person of remarkable insight. At this moment, Li Hongyuan completely forgot that. Just half a month prior, Lin Ming had been regarded as a societal outcast. Brother, I have a friend who is quite curious about you and wishes to meet you. Li Hongyuan hesitated to say. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. Did you tell him about me? Regarding matters of foreseeing the future, Lin Ming certainly did not wish for such information to be exposed. It was already commendable that he had helped Li Hongyuan profit. The more people who knew, the greater the trouble he might attract. Calm down, brother. It wasn't my intention for him to find out, however. My friend holds a unique position, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to meet him. Li Hongyuan hastily explained his name as Zhou Chong, the son of the top official in Landau City. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's furrowed brow relaxed, just as he was contemplating the importance of connections. An opportunity presented itself. How fortunate that Li Ge knew such an influential person. It seemed Lin Ming had underestimated him. His tone reassured Li Hongyuan. Actually, we don't have a deep relationship. He is the first son of Landau City, someone I could never reach, and nonetheless, since he wishes to meet me, I shall oblige, Lin Ming declared. Alright, I will contact you with the details once I have arranged the time and place. Li Hongyuan said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming took a shower, washing away the remnants of alcohol. After having lunch, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to call Qi Yufan. The phone rang for quite some time. And just as Lin Ming thought she wouldn't answer, the call connected. Imam, have you made it home? Lin Ming asked first. Yes, we took the overnight bus last night and have already arrived. Qi Yufan sounded exhausted. At this point, both fell silent. Lin Ming had countless things he wished to say to Qi Yufan but found himself at a loss for words. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. There is work to be done in the fields, Qi Yufan stated. Imam, Lin Ming said solemnly, everything that has happened is my fault. I swear I will ensure that you, Dad Lin Ko, and Lin Chu all live well. Upon hearing this, Qi Yufan could no longer hold back her emotions. Lin Ming, your father and I have spent our lives as farmers, never aspiring to wealth or luxury. We only hope that you can lead a stable and grounded life. How could you have divorced Jia Jia, perhaps out of anger, or perhaps out of sorrow? Qi Yufan was utterly exhausted and abruptly hung up the phone. Mom, don't worry, I will win back Qin Jia. Lin Ming quietly vowed to himself. In the afternoon, Li Hongyuan called again, saying he had already spoken to Zhou Chong. They were set to meet the following morning at 10 o'clock at Tui International. Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback by the meeting location, as Tui International was the very company where Qin Zhao worked. Setting that aside, one would typically meet in a CAF or a restaurant. According to Li Hongyuan, Zhou Chong happened to be visiting Tui International, which is why the location was chosen there. It seemed Li Hongyuan had overstated Zhou Chong's interest. Clearly Zhou Chong had no regard for him. This was not a case of Zhou Chong wishing to meet him, rather, it was Li Hongyuan acting as a bridge, with Zhou Chong giving him an easy way out. Nevertheless, Lin Ming did not consider himself particularly significant. He was still grateful to Li Hongyuan. After all, he truly needed to build connections to lay the groundwork for establishing a pharmaceutical company in the future. The next day, Lin Ming rose early. After a morning jog, he took another shower and dressed in a newly purchased suit, presenting a much more polished and tidy appearance. Around 10 o'clock, Li Hongyuan also arrived at Tui International. He spotted Lin Ming sitting there and exclaimed, Lin, you look quite dapper in that outfit. If I were a woman, I would be smitten. At 30 years old, who would still be interested in an old man like me? Lin Ming chuckled. Come on. Haven't you noticed how the receptionists are all watching you? If you're old, then I might as well not live, Li Hongyuan retorted, eyes wide. He was not wrong. Since Lin Ming's arrival, the gaze of the receptionists had not strayed far from him. Let us go. Lin Ming stood up. Tui International is a large conglomerate with diverse business interests, valued in the hundreds of billions. This was merely a branch office, managing import and export trade. Chen Zhao worked in the project department as an ordinary employee. Since arriving, Lin Ming had been searching for Chen Jia's figure but had yet to spot her approaching the front desk. Li Hongyuan said, could you please inform President Han that Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan have arrived? Upon hearing their names, the receptionist immediately replied, President Han is already waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. The fragrant air wafted around them as Li Hongyuan took a deep breath and winked at Lin Ming. It smells wonderful. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Even at over 40, you still have such energy. Just as they entered the elevator, a woman approached from a distance. Chen Jia looked at the closing elevator doors. Puzzled, I asked at him, how could it be? What is he doing here? Perhaps clinging to a glimmer of hope, Chen Jia instinctively thought Lin Ming was there for a job interview. However, this notion was utterly implausible. And she shook her head, convincing herself she must have been mistaken. Chapter 16, Avert Disaster. For you. Han Shanyu, executive president of Tui International's Huaguo region, could be considered the top authority within the company. His office was spacious, nearly 200 square meters, yet filled with an array of swords and knives, which was unexpected. According to Li Hongyuan, Tui International's success in Huaguo was largely due to Han Shanyu's efforts. He was a man who took unconventional paths, exceptionally skilled, navigating through challenges with ease. Now 36, he remained single, a quintessential diamond bachelor. When Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan entered the office, Han Shanyu immediately stood up. His smile warm and devoid of any pretense of Mr. Li. Mr. Lin, hello, President Han. Li Hongyuan responded with courtesy, feeling rather insignificant in the presence of someone like Han Shanyu. Lin Ming chimed in, President Han is too kind. I am but a solitary individual, hardly deserving of the title president. His humble demeanor caught Han Changyu's attention. Prior to Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan's arrival, Zhou Chong had briefed Han Chanyu about Lin Ming. The fact that someone from the lowest rungs of society could present themselves so unpretentiously intrigued Han Chanyu. Perhaps he was not as pitiable as he had initially presumed. Please take a seat. Han Chanyu gestured. Facing Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan was a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, dressed normally yet exuding an undeniable air of arrogance. Mr. Li, is this the one you spoke of? Zhou Chong asked. Yes, Zhou, this is Lin Ming. Li Hongyuan replied as Zhou Chong smiled. I hope Mr.Li1T be offended, but after you mentioned him yesterday, I had someone look into his background, and the findings were somewhat disappointing. Li Hongyuan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He had not anticipated Zhou Chong to be so blunt. As Lin Ming had anticipated, Li Hongyuan had taken it upon himself to introduce Lin Ming to Zhou Chong. He was indeed a man of gratitude, fully aware that Lin Ming was destined for greatness, and thus sought to leverage his connections to help Lin Ming lay the groundwork for his network. Little did he expect that Zhou Chong would exhibit no interest in even greeting Lin Ming. Had he not been present, it was likely that Zhou Chong would not have cast a glance in Lin Ming's direction. This revelation filled Li Hongyuan with profound embarrassment, making him feel that bringing Lin Ming along was a grave error. If he further provoked Lin Ming's ire, he would find himself utterly isolated. Just then, however, Lin Ming patted Li Hongyuan's leg, signaling him not to worry. Having heard of young Master Zhou's illustrious reputation, Lin Ming remarked with a smile, today's meeting certainly lives up to the expectations. Zhou Chong reclined on the sofa, dismissively retorting, let us skip the pleasantries. I've grown weary of such formalities. What would you prefer to hear then? Lin Ming maintained his smile. Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. His disinterest had been glaringly evident, yet this individual persisted in clinging to the conversation, gradually wearing down Zhou Chang's remaining patience. Were it not for Li Hongyuan, this person would hardly merit a place opposite him. Since you wish to hear something, allow me to share, Zhou Chong said, fixing his gaze on Lin Ming. The rise of Mutai is indeed surprising, but as someone involved in this field, I can analyze it from multiple angles and reveal that there are indeed signs leading to this outcome. Frankly speaking, I have always considered fortune-telling and similar notions to be nonsense. Your decision to hoard wine was driven purely by luck, perhaps with a dash of audacity derived from gambling that allowed Li to profit alongside you. However, such luck will not persist. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. After delivering his remarks, Zhou Chong scoffed, appearing disinterested in further conversation with Lin Ming. At that moment, Han Chanyu approached with a tea tray. Please don't take offense, Mr. Lin. Zhou Chong is like this. His blunt nature has offended countless individuals, and at times I contemplate giving him a good thrashing. I am merely stating the facts, Zhou Chong replied nonchalantly. It was evident that Han Chanyu shared a much better rapport with Zhou Chong, one several magnitudes stronger than that with Li Hongyuan. I shall forego the tea, Lin Ming declared, rising with a smile. My visit today was initially intended to spare young Master Zhou from a calamity, but since you were so unwelcoming, I shall take my leave. Zhou Chang's expression darkened. Are you cursing me? I am merely stating the facts. Lin Ming echoed Zhou Chong's earlier words. How intriguing, Zhou Chong mused with a smirk. Do you possess genuine talent, or are you simply overstepping your bounds? Young Master Zhou, my brother Lin truly possesses remarkable abilities. You would do well to hear him out, Li Hongyuan interjected at an opportune moment. Can you not exercise a modicum of patience? Han Chanyu added, fine, I concede my earlier brashness. Pray tell, Master Lin, what calamity does Zhou Chong face? Zhou Chong sneered, his tone suggesting an apology while his demeanor betrayed no intention of contrition. Lin Ming remained unfazed. He had indeed been a scoundrel in the past, and ordinary individuals would likely look down upon him. Let alone someone of Zhou Chang's stature. Young Master Zhou, do you possess a batch of red wine imported from abroad? Lin Ming inquired. Zhou Chong laughed derisively. I am in the wine business, and I have an abundance of red wine at my disposal. It's not merely a single batch, but rather several, over 10 in fact. The shipment from CH Tour comprises approximately 10,000 bottles, valued at 50 million. Lin Ming responded coolly, that batch of red wine is counterfeit and poses a lethal risk. You speak nonsense, Zhou Chong retorted angrily. I have invested the bulk of my fortune into that red wine. The quality of CH Tour is universally acknowledged. If it were merely some substandard wine, that would be one thing, but how could such premium wine possibly be fake? What absurdity are you spouting? Zhou Chang's words held truth. He had procured the wine through special channels. Of course, it was not illegal, merely unknown to his competitors. The cost per bottle, converted to RMB, was 5,000, and in the domestic market, it could easily command 4 times that amount, reaching 20,000 per bottle. Given his status, many wealthy individuals and influential figures had already pre-ordered the shipment. Eagerly awaiting the official sale by Chongyun Winery to support it, once sold, Zhou Chong would instantly transform into a billionaire, and the name of Chongyun Winery would be firmly established. With such thoughts, Zhou Chong had spent several sleepless nights in excitement, often fantasizing about earning his father's and grandfather's praise for his accomplishments, proving his worth independently. And now, however, the charlatan claimed that the wine was counterfeit? Chapter 17. A sudden reckoning. The sensation was akin to preparing to reach a peak of ecstasy only to discover that the partner was a man. Zhou Chong could not accept such a revelation. Provide evidence. Gasping for breath, Zhou Chong resembled a furious beast, his eyes blazing. Those who dare mock me do not meet favorable endings. If you cannot substantiate your claims today, do not expect me to spare Li Hongyuan any courtesy. Unfazed, Lin Ming replied with a calm smile, perhaps young Master Zhou has truly placed all his hopes on this batch of red wine, but have you ever considered verifying its authenticity? Zhou Chong faltered. Verify the wine. He had collaborated with the supplier multiple times, profiting over 20 million, and since Latour had never produced counterfeit wine, he had never contemplated such a verification. It appears you have not. Lin Ming shrugged. In that case, let us forego any further discussion and proceed with the verification. Observing Lin Ming's confident demeanor, Zhou Chong felt a flicker of anxiety. Zhou Chong, verifying the wine is a necessary procedure. Let us heed Mr. Lin's advice. Point 1 bottle of red wine is merely 5,000. If you are hesitant, I shall cover the cost. Han Qianyu jested. His temperament was steady, unlike Zhou Chang's, as he harbored no certainty that Lin Ming had merely stumbled upon good fortune with the mutai. In contrast to Zhou Chong, Han Qianyu was more intrigued to ascertain the veracity of Lin Ming's claims. No need. If Master Lin is mistaken, then let him bear the cost of the 5,000. Zhou Chong glared at Lin Ming, a hint of defiance in his expression. Even his address shifted to the slightly mocking Master Lin. And what if I am correct? Lin Ming countered. Zhou Chang's eyelids twitched. If Lin Ming proved accurate, it would transcend mere financial implications. Not just he, but even his father and retired grandfather would suffer the consequences. With that thought, Zhou Chong ceased any further argument and swiftly retrieved his phone. Shall we, regarding the batch of red wine recently imported from Latour, bring 1. No, bring 3 bottles to the Quality Supervision Testing Center for verification. Zhou Chong commanded. Brother Chong, 3 bottles? Is that truly necessary? Each bottle is worth over 20,000 in the domestic market. 3 bottles amount to over 60,000. Why the sudden urgency? Silence. Do as I say, immediately, Zhou Chong shouted. After hanging up, he continued to fixate on Lin Ming. What are you staring at? Lin Ming teased. If your glare could kill, I would have perished 1,000 times over. Lin Ming harbored no concerns about the wine's authenticity. He foresaw that Zhou Chang's batch would indeed lead to the demise of numerous individuals, including wealthy elites. Of this information would rapidly circulate online, leading to Zhou Chang's arrest and subsequent imprisonment for the rest of his life. His father, Zhou Mingli, the mayor of Blue Island City, would face severe consequences, ultimately choosing to take his own life after repeatedly apologizing to the families of the deceased. The last to succumb would be Zhou Chang's grandfather, the former governor of Donglin Province, Zhou Wenian. Already in fragile health, he could not bear the weight of his grandson's imprisonment and son's tragic death, ultimately passing away from the overwhelming grief. Thus, due to this batch of red wine, the once esteemed Zhou family, known for their integrity and dedication to public service, faced utter ruin. Lin Ming harbored no desire for such virtuous individuals to meet an undeserved fate, as it would spell disaster for the nearly 20 million citizens of Blue Island City. Hence, his intervention was not solely to befriend Zhou Chong but also driven by these considerations. With the outcome clear in his mind, Lin Ming felt no trepidation towards Zhou Chong once the truth unfolded. Zhou Chang's current bravado would swiftly dissipate. As time progressed, half an hour swiftly elapsed. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Lin Ming sipped his tea languidly, occasionally expressing admiration. Zhou Chong, in stark contrast, appeared on the verge of losing his composure, while Li Hongyuan sat uncomfortably, yearning to speak yet hesitant to do so. Only Han Qianyu occasionally uttered a few words to ease the tension. But upon noticing the silence enveloping the room, he too grew disinclined to speak further. Thus, another 10 minutes slipped by. Grandfather, your grandson is calling again. Grandfather, your grandson is calling again. The shrill ringtone of a mobile phone suddenly shattered the collective reverie. An amusing ringtone. Lin Ming chuckled as he glanced at Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong scoffed, answering the call. Is there a result? Chong, brother Chong on the other end. Xiao Wei's voice quivered, nearly breaking into tears. A heaviness settled in Zhou Chang's heart, an ominous premonition surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, draining the color from his face. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Speak, fake wine. It is all fake wine. All 3 bottles are counterfeit. Xiao Wei exclaimed sharply. The barcodes and the labels in both Chinese and English are correct, but the sulfur dioxide levels are severely excessive. And damn it, they mixed in a large quantity of industrial alcohol. Zhou Chong felt a jolt course through him, as if struck by lightning. Xiao Wei continued. Brother Chong, they are playing us for fools. They are deliberately setting a trap for you. Consuming this wine could be fatal. With a clatter, the phone slipped from Zhou Chang's grasp, crashing to the ground. He could no longer bear to listen to Xiao Hui's subsequent words. His mind was consumed by 2 words: fake wine, fake wine, fake wine. The wine he had purchased for 50 million, the very vessel of all his hopes, turned out to be counterfeit. No, this cannot be true. It is impossible. Zhou Chong picked up the phone once more, frantically dialing the foreign supplier, but the number had already been disconnected. Undeterred, he sought alternative means to reach them, yet every attempt met with failure. They had vanished completely. Damn it, Zhou Chong roared, shattering the phone into smithereens. Even the dimmest among Han Chanyu and Li Hongyuan understood the gravity of the situation. Li Hongyuan struggled to suppress his own agitation. Mindful that young Master Zhou was still in a furious state, displaying his own emotions would certainly not be prudent. Han Chanyu, on the other hand, observed Lin Ming's silhouette and suddenly found the man somewhat terrifying. Mr. Lin. Han Chanyu swallowed hard. Please speak, Mr. Han, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Is this truly what you deduced? Han Chanyu inquired. How I came to know is of little consequence. What matters is that the Zhou family has successfully escaped the precipice. Lin Ming asserted, emphasizing Zhou family with particular weight. Zhou Chong's awareness snapped into focus. He gazed at Lin Ming, drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling, rendered incapable of standing. Ultimately, he sank to his knees before Lin Ming. Zhou Chong, young Master Zhou, Han Chanyu and Li Hongyuan gasped in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Young Master Zhou, what are you doing? Lin Ming hurriedly supported Zhou Chong, for even someone as formidable as himself could not allow the esteemed heir of Blue Island City to kneel before him. Thank you, Zhou Chong murmured, overwhelmed with trepidation, his mind struggling to form coherent words. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had this batch of red wine been sold. It was not merely ordinary aristocrats and wealthy elites who had reserved this wine, but also several prominent young gentlemen from the provincial government. If they had consumed the wine, and if any were to perish, Zhou Chong would have 10 heads to lose, his father would suffer unwarranted calamity, and his grandfather's temper would likely be enough to kill him outright. Yet today, with just a few words, Lin Ming had averted a cataclysmic disaster for the Zhou family. Zhou Chong swore that absent Lin Ming's timely warning, he would never have thought to test the wine, for he had placed unwavering trust in the foreign supplier. With a sudden slap, Zhou Chong struck himself across the face and then deeply bowed to Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming did not intervene. A rational person ought to behave as Zhou Chong had. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. If it were not for you, I fear I would not have many days left to live. Thank you, truly thank you. Zhou Chong's forehead nearly touched the ground. You flatter yourself, young Master Zhou. No harm was done. It is due to your good character that you were able to heed the warning, thus avoiding disaster. Lin Ming reassured him, once again helping Zhou Chong to his feet. Mr. Lin, I am not a fool. I understand the dire consequences should this red wine be sold, Zhou Chong declared, gazing at Lin Ming. Though this time his demeanor was no longer frigid, but rather imbued with warmth. It was a testament to Lin Ming's prior assertion. How ruthless he was then, how meek he appeared now. Mr. Lin, you are a benefactor of the Zhou family, a benefactor to me, Zhou Chong. If you would do me the honor, I shall henceforth call you Brother Lin. Let it be known, should you require assistance in the future, I, Zhou Chong, shall never decline. Zhou Chong continued, such kindness from young Master Zhou is truly appreciated. I am indeed a few years your senior. Addressing each other as brothers is entirely appropriate. Lin Ming chuckled heartily. Li Hongyuan, observing the exchange, felt a pang of envy, recognizing Lin Ming's remarkable ability to command respect from the high and mighty Zhou Chong with just a few words. He was also astounded by Lin Ming's predictive prowess, which had proven eerily accurate time and again. From Zhang Chonghui of Haining Network to Lin Jiehua's concert, to the soaring prices of Feitian Maotai, culminating in this very moment, each instance had unfolded without error. If Li Hongyuan had harbored any lingering doubts previously, they were now dispelled. Prior to this, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had no connection, existing in wholly separate realms. Apart from his prophetic skills, Li Hongyuan found it difficult to comprehend how Lin Ming had discerned the wine's true nature. Han, let us host a banquet. Today, I must drink heartily with Brother Lin, and we won't return until we're thoroughly inebriated, Zhou Chong declared to Han Chanyu. Absolutely, absolutely, let us go to the Tianyang Hotel owned by the Hongning family. Shall we? Han Chanyu replied with a broad smile, as he and Zhou Chong shared a close friendship. Zhou Chong's narrow escape from peril naturally brought him joy as well, even though you've averted disaster. You've still incurred a loss of 50 million, aren't you concerned? Li Chong teased. Money is merely a trifle, it can be earned anew, but if my life were to be lost, that would truly be the end. Zhou Chong laughed. His attitude earned Lin Ming's admiration, revealing that he, like Li Hongyuan, was a man who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Of course, it was possible that Zhou Chong also harbored intentions of forging a friendship with Lin Ming. Yet there was no need to expose such thoughts. Subsequently, Han Chanyu reserved a private room for lunch at the Tianyang Hotel, and with time still shy of 11 o'clock, they lingered over tea a while longer. According to Han Chanyu, the exquisite De Hong Pao just brewed should not go to waste. After all, however, compared to before, the atmosphere had markedly improved. Zhou Chong displayed an adoring demeanor, having shed the earlier haughty attitude. Having witnessed Lin Ming's capabilities, Han Chanyu dared not offend him, remaining exceedingly courteous. Li Hongyuan needed no further encouragement. Before today, he would have never dared to approach someone of Zhou Chong's stature. Yet after Lin Ming had salvaged the Zhou family from disaster, Zhou Chong's attitude toward Li Hongyuan had undergone a complete transformation. The reason was simple: Lin Ming was introduced by Li Hongyuan. The adage one person gains enlightenment, an all-around benefit perhaps encapsulated this principle perfectly just then, as the group engaged in lively conversation, a knock echoed at Han Shan-yu's office door. Apologies, with polite nods toward Lin Ming. Han Shan-yu said, "Come in," and the two-tone panel door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a black uniform and short skirt. "Mr. Han, I am Chen Jia from the project department. Director Liu is in a meeting. So I am here to report on." Before Chen Jia could finish, her words faltered as she beheld Lin Ming seated on the sofa. "Is it truly you?" Chen Jia rubbed her eyes vigorously. Disbelief etched on her face. So it was indeed him. How could this be possible? How did Lin Ming find himself in Mr. Han's office, appearing so amiable and poised? "I have been searching for you. But couldn't he find you?" Lin Ming smiled. The scene left Han Shan-yu and Zhou Chong utterly bewildered. "Mr. Lin, do you two know each other?" Han Shan-yu inquired. We do not," Lin Ming and Chen Jia spoke in unison. Han Shan-yu glanced between Lin Ming and Chen Jia. "Well, it's not that we don't know each other, it's just," Chen Jia stammered, her cheeks flushed, observing Chen Jia's flustered expression. Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "No wonder she had such an adorable daughter. Chen Jia was inherently charming. I like her," Lin Ming suddenly declared. At this revelation, all present fell into a stunned silence. "Don't say such things," Chen Jia protested, stamping her foot in distress. "Brother Lin, are you joking?" Zhou Chong's lips twitched. Given Lin Ming's capabilities, what sort of woman could he not attract? Why would he fancy such an ordinary employee? Well, perhaps not entirely ordinary. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her circumstances were quite unremarkable. "Yes, I like her," Lin Ming stated, fixing his gaze on Chen Jia, enunciating each word. "I love her to the core. If I cannot become her man, if I cannot provide her with the most beautiful and happiest life, then my remaining days will be akin to living in hell." Chen Jia stared at Lin Ming in a daze. Momentarily at a loss for words, though she found it hard to believe his sentiments, she had to acknowledge that since their marriage she had not heard such declarations from Lin Ming. As for the others, Li Hongyuan remained relatively composed, having a semblance of understanding regarding Lin Ming and Chen Jia's history. Zhou Chong and Han Shan-yu were utterly bewildered. "Is this a confession? So direct? I really need to learn from Brother Lin. His divination skills are impressive, and he has quite the charmer as well." Zhou Chang's admiration for Lin Ming deepened. Chapter 19. It seems he has truly changed. Although he was uncertain about the nature of Lin Ming's relationship with Chen Jia, it was evident from Lin Ming's words that he genuinely loved Chen Jia deeply and profoundly. "Who would have thought that Mr. Lin's beloved would turn out to be someone so close to me? It is as if a flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, and family no longer recognizes family." Han Shan-yu chuckled. "Mr. Han, it's not what you think," Chen Jia attempted to explain. However, Han Shan-yu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us set aside the report for now. Please follow up on the Huazhong and Tingguang projects. I'll speak to Director Liu, and from now on you'll be responsible for these projects." Chen Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. The Huazhong and Tingguang projects had long been well established. With both parties having collaborated for several years, it was essentially a golden opportunity. Whoever took it on would surely prosper. Not only would it ensure a comfortable life, but it would also eliminate the need for strenuous effort. Many employees had privately expressed their envy for these projects, yet they had always been under Director Liu's purview, making it unattainable even for seasoned staff, let alone someone like Chen Jia, a mere junior employee. How could this be? How could such a substantial opportunity suddenly fall into her lap? Instinctively, Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming. It must be because of him. It was certainly due to his words that Mr. Han decided to entrust her with these projects. But why? What capability did Lin Ming possess that warranted such regard from Mr. Han, even a hint of respect? Her mind was a whirlwind. Chen Jia bit her lip. "Mr. Han, I am deeply grateful for your generosity, but I have only been in my position for less than a year, and my qualifications are insufficient. I fear I may not be up to the task." "You are Mr. Lin's beloved. I believe you possess this capability," Han Shan-yu replied. Chen Jia felt as if her worldview was being turned upside down just because Lin Ming expressed his affection for her. Mr. Han believed she was capable? What kind of logic is that? Is there truly a connection? Yet, Chen Jia comprehended completely. It was indeed because of Lin Ming that Mr. Han treated her so favorably. Han Shan-yu's words nearly made it explicit. Clearing his throat, Han Shan-yu said, "But we will be dining with Mr. Lin shortly. Would you like to join us?" Chen Jia snapped back to reality, ignoring Lin Ming's expectant gaze. She shook her head. "I have work to attend to." "I won't disturb you, Mr. Han." "Very well, until next time," Han Shan-yu said warmly, which made Chen Jia feel uncomfortable, prompting her to hastily exit this office that felt like another world. Watching Chen Jia's figure fade away, Lin Ming could not hide his disappointment. "Brother Lin, your taste is impeccable. Chen Jia is clearly a wonderful woman. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed at the prospect of the projects Mr. Han just mentioned, let alone refuse." Zhou Chong chimed in. "You don't understand." Lin Ming shook his head. "Since you've investigated me before, you must also know about the reckless things I've done. In fact, Chen Jia is my ex-wife. We divorced just a week ago." Zhou Chong. This flattery has backfired. Brother Lin, a reformed rogue is worth more than gold. I believe if you persist, your sister-in-law will surely reconsider." Li Hongyuan patted Lin Ming on the shoulder, sighing. Lin Ming collected his thoughts and, noticing Zhou Chang's gaze upon him, smiled. Young Master Zhou, do not follow my path. Zhou Chang's face flushed. Brother Lin, I don't even have a girlfriend, it's too early for me to think about such things. Laughter erupted among the group. As mealtime approached, they descended to the lobby, boarding Han Chanya's Lincoln Navigator. Heading straight for the Tianyang Hotel, only after they left did Qinjia secretly emerge from the project department. What on earth just happened? Qinjia murmured. Hey, suddenly a hand clapped her shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she found it was her colleague and best friend from the project department, Xinyu. Though Xinyu was 3 years younger than Qinjia, she was technically Qinjia's superior, thanks to Xinyu's assistance. Qinjia had quickly secured her position, and she felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards her. What are you doing? You scared me to death, Qinjia exclaimed, clutching her chest. Xinyu looked on with envy. Sister Chen, you are so well endowed, you hardly look like a woman who has given birth. I'm so jealous. Qinjia's cheeks flushed. You little rascal, if you dare speak nonsense again, I'll take care of you. Hee, Xinyu replied playfully. Sister Chen, you've been standing here for a few minutes. What are you looking at? Nothing. Qinjia shook her head. Liar. I saw you staring at Mr. Han and the others. You're not thinking of making a move on Mr. Han, are you? Before Qinjia could respond, Xinyu continued. But Mr. Han is indeed a diamond bachelor. Becoming the executive president of the branch at such a young age, he will surely rise even higher. Any woman who marries him would surely wake up smiling from her dreams. What are you thinking? You love gossiping too much. Qinjia rolled her eyes. ISNT at Mr. Han. That man in his 40s is definitely not on the radar. It must be one of the other two. Xinyu reasoned. One of them, I heard, is the son of the top official in Blue Island City named Zhou Chong. It's best not to think about him. He is even harder to approach than Mr. Han. The last one seems promising. He can joke around with Mr. Han, so he must be quite impressive. And most importantly, he is really handsome. As she spoke, Xinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. You little rascal, do you believe I'll tell your boyfriend about your comments? Qinjia retorted, at a loss for words. What is there to fear? Speaking isn't illegal, and besides, I don't even have a boyfriend. Xinyu shook her head. After a moment of silence, Qinjia finally said, the one you consider the most handsome is my ex-husband. His name is Lin Ming. What? Xinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister Chen, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Why would I lie to you? It's true, Qinjia replied. Oh my goodness, I had no idea your brother-in-law was this handsome. He doesn't seem like the kind of person you described. At this point, Xinyu quickly fell silent, lightly slapping her face with her hand. Sister Chen, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up something painful. Actually, I believe there is some truth to the saying that handsome men are often scoundrels. Let them all go. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. Qinjia had not openly discussed her past with Lin Ming, only occasionally mentioning a few things to Xinyu, so Xinyu had a general understanding of him. Despite Lin Ming not appearing to be the type Qinjia described, Xinyu still believed her friend, especially since she had often noticed bruises on Qinjia's face and body. Moreover, given Qinjia's character, she would not have chosen divorce unless she was left with no other option. He looks charming, but it's merely a facade. Such a person will eventually face retribution, Xinyu defended Qinjia. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Qinjia murmured, he seems to have truly changed. I can't see that happening, Xinyu replied. A leopard cannot change its spots. Sister Chen, you've already escaped the sea of suffering. Don T let him deceive you again. True, Qinjia smiled sadly, and now that she had her daughter Xian and had become a mother, she had to face reality and couldn't afford to be naive any longer. After all these years, had Lin Ming ever changed? If he could change, he would have done so long ago. Chapter 20. Flies are everywhere. Tianyang Hotel, as one of the landmark buildings in Blue Island City, combines dining, entertainment, accommodation, and sightseeing into one, standing at a height of 312 meters with 78 floors, making it the second tallest building in Blue Island City. According to Zhou Chong and Han Chanyu, Tianyang Hotel was built by their good friend Hong Ning, which clearly wasn't an exaggeration. There was no need to boast, illustrating the extensive connections of these high-ranking individuals. The private room was booked in the Tianzi Pavilion on the 58th floor. One of the hotel's most luxurious rooms, adorned with an opulent design that exuded an ancient charm. As everyone settled in, Zhou Chong turned to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, I heard that Hong Ning's friend has arrived, and he insists on meeting you. I hope it won't disturb your enjoyment. How could it be a disturbance? The esteemed young master of Tianyang Group, I would welcome him with open arms. Lin Ming chuckled. That's great. Zhou Chong nodded. Just then, an exclamation rang out from outside the private room. Due to the anticipation of Hong Ning's arrival, the door remained slightly ajar, allowing a clear view of the interior. Lin Ming turned to see a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing there with two others behind him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming recalled that the man was named Zhang Yundong, a college classmate and one of his former rivals in love. Qinjia, being exceptionally beautiful, had never lacked admirers, and Zhang Yundong was among the most distinguished, with a decent family background, good looks, and excellent academic performance. He was later recommended for graduate studies. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, Chen Jia had never regarded him as anything more than an acquaintance. To her, Lin Ming was the only one who mattered. Years have passed. And to Lin Ming's surprise, Zhang Yundong was still able to recognize him at first glance. He politely rose to his feet and smiled. So it's you. It's been so many years since we last met. And you exude even more grandeur than during our school days. Upon realizing that Lin Ming was acquainted with Zhang Yundong, Li Hongyuan, Zhou Chong, and Han Chanyu also stood up, intending to greet him. However, to their dismay, as Zhang Yundong entered the private room, he remarked, "Of course, who else would be like you, Lin, a celebrated figure in school, only to become a complete failure in society?" The heavy sarcasm in his tone and his condescending demeanor caused the smiles on Zhou Chong and the others' faces to falter. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that this individual would hold such a grudge after all these years, still fixating on trivial matters from their past. Each person has the right to choose whom they associate with. If one cannot attain something, why must they harbor resentment? Little did he know that for Zhang Yundong, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. During their university days, Lin Ming had indeed been the center of attention, inciting jealousy in many, including Zhang Yundong. Zhang Yundong had been nearly beaten up by Lin Ming for persistently pursuing Chen Jia. While Lin Ming brushed off the incident, Zhang Yundong could not forget it. After graduation, he remained fixated, stealthily inquiring within their circle about Lin Ming and Chen Jia. The results he uncovered nearly left him in stitches. They had indeed married, however, due to a failed business venture. Lin Ming's temperament had drastically changed. He was now not only prone to domestic violence against Chen Jia but had also devolved into a hopeless alcoholic and gambler. In stark contrast, Zhang Yundong's current achievements placed them worlds apart. He had tried more than 10 times to discover Lin Ming and Chen Jia's whereabouts, hoping to avenge past grievances and perhaps win over the woman of his dreams, yet he had never succeeded. As none of their classmates knew where they lived. To his astonishment, today, while discussing a collaboration at Tianyang Hotel, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Ming. Truly, the heavens had opened their eyes, and good fortune had come double. "I've heard about your situation," Zhang Yundong said, scrutinizing Lin Ming with a derisive laugh. "You certainly dress the part, but I suspect you are still up to your old tricks of deceit. It's no surprise. Considering you've honed such skills to perfection." Lin Ming's expression darkened. "Zhang Yundong, it has been so many years. For the sake of our shared alma mater, let us not make this awkward." "Awkward? Ha, I believe it's your tricks that I've exposed, leaving you in a rather embarrassing position." Zhang Yundong laughed heartily. "After all these years, I finally have the chance to settle this score. Weren't you quite arrogant back in university? Didn't you want to fight me? Come on, hit me. Let us see if you dare. You little brat. Society is far more complex and unforgiving than university life. What good is your handsome face? Can it fill your stomach? Look at your failed business. I heard you have a penchant for hitting women, even your own child. What a monstrous creature you are. I truly cannot fathom how Chen Jia ever saw anything in you, or why she would follow you so devotedly. Frankly speaking, you don't even deserve to carry my shoes." As he spoke with increasing fervor, Zhang Yundong's once handsome visage twisted in rage. He gestured behind him. "Bring me my bag." Immediately someone handed him a leather bag. Zhang Yundong unzipped it and tossed several stacks of bright red bills onto the table. "Lin Ming, I know you love money. Here is 50,000 yuan. But if you kneel and apologize to me now, and let Chen Jia accompany me for a few days, this money is yours." At this, Zhou Chong and the others could no longer contain themselves. Just an hour ago, they had witnessed Lin Ming's affection for Chen Jia, and now this scoundrel was demanding Lin Ming convince her to accompany him. Was he seeking a death wish? Zhou Chong glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression remained unnervingly calm as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yundong, making it impossible for anyone to discern his thoughts. In contrast, Zhang Yundong was intoxicated with his own bravado, mistakenly believing that Lin Ming was too afraid to retaliate. "Lin Good, you dare call him that? Ha!" Zhang Yundong ruffled Zhou Chang's hair. "Youngster, you're still wet behind the ears, aren't you? Today, I'll give you a hand, but don't let him trick you. This pathetic creature, dressed so formally, is surely plotting to swindle you. Be careful not to lose everything." Zhou Chang's face darkened, nearly dripping with fury. "I've grown up this much, and apart from my parents and grandfather, no one has ever dared mess with my hair." "What, you still don't accept it? I'll mess with it all I want. What will you do about it?" Zhang Yundong continued to ruffle his hair, nearly driving Zhou Chong to the brink of explosion. Had it not been for Lin Ming, he would have charged at him. "And you too." Zhang Yundong pointed at Li Hongyuan and Han Chanyu, displaying his audacity. In his reckless arrogance, he had completely forgotten that they were in the most prestigious private room of Tianyang Hotel, assuming anyone associated with Lin Ming was beneath him. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Associating with such trash will lead to your downfall." Zhang Yundong sneered. Han Chanyu, though composed, was not without temper. It was the first time he had been insulted so brazenly. "You seem to think quite highly of yourself. May I inquire about your background?" he said. "Listen to what?" Zhou Chong gritted his teeth. "Lingu, just say the word, and I'll take him down right now." "Oh, you think you can take action, just a few of you? Are you even worthy?" Zhang Yundong scoffed, turning to Han Chanyu. "What makes you think you have the right to question my background? You seem quite displeased. Why don't you enlighten us on your own? Han Chanyu glanced at Lin Ming, who merely smiled and said, since he wishes to know, why not enlighten him? Han Chanyu then declared. TUI International Executive President for the Huaguo District in Donglan Province, Han Chanyu, Chapter 21, you certainly deserve it. While Zhang Yundong might not recognize Han Chanyu, the name TUI International was well known to anyone with even a modicum of professional experience. For Zhang Yundong, the significance of Han Chanyu's position was overshadowed by the gravity of TUI International itself. Since graduating, Zhang Yundong had worked at an advertising firm and recently ascended to the position of deputy director. He understood all too well what the title executive president entailed. It represented the highest decision maker for TUI International in Donglan Province. The disparity between a deputy director and an executive president was unmistakable. Zhang Yundong's face reddened, as if he had swallowed a fly. Based on his limited understanding of Lin Ming, he found it hard to believe that Lin Ming was worthy of associating with such a figure. Just then, Han Chanyu produced a business card. This is my card, he stated. Zhang Yundong took the card and saw the words TUI International, Han Chanyu, and executive president alongside Han Chanyu's photograph. The resemblance was uncanny. Leaving Zhang Yundong's complexion ashen, as if struck by lightning, cold sweat pouring from him. Although his advertising firm had no direct ties to TUI International, he was well aware of Han Chanyu's influence. Moreover, his firm had long sought collaboration with TUI International. If he could establish a connection, he would not hesitate to usurp the director's position. Realizing this, Zhang Yundong opened his mouth, only to find his throat dry and unable to voice a sound. Han Chanyu's identity had genuinely shocked him, and he instinctively glanced at Li Hongyuan and Zhou Chong, as if seeking validation. It seems you two are curious about who we are, Lin Ming remarked coolly. Li Hongyuan immediately produced a business card, proclaiming, General Manager of Hongyuan Finance, Li Hongyuan, Hongyuan Finance. Zhang Yundong's face twitched uncontrollably, his expression bewildered Li Hongyuan, who was taken aback. Had Hongyuan Finance attained such a level of notoriety? What Zhang Yundong was unaware of was that his immediate superior, the director of the advertising firm, had borrowed funds from Hongyuan Finance. While Li Hongyuan treated Lin Ming decently, the same could not be said for the director, who often wore a distressed expression, occasionally sporting bruises from being pressured for repayment by Hongyuan Finance. Zhang Yundong was exasperated. His superior frequently borrowed money from him, claiming Hongyuan Finance was demanding repayment. In Zhang Yundong's mind, the name Hongyuan Finance resonated even more than executive president Han Changyu. At least Han Chanyu was a reputable figure, while someone like Li Hongyuan was capable of anything. Zhou Chong, you need not introduce yourself. He isn't worthy of knowing. As Zhou Chong prepared to speak, Lin Ming quickly gestured for him to stop. Zhou Chong cast a grateful glance at Lin Ming, understanding that he was looking out for him. He had wanted to step in for Lin Ming, but given the implications, it would only lead to further complications if someone with ulterior motives fanned the flames. Lin Ming's timely intervention provided him a reprieve, filling him with gratitude and admiration for Lin Ming's character. In truth, Zhou Chong was hardly necessary. Merely the presence of Li Hongyuan and Han Chanyu had already rendered Zhang Yundong's legs weak with trepidation. One was the general manager of Hongyuan Financial Management, while the other held the title of executive president at TUI International. And then there was that young man whose identity he felt unworthy to know. Zhang Yundong was filled with a desire to slap himself. In the presence of such formidable figures, he had referred to himself as grandfather, and had even tousled their hair. Zhang Yundong was on the verge of tears. Brother Han Chong, haha, are you all anxious now? Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the private room. Hong Ning, a man of impressive stature, was of a similar age to Zhou Chong, yet his muscular frame and towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches made him a sight to behold. The most amusing aspect was he sported a shaved head. Had one not known him, they would never suspect that such a person could be the heir to the multi-billion yuan Tianyang Group. Hong Ning seemed oblivious to the unusual atmosphere until he stepped into the private room and laid eyes on Zhang Yundong. Director Zhang, Hong Ning inquired, puzzled, what are you doing here? Do you know each other? Know each other? Not at all. Before Zhang Yundong could respond, Zhou Chong scoffed, monk, what is going on with you? I recall my father emphasizing when he granted you this land that Tianyang Group must be used to develop a high-end hotel. And now look at what has happened. Any sort of scoundrel can gain entry. Hong Ning furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Zhou Chang's character. Though he was proud, he was not one to be blinded by status. So this comment was undoubtedly pointed. Coupled with Zhou Chang's current demeanor and the way he scrutinized Zhang Yundong, Hong Ning began to piece together the situation. Director Zhang is here to discuss collaboration with me. What has transpired? Hong Ning queried. Did it succeed? Zhou Chong retorted with a sidelong glance. Almost. Hong Ning admitted. Well, now it's fallen through. Zhou Chong declared. This Zhang Yundong's expression changed dramatically. He had spent over half a year crafting a proposal to collaborate with Tianyang Hotel, revising and refining it time and again. That he had poured his heart and soul into it, and the company had consistently allocated resources to support him. After enduring so much, to have it all fall apart at such a crucial moment? Hong, you have seen that proposal. Our partnership would certainly lead to a mutually beneficial outcome. Zhang Yundong's voice quavered with emotion. Hold your tongue, Hong Ning interjected, glancing back at Zhou Chong. What is really going on here? Zhou Chong gestured at his own hair. Does this hairstyle look good to you? Hong Ning scoffed. It's hideous. Exactly. Zhou Chong pointed at Zhang Yundong. He was the one who just messed with my hair. Hong Ning was taken aback for a moment. The next instant, he turned to Zhang Yundong, his expression darkening ominously. You dared to mess with his hair? Hong Ning asked. Thud. Zhang Yundong was so terrified that he collapsed to the floor. Hong, esteemed bosses, I am blind to my own folly. I do not recognize greatness. I deserve to die. I dot smack. Hong Ning delivered a resounding slap at his imposing physique translated to formidable strength, and that single blow nearly knocked Zhang Yundong unconscious. You certainly deserve it, Hong Ning roared. You dare to mess with Zhou Chang's hair. Tell me, what is it that you wouldn't dare do? If you don't deserve to die, then who does? Slap, slap, slap. The sound of consecutive slaps reverberated throughout the private room. Zhang Yundong's expensive gold-rimmed glasses shattered into pieces, while the two individuals behind him watched in stunned silence, too afraid to even breathe. Enough. If you continue, you might end up with blood on your hands. Lin Ming suddenly interjected. Hong Ning halted his actions and turned to Lin Ming, and Zhou Chong quickly added, Monk, this is the esteemed guest I mentioned, Brother Lin Ming. Since Brother Lin has spoken, I shall spare him this dog's life. Hong Ning declared. Though he appeared simple-minded, he possessed keen insight. The respect Zhou Chong showed indicated that Lin Ming was no ordinary person, and thus addressing him as Brother Lin could only be advantageous. Lin Ming smiled and nodded, then approached Zhang Yundong. I warned you earlier not to make things so awkward. Why didn't you heed my advice? Lin Ming, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Zhang Yundong clutched at Lin Ming's trousers. I am the worthless one. I am the beast. Please spare me. I beg you. I had no intention of harming you, but your actions were excessive. After saying this, Lin Ming sat down. Not even sparing Zhang Yundong a glance. Scram, don't disrupt our meal. Seeing Lin Ming relent, Hong Ning waved him away like a pesky fly. Zhang Yundong, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the room. Wait, Lin Ming's voice halted Zhang Yundong in his tracks. If you dare to entertain thoughts against Qinjia, I'll ensure you become a eunuch. I wouldn't. Absolutely not. Zhang Yundong stammered. Return and inform your boss that I. Hong Ning, do not consent to this collaboration. Hong Ning added. Zhang Yundong dared not even entertain thoughts of collaboration. Merely leaving alive today was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 22. I would like your assistance as well. Zhang Yundong was merely a minor episode in this gathering. The others did not hold grudges, as this was a society governed by law. It was not the kind of place where one would be killed over a few words. After Zhang Yundong's departure, the private room returned to its previous harmonious state. Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you. Zhou Chong smiled. This fellow is Hong Ning, the future heir of Tianyang Group. I don't know what his peculiar obsession is, but he simply loves to shave his head. I've taken to calling him Monk. Get lost. Didn't I tell you already? A shaved head is comfortable, tidy, and clean. Are you incapable of understanding simple language? Hong Ning shot Zhou Chong a glare. Clean on the top is superficial. Being clean underneath is what truly matters. Han Changyu chimed in with a laugh. Brother Han, you've truly learned from this guy. Hong Ning replied, exasperated. In an instant, he turned to Lin Ming with a smile. Since Zhou Chong calls you Brother Lin, I'll do the same from now on. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope you'll take care of me in the future. Flattery, Lin Ming replied, shaking hands with Hong Ning. While everyone engaged in conversation, an array of delectable dishes was served. As Blue Island City was coastal, the seafood in this season was plentiful, and most of the dishes were composed of local seafood. Remarkably, even locals often found it difficult to enjoy authentic local seafood, let alone someone like Lin Ming, an outsider. Unless one ventured out to see themselves, the prices for high-quality seafood could be exorbitantly high. Crabs could easily command 200 to 300 yuan per pound, while mantis shrimp could reach 60 to 70 yuan for ordinary fishermen. Consuming such delicacies was hardly feasible compared to selling them for cash. Brother Lin, do try this hairy crab. Hong Ning offered Lin Ming a hairy crab. These were just caught this morning, incredibly fat, and they've been kept in a seafood tank, so the freshness is unparalleled. During their earlier chat, Zhou Chong had already informed Hong Ning about the wine situation. Hong Ning, astonished by Lin Ming's capabilities and grateful for his friend's salvation, treated Lin Ming with particular warmth. To be honest, this was Lin Ming's first experience with such top-tier hairy crabs. Previously, he had neither the funds nor the time. Even when he had borrowed over 800,000 from Hongyuan Financial Management, he had lost it all at the gambling table. When it came to dining, Lin Ming had truly not savored any gourmet delicacies. Yet, gazing at the hairy crab on his plate, Lin Ming was reminded of Qinjia and Xian. He had never tasted such delights, had they ever, at least back when he had money for drinking and gambling. Qinjia had to tighten her belt, barely able to afford meat when grocery shopping. She had to wake up early and return late, toiling tirelessly just to make ends meet while he indulged. Brother Lin, why aren't you eating? Don't you like seafood? Zhou Chang's voice broke Lin Ming's reverie. Like it, of course. Haha, who wouldn't enjoy such earthly delights? Lin Ming replied with a smile. He then turned to Hong Ning and asked, Hong, when this hairy crab graces the table, it must start at 5 to 600 yuan, right? 888 yuan per pound. And brother Lin, just call me by my name. Or you can call me Monk like a chong. This Hong business feels too distant. Hong Ning feigned annoyance. Ha, if you don't mind, I'll call you Monk from now on. It indeed feels much closer, Lin Ming said. He inwardly marveled at the exorbitant profits of such high-end hotels. The procurement cost for those hairy crabs was nearly 2 to 300, yet they were priced near 1,000 here. While there were costs involved, the profit margins were still substantial. In a BMW 5 Series. Zhang Yundong sat in the back seat. The two individuals he had brought along were one driving and the other in the front passenger seat. Director Zhang, they were far too arrogant, weren't they? To strike someone in broad daylight, this is illegal. Should we report this? The driver grumbled. I saw a news story a few days ago about a hotel front desk getting hit by a drunk. And it cost 1,000 yuan per slap. Right. I also saw that. Director Zhang's injuries are more severe, and if they determine it to be a minor injury, the compensation will be even greater. The passenger chimed in, and what about that young man? Regardless of his connections, he cannot be so audacious as to disregard Director Zhang. Shut your mouths. What use is hindsight? What were you doing just now? Zhang Yundong scolded, yet the two were not entirely wrong. Now that he had regained his composure, he indeed harbored thoughts of seeking compensation. Hong Ning's strength was staggering. Zhang Yundong still felt a burning sensation on his face and a foggy head. Were he to visit the hospital now, a diagnosis of at least a concussion would be inevitable. He pulled out his phone and searched for the name Zhou Chong. Soon, numerous links regarding Zhou Chong began to emerge. Zhang Yundong, utilizing provincial and city addresses, ultimately pinpointed a piece of information. Zhou Chong, general manager of Chongyun Wine Industry and legal representative Chongyun Wine Industry. Zhang Yundong furrowed his brow, intending to search for details about Chongyun Wine Industry to discern the true nature of Zhou Chong. Just then, another link appeared. It was not about Zhou Chong nor about Chongyun Wine Industry, but rather about the head of Blue Island City, Zhou Mingli. Zhang Yundong's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively clicked on it. He disregarded the other information in this link. Fixating solely on a few words that left his mind blank, father-son relationship, Zhou Chong, click. Closing his phone, Zhang Yundong took a deep breath. Let today's events be as if they never happened. If anyone dares to speak of it, I shall end them. Food is of paramount importance to the people. Subsequently, everyone indulged heartily. Li Hongyuan also joined in the feasting, continually praising the fresh ingredients and exquisite flavors of Tianyang Hotel. Zhou Chong and Hong Ning, both gentlemen of privilege, were astute enough not to overlook Li Hongyuan despite the flattery directed at Lin Ming. Overall, the meal was immensely enjoyable, after several rounds of drinks. Lin Ming wiped his mouth and said, Monk, could you assist me in preparing a few more dishes? I wish to pack them up and take them home for the children. Leave it to me. Brother Lin is indeed a devoted family man, Hong Ning jested, yet Lin Ming shook his head. If I truly cared for my family, I wouldn't have ended up estranged from my wife and children. Let's get someone to prepare them. I shall be leaving shortly, Lin Ming remarked, glancing at the time. Very well, I will arrange it. Hong Ning nodded. Seeing Lin Ming's intent to depart, Han Shanyu quickly interjected, Mr. Lin, where are you staying? Allow me to drive you. Lin Ming regarded him with a smile. Offering me a ride is but a pretense. You have ulterior motives, don't you? Ahem, it's nothing serious, merely I find you so formidable that I wish for your insights. Han Shanyu replied with a slight cough. Chapter 23, You have two calamities. Lin Ming chuckled. If Han Shanyu were truly a fortune teller, he might hesitate to comply, for he himself was uncertain of the accuracy of such predictions. However, he was not a mere fortune teller, but possessed the ability to foresee the future, rendering Han Shanyu's request a trivial matter. Mr. Lin, is that permissible? Han Shanyu, concerned that Lin Ming might be unwilling, cautiously inquired. Of course, Lin Ming replied. Han Shanyu was indeed a person of significance, and when he eventually exported his special medicines overseas, Lin Ming might find it beneficial to have him indebted to him. Moreover, during their office discussions, Han Shanyu had intentionally showcased those projects to Lin Ming. It was evident to anyone, given these circumstances, Lin Ming had no reason not to assist him. Mr. Han, at 36, you remain unmarried. Perhaps you wish to discern your romantic fate, Lin Ming teased. Ha ha, laughter erupted among the group. Zhou Chong remarked, Brother Lin, you might be onto something, were it not for his frequent visits to nightclubs and the multitude of women on his WeChat. I would have assumed he was gay. Chong, have some confidence, just remove the I assumed brother Han is indeed gay. Hong Ning chimed in, you two can take a hike. Han Shanyu's face flushed crimson. Mr. Lin, please refrain from jesting. With my looks and circumstances, do you truly believe I cannot marry? Han Shanyu spoke with confidence. It was not that no one wished to marry him, rather, he had never contemplated marriage himself. If you were not seated here today, you might indeed find yourself unable to marry in the future, Lin Ming remarked with a light smile. Those brief words silenced the once lively room. Han Shanyu's expression shifted repeatedly, his breathing quickening. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Ming did not answer directly but countered. The day after tomorrow, on September 2 ND, you plan to go on a business trip, correct? Han Shanyu was taken aback. Yes, to the headquarters for a quarterly summary. A boat ticket for 9:30, departing from the Foresee port, the Poseidon. Lin Ming continued. Boom, Han Changyu's mind buzzed. He finally understood the sensation Zhou Chong had experienced earlier. Nobody knew that Han Changyu intended to take a boat overseas. Yet Lin Ming not only knew but articulated his departure time and location with precise accuracy. He even knew the name of the ship, a divine being. Han Changyu nearly knelt in awe. Zhou Chong and the others, unaware of his inner turmoil, frowned and inquired, "Brother Han, isn't the headquarters of TUI International located in Europe? Why not take a plane instead? A cruise takes too long." "What do you know?" Han Changyu shook his head. "I've been overwhelmed with work lately, feeling rather anxious. I chose the cruise primarily to unwind. Besides, the headquarters isn't urgent. A few days' delay is inconsequential, it's like a vacation." "Your anxiety stems from the impending calamity," Lin Ming observed, gazing at Han Changyu. "And there is more than one calamity." This, Han Changyu swallowed hard. The others were equally stunned into silence, awaiting Lin Ming's elaboration. "I humbly request Mr. Lin's assistance in averting disaster. I, Han Changyu, would be immensely grateful." Han Changyu rose and bowed deeply to Lin Ming. "The first calamity is that cruise. You must immediately cancel your ticket and opt for a flight. The Poseidon will encounter a thunderstorm near Valenin, with rising waves, and there will be fatalities aboard. As for the second calamity, it appears to be a romantic entanglement." Lin Ming paused, gazing at Han Changyu with a half-smile. "While in Europe. Do you have a romantic interest?" Ahem, Han Changyu nearly choked. He truly could not fathom how Lin Ming came by this knowledge. A Ukrainian woman, tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful. "You have quite the taste," Lin Ming added. Han Changyu felt utterly drained. As if his entire being had been laid bare. He had no doubt that if Lin Ming were asked to specify the dimensions of certain aspects of his anatomy, he could do so with millimeter precision. Unbeknownst to him, Han Changyu had overestimated Lin Ming's abilities. Lin Ming's talent was foresight, not clairvoyance. As Lin Ming spoke of Han Changyu's calamities, Zhou Chong and the others refrained from commenting on the matter of Ukrainian women. All eyes were fixed on Lin Ming, eagerly awaiting his insights. Moments later, Lin Ming's smile faded. "You may proceed as you wish, but it's best to remain vigilant. She has been compromised. And the mastermind is named Slankiv, also from Ukraine." Han Changyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Slankiv. It was him. Without needing to ask, Han Changyu's expression revealed that he was well aware of who Slankiv was. Li Hong Yuan and Zhou Chong gasped, while only Hong Ning maintained a skeptical demeanor. After all, the events had yet to unfold. Hong Ning had merely heard about the wine incident from Zhou Chong. To be frank, without personal experience, it was difficult to grasp the gravity of such matters. Hong Ning felt Lin Ming resembled those television charlatans who bewildered people to the point of confusion. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, thank you." Once Han Changyu regained his composure, he bowed deeply to Lin Ming once more. This time with even greater reverence. "You assisted Chen Jia, and naturally, I must repay you. Reciprocity is only fitting." Lin Ming replied. "Brother Lin," Zhou Chong suddenly interjected, "we three are the best of friends, since you've provided insights for both me and Brother Han. Might you also share with the monk?" Hong Ning's expression darkened. He personally was skeptical of such matters, and considering Lin Ming's predictions had resulted in calamities for both Zhou Chong and Han Changyu, he wondered if he would be cursed with three calamities. My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens. Hong Ning exclaimed. "Enough with your nonsense. Brother Lin's abilities are beyond your comprehension. If Brother Lin is willing to offer you insights, consider it a blessing. Sit there quietly, and if you dare spout more nonsense, we shall no longer be friends." Zhou Chong scolded. He could see that Hong Ning did not believe in Lin Ming. But he ought not to be so overt about it. There is no loss in seeking counsel. Why act so proud? What if something truly happens? Zhou Chong understood that those esteemed figures on television were often arrogant. Should they offend Lin Ming, regret would come too late. Lin Ming, however, was not as petty as Zhou Chong imagined. He smiled. "Do not worry, the monk is fortunate, and at least for the time being, he is free from troubles." "I knew it," the monk murmured. For reasons unknown, despite his disbelief, he felt a sense of relief upon hearing Lin Ming's assurance. Zhou Chong, however, remarked, "Brother Lin, do you imply that while he is fine now, there may be troubles in the future?" "Chong, what do you mean? Are you cursing me?" Hong Ning protested. "Silence." Zhou Chong continued to fix his gaze on Lin Ming. "There are indeed some issues, but it is not convenient to discuss them now. When the time comes, I shall naturally assist him." Lin Ming stated. He could help others avert calamities, but he could not alter everyone's future. Some individuals and events had yet to enter their trajectories, and thus he would not disclose them at this moment. Chapter 24. Chen Jia's sister-in-law. After a sumptuous meal, Hong Ning instructed the kitchen to package a few flour crabs, a 5-pound flour dragon, steamed grouper, chocolate pudding, and several other exquisite dishes and desserts for Lin Ming. These were all quite valuable. According to Tianyang Hotel's pricing, the total would certainly exceed 10,000, yet Hong Ning stubbornly refused to allow Lin Ming to settle the bill. In the end, it was Han Changyu who stepped in to settle the matter, leaving Hong Ning visibly displeased. In truth, Hong Ning was aware that Lin Ming had not been of assistance to him at this juncture. Which is why Lin Ming was reluctant to owe him a favor. Han Shanyu was in a different situation. After Lin Ming pointed out two calamities to him, he now found himself in a position of indebtedness to Lin Ming, making it only natural for him to help with the payment. Rejecting Han Shanyu's offer to treat him, Lin Ming hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Unju community. Li Hongyuan also departed shortly thereafter. Returning to Hongyuan Financial, once the two had left, Hong Ning turned to Han Shanyu and Zhou Chong, inquiring, "This Lin Ge is he really that extraordinary? If you choose not to believe, that's your prerogative. However, I can attest to his capabilities. Not only did Lin Ge rescue Zhou Chong, but he also saved my entire Zhou family." Zhou Chong retorted, weary of further explanation. Hong Ning then directed his gaze towards Han Shanyu, asking, "And what of that Si Langjifu? He is my competitor." The headquarters will conduct an executive assessment at the end of the year, with the current head of the Huaguo region set to be reassigned next year. The executive presidents of various branch companies are eager for this lucrative position. Han Shanyu explained, "The position of head is likely to be filled either by myself or Si Langjifu. Our performance is comparable, but my status as a native of Huaguo affords me a geographical advantage, thereby reducing his chances of success. So if you manage to oust Si Langjifu, you would become the head of TUI International in the Huaguo region?" Hong Ning asked. Han Shanyu nodded. Essentially, upon hearing this, both Hong Ning and Zhou Chong were taken aback. The position of head for the entire Huaguo region far surpassed that of the executive president in Donglin province. At just 36 years of age, Han Shanyu had the opportunity to assume such a prestigious role. Indeed, he was impressively formidable. One had connections, while the other inherited a legacy. In terms of individual capability, they likely paled in comparison to Han Shanyu. This was a primary reason they were willing to refer to him as Brother Han. Then, does this mean that Lin Ji's statement about Yukilin being involved is indeed true? Hong Ning chuckled. Han Shanyu offered no response, tacitly acknowledging the implication. "Wow, Brother Han, you truly know how to play the game. Your reach extends even overseas. I'm impressed," Hong Ning exclaimed, exaggerating his admiration. "Go stand over there. You two are never serious," Han Shanyu chided with a laugh before adopting a more serious demeanor. To be frank, if Lin Ming had merely hinted at my potential misfortunes, I might have harbored doubts. However, he even indicated which ship I would be on, the time of departure, and mentioned Si Langjifu and Yukilin. All these details, it's hard not to be convinced. I still find it hard to believe. Don't judge me too harshly. It's difficult for anyone to accept such claims." Hong Ning shrugged. Zhou Chong scoffed. "Whether you believe or not, time will reveal the truth. Didn't Lin Ge say that the cruise ship Sea God would encounter a thunderstorm in the Valenan Sea? We'll see what the news reports." "I think you've lost your mind," Hong Ning teased. Zhou Chong, lacking the patience for idle chatter, excused himself to handle a shipment of red wine, bidding farewell to Hong Ning and departing alongside Han Shanyu. In the taxi, the driver cheerfully remarked, "Young man, what delightful dishes are you carrying? It smells heavenly." "Flower crab, Australian abalone fish," Lin Ming replied. The driver's face twitched slightly, internally scoffing at the absurdity, thinking, "Does he think I can't recognize the aroma of sour and spicy shredded potatoes?" Unaware of the driver's thoughts, Lin Ming retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Jia's number. Just as the call was about to disconnect, Chen Jia answered. "Miss Chen, do you have a moment?" Lin Ming inquired. "Miss Chen?" This address caused Chen Jia to frown. "We are divorced. I doubt you appreciate being called wife or spouse now." Lin Ming attempted a joke. "I don't have time for your nonsense." "Why did you call?" Chen Jia replied curtly. "I packed some dishes, and I figured that Xian is probably home alone and hasn't eaten, so I wanted you to come back and share a meal with her." Lin Ming explained. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I have food." Chen Jia responded coldly. "Even if not for yourself, you should consider Xian. She cannot cook and would end up starving at home," Lin Ming urged. Since Chen Jia returned to work, Xian had been left alone at home. The company was not near Lin Ming's rented place, and he had not been returning home, leaving Chen Jia with no choice. As Xian grew older, she learned to eat at home during lunchtime, but her meals consisted of leftovers from breakfast or simply whatever snacks she could find due to Lin Ming's issues with alcohol and gambling. Accumulating significant debts, Chen Jia truly lacked the means to provide Xian with proper meals. Fortunately, the elderly couple across the street, Wan Lanmei and her husband, would occasionally invite Xian over for meals and help keep an eye on her, providing Chen Jia with a modicum of peace. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Ming mention Xian being home alone, Chen Jia hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Then you should go over now. I want to be returning, but you are not allowed to hit her again, or I will call the police." Lin Ming sighed internally. It seemed his past actions had left a profound psychological scar on the two of them. "If you don't come back, Xian likely won't open the door for me," he replied helplessly. "It's working hours. I'm very busy. Where would I find the time to return?" Chen Jia retorted impatiently. "That is all right. I've already spoken with Han Shanyu. Just come back," Lin Ming said with a hint of cunning triumph in his smile. President Han. Chen Jia recalled the scene from that morning in the office, and her heart filled with renewed suspicion. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. Assuming it was a client, she quickly said, "A client is calling. I'll hang up after answering again, she said. Hello, who is this? Is this sister-in-law Chen? The caller asked. I am Han Shanyu. He introduced himself. Chen Jia perked up. President Han, why are you calling me? I heard that your niece is home alone. You should take the afternoon off and go back. Lin Ming packed some dishes for you. Take this opportunity to have a family gathering, Han Shanyu suggested with a laugh. Chen Jia felt overwhelmed. President Han, I still have a lot of work. Besides, I've already. Work can wait. The children are important to listen to me and hurry home, and from now on, do not leave the child at home alone. She is only 4 years old and knows nothing. What if something happens? Han Shanyu concluded, ending the call before Chen Jia could refuse. Chen Jia stood there, staring blankly at her phone. President Han just referred to me as sister-in-law. Chapter 25. I have truly lost my mind by the time Lin Ming arrived at the Enju community. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Before he could ascend the stairs, Li Hongyuan called. Brother Lin, I just received news from the wine dealer. That batch of mutai has sold once the payment arrives. I'll transfer it to you, the same account number, right? The swift sale must be due to Zhou Chong's influence, correct? Lin Ming speculated. Indeed, young Master Zhou has informed them, but the primary reason is that this type of liquor is in high demand. Especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, sales are bound to be brisk. Li Hongyuan explained. Great, have you arrived? Almost there. Alright, stay safe. After a brief exchange, Lin Ming hung up as he reached the entrance. Just then, Wang Lanmei emerged from across the street to dispose of her garbage. Despite the previous incident, it was evident that Wang Lanmei remained somewhat wary, seemingly fearful that Lin Ming might revert to his former self. Grandma Wang, Lin Ming greeted with a smile. You just came out at the right time. I've packed some food from the restaurant. Please take a few flower crabs. I want tea come in and the prices of seafood aren't cheap these days. Even river crabs cost 50 or 60. Why waste your money on that? Wang Lanmei chided. River crabs are just what the seafood vendors have left over. They lack roe and are barely meaty, primarily weighed down by seawater. The locals all know this. She added, mistakenly assuming Lin Ming had purchased river crabs. Wang Lanmei felt genuinely relieved to see Lin Ming improving, yet she recognized that his family's circumstances hadn't changed. Even buying river crabs was a luxury. It's alright, Grandma Wang. I've started earning money, just enjoy your meal, Lin Ming reassured her with a grin. Reluctantly, Wang Lanmei accepted, carrying 4 crabs back home, yet the weight of the crabs hinted that they were not simply river crabs. Xian, Lin Ming called out from outside the door. Dad. Xian peeked out from behind the door. The previous incident where Lin Changhua had violently beaten Lin Ming had left the little girl frightened. Making her hesitant to open the door for him, Lin Ming squatted outside, playfully coaxing her for a while until Chen Jia appeared. You haven't finished the last batch, so why did you buy so much again? Chen Jia scrutinized Lin Ming. Though we are divorced, we are doing better than before. There is no need for you to feign generosity. Lin Ming paid little mind to Chen Jia's words, responding gently. I have no ulterior motives. I'm merely concerned that Xian might not eat well at home, and I wanted to check on both of you. Now you're concerned about Xian's meals? Where was your concern before? I went to work when she was not yet 3 years old, and you never showed any worry then. Now that she is 4 and can take care of herself, you suddenly care. What a laugh. Chen Jia sneered. Lin Ming felt ashamed but understood that all explanations were futile, yet it was indeed rare for him to bring Xian food, and he had done so twice now, which was a significant improvement from before. Chen Jia opened the door while saying, in the past, whenever you feigned remorse, you would casually purchase trivial items of little value, and as soon as you retrieved money from home, you would immediately turn on me. At this point, she paused this time however, I truly wish to see how long you can persist. Her words had an air of mockery, yet Lin Ming displayed a look of sheer ecstasy. Did this imply that he too hoped to maintain this fade for an extended period? As the security door swung open, Chen Jia strode inside, and to her surprise, Xian did not retreat this time. Instead, she inquired, Mom, aren't you going to let Dad come in? Turning back, Chen Jia noticed Lin Ming standing outside, seemingly at a loss, and she couldn't help but reminisce about the chaotic scenes from previous occasions when he returned home, causing unrest within the household. She was genuinely fearful that upon entering, he might seize the 100,000 yuan he had previously sent. Chen Jia did not care about the money itself. To her, that sum had never belonged to her. What she valued was the fleeting, ephemeral beauty of the moment. She dreaded the thought of Lin Ming entering and reverting to the beast he once was. What's meant to come will not depart. What's meant to depart cannot be retained. A voice suddenly echoed from across the room. Chen Jia shuddered, as if all her strength had been drained. Come in, she finally said. Lin Ming inhaled deeply and slowly entered the room. Click, the security door closed behind him, and Chen Jia stood at the threshold, keenly observing his every move. Her decision to allow this man inside was, in essence, a gamble. She was wagering whether it was right or wrong. Xian, have you eaten? Lin Ming attempted to reach for Xian's small hand, only to inadvertently notice the bruises on her arm. In that instant, his heart shattered. I had some biscuits, Xian replied, maintaining her distance from him. Surely you haven't had enough. Look, Dad has brought you some delicious food, Lin Ming said, opening the takeout boxes to reveal exquisite dishes emanating delightful aromas, prompting Xian to instinctively approach. After all, she was merely a child. Dad, what is this? Xian asked, her curiosity piqued. This is flower dragon. You know this crap, but you certainly do not recognize this one. You will surely love it. It's chocolate pudding. And it's very sweet, Lin Ming said, his eyes filled with affection. He longed to embrace the little girl tightly, even wishing to merge her into himself. However, the psychological scars he had left on her were too profound. He knew he must not rush things, as that would only yield adverse outcomes. Chocolate pudding. Can I have a bite? Xian asked eagerly. Of course, this is for you. Come quickly and eat, the spoon is right here. Lin Ming said, handing her an equally exquisite spoon. No child could resist the allure of delicious food, including this little girl who had often faced harsh treatment. She cautiously took a small bite. And her big eyes lit up instantly. It's delicious, Dad didn't deceive me. This chocolate pudding is really good. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ming reached out to gently pat Xian's head. She was now lost in the world of delectable treats. Chen Jia, standing at the door, instinctively wanted to intervene, but before she could speak, Lin Ming retracted his hand and turned to her. You haven't eaten either, have you? Come join us, he urged. I'm not hungry, Chen Jia replied defiantly. The grumbling sound from her flat stomach, however, made her wish she could vanish into thin air. Damn this belly, she thought. She indeed had not eaten lunch, having only nibbled on a few biscuits for breakfast. Now, the enticing aromas overwhelmed her senses, igniting her hunger. These dishes are meant for both of you. Xian can't possibly finish them all. If we let them go to waste, even if they won't spoil, their taste will surely diminish, Lin Ming insisted. I don't need it. Chen Jia maintained her stance. With no other recourse, Lin Ming resorted to his trump card. These dishes were all packed from Tianyang Hotel, the 5-star establishment. They cost over 10,000 yuan in total. If they go bad, won't you feel regret? Over 10,000, Chen Jia gasped. She was aware that items like lobsters and crabs were expensive, but she had never anticipated such an exorbitant sum for a single meal. Have you lost your mind? She exclaimed, her anger flaring. Yes, I have indeed lost my mind, Lin Ming retorted, gazing at Chen Jia. In the past, I was a beast, a madman deserving of thunderous retribution. Now I am a madman who loves you both to the core, willing to risk everything for you. Chapter 26. Yet another mess. Chen Jia stood there in a daze, her mind blank. After a considerable while, she finally snapped back to reality, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Madness, it is truly madness. After the divorce, this man had learned to utter sweet nothings. Had it been during their university days, she would have been moved to the point of being breathless, but now, she had endured far too much and was no longer that naive college student. No matter how sweetly he spoke, it could not heal the wounds within her heart. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jia genuinely wished to believe Lin Ming, yet reality was, after all, the reality. Staring at the dishes on the table, she vindicatively marched over and began to eat. Is it good? Lin Ming inquired. Just average, she replied. It's delicious. Both of them chimed in unison. Dad, I've never eaten anything this delicious before. I'm so happy right now. Can you buy me more in the future? Xian exclaimed. Xian, don't talk while eating, Chen Jia admonished. Lin Ming, however, chuckled and said, how about this? Dad will go buy you a phone later. Whenever you feel like eating something, you can call me, and I will bring it right over. Plus, when you're bored at home, we can video chat. A phone? Dad is going to buy Xian a phone. Xian danced with excitement. That's great. That way, I can play games at home. Yay, Dad is the best dad in the world. A complex expression crossed Lin Ming's face as he silently thought to himself, surely the worst dad is the one who is. She is only 4 years old. Why would he buy her a phone? Chen Jia frowned. Xian is home alone. I really can't rest easy. You definitely won't let me take her to live with me, so I have to buy her a phone. That way, we can always stay in touch, Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia huffed but chose not to argue further. Following this, Lin Ming sat quietly to the side, watching Chen Jia and Xian eat. This was a scene he had longed for after his awakening, one he could not even dream of before. He truly wished time could freeze at that moment. The cheerful chatter from the little girl was, to Lin Ming, the most melodious sound in the world. During this time, a notification pinged on his phone, an alert for the payment from the sale of 600 bottles of Feitian Mitai, each sold for 8,000 yuan, totaling 4.8 million. Yet for him, no amount of money could compare to the warmth of this moment. After finishing their meal, Xian patted her little belly and scampered off to her room for a nap. Chen Jia, however, rummaged through the cupboards and finally retrieved a plastic bag from the pantry. Upon seeing it, Lin Ming recognized it as the 100,000 cash he had sent last time. What are you doing with that? Lin Ming asked. You're making such a fuss, isn't it all for this money? Chen Jia said while tidying the table. Rest assured, I will not spend a penny of money that isn't mine. This 100,000 hasn't been touched. You needn't keep up the charade any longer. Show your former masculinity. The phrase masculinity was heavily laced with sarcasm from Chen Jia, Lin Ming felt compelled to clarify. He pulled out the earlier payment notification and placed it before her. This is money I earned a few days ago. It just arrived today, totaling 4.8 million. Don't believe me? Look. Chen Jia stared at the long string of zeros. And the refuse she had been handling slipped from her grasp. Where did you get so much money? She stammered. Lin Ming, you can choose to wallow in despair, and you can lack ambition, but you cannot use the pretext of caring for me and Xian to engage in deceitful practices. That is illegal. Think about your parents, and consider Xian's future. If others find out she has a criminal father, what will they think of her? She will never be able to hold her head high for the rest of her life. It was understandable why Qianjia thought this way. Even if Lin Ming had not completely fallen apart, it was improbable to amass such wealth in just over a week, besides engaging in unlawful activities. She could hardly fathom any other method for earning money so swiftly. I have not broken any laws, all of this was earned legitimately. Lin Ming was at a loss for how to explain. Legitimately? Then tell me, how did you earn it legitimately? Qianjia retorted angrily. My first earnings came from a bet with Li Hongyuan. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming recounted the entire backstory behind the 4.8 million. The more Qianjia listened, the more incredulous she became, even finding it somewhat absurd. However, she was aware of the incident involving Lin Jiahua. She remembered how concert tickets had plummeted to 100 yuan each and no one was interested. Qianjia had also encountered it while browsing online. The sudden price surge of Feitian Mitai had sent shockwaves throughout the company. Though this had little relevance to ordinary people, the workplace operated in such a manner, filled with intrigue and gossip. From personal secrets to international affairs, every seeming coincidence appeared to be a predestined event. Lin Ming's explanations were logical and grounded in recent events. However, Qianjia could not comprehend why such fortuitous events had all befallen Lin Ming. Did he possess 2 extra eyes or perhaps 2 extra ears? How had she never noticed this talent of his before? Qianjia's brows furrowed tightly. It is all thanks to Qianshang. Had he not given me that push that day, I would not have possessed such abilities. Lin Ming initially intended to continue speaking as he had no intention of concealing his foresight regarding the future from Qianjia. Little did he know, the speaker was oblivious while the listener was acutely aware. Qianjia's expression turned frigid. Indeed, you still harbor resentment towards my brother. I am not biased towards anyone. But I must say this, that day, it was you who approached my parents for money, and when they refused, you lashed out in anger. Furthermore, you were the one who first laid hands on my brother. He had no intention of fighting you, he merely pushed you accidentally. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming immediately realized he had misspoken. Qianjia, that was not my intention. I thought he wished to clarify, but Qianjia had already lost her patience for listening. The meal is finished, take your money and leave quickly. Your ability to earn now is commendable, but it cannot erase the deeds of your past, if you truly have not broken the law. Then treat your parents and siblings kindly, they are good people. As she spoke, Qianjia shoved Lin Ming towards the door, simultaneously forcing the bag containing 100,000 yuan into his hands. Qianjia, please let me explain. I do not harbor resentment towards Qianshang, I am grateful to him. Bang! The security door slammed shut with a force. Standing outside, Lin Ming delivered a sharp slap to his own face. At this age, he could not even articulate a single sentence, completely disregarding Qianjia's feelings. He had a chance to ease the tension between them but had clumsily ruined it instead. Truly vexing. Chapter 27. Southern New District. Qianjia was currently in a fit of anger. So it was impossible to expect her to open the door for him. With no other choice, Lin Ming descended the stairs and made his way to the Huawei flagship store, purchasing a mobile phone for Xian. And subsequently acquiring a SIM card using his own identification. He placed both the phone and SIM card into the bag containing the 100,000 yuan and returned to the rented apartment. Qianjia, I brought the phone for Xian, it's at the door, don't forget to take it. Lin Ming called out, but received no response from Qianjia and could only depart in disappointment. About 5 minutes after he left, Qianjia stepped out of the room. It was evident that she had spotted the bag containing the cash. Upon examining the phone, she noticed it was pink. Xian's favorite color is. Grasping the bag, she turned to head home. However, unbeknownst to her, at that moment, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. The next day, September 2 ND, marked Han Shanyu's visit to the group headquarters. Lin Ming awoke early, freshened up a bit, and then called Li Hongyuan. To his surprise, Li Hongyuan did not answer. Lin Ming thought nothing of it, had a quick breakfast, and called again. This time, Li Hongyuan picked up. Though he did not sound particularly cheerful. Eligo, is it too early for you to be grumpy? Lin Ming teased. Oh, don't even mention it. If it were just waking up grumpiness, that would be fine. Li Hongyuan sighed. Little brother Lin calls, so there must be good news, right? Unfortunately, I fear I cannot join you this time. My assets have been frozen. Assets frozen? Lin Ming was taken aback. Why is that? Has money been coming in too quickly these days? It has nothing to do with that. It's just that my spouse is causing trouble. However, it's complicated and would take too long to explain. Li Hongyuan seemed to be dealing with something urgent. Family matters, little brother cannot assist here. Lin Ming shook his head. After hanging up, he recalled Zhou Chong, that wealthy young man. That fellow currently idolized him, and considering he had just lost 50 million, he was likely looking for a place to vent his frustrations. Given that their statuses differed, Lin Ming would need Zhou Chong's assistance in numerous matters in the future. Li Hongyuan's misfortune was a perfect opportunity to lend Zhou Chong a helping hand. Dialing Zhou Chong's number, the call connected quickly. Lin Gu. Zhou Chong replied, surprised. He even suspected that Lin Ming had somehow divined whom he was currently with and what they were discussing. What, did you not expect me to call? Lin Ming chuckled. No, we just parted ways yesterday, Zhou Chong replied, a bit embarrassed. Cut the small talk. You lost 50 million yesterday, and I thought I could help you regain some of that. Lin Ming got straight to the point. On the other end, Zhou Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at the middle-aged man across from him before saying, indeed, my Lin Gu thinks of me first when there is a chance to make money. How could I not adore you? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Zhou Chong's flattery was clearly immature, even less polished than Li Hongyuan's. Do you know about the Zijin mansion? Lin Ming inquired. Yes, the property development in the southern suburbs of Land Island City, currently under construction. Zhou Chong nodded. Good, bring some money over. I will be waiting for you at the sales office, Lin Ming concluded, preparing to hang up. Lin Gu, wait, Zhou Chong exclaimed urgently. I know Lin Gu can help me make money, but may I ask, why at Zijin Mansion? The current price of the Zijin Mansion had plummeted to around 20,000. With signs of further decline, making it one of the least favored developments in all of Land Island City. The IT was located in a desolate area where even birds were unwilling to relieve themselves. And rumors suggested that the developer was on the verge of bankruptcy due to lack of sales. As Zhou Chong spoke, he suddenly exclaimed, Lin Gu, you're not planning to acquire it, are you? You truly think highly of me, Lin Ming replied with a smile, shaking his head. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just come over. How much we can earn this time depends on how much you bring today. In the heart of Land Island City, at the Zhou family courtyard, Zhou Chong, hearing the dial tone on the phone, placed his mobile down and turned to the middle-aged man beside him. This man was Zhou Chong's father. Zhou Mingli, the current leader of Land Island City. In his presence sat an elderly gentleman in his 70s. Zhou Chong's grandfather, Zhou Wenyan. Zhou Chong had returned to the Zhou family courtyard primarily to discuss the matter of a batch of red wine. Both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan did not oppose Zhou Chong engaging in business, as long as he did not exploit their name. This young man had indeed made a name for himself in the business realm, and his assets were on the verge of surpassing 100 million. Although he benefited from his grandfather's influence, Zhou Chong's efforts could not be overlooked. Upon hearing that the batch of red wine was counterfeit, both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan were enraged. They were aware of this batch and had previously discussed the importance of verifying the wine, but Zhou Chong had dismissed their warnings since the foreign supplier had collaborated with Zhou Chong several times. They had grown lax in their oversight. No one had anticipated that this oversight could have brought a disastrous calamity upon the Zhou family, were it not for Lin Ming's timely intervention. Zhou Chong would have unwittingly led the family into an irretrievable predicament. As Zhou Chong was reporting to his father and grandfather, Lin Ming suddenly called, proposing a money-making venture out of gratitude and curiosity. Both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan wished to hear what Lin Ming had to say. Thus, after hanging up, Zhou Mingli immediately inquired, what did he say? He mentioned the Zijin Mansion, the property in the southern suburbs. Claiming it would make me wealthy, Zhou Chong replied, pondering aloud, that shouldn't be the case, right? The Zijin Mansion is on the verge of being abandoned. The workers there hardly do any work. I've passed by several times and wondered if the developers had lost their minds. How could any money be made from such a project? Unbeknownst to Zhou Chong, both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan were already in a state of profound shock. The southern suburbs were indeed desolate, and the Zijin Mansion was, at present, a ghost town with no buyers in sight. However, just the day before, the provincial government had set a policy to attract investment and vigorously develop the southern suburbs, transforming the term suburb into new district. The approval documents had arrived at the city within the day, with little opposition. A press conference was scheduled for the following morning to promote this initiative and prepare for investment attraction. This meant that the currently overlooked Zijin Mansion was poised to become a highly sought-after property starting tomorrow, not to mention others. Even Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan could envision the frenzied scene of people queuing up to purchase homes, leading to skyrocketing property prices. Yet this matter was highly confidential, and the provincial government had strictly mandated that no information should leak, otherwise the consequences would be dire. How did Lin Ming come to know of this? Could it be, as Zhou Chong suggested, that he had predicted it through divination? Chapter 28. She poured me a glass of water in the southern suburbs of Land Island City, at the Zijin Mansion. Lin Ming sat on the sofa in the sales office, observing the property sales representatives who were engrossed in their phones, seemingly indifferent to his presence, and shook his head silently. Indeed, one could hardly blame them. The expansive sales office was quite upscale, yet, aside from the few salespeople, where else was there a soul in sight? There had been previous visitors, and events had been organized, with the sales team displaying tremendous enthusiasm. However, upon arriving at the site, most fled as if from a disaster, leaving only a few who were too embarrassed to leave after accepting small gifts from the sales office. After hearing the sales pitch, they would say they needed to discuss it with their families, and that was the end of it. Now, those remaining in the office were either stuck due to circumstances or merely passing the time. Those with even a modicum of ambition have flocked to other popular developments. As it approached 10 o'clock, the sound of brakes echoed outside the sales office as Zhou Chong had arrived despite driving a Q7. The real estate agents merely lifted their eyelids, showing no inclination to engage. In their eyes, the wealthier individuals were the least likely to purchase properties here. However, one receptionist, noticing Lin Ming had been seated for nearly half an hour, felt a twinge of embarrassment for ignoring him and decided to bring him a glass of water. Brother Lin. Zhou Chong waved at Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded and jested. It seems you still have some money left. Since you haven't sold your car, Brother Lin, you underestimate your younger brother, whether in life or in work. I always prefer to leave myself a way out, even if I were to incur a loss of 50 million from the wine. I wouldn't resort to selling my car, Zhou Chong replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they turned to serious matters. Chong, how much money did you bring? Lin Ming inquired. Brother Lin, let's not discuss finances just yet. Zhou Chong waved his hand dismissively. Look at this sales office, not a soul in sight, not even a ghost, and those salespeople, each one appears as if they've lost their soul. What are we even doing here? Zhou Chang's irritation grew, especially given the unwelcoming demeanor of the sales agents. His voice was loud enough for them to hear. What is your tone? A male agent retorted. What, are you feeling unsatisfied? Want to step outside and settle this? Zhou Chong scoffed. Which common folk purchasing a home isn't spending a lifetime of savings? When they part with a couple of million, they shouldn't have to cower before your whims. It's no wonder no one is here. With such an attitude, it's a miracle you managed to sell anything. The male agent was left speechless, his face flushed but unable to retort. Alright, enough of that. I'm here to make a profit, not to argue. Lin Ming interjected helplessly. You said it yourself. There's not even a ghost around, so who are they entertaining? Am I not a person? Brother Lin, are you not a person? You called me at 9 and must have been here long ago. After waiting so long, not even a glass of water. What are these salespeople doing? Zhou Chong lifted his chin defiantly. Just then, the receptionist approached with 2 glasses of water upon hearing Zhou Chang's words. Her fairly attractive face quivered slightly, almost tripping in her high heels. Isn't this water? You should tone it down a bit. We're all having a tough time, Lin Ming said as he accepted a glass. Zhou Chong huffed but chose to say nothing further. His temper was volatile, something Lin Ming had sensed during their first meeting. If it weren't for Lin Ming's presence, Zhou Chong might have already unleashed a torrent of curses at the male agent. The receptionist, sensing Zhou Chang's hostile demeanor, set down the water and intended to leave. However, Lin Ming called out, Wait a moment, sir, do you need anything else? The receptionist asked, somewhat apprehensive. This seemingly charming man couldn't possibly be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Could he? Can you sign a contract? Lin Ming asked. The receptionist paused, then replied with excitement, I'm not in sales, but if you're looking to buy a house, I can find a salesperson for you. No need. You will do just fine, Lin Ming replied with a warm smile. Trust me, you can handle it. Pei Shui had recently graduated from university and had just entered the workforce, lacking the seasoned experience of the salespeople. So she could only manage the front desk duties like pouring water and dusting tables. This was the first time someone had praised her so, and she felt a small rush of emotion. Brother Lin, you aren't thinking of pursuing her, are you? Zhou Chong exclaimed. What nonsense, Lin Ming replied, visibly annoyed. Stop with the frivolities. Just tell me if you want to join me. If so, let me know how much money you brought. And let us not waste time. Zhou Chong immediately deflated, replying honestly, 5 million. Lin Ming smiled, realizing that this fellow indeed didn't have much to spare. He then turned to Pei Shui, the receptionist. What is the current price per square meter? I believe it's 18,000 per square meter, but I'm not entirely sure about the specifics like building floors and numbers, Pei Shui said, appearing a bit nervous. Alright, if we're buying a large quantity. Please fetch the manager, Lin Ming instructed. Okay, I'll be right back. Pei Shui hurried off to summon the manager. Brother Lin, are you really planning to buy a house here? Zhou Chong frowned, uncertain that he had not been informed about the new development projects by Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan. So he remained somewhat hesitant. I'm not actually intending to buy. I merely plan to use these properties for temporary arrangements, Lin Ming replied with a mysterious smile. He briefly shared his plans with Zhou Chong, who refrained from probing further. He was not one to dither. Since he had brought money, he would follow Brother Lin's lead. Moments later, the manager arrived, accompanied by Pei Shui, a sharp-looking man. Hello, I'm Wang Xingyang, the sales manager for Zijin Xingfu. Hello, Manager Wang, Lin Ming greeted, shaking his hand before getting straight to the point. We're thinking of purchasing over 100 units at 16,000 per square meter. Can we negotiate the price? In truth, the specifics of the price per square meter were inconsequential to Lin Ming, as he was not genuinely intending to buy a house. He was merely going through the motions. However, unbeknownst to him, his words left Wang Xingyang utterly astonished. 100 units. Pei Shui's mouth fell open in disbelief. The salespeople who had been engrossed in their phones perked up their ears. The previously indignant male agent exclaimed, 100 units? Did I mishear, or did you mistake that? Your voice is truly grating. Can you please shut your mouth? Zhou Chang's expression turned. I see why. At that moment, Wang Xingyang shot the male agent a glare, Finally responding, Sir, you're not joking, are you? If the price is agreeable, go fetch the contract, but the commission must be credited to her. Lin Ming gestured toward Pei Shui. Sir, you may not be aware, but Pei Shui is not in sales. Wang Xingyang began to explain, yet Lin Ming interrupted, shaking his head. Whether she is in sales is irrelevant to me. I only recognize her. Why is that? Wang Xingyang instinctively inquired. Lin Ming smiled slightly, because she just brought me a glass of water. Chapter 29. I have a wife. As Wang Xingyang led the way to prepare the contract, Pei Shui felt as though she were in a dream. Her mind was filled with Lin Ming's words, because she just brought me a glass of water. Sometimes a single phrase or small action can profoundly affect the course of one's life. From that moment on, Pei Shui resolved to approach everything with diligence, understanding that hard work often leads to unexpected fortune. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Xingyang and Pei Shui returned with a stack of contracts. The price of 16,000 per square meter required little persuasion, given the current state of Zijin Xingfu. The developer's bottom line was likely around 12,000 to 13,000, especially since they had acquired the land at a favorable price. To be frank, it was nearly impossible to find any development in Blue Island City at 12,000 or less, including older complexes. Even so, the developer would still profit handsomely. Watching Lin Ming and Zhou Chong sign the contracts, Wang Xingyang secretly entertained thoughts akin to those of Lu Wenxuan, the ticket seller, two wealthy fools. However, he would soon come to understand the frustration that Lu Wenxuan experienced. Today's agreement was merely a deposit contract, with a 5 million deposit per unit, non-refundable upon breach. According to Lin Ming, the down payment would be prepared within a month. This thrilled Wang Xingyang, as properties like Zijin Xingfu typically required deposits of 10,000 to 20,000. The situation in Blue Island City was similar, only top-tier complexes and villas would demand deposits exceeding 100,000. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong's proposal of a 5 million deposit per unit clearly demonstrated their sincerity. With swift strokes, the two finalized the deal. Lin Ming committed to 48 million for 96 units. While Zhou Chong secured precisely 50 million for 100 units, selecting only the finest buildings and floors, with areas ranging from 120 to 140 square meters, as these sizes sold most easily. The entire project was planned for 200 residential units, with fewer than 100 sold prior. Together, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had absorbed a sixth of the inventory. A successful partnership. With all contracts signed, Wang Xingyang eagerly extended his hand once more. The past period had been exceedingly stifling. Now, with close to 10 million secured, he felt the urge to celebrate with a drink and perhaps find a companion for the evening. Pleasure doing business. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong shook his hand. And Manager Wang, since we've concluded the contracts, we shall take our leave. Lin Ming stated, please drive safely. Wang Xingyang beamed. Suddenly, Pei Shui sprinted up from behind, saying, thank you for believing in me. May I add you on WeChat? If you have any questions about properties, feel free to ask. As she spoke, her voice became barely audible, her cheeks flushed, and her head nearly retreated into her neck. Although newly entered into the workforce, she was not entirely naive. She had picked up on subtle hints from Wang Xingyang during the contract discussions. Pei Shui was not particularly opposed to this either. Lin Ming was undeniably handsome and wealthy, and the insistence that she act as the intermediary, reminding Wang Xingyang that the commission was hers, spoke volumes. Confident in her appearance, Pei Shui believed Lin Ming would indeed add her on WeChat. However, Lin Ming simply smiled and replied, let us skip the WeChat. Focus on your work, and you will surely lead the life you desire. Pei Shui stood frozen, bewildered. What did that mean? Was he rejecting her? Mr. Lin, Lin Ming interjected, I am already married, with a wife and children whom I cherish deeply, and they reciprocate my love. Pei Shui was rendered speechless. Young lady, I was merely jesting. Do not overthink it. Brother Lin's wife is quite beautiful. Indeed, haha. Zhou Chong laughed heartily as he walked out with Lin Ming. Once they departed, the salespeople rushed over to Pei Shui. Xiao Shui, you have truly struck it rich this time. Nearly 200 homeowners. Each one nets you 10,000. That's 2 million. Alas, why am I not so fortunate? She lamented. What a pity that Mr. Lin did not add you on WeChat. Otherwise, you could have lived a life of luxury from now on. So what if his wife is beautiful? Over time, the novelty will wear off. Indeed, if worst comes to worst, our Xiao Shui could always become a mistress. The group encircled Pei Shui, appearing envious, yet their words dripped with jealousy. I must thank the experienced ones for their keen observations, otherwise I would not have this opportunity. Pei Shui, however, was not one to be easily trifled with, smiling as she replied, let us skip the treat. I have no time tonight, perhaps another day depending on my mood. The salespeople were left grinding their teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about Pei Shui. After leaving the sales office, Zhou Chong refrained from discussing properties further. Instead, he remarked, Brother Lin, I offer my unsolicited opinions about your past, but now you can be considered affluent. At the very least, you should buy a car, nothing extravagant, just a 5 Series E-Class, or a 6 would suffice. It is merely a matter of several $100,000, not having a car is quite inconvenient. Lin Ming nodded, realizing he indeed ought to acquire a vehicle, as hailing taxis everywhere was a waste of time. Do you have any friends in the car business? Well, not really, but I can inquire for you. Zhou Chong scratched his head. Let us discuss it later, Lin Ming replied. Where are you heading? I can give you a ride. Zhou Chong inquired. Lin Ming had initially planned to return to his apartment, but at that moment a WeChat notification chimed indicating someone had added him as a friend. He assumed it was Pei Shui again and paid it no mind. However, shortly after, Chen Jia's call came through. Xian added you on WeChat. She is practically in tears from impatience. Hurry and accept. With that she hung up. Lin Ming swiftly opened WeChat and accepted the request. The nickname was a system-generated one, but the profile picture was of Xian. Evidently aware that Lin Ming had accepted, a video call came through once more. Let us go to Unju community, Lin Ming decided on a whim, turning to Zhou Chong. As he got into the car, he chuckled. Oh, who is this little princess? Let me guess who you are. Naughty daddy, you know it's Xian, yet you insist on pretending. Xian replied like a little adult, leaving Lin Ming unsure of how to respond. Daddy, I want a feast, Xian pouted, looking utterly pitiful. Lin Ming had bought her treats twice before, causing her to nearly forget past grievances and focus solely on getting her father to indulge her. Just as Lin Ming was about to ask if her mother was home, he saw a familiar figure flit behind Xian. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Ming thought to himself that his concern was misdirected. If Xinjia were not home, how could she have helped Xian add him as a friend? Since it was around mealtime, Lin Ming said, Xian, wait for daddy at home. I'm going to get you a feast. Yay, daddy is the best, Xian cheered immediately. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming added, Xian, can you ask mommy if she has to go to work later? Xian promptly shouted a few times into the video. Before long, she turned back, mommy isn't saying anything. Okay, daddy understands. After ending the video call, Lin Ming's face lit up with joy. He knew Xinjia well. If she truly did not wish to see him, she would have claimed to be going to work. The 30th chapter. Progress. Truly, I have never encountered a man as remarkable as you, brother. Lin.to have beautiful women pursuing you, and to see you so elated by a video call from your daughter, Zhou Chong expressed sincerely as Lin Ming put away his phone. In comparison, Hangu is insignificant. He is playing abroad, and without your reminder, he might not have returned at all. You don't understand. I owe so much to both of them. As long as they are happy, I would do anything for them. Lin Ming rubbed his brow. Brother Lin, are you planning to buy something for Xian to eat? I know a Western restaurant with excellent steaks. Shall we get takeout from there? Zhou Chong suggested. That sounds good. They have fries, right? Xian loves fries. Lin Ming nodded. Ha, I'm a regular there, even if they don't have them. They will make it for us. Zhou Chong laughed heartily. Luyu Western Restaurant. This was the place Zhou Chong referred to, and Lin Ming had certainly heard of its reputation. It was one of the more upscale Western restaurants in Blue Island City. However, the prices were not trivial, averaging over 1,000 per person. For two people, one would likely need 3,000 or 4,000 to fill their bellies. It wasn't that the place was expensive. Rather, dining there was not solely about the meal, but rather enjoying the ambience and savoring the experience. Zhou Chong did not allow Lin Ming to exit the car. He went inside to pack 3 portions of steak, a large box of fries, and several exquisitely packaged desserts. Lin Ming did not fuss. Their friendship had not blossomed overnight, and he could always treat him another time. After dropping Lin Ming off at Unju community, Zhou Chong politely declined Lin Ming's invitation to come inside, driving away instead. Watching the large Q7 fade from view, Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. He was just an ordinary man, fond of luxury watches, extravagant cars, and spacious villas. These were the dreams of every average person. Now that Lin Ming had the ability to earn money, it did not mean he was devoid of vanity. The difference was that if he wished to flaunt anything, it would certainly involve Xinjia and Xian by his side. Without them, life would never be complete. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ming rapped on the security door. Daddy, it's Daddy. Daddy brought me delicious food. Xian eagerly rushed over, opening the door. Good girl, did you miss Daddy? Lin Ming laughed heartily. Yes, I missed Daddy so much. Xian nodded vigorously, her eyes fixated on the items in Lin Ming's hands. What a little rascal, do you miss Daddy or the delicious food? Lin Ming inquired helplessly. Both, Xian chirped. Lin Ming laughed even more heartily. Xian, from now on, when you're home alone, you must not open the door for strangers, understand? What if it's not Daddy but a bad person? I know, I'm not a little fool that I want to eat something delicious. Daddy, hurry, and take it out. As Xian urged him on, Lin Ming retrieved the steak, fries, and other items. The little girl squealed in delight before devouring them hungrily, mumbling delicious between bites. At that moment, Xinjia emerged from the balcony. She spotted the takeout box labeled Liu and frowned. Why go there for steak? There are plenty of places to buy from. Why choose Liu? It is so expensive. Lin Ming remained silent, keeping his mouth shut. What has gotten into you today? Why so quiet? It seems you can't hold out anymore, Xinjia remarked, puzzled. Lin Ming smiled sheepishly. I was worried I'd upset you again after saying something wrong last time, so I thought it best to stay silent. Xinjia turned to fetch a water bottle for Xian, and upon hearing this, her bright red lips curled into a smile once more. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, And the bruises on Chen Jia's face had nearly faded away. It was undeniable that without the bruises, even without makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. In such moments, Lin Ming could not help but resent himself. How could he have failed to cherish such a beautiful and virtuous wife back then? When Chen Jia turned around, however, her smile vanished once again. She handed the adorable cartoon water bottle to Xian, saying, "Eat slowly, steak is tough to chew, be careful not to choke, join us too." "I packed 3 portions," Lin Ming suggested. "It seems you haven't eaten yet." Chen Jia shot him a sidelong glance before opening one of the boxes and placing it in front of Lin Ming. She opened the last one for herself, remaining silent as she began to eat. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. Lin Ming was unsure of Chen Jia's thoughts, but he felt immensely happy. After a while, Lin Ming suddenly said, "In just over a week, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to send some mooncakes to my parents." Chen Jia then spoke, "The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion. You haven't returned in several years. It's always been your uncle and aunt visiting you. They are getting older. It is not easy for them to come, and we cannot keep making them run around. Plus, considering what happened last time, it is only right to go back and see them. They are your parents too," Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia instinctively glanced at him, but upon making eye contact, she hurriedly averted her flustered gaze back to the steak. "I not only owe a debt to you both, but also to your family, the Chens. I still remember the words your parents told me on our wedding day. They never asked for me to be extraordinarily successful. They merely wished for me to provide you with a stable home." Lin Ming steadied his emotions. "They have never looked down on me, regardless of my failures or self-destructive behavior. They have supported me immensely. Even dipping into their retirement funds, I feel unworthy of them and have no face to see them, but I cannot continue to hide. I need them to see who I am now. To let them know their expectations of me have not been in vain." Chen Jia's shoulders trembled, her eyes reddened, and tears flowed unbidden down her cheeks. For the past few years, she had constantly hoped that Lin Ming would say something that would illuminate her path, just as he was doing now. But why did he have to wait until after the divorce to voice these sentiments? Lin Ming, oblivious to Chen Jia's distress, continued, "Now that we are divorced, I fear that if I go over suddenly, it might anger our parents, and then there's Qin Shang. You know how he is, he has a quick temper." Chen Jia swallowed the piece of steak in her mouth. "You should be visiting your parents. Do you understand? I comprehend your point, but you must also realize that the feelings you harbor for my parents are the very feelings I hold for yours." Lin Ming replied. "Have you finished eating? If so, you should head back," Chen Jia stated, effectively dismissing him. A wave of panic washed over Lin Ming. "I can leave, but regarding what I just mentioned, your legs are your own. How could I possibly control you?" Once again Lin Ming found himself pushed out by Chen Jia, yet this time, a look of sheer joy adorned his face. Was this a sign of progress? "Xian, you little rascal, all you do is eat. I am kicked out by your mother and you don't even care about me. I'm heartbroken," he exclaimed, cheerfully descending the stairs. Chapter 31, Press Conference. During his previous visits, he had been denied entry. However, this time, after having lunch and staying for over an hour, Lin Ming felt he had made significant strides on the path to reconciliation. All the grievances had been borne by Chen Jia. Now it was his turn to let her vent her frustrations upon him. On his way back to the apartment, Lin Ming casually called Zhou Chong, asking him to procure some exquisite and delectable mooncakes, attractively packaged. While the mooncakes available on the market were certainly decent, this visit to the Chen family was far more important than his first encounter with them. Besides the mooncakes, Lin Ming also requested Zhou Chong to arrange for several bottles of Fei Tian Mutai and other gifts. Price was no object, as long as the quality was assured. He silently regretted not having saved a few bottles of Fei Tian Mutai earlier. Now he would have to spend more money. At the Zhou family estate, Zhou Mingli was absent. Observing Zhou Chong hang up the phone, the elder Zhou remarked, "He truly treats my eldest grandson like a servant. Grandfather, it's not as serious as you think. I have connections, and it's normal for him to ask for my help." Zhou Chong quickly defended Lin Ming. "You went to the Zijin Xingfu this morning? Bought a few properties? I recall you shouldn't have much money left." Zhou Wenyan inquired. "Well, I only brought 5 million. But Lin Ji's intention was not to buy properties outright. He merely signed a deposit contract, 5,000 for each unit. I'm handling 100 units while he is taking 96. Zhou Chong explained without reservation. Zhou Wenyan's eyes gleamed with interest as he muttered to himself, "Indeed, quite an impressive individual. Grandfather, what are you mumbling about?" Zhou Chong questioned, puzzled. "I truly cannot fathom Lingu. He is so enigmatic, never revealing his intentions. What if he genuinely wants me to purchase these 100 properties? Where would I find the funds?" Zhou Chong pondered. "He knows how much money you have. He wouldn't lead you into a trap." Zhou Wenyan remarked, rising to pat Zhou Chong on the shoulder before heading inside. "You did well this time. Listen to Lin Ming's advice more often, and if the opportunity arises, it would be best to have him meet me." Zhou Chong stood there in astonishment. "Listen to Lin Ming's advice? Bring him to meet the old man. I've truly gained insight today. After living for over 20 years, this is the first time I've seen the old man admire someone so much." Later that evening, Xian initiated a video call with Lin Ming, yearning for a sumptuous meal. However, before Lin Ming could agree, Chen Jia firmly intervened. Her intention was clear. She would prepare dinner for Xian. And they ought not to eat too much at night to avoid indigestion. Lin Ming felt helpless. He had hoped to take this opportunity to see both mother and daughter again, as he longed to be with Chen Jia and Xian Xian at every moment. The little girl, still possessing a sense of loyalty, though slightly disappointed, conversed with Lin Ming for a while before reluctantly ending the video call. Perhaps, in her heart, she considered her current life to be quite blissful. That night, Lin Ming dreamed of Chen Jia returning to him, of wealth abundant, and their family of 3 traveling the world together, a sense of fulfillment overflowing from his dream. September 3 RD.89 in the morning. A press conference was held in Blue Island City, emphasizing the intention to transform the southern area into a new district. Simultaneously, the official commencement of investment attraction was announced. A grandiloquent speech ensued, primarily discussing how the new district would be planned, developed, and the various incentives offered to enterprises that would establish themselves there. Anyone who watched the news would understand that the area deemed wilderness was on the verge of flourishing. At Old Yang's breakfast shop, which had been in operation for nearly 20 years, the prices for various breakfast items remained unchanged since the beginning. Thus, even at this hour, many patrons were enjoying their morning meal. An old television displayed the news: the southern suburb is set to be developed. TSK. With such promotional efforts, the investment must be substantial. It's a pity we have no industries in the suburbs. Otherwise, we could profit immensely. Just the relocation alone would make us rich. Old Chin, don't speak like that. It sounds as if you possess industries elsewhere. Haha, astute observation. Speaking of which, there's a property development called Zijin something or other? Zijin Xingfu, yes, that is it. Surely it will also soar in value. Not just soar. Did you see the planning map? Zijin Xingfu was right in the center of the new district. Once development is complete, it will become the CAD of the new area. Nonsense, it's called CBD. Who cares if it's CAD or CBD? I need to rush and secure a property for my son. Amid the buzz of conversation, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. Ultimately, it is these unpretentious common folk that are the most endearing. The CBD was unlikely, as it was a developing area, not a commercial zone. Commerce was merely a part of it. However, it was indeed true that Zijin Xingfu would become the most prominent community in the new district. There is a saying, today you ignore me, tomorrow I shall make you regret it. One could assume that the higher-ups of Zijin Xingfu were currently entertaining such thoughts. The phone rang. Lin Ming smiled. He could guess who it was with his toast. Yes, there's something you need, Lin Ming cheerfully asked. Not just something, it's a major issue, Zhou Chong exclaimed, overjoyed. Lin Gu, did you foresee the development of the new district? Is that why you took me to sign the deposit contract? Incredible, Lin Gu, you are truly my brother, simply amazing. After watching the news, Zhou Chong finally understood why the elder had praised him for his performance and urged him to heed Lin Ming's advice. Clearly, both the elder and his father had been privy to this information beforehand but chose not to share it with him. What are you hollering about? Afraid others won't know you're about to strike it rich? Lin Ming teased. How could I not be happy? We now hold nearly 200 properties, Zhou Chong exclaimed. I heard that Zijin Xingfu's prices will at least double if we sell all these properties. Zhou Chong could hardly contain his excitement. Stop dreaming. Do you have the funds to purchase all these properties? Lin Ming doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Zhou Chong's excitement waned, and he lamented. You rewrite, even at 16,000 per square meter our properties will. Stop calculating, it's uncomfortable. I've told you before, we're not genuinely buying properties, we're merely using these properties to facilitate our transactions. Do you understand now? Lin Ming clarified. Understood, I get it. Regardless, you're still impressive, Lin Gu, Zhou Chong replied. Now the rush to buy properties at Zijin Xingfu must be overwhelming. We've chosen the best buildings and floors, which gives us an advantage. Lin Ming pondered for a moment before adding, however, 200 properties are indeed excessive. We can't just keep selling at the sales office. Whether they believe us is debatable, and it might also provoke their resentment. I understand what you mean, Lin Gu. There are certainly many speculative buyers eyeing Zijin Xingfu. I'll inquire to see if anyone is willing to take over our 200 properties. Zhou Chong was quick to comprehend. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming took a sip of water. Once the property dealings were settled, he would need to delve into stock market matters. Life, indeed, felt fulfilling. Chapter 32. We are willing to pay the penalty at Zijin Xingfu. The once empty sales office was now bustling with activity. Over 20 salespeople had been temporarily assigned and were busy signing contracts. Hardly finding a moment to sip water. In the third-floor office, Wang Xingyang stood by the window, gazing at the crowd outside, which had formed a line stretching several hundred meters. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, feeling an intricate mix of emotions, complex and contradictory. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It was 10:30 a.m. an hour and a half since the press conference had concluded. Just after the conference, the board had called, delivering a clear message: price increase. The minimum price per square meter was to be set at 60,000, with the maximum reaching 90,000. Such pricing would place them in the upper tier within Blue Island City. This sudden and drastic price surge, multiplying 5 to 6 times, did not catch Wang Xingyang off guard, because he understands what the Zijin Xingfu represents at present. It is the most coveted property in the entire southern new district. Acquiring a residence here guarantees unparalleled convenience in the future, with essential amenities such as schools, hospitals, and large supermarkets all set to be constructed around the Zijinxingfu once these developments are complete. The property prices in Zijinxingfu are bound to rise again. Although it may not be a top-tier community, its unique standing in the new district could very well elevate its prices to the pinnacle of the housing market in Blue Island. Of course, this does not include the villa area. At this moment, everyone queuing here has foreseen the limitless potential and bright prospects of Zijinxingfu, which is why they are so patient. Wang Xingyang is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. An increasing number of people will arrive, and speculators will undoubtedly join the fray. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances and to reflect the value of Zijinxingfu, the lottery phase will officially commence in the afternoon. Unless connected to the sales office, only those who obtain a number will qualify to purchase a property here. This is not a whimsical decision by the board, it is simply that Zijinxingfu has no trouble selling. Even with around 900 units still available, Wang Xingyang feels an undeniable satisfaction at these prospects. However, his contentment is overshadowed by the two individuals who purchased nearly 200 units yesterday. Initially, Wang Xingyang believed they were the foolish ones. But now he feels like the ultimate fool, a complete fool. Those two chose the best unit numbers and floors, as well as the most desirable square footage, based on today's prices, even if averaged out to 80,000 per square meter. Zijinxingfu would incur at least a 1.5 billion loss. 1.5 billion? What does that even mean? If those 200 units do not sell, that 1.5 billion would be pure profit for the group. Wang Xingyang could have leveraged this astonishing performance to ascend to the upper echelons of the group and achieve financial freedom, but now that he truly dares not report this matter to the board. Wang Xingyang had originally planned to wait until Lin Ming and Zhou Chong made their down payments before reporting to headquarters, intending to surprise the board, who could have anticipated that overnight this surprise would transform into a fright. Wang Xingyang can even envision the board's enraged reaction upon learning of this matter. It is not his fault. The properties are selling so well, why does he feel an overwhelming urge to cry? Manager Wang, his assistant, has been standing behind him. After watching him smoke one cigarette after another, she can no longer hold back and grits her teeth. They will find out about this sooner or later. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be better to report it to the higher-ups while they are still in good spirits. You are right, I do not want to delay any longer. I want to be able to sleep tonight. Wang Xingyang has made his decision. He takes out his phone and dials a number saved under General Chang. Is this Xiao Wang? General Chang sounds exceptionally relaxed. Are you planning to report on the Zijinxingfu matter? The finance department has just conducted a financial assessment, and due to the provincial government's policies, Zijinxingfu is expected to yield nearly 10 billion in profits for us, which is extraordinarily rare in the national real estate market. Just wait for your promotion, one can sense General Chang's delightful mood, otherwise, he would not share such information with a mere sales department manager like Wang Xingyang. Little do they know, the more joyful General Chang is, the more it pierces Wang Xingyang's heart. Why the silence? Are you too excited? General Chang teases. Wang Xingyang steels himself and grits his teeth. General Chang, I need to inform you about something. Two individuals came to the sales office yesterday and purchased 196 units, each priced at 0.16000 per square meter. On the other end of the line, there is an immediate silence. In the office, one could hear a pin drop. Cold sweat begins to bead on Wang Xingyang's forehead, and his assistant's legs tremble. They had prepared for the storm, but when it truly arrives, they realize they have overestimated their capacity to endure. 196 units. At 16,000 per square meter. After a long pause, General Chang's voice finally breaks the silence, but it is devoid of the previous warmth, instead suffocating Wang Xingyang with tension. Yes, what is the square footage? General Chang inquires. Between 120 and 140 square meters. Wang Xingyang dares not withhold any details. What about the unit numbers and floors? General Chang presses on. It is clear that, as a high-ranking group official, General Chang has already calculated how much the group will lose because of these 196 units, yet he does not explode. Rather, he asks targeted questions. They are all the best unit numbers and floors. With 80% being prime locations, Wang Xingyang's heart sinks completely. General Chang falls silent once more. General Chang, Wang Xingyang tentatively asks. Suddenly, a furious roar erupts from the other end. Why didn't you report such a significant matter to headquarters immediately yesterday? Wang Xingyang's scalp feels as if it has exploded, nearly leaving him breathless. General Chang, I didn't expect this. I only signed a deposit contract yesterday, planning to wait until they completed the down payment or final payment to surprise you. Who knew such a change would occur? At this point, Wang Xingyang feels a wave of humiliation wash over him, tears genuinely spilling forth. The thought of 1.5 billion in cash, which he would have to count by hand every day for 2 or 3 months, is unbearable. How could General Chang not be angry at such a colossal loss? Wang Xingyang, you are finished. After uttering this, General Chang hangs up, leaving Wang Xingyang with the sound of a busy signal in his ear. Damn, with a shout to the heavens, Wang Xingyang slumps onto the sofa, feeling utterly powerless that he has an impulse to smash his phone but refrains, knowing that General Chang might call him again. Sure enough. Half an hour later, Wang Xingyang's phone rings. It is General Chang once more. What did you say you signed yesterday? The deposit contract. Wang Xingyang replies. What is the penalty? 3 times the deposit. Is it limited to the deposit? Yes, only the deposit. Immediately call the other party and inform them that we are willing to compensate the penalty. Wang Xingyang stands frozen for a moment, then his eyes brightens. Chapter 33, Everything Under Control at Noon. Lin Ming finds a clean little restaurant, quickly packs a few dishes, and then takes a taxi toward the Anju community. The little girl has been eating well these past few days, but given her tender age, he knows she cannot always indulge in rich foods. Lin Ming is aware of this. Once this batch of property contracts is finalized, he plans to transfer some money to Lin Ku and Lin Chu. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Lin Ming devises a plan. At the very least, he must first return the bride price and dowry he once deceitfully obtained, ensuring they can eat and dress well. The old Lin family is currently in dire straits, with Lin Ku and Lin Chu working in the county, while Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan farm a few crops and vegetables. They earn little. And with daily expenses, it is nearly impossible for them to gather the bride price and dowry in the short term. There are often suggestions that Lin Chu, being beautiful, could ask for a larger bride price from her future husband, then use that money for Lin Kuo's wedding, achieving a win-win situation. However, Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan find such ideas deeply unfair to their daughter and feel resentment toward them. They have spent their lives farming, maintaining a simple and traditional mindset, yet this does not mean they favor sons over daughters. Lin Chenghua has stated that the old Lin family has 2 sons but only 1 daughter. When she marries, they will do their utmost to ensure Lin Chu has a splendid wedding. Perhaps it is precisely because of these beliefs that Lin Chu remains unmarried, and Lin Ku has yet to find a wife. Lin Ming is now 30 years old, the eldest son in the family. Lin Ku and Lin Chu are fraternal twins, both 28 years old, but since Lin Ku was born first, Lin Chu has become the youngest sister. Reflecting on this, Lin Ming feels a renewed sense of guilt. He has failed to fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother and has nearly ruined their lives. To be precise, he has already caused 1 ruin. However, there is still a chance for redemption. Soon, he arrives at the Anju community. Lin Ming has already sent a WeChat message to Chen Jia with a photo of the packed meal, but awkwardly, Chen Jia has not replied. With no other option, Lin Ming calls her while heading upstairs. What do you want? Chen Jia asks. She seems less impatient now, almost hinting at some anticipation, though Lin Ming fails to pick up on it. I sent you. I'm busy with work, no time to check. Chen Jia interrupts directly. Lin Ming chuckles softly. I never said what I sent you. Why are you so eager to respond? What if I sent you a delivery? Chen Jia pauses for a moment, then hurriedly explains. I was just guessing. Ha. Lin Ming bursts into laughter. That he can now fully confirm that Chen Jia has indeed seen his WeChat message. She simply does not want to reply. What are you laughing at? Be careful not to lose your teeth, Chen Jia retorts. It is evident that her conversation has increased significantly compared to before, reminiscent of the playful banter when they first began dating. You never curse, even when angry. You are quite adorable, Lin Ming remarks. Chen Jia still struggles to adjust to this unexpected tenderness, feeling uncomfortable due to her past experiences. Xian is at home and probably hasn't tea eaten. When you arrive, she will open the door for you. After saying this, Chen Jia hangs up. Lin Ming is overjoyed. This indicates that Chen Jia has informed Xian that she can now open the door for her father. Until this moment, this path has truly taken a significant step forward. At the very least, Chen Jia has ceased to resist her arrival. We the common folk are genuinely delighted today. Oh, how joyous we are. Humming a little tune, Lin Ming ascended the stairs with carefree delight. Considering Chen Jia's absence, Lin Ming first knocked on Wang Lanmei's door. Lin Ming, you're back again. Wang Lanmei opened the door and remarked. I heard from Jia that you two have divorced, yet you've been quite diligent in your visits lately. Have you genuinely turned over a new leaf? Granny Wang, what can I say to that? Lin Ming chuckled helplessly before continuing. I brought back some takeout from the restaurant, but since Chen Jia isn't home and neither Xian nor I can finish it, would you mind taking these 2 dishes home? Lin Ming had packed 6 dishes, giving 2 to Wang Lanmei, leaving 4 for himself and Xian, which would suffice. You eat out every day. Are you truly so flush with cash? I've always advised you to save. Yet you never seem to heed my words, she admonished, and while divorce is not to be feared, what is truly alarming is the prospect of never learning to cherish what you have and lacking ambition. If you keep this up, you will eventually win Jia back. I have faith in you. Wang Lanmei mumbled a few more words and then cheerfully accepted the dishes. Filial piety is paramount. Although they shared no blood ties, merely being neighbors, Wang Lanmei perceived Lin Ming's kindness towards her as a reflection of how he might treat Chen Jia and Xian after Wang Lanmei returned home. Lin Ming called out to Xian. As expected, a mother's words held sway. Upon hearing Lin Ming's voice, the little girl hurriedly opened the door. Dad, are you here to bring me a feast again? She exclaimed. Why have you become so wonderful? You're no longer scolding or hitting me, and you bring me treats every day. I love you so much." The innocent words stirred a mix of emotions within Lin Ming. This child was not inherently introverted, rather, his past transgressions had stripped her of the courage to even speak in his presence. Now, he was gradually mending the wounds in her heart, guiding her back to the vivacious and sunny disposition she was meant to have. They enjoyed a lovely meal together. Around 1:30, the little girl yawned and went off for her afternoon nap. Lin Ming did not leave but instead focused on the phone on the table. Seemingly awaiting something. Future changes might induce a butterfly effect, yet such an effect would not influence Lin Ming, for regardless of how the future, stirred by the butterfly's wings, may unfold, it would remain within the bounds of Lin Ming's foresight. As anticipated, after about 2 minutes, a strange call came through. Lin Ming squinted and answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Ming?" The caller inquired cheerfully. "Mr. Lin, can you not recognize my voice? This is Wang Xingyang, the sales manager of Zijin Xingfu. We just met yesterday." Lin Ming smirked coldly and replied nonchalantly, Manager Wang, I heard that the city plans to develop a new district in the south, and Zijin Xingfu has consequently become quite the hot commodity." "Congratulations are in order." Wang Xingyang paused momentarily. He had intended to engage Lin Ming in casual conversation about various topics, but Lin Ming had cut straight to the point. It felt as though Lin Ming knew the purpose of his call and remained unfazed by it. Was it merely his illusion? Wang Xingyang furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it. Since Lin Ming had broached the subject, he had no choice but to be direct. "Mr. Lin, the situation is as follows." Wang Xingyang cleared his throat, attempting to adopt a serious tone. "Last night, multiple indicators of the development were found to be substandard, prompting the board to convene an emergency meeting, which has resulted in a decision for significant alterations to Zijin Xingfu. Under these circumstances, we cannot guarantee the delivery timeline for the project. I called to inform you and see if we could terminate the contract, as this will affect the delivery of your property." Before Lin Ming could respond, Wang Xingyang continued. "Given that you and Mr. Zhou are significant clients of ours, and considering the issues stem from our project, the board has unanimously decided to offer you and Mr. Zhou threefold compensation for the breach of contract. What do you think, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 34. The turn of events. In truth, Lin Ming had foreseen this situation following the press conference. However, foreseeing something and its actual occurrence are entirely different matters. It is akin to knowing someone intends to harm you versus experiencing the assault itself. The sensations are worlds apart. Lin Ming had initially believed he would remain calm, yet, upon hearing Wang Xingyang's seemingly polite but utterly shameless and despicable remarks, the anger he had suppressed surged forth uncontrollably. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette from his pocket but hesitated, fearing it might disturb the napping Xiaoxian. Thus, he stealthily made his way to the hallway. Lighting the cigarette, Lin Ming took a deep drag before saying, "I'm not particularly concerned about the timeline for the project's delivery, as I never intended to live here anyway. I plan to transfer these deposit contracts soon." "Transfer the deposit contracts?" Wang Xingyang was taken aback. "Indeed," Lin Ming affirmed with a nod. Wang Xingyang reflexively questioned, "Was your initial intention merely to sign a deposit contract? Were your previous statements about paying the full amount within a month merely a formality?" This time, Lin Ming remained silent. Nonetheless, a storm of realization brewed within Wang Xingyang. When they signed the contract yesterday, there had been no news regarding the new district in the south. How could Lin Ming be so certain that the property prices at Zijin Xingfu would rise? Otherwise, why would he and Zhou Chong sign 196 deposit contracts? Why not pay a mere 10 or 20,000? It was clear that if they were wrong, they would stand to lose nearly 10 million in deposits. Wang Xingyang did not believe that they lacked the means to absorb such a loss, leaving only one explanation. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were utterly convinced that prices would rise. Had it been any other development, Wang Xingyang might have thought they were merely speculating, but Zijin Xingfu was different. No one would be foolish enough to gamble here. His mind swirling, Wang Xingyang had little time to ponder further. He simply wished to mitigate the group's losses of 15 billion. Amidst his shock, he also felt a surge of anger at having been deceived by Lin Ming and his partner. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Wang Xingyang added, "Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but privately transferring deposit contracts is against regulation, especially with the group preparing to rectify issues at Zijin Xingfu. They certainly won't allow you to proceed with that." Against regulation but not illegal. After all, property prices are rising, which is only natural. As long as you comprehend this, it cannot be deemed an illicit transfer. You possess the right to be informed, yet lack the authority to interfere. Lin Ming replied calmly. The group would hardly be inclined to understand. Wang Xingyang had effectively closed off Lin Ming's escape route. So, are you implying that the contract must be terminated? Lin Ming's voice grew increasingly frosty. Wang Xingyang showed no fear. That is indeed the group's position. It is ultimately for your and Mr. Zhou's benefit, and I have no choice in the matter. Lin Ming extinguished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the trash can. "Your name is Wang Xingyang, correct? I recall you were practically grinning ear to ear when we signed the contract yesterday. Just one night later, due to rising prices, you turn your back on us. You truly embody the essence of a sales manager, Mr. Lin. I am considering your perspective, yet you accuse me of wrongdoing. Wang Xingyang was done with pretense. In light of the skyrocketing property prices, everyone understood that this matter could not be resolved amicably. They merely wished to avoid an immediate confrontation, and now that negotiations had stalled, it was time to get tough. Mr. Lin, you should be aware that Zijin Xingfu was under the auspices of Dingsheng Real Estate. Wang Xingyang invoked Dingsheng Real Estate. Dingsheng Real Estate is renowned for its commitment to quality, with multiple indicators at Zijin Xingfu falling short. Restructuring is imperative. We cannot compromise the reputation of Dingsheng Real Estate simply because of you and Mr. Zhou. The deposit contract you signed stipulates a threefold penalty for breach, and we are willing to offer you a penalty of 150,000 per unit. However, if you remain unwilling, we will have to involve the legal department of Dingsheng Real Estate. By the end, Wang Xingyang had shifted from addressing Lin Ming as you, indicating that he had fully regarded Lin Ming and Zhou Chong as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, just a couple of local speculators. Perhaps possessing a hint of foresight, but what could they offer against the legal department of Dingsheng Real Estate, that was at least 15 billion in profits, if they could salvage even a fraction? What would a falling out matter? Fine, you Wang Xingyang are quite arrogant. Since awakening to the truth, Lin Ming had not felt such anger before. I suggest you repeat what you just said to Zhou Chong. He should be quite satisfied. You need not remind me. I will be calling Zhou Chong. It's a necessary procedure, Wang Xingyang retorted before abruptly ending the call, discarding the obsequious demeanor he had displayed the previous day. His final words made it clear. I'm merely notifying you, you will agree, whether you wish to or not. Qingyao Caf as Zhou Chong occupied his seat by the window. On the surface, he appeared to be observing the bustling traffic outside. But in reality, his mind had already drifted far away. He roughly calculated the potential profit from this venture, certain it would more than compensate for the 50 million loss from the red wine, perhaps even yielding more. Brother Lin, I truly wish I could warm your bed. Zhou Chong felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. It was at that moment that an unfamiliar phone number rang, and as Zhou Chong thought he had found a buyer and promptly answered. Mr. Zhou, is it? I am Wang Xingyang. This time, Wang Xingyang could not be bothered with pleasantries. Wang Xingyang, the sales manager of Zijin Xingfu. Why are you calling me? Zhou Chong inquired, puzzled. The group has decided to terminate the contract you signed with Lin Ming at the sales office yesterday. As compensation, a penalty of 150,000 per unit will be transferred to your account within 30 working days, Wang Xingyang stated bluntly as Zhou Chong nearly dropped the cup in his hand. His mind went blank for a moment before he leapt to his feet. What did you say? Wang Xingyang smiled faintly. You must have understood by now. There is no need for me to elaborate further. The current price of Zijin Xingfu, a penalty of 150,000 per unit. Are you treating me like a beggar? Zhou Chong shouted. The CAF was a tranquil place, and his outburst immediately drew numerous glances. However, Zhou Chong was oblivious, his thoughts consumed by the figure of 150,000. The disparity from his expectations was staggering. I just called Lin Ming. If you don't agree, take it up with the legal department. As before, Wang Xingyang hung up without ceremony, listening to the beeping sound on his phone. Zhou Chong was nearly apoplectic, just a mere sales manager, and he dares to act so arrogantly, truly outrageous. Chapter 35. Someone reports Lin Ming was not overly angered by Wang Xingyang's call, rather, he was simply displeased by Wang Xingyang's haughty demeanor. He stood at the door for a moment until his phone rang. As expected, thinking it was Zhou Chong calling, he picked it up only to find it was Chen Jia. Miss me, Lin Ming chuckled. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ming's lips twitched. It seemed that given his current relationship with Chen Jia, such jokes were ill-advised. Is Shen Shen done with her meal? Chen Jia inquired. Yes, she is finished and is now taking a nap. Lin Ming replied honestly. Send me a video, Chen Jia insisted. Clearly, she was concerned about Lin Ming being alone with Shen Shen. In the previous two instances, Chen Jia had been present at home, fearing that without her, Lin Ming might revert to his old ways and take out his frustrations on Chen Shen. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, hung up the phone and quietly opened the bedroom door to record a video for Chen Jia. The little girl appeared to be dreaming sweetly, occasionally smacking her lips, radiating happiness. Alright, since Shen Shen is already asleep, you can head back. Chen Jia sent a voice message. When I come over next time, you 1T chase me away. Will you? Lin Ming asked. Depends on my mood, came the text reply. Lin Ming, feeling pleased, tucked his phone away, inwardly lamenting how easy it was to appease Chen Jia, realizing he had been quite the scoundrel in the past. Gently closing the security door, Lin Ming left the premises. Although he felt that Shen Shen would likely feel lonely upon waking, he dared not disregard Chen Jia's words just as he exited the neighborhood. His phone rang once more. This time, it was Zhou Chong calling. Brother Lin, that bastard Wang Xingyang must have called you, right? Zhou Chang's tone was grim. He struggled to suppress his fury while conversing with Lin Ming. Yes, Lin Ming acknowledged. Zijin Xingfu planning to breach the contract. Do they think they can silence us with triple the penalty? Zhou Chong gritted his teeth. This is utterly audacious. To treat a contract as merely a piece of paper. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong continued, "Brother Lin, I am truly on the verge of exploding. You have no idea how Wang Xingyang spoke to me. He said if we disagreed, we should go speak with the legal department of Dingsheng Real Estate. When the prices were stable, he couldn't wait to lick our boots, and now he acts as if we should be groveling at his feet. He truly thinks we are fools. Don't be angry. After all, considering the current housing prices, our nearly 200 units would indeed lead to substantial losses for Zijin Xingfu. I had anticipated this scenario," Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Not being angry is a lie. I want nothing more than to pound that scoundrel Wang Xingyang into the ground. In this land of Blue Island City, aside from my parents and grandfather, no one dares to speak to me like that." Zhou Chong exclaimed. Lin Ming chuckled softly. Zhou Chong's words were indeed not unfounded. At least within the confines of Blue Island City, he was indeed a little tyrant. "Brother Lin, how did he phrase it? Even if they breached the contract, there must be a reason, right?" Zhou Chong pressed angrily. "Did he not inform you?" Lin Ming was taken aback. "No, he simply stated that Zijin Xingfu intended to terminate the contract and provided no reason whatsoever." Zhou Chong replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming could easily imagine the arrogant expression and tone Wang Xingyang must have had while speaking to Zhou Chong. No wonder Zhou Chong was so furious. Wang Xingyang's implication was that Zijin Xingfu had failed various inspections and intended to rectify the issues. Lin Ming explained, "If they are to rectify, the delivery of the properties will be delayed. From our perspective, with the uncertainty surrounding the delivery schedule, Zijin Xingfu has no choice but to breach the contract. So this is supposedly for our benefit. It's laughable." Zhou Chong seethed with rage. "Fine, now I understand their true colors. Brother Lin, you need not worry about this matter. Leave it all to me. Wang Xingyang claims there are insufficient indicators. I will investigate what precisely is lacking with Zijin Xingfu." After saying this, without waiting for Lin Ming's response, Zhou Chong hung up the phone. Typically, he would not be so rude to Lin Ming, but his anger was palpable. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Zijin Xingfu sales office, the queue of people waiting here was steadily growing. The line extending beyond the entrance, seemingly endless. Meanwhile, Zijin Xingfu had officially entered the lottery phase. In the current market of Blue Island City, where property prices were relatively stable, Zijin Xingfu was the only development still holding a lottery for homes. In the third-floor office, Wang Xingyang lounged in his chair, legs propped up on the desk, entirely devoid of the frantic demeanor he had displayed that morning. He secretly rejoiced that he had informed General Manager Chang about the nearly 200 units in advance. This way, even with the tripled penalty, the group's losses would not be catastrophic. As for Wang Xingyang himself, he would not face any repercussions for this matter. He would still receive his promotion and raise. When the mountains are barren and the waters exhausted, a glimmer of hope appears, Wang Xingyang mused as he gazed at the computer screen. It was the first time he found those lines of poetry so aptly descriptive. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully swung open. An assistant clad in a sharp professional outfit rushed in, her previously alluring features now marked by panic. "Xiao Chang, what has got you so flustered?" Wang Xingyang feigned annoyance. "Is there a commotion downstairs over the house allocation?" As he spoke, Wang Xingyang's eyes were fixated on the assistant's tall figure, certain areas involuntarily stirring. "Manager Wang, the fire department is here," the assistant exclaimed. Wang Xingyang was taken aback. "The fire department? What do they want?" he asked, frowning. "I don't know. They just said they wanted to see you," the assistant replied urgently. Wang Xingyang's brow furrowed even deeper. As the sales manager, he surmised that the fire department should be seeking the engineering manager, not him. Before he could ponder further, a chorus of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the office. A group of over a dozen individuals entered, with the foremost being Han Gongye, the deputy chief of the Blue Island City Fire Department. Director Han. Wang Xingyang was startled, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Normally, Han Gongye wouldn't personally come here, especially not with a contingent of people all clad in work uniforms and displaying badges. They clearly weren't here for a casual visit. "What brings you here, Director Han? Please, have a seat." Wang Xingyang quickly rose. A forced smile plastered on his face. "No need," Han Gongye said, scrutinizing Wang Xingyang for a moment before commenting with a wry smile. "There has been a report that multiple indicators at Zijin Xingfu are substandard, including fire safety. I am here regarding this matter." Chapter 36, hitting a brick wall. Upon hearing Han Gongye's words, Wang Xingyang was utterly bewildered. His first thought was that someone could not bear to see Zijin Xingfu rise to prominence and was attempting to sabotage them. "Director, you know that this is a project developed by Dingsheng Real Estate. Quality issues are impossible, especially with fire safety being of utmost importance." Wang Xingyang paused briefly and added, "This must be a case of malicious reporting." "Right, such a trivial matter does not warrant your personal visit, Director. No quality issues, that seems rather dubious," Han Gongye replied slowly. The individual who reported this claimed that Manager Wang stated multiple indicators at Zijin Xingfu were substandard. "How is it that now you assert there are no quality concerns?" Wang Xingyang's heart skipped a beat. Having attained the position of sales manager, he was astute enough to piece together what had transpired. Since the opening of Zijin Xingfu, there had never been any mention of quality issues. As Han Gongye uttered those words, Wang Xingyang immediately recalled the 2 phone calls he had made at noon. He had used the excuse of substandard quality will certainly lead to a delay in delivery to placate Lin Ming and Zhou Chong, yet, that was merely a pretext. What could it possibly mean for the fire department to come in such a grand manner for an inspection? I never said such a thing. Wang Xingyang felt a surge of panic. Manager Wang truly has a tendency to forget, but that matters little. After all, we have the recorded conversations on hand. If Manager Wang wishes to listen, we can certainly oblige, Han Gongye stated. Wang Xingyang's complexion shifted dramatically. They even managed to obtain the call recordings. This was clearly aimed at him. Han, I did indeed make those 2 calls at noon. But they were merely. Han Gongye waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wang Xingyang to cease his explanation. Whether there are issues, we will investigate ourselves. If no problems are found, it will simply mean I acted hastily. And I shall naturally apologize to Manager Wang. After saying this, Han Gongye instructed his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation of the Zijin Xingfu project. Wang Xingyang felt as if he had been struck dumb. He understood all too well that in matters of fire safety, even a small restaurant could easily be found lacking in numerous respects, let alone such a large development. Manager Wang, please call Manager Sun from the engineering department over first. Without passing inspection, Zijin Xingfu was not permitted to commence work or engage in pre-sales, Han Gongye added. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xingyang's legs trembled, nearly causing him to lose control. There were so many people outside waiting to purchase homes. How could they simply declare a halt to sales? If word got out that the suspension was due to quality issues, the recently inflated prices of Zijin Xingfu would surely plummet. Han, given your relationship with Manager Sun, surely there's no need for this, Wang Xingyang stammered. However, Han Gongye's expression hardened. Official matters must be handled with formality. Personal feelings cannot be conflated. Does Manager Wang not understand this principle? Wang Xingyang cursed silently in his heart. He finally grasped that those 2, whom he had dismissed as easy marks, were out to get him. Then please hold on, Han. I will call Manager Sun right away. Upon exiting the office, the first call Wang Xingyang made was not to Manager Sun, but to General Manager Chang. Once the call connected, Wang Xingyang immediately said, Chang, the fire department has arrived, and Han Gongye came personally, stating that sales must cease until the investigation results are released. The fire department? Why have they suddenly shown up? General Manager Chang inquired. I called Lin Ming and Zhou Chong at noon, and I mentioned. Wang Xingyang recounted the phone calls in detail, including his excuse of substandard quality. The notification was sent at noon, and by the afternoon, the fire department's personnel had arrived, with Han Gongye himself in attendance. General Manager Chang quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Those 2 individuals were no trifling matter. What should we do now? Wang Xingyang asked, his face filled with despair. Han Gongye is clearly targeting me. He has all but stated as much. Of this matter today will likely not be easily settled. Have Sun Hong come over first. I will call you back shortly, General Manager Chang instructed. Wang Xingyang steadied his emotions before dialing the engineering department's general manager, Sun Hong. Before long, Sun Hong arrived, holding a substantial amount of fire safety documentation for the project. He brewed a cup of tea for Han Gongye before saying, Director Han, here are the fire safety materials for Zijin Xingfu for your review. Han Gongye did not touch the tea but instead began perusing the documents one by one. Wang Xingyang and Sun Hong stood to the side, hardly daring to breathe. It was not until 10 minutes later that Han Gongye remarked, the documentation is indeed complete, however, the specifics must be verified on site. You 2 need not worry. If we have done nothing wrong, we have no fear of scrutiny. Let us await the results. Sun Hong's heart raced. He had dealt with Han Gongye on numerous occasions and had come to understand his character. This situation was likely to be troublesome. After about half an hour, Han Gongye's subordinates gradually returned from the construction site. They whispered a few words into Han Gongye's ear, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Is Zijin Xingfu to rely solely on these documents? Do they think Han Gongye, can be so easily deceived? With so many unresolved issues, how could the public ever feel secure living here, after this exchange? Both Wang Xingyang and Sun Hong felt their spirits plummet. Han Gongye seemed disinclined to elaborate further, his face cold as he shot a glare at Wang Xingyang and Sun Hong before turning to leave. Old Han, Sun Hong called out as he pursued him, urgently asking, what is the reason behind this? We've shared several years of camaraderie. At least let me know the cause. Han Gongye slowed his pace and replied quietly. You may earn the money that is rightfully yours, but do you dare to take what is not? Do you not know who holds power in Blue Island City, before turning against others? You should assess whether you possess the capability. Sun Hong was no fool. He immediately understood Han Gongye's meaning. Han Gongye continued, old son, while Dingsheng Real Estate certainly has strength, at the end of the day, a businessman is still just a businessman. Do you grasp my point? My visit today is merely the beginning, serving as a warning that if you fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation, next time it will be the Housing Construction Bureau that comes knocking. Sun Hong's complexion shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he returned to the office, where only Wang Xingyang remained. Old Sun, what did he say? Wang Xingyang inquired. Sun Hong looked at Wang Xingyang, who is the current leader of Blue Island City. Of course it's Zhou, Wang Xingyang replied anxiously. Wasn't that obvious? How could one develop a project in Blue Island City without knowing who steers the ship? What were the names of those two who bought the property yesterday? Sun Hong asked. Point one is named Lin Ming, and the other is Zhou. Wang Xingyang abruptly fell silent. Sun Hong recognized he had connected the dots and sighed this time. I fear we've kicked a metal plate. Chapter 37, I won't sell anymore. Throughout the afternoon and evening, Lin Ming diligently searched for information on Qiling Automotive, of this new energy vehicle brand, which had soared to prominence since its inception. Continued to bask in the halo of divinity. No one could have anticipated that in just a few days, it would experience a tumultuous turn of events, although Lin Ming could foresee the future. Preparations still had to be made. On September 4th at 8 a.m. Zhou Chong called. Lin bro, are you busy? If not, let's meet. I have something to discuss, Zhou Chong said. His tone was now calm, lacking the anger of the previous day. Not busy, in fact, I have something to discuss with you as well. Where shall we meet? Lin Ming replied. Let's go to Qingyao CAF. I'll send you the location. Alright, around 8:30, as Lin Ming stepped out of the taxi. Zhou Chong helplessly remarked, Lin bro, didn't I tell you long ago to get a car? You can't keep taking taxis everywhere. You only just mentioned it to me yesterday, right? Lin Ming laughed. Zhou Chong paused, then smacked his forehead and sighed. You're right, it was only yesterday, but why does it feel like such a long time ago? Indeed, much had transpired since yesterday. As Lin Ming spoke, he walked into the CAF with Zhou Chong. They casually found a spot to sit, and Lin Ming surveyed the CAF's fresh and vibrant decor, surprised that Zhou Chong would choose such a place. This hardly seemed to align with his usual style. It wasn't until a young girl, around 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a very pure and beautiful manner, appeared that Lin Ming finally understood. Lin bro, would you like something to drink? The girl inquired with a smile. Her address towards Lin Ming confirmed his suspicions. It seemed Zhou Chong was quite familiar with her and had shared some details about himself. At the very least, she knew his name. A latte. Please, Lin Ming replied, and for you. The girl turned to Zhou Chong. The usual, Zhou Chong said, grinning widely. To Lin Ming's eyes, this fellow resembled the legendary love-struck admirer. After the girl left, Lin Ming humorously asked, are you fond of her? Zhou Chong scratched the back of his head, candidly admitting, the prince has feelings, but the goddess remains indifferent. She is indeed a lovely girl, modestly attired and very polite. Lin Ming complimented. Of course, the woman I Zhou Chong fancy cannot be lacking in merit. She has a good foundation and doesn't need to overdo her appearance. Zhou Chong boasted proudly. A few compliments and you're puffed up with pride? You act as if she has already accepted you. Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Want some advice? Lin Ming added. Zhou Chang's spirits lifted instantly. My dear brother, please help me. I've been pursuing her for years. And if this continues, I fear I might wither away. Call me at 7 tonight, Lin Ming instructed. Can't we talk about it now? Zhou Chong asked, his face anxious. Haste makes waste. Some matters need to be left to chance. Understand? Lin Ming shot him a glare. Alright then, Zhou Chong relented. Soon, a latte and an orange juice were served to Lin Ming and Zhou Chong, allowing them to finally discuss serious matters. It seems you've already begun handling the Zijin Xingfu situation? Lin Ming inquired. As expected. Lin bro, you truly have a knack for foresight. Sometimes I feel like you can even predict when I need to relieve myself. Zhou Chong flattered. Get lost, Lin Ming exclaimed, his face dark with anger. Am I sick or something? Why would I bother calculating when you pee? Zhou Chong chuckled awkwardly before continuing. That scoundrel Wang Xingyang really thinks he can bully us, after our phone call yesterday. The fire department sent people to the Zijin Xingfu construction site, led personally by Director Han Gongye. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming shot Zhou Chong a glance. Truly, as the first son of Blue Island City, his network of connections was indeed formidable. Zhou Chong continued, anyway, I have a notoriously bad temper. If we don't hear anything from Zijin Xingfu today, then the Housing Construction Bureau will be next on the list. That should suffice. There's no need to make such a big fuss, Lin Ming replied. Brother Lin, you don't understand, these so-called businessmen just need to be taught a lesson. If we don't show them a bit of color, they will genuinely think we are easy targets, Zhou Chong insisted, still somewhat agitated. Are you not a businessman yourself now? Lin Ming teased. True, but I am a legitimate businessman, one who earns money with integrity. How could Zijin Xingfu possibly compare? Zhou Chong retorted with a cold snort. This was indeed accurate. Over the years, he had made a fair amount of money thanks to his connections, yet he had never harmed anyone in the process. Unlike Wang Xingyang, who, upon hearing of the Southern New District's development, could turn hostile in an instant. Enough about that fool Wang Xingyang. There's another matter, Zhou Chong added. I've already found a buyer, a real estate group from Lingnan. But the specific transfer price for the deposit contract still needs your decision. Lin Ming nodded. With Zhou Chang's connections, it was naturally not difficult to find a buyer. Furthermore, the deposit contract they held was based on a price of 16,000 per square meter. Having selected only the finest buildings and units, such a substantial piece of the pie attracted numerous eager buyers, and it would depend on Zhou Chong and Lin Ming whom they wished to sell to. Brother Lin, I genuinely feel it's a pity. If only we had more capital, we could buy these properties outright and resell them for an even greater profit, Zhou Chong lamented. There's no use crying over spilled milk. Lin Ming replied as Zhou Chong pouted, secretly admiring Lin Ming's optimistic mindset. After sipping some juice, Zhou Chong posed the question he most wanted answered. Brother Lin, how much do you think we should price these deposit contracts at? 2 million each, Lin Ming stated. Cough, cough, Zhou Chong nearly choked, stammering, how much? Look at you, acting so hopeless. You're the first son of Blue Island City, yet this amount has you flabbergasted, Lin Ming remarked, speechless. No, I thought. Zhou Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. The deposit contract was priced at 50,000 each, and he had initially thought of selling them for 500,000 each, which would still yield a tenfold profit. To his astonishment, Lin Ming had suggested a staggering 40-fold. You just mentioned that our deposit contracts are based on 16,000 per square meter, while the current price for Zijin Xingfu has already reached a peak of 90,000. But even if we average it out at 80,000 per square meter, that's a difference of 64,000 per square meter, Lin Ming explained. Take a 120 square meter unit for instance. That amounts to a loss of 7.68 million. For 130 or 140 square meter units, the figures would be even more staggering. Therefore, even if the buyer purchases these deposit contracts at 2 million each, there is still a minimum profit of over 5 million. Have you not calculated this? Zhou Chong had indeed not considered this. He had only calculated how much he could earn from the deposit contracts. If one unit could yield 5 million, then 196 units would amount to nearly a billion. Zhou Chong abruptly stood up, shouting, I'm not selling the contracts anymore, I want to buy the properties. Chapter 38, taking one step to see 10 ahead. Could you keep it down, yelling about billions here and there, take it home to boast about. This is a CAF, please maintain some decorum. Discontented voices arose from the surrounding tables. Zhou Chong, his face flushed, sat back down muttering, Brother Lin, you know I'm not bragging. What's the difference? Lin Ming teased, I've already told you. We still can't afford to buy these properties, so regardless of how much we earn, all we can do is watch. Brother Lin, calculate again, where else can you find such properties, even if I have to take out a loan from the bank? I wouldn't miss this opportunity. Zhou Chang's eyes reddened with excitement. Do you think such opportunities grow on trees? Lin Ming shook his head, seeing Zhou Chang's disappointed expression. He added, as of now, there truly are no properties available. But there are other avenues. Zhou Chong paused, his breath quickening. Was there another opportunity? They hadn't even profited from Zijin Xingfu yet, and now new paths were already being laid out. Brother Lin, while others plan one step ahead. You seem to plan 10, Zhou Chong exclaimed eagerly. Quick, tell me what other money-making opportunities there are. I'm anxious. Hurry up. Lin Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. He swore if it weren't for the presence of other customers, he would have loved to knock some sense into this guy. Chilling Motors, you know of it. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Of course, it's the pinnacle of global electric vehicles. The luxury and driving experience far surpasses any competitors in the same category. I test drove one at the dealership before and was thinking about buying one, Zhou Chong replied. Lin Ming tapped his fingers on the table, slowly saying, you might want to reconsider in just 4 or 5 days. Chilling Motors will face a crisis. A crisis? Zhou Chong looked puzzled. Brother Lin, could you elaborate? If you keep an eye on the news these days, especially from abroad, you'll understand. Lin Ming explained, many foreign news stories are not broadcast domestically and can only be accessed online. However, it was the upcoming International Auto Show in Tianhai City that would truly plunge Chilling Motors into chaos. Naturally, Zhou Chong had no way of knowing this. He looked at Lin Ming with a forlorn expression, thinking that Brother Lin was too stingy to share more information. Yet Zhou Chong had complete faith in Lin Ming. He would remember every word Lin Ming said, fearing to miss even a single detail. Chilling Motors had already been listed on Nasdaq 3 years ago, and after 3 years of market validation, its market value had reached around $1 trillion. Lin Ming paused before continuing, our target this time is the Chilling stock market. Short selling, or buying the dip? Zhou Chong inquired. He had some knowledge of the stock market and had dabbled in it for a while. However, stocks can be incredibly costly, with most participants being mere chives. If one fails to keep pace, the money earned in one moment could evaporate in the next. Zhou Chong was somewhat averse to this, having lost hundreds of thousands before. He had steered clear of stocks since. Initially, he thought Lin Ming intended to invest in Chilling Motors directly, but to his surprise, Lin Ming's goal was the company's stock. Let's short sell. Lin Ming contemplated. We can borrow for short selling, but buying the dip requires a substantial amount of capital, which we currently lack. We can discuss that later. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Chong agreed without further questions. Do you have any friends who can operate on leverage? Lin Ming asked. Leverage? Zhou Chong was taken aback. Brother Lin, are you certain that Chilling Motors is going to encounter a significant issue? I do know a skilled trader, but if this fails, we could go bankrupt. Weren't you already on the verge of bankruptcy? Lin Ming chuckled. That's different. Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. Trust me, just follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll reap substantial rewards. Lin Ming took a sip of his coffee. I naturally have immense faith in you. Brother Lin, but considering the amount of money involved, it's only natural for me to be concerned, Zhou Chong chuckled. Who did you learn to speak like this from? If you keep it up, I might just punch you. Lin Ming said, his expression dark. Zhou Chong paid no heed, although their acquaintance was brief. To Zhou Chong, Lin Ming was more than just a source of income, he was a lifesaver, therefore, he maintained a demeanor devoid of arrogance. Appearing like a devoted admirer throughout, after refilling his coffee, Zhou Chong hesitated before asking, Brother Lin, shall we handle the Chiling stock market matter ourselves? Lin Ming glanced at him, a half-smile on his face. I was planning to involve Li Hongyuan as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong inquired, I've never quite understood, didn't Li Hongyuan lend you a considerable amount of money? Why are you still so cordial towards him? Borrowing is one thing, lending is another. These are two fundamentally different matters. Everyone knows what kind of person Hongyuan finances, which is why I asked. Zhou Chong explained, when I was at my lowest. Li Hongyuan didn't take the opportunity to kick me while I was down or trouble my wife and child. For that alone, I owe him this favor, Lin Ming stated. Zhou Chong was touched. Brother Lin not only possesses extraordinary fortune-telling skills but also embodies rare integrity. Compared to you, I feel utterly ashamed. Enough with the flattery. You were about to say something earlier, right? You want to bring Hong Ning and Han Chinyu on board? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong nodded earnestly. Those two are grateful individuals. If Brother Lin is willing to bring them along, they will undoubtedly follow you as faithfully as I do. That's fine. After all, with such a vast market for Chiling stocks, it won't hurt to earn a bit more from those capitalists. Lin Ming shrugged. Hee, then I shall thank Brother Lin on their behalf. Zhou Chong beamed. The two individuals engaged in light conversation for a while before parting ways. Zhou Chong returned to contact his trading partner in preparation for the lucrative venture ahead. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Ming placed a call to Li Hongyuan. Go, have you managed to soothe your sister-in-law? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. Don't mention it, it's a minor uproar every 3 days and a major one every ten. My head is about to explode, Li Hongyuan replied helplessly. It's normal for couples to have their ups and downs, so you shouldn't take it to heart. Li Go, Lin Ming remarked. Li Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. In truth, Lin Ming was merely speaking casually, yet Li Hongyuan instinctively felt that Lin Ming was intentionally reminding him of something. I will remember your words, Lin Laudi. I shall treat her well from now on, Li Hongyuan asserted. This left Lin Ming taken aback. With a wry smile, he mused silently that this fellow had certainly misunderstood his intentions. Chapter 39, Mr. Lin, please spare me this time. In the ensuing moments, Lin Ming briefly discussed matters regarding the Chiling stock market with Li Hongyuan. Grateful beyond measure, Li Hongyuan expressed his eagerness to collaborate with Lin Ming. With past experiences in mind, both Li Hongyuan and Zhou Chong understood that if Lin Ming dared to take action, profits were practically guaranteed. At noon, Lin Ming made a trip to KFC, purchasing a generous assortment of fried chicken and burgers, which he delivered to Xian Xian. Observing the little girl with grease smeared across her face, Lin Ming felt a wave of contentment wash over him. After Xuanxuan's midday nap, Lin Ming finally departed from the Anju community. While en route back to his apartment by taxi, his phone suddenly rang. It was a number that was unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable. Lin Ming scoffed, choosing not to answer and promptly ending the call. However, the caller seemed persistent, attempting to reach him 7 or 8 times. It was only when the taxi arrived at the foot of his apartment building that Lin Ming decided to answer the phone. Manager Wang, I sincerely apologize, I was in the shower and didn't hear the phone ringing, Lin Ming explained as he exited the vehicle. On the other end, Wang Xingyong cursed under his breath, who takes a shower in the middle of the day? It's not summer, are you trying to fool me? Nevertheless, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry for the interruption. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I wanted to inquire where you reside. The group has prepared some mooncakes, and I thought to deliver some to you. If you're too busy, I can send them to your parents instead. These mooncakes are quite delectable, Wang Xingyong said, forcing a smile. Listening to Wang Xingyong's earnest nonsense, a broader smile spread across Lin Ming's face. A villain must be dealt with by a villain. Compared to yesterday, Wang Xingyong now exhibited none of his former arrogance. He was excessively polite, almost to the point of calling Lin Ming grandfather. Lin Ming was also secretly relieved that Zhou Chong had accompanied him to make money this time. Had it been Li Hongyuan, he would have had no recourse against Wang Xingyong. As for the mooncakes, it's quite alright, they're readily available in the market. I can simply purchase a few boxes, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Please, Mr. Lin, our mooncakes are unique and not found in stores. If you, Wang Xingyong began, but Lin Ming interrupted. Enough, with the skyrocketing property prices at Zijin Xingfu, manager Wang should be quite busy. I have matters to attend to as well, so I shall hang up now. With that, Lin Ming terminated the call. What a joke. Wang Xingyong thought he could switch from a scowling face to a smiling one at will. At the very least, he should experience the sensation of having his call abruptly ended. The development of the southern new district was now a foregone conclusion, and the soaring property prices at Zijin Xingfu were inevitable. Meanwhile, there was no significant movement in the Chiling stock market. So Lin Ming felt no urgency to finalize the deposit contract just by keeping Wang Xingyang at bay. He also delayed the housing speculators, making negotiations considerably simpler. The Zijin Xingfu sales office. On the third floor, Wang Xingyang listened to the beeping sound on the phone, his face twitching in frustration. Beside him stood two middle-aged men, one was manager Sun from the engineering department, and the other was Cheng Tianlin. The president of Dingxing Real Estate. Upon learning of Zhou Chang's identity, Cheng Tianlin had immediately flown to Lan Island City from the group headquarters, although he yearned to dismiss Wang Xingyang on the spot. The one who needed to apologize was still Wang Xingyang himself. What did they say? Cheng Tianlin asked, frowning. And nothing, Wang Xingyang stammered, his face flushed. Damn it! Cheng Tianlin slammed his fist on the desk, the thud causing both Wang Xingyang and Sun Hong to flinch. Manager Sun, how could you follow Wang Xingyang's foolishness? You should be aware that Zhou Chong is the foremost young master in Lan Island City. Did you not bother to gather any information about him? Even if you have never met him, at the very least, you should know what car he drives and its license plate number. That he was practically right under your noses, yet you pretended to be blind. Sun Hong dared not utter a word. Although the idea of breaching the contract originated with Cheng Tianlin, it was based on a lack of knowledge about the situation, having worked with Wang Xingyang in Lan Island City for several years. He should have been well informed about the influential figures. The primary responsibility for this matter lay with them. President Chang, it is evident that they are deliberately refusing to treat us with any respect. What should we do now? Wang Xingyang asked, bracing himself. Ask. Is that all you know how to do? Cheng Tianlin snapped, exasperated. How on earth did you become the sales department manager? Can't you use your brain for once? Under this barrage of insults, Wang Xingyang's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Sun Hong attempted to defuse the situation. It is certain that young Master Zhou will not meet with us now. Without his consent, we cannot enter the Zhou family estate. Our immediate priority is to resolve matters with Lin Ming. From our recent encounters, it seems young Master Zhou has been listening to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingyang felt as if a light had been switched on. He quickly replied, President Chang, I will find out Lin Ming's address right away. No matter what, I must deliver these mooncakes to him today. Cheng Tianlin snorted coldly but refrained from saying more. Clearly, this was the only viable solution at present. At 3 p.m., the door to Lin Ming's apartment was suddenly knocked upon. Upon opening the door, he found none other than the lofty manager Wang. How did you know I lived here? Lin Ming furrowed his brow. Wang Xingyang, laden with numerous bags, including Maodai liquor, Zhenghua cigarettes, and Bird's Nest nutritional products, appeared before him, but conspicuously absent were the mooncakes. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive me. Wang Xingyang deftly sidestepped Lin Ming's question. He was genuinely perplexed that someone capable of casually producing millions would reside in such a modest 30-square-meter apartment. Aware of Wang Xingyang's intentions, Lin Ming chose not to press further. Please, come in and have a seat. Wang Xingyang smiled as he nodded, simultaneously surveying the apartment. Though small, it was well appointed and appeared exceptionally tidy. Almost too clean for a man's residence. My home is rather humble, not comparable to the grandeur of Manager Wang's estate, so I one tea offer you tea, Lin Ming stated. Not at all. Wang Xingyang set down his items. Mr. Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from our group, please don't think too little of it. Lin Ming cast a glance at the assortment and, with a smirk, remarked, didn't you say there would be mooncakes? Mr. Lin, the Mid-Autumn Festival is still several days away, please show me some mercy and let me off the hook this time, Wang Xingyang pleaded. Looking quite miserable. From where does this plea arise? Lin Ming tilted his head. I recall Manager Wang was quite arrogant yesterday. Now the one begging for leniency should be me. Lin Ming, don't you think? Chapter 40, The Vortex of Valin Nanya. With the conversation laid bare, Wang Xingyang saw no need to discuss anything further. He bent slightly and addressed Lin Ming. Mr. Lin, I was blind yesterday and failed to recognize you and young Master Zhou as titans, which led me to utter those foolish words. My visit today is solely to offer my apologies. Lin Ming blinked. This sounds rather confusing. A figure of your stature needs to apologize to me? It was merely 3 times the penalty for breach of contract, a mere 15,000 for a contract. Dingxing Real Estate could certainly afford it. Their legal department was notorious for its overbearing nature. The thought of engaging in a lawsuit was far from his mind. Listening to Lin Ming's sarcastic tone, Wang Xingyang felt utterly humiliated. He regretted his attitude towards Lin Ming and Zhou Chong from yesterday. Had he been even slightly more courteous, he wouldn't find himself in this predicament. Mr. Lin, you are a reasonable person, let us speak candidly. Wang Xingyang took a deep breath and continued, we witnessed your methods yesterday. The fire department halted the sales of Zijin Huafu under the pretext of quality inspection failures, resulting in significant losses for the entire group. Each day of delay translates to lost revenue. Director Han has made it clear that if we persist in our folly, the housing administration will intervene. Zijin Huafu had been under construction in Lan Island City for 2 to 3 years, languishing in obscurity, and just as it seemed poised for success, I foolishly offended you and young Master Zhou. Not only you, but internal voices within the group have nearly drowned me out. The group's stance is to proceed with the previous deposit contract. The property prices will follow the contractual terms, and you two may sell to whomever you wish. The sales office will provide you with a green light until you and young Master Zhou are appeased. At this point, Wang Xingyang paused before adding, "This was my fault from the outset. You may reprimand or scold me as you see fit. However, the journey of the Zijin Xingfu has not been an easy one. I sincerely hope that Your Excellency can show magnanimity and accept those divine powers." Lin Ming smiled faintly. "You must seek out Zhou Chong for this matter. It is beyond my purview." Wang Xingyang wore a look of deep resentment. "Mr. Lin, everyone knows that young Master Zhou listens to you." "Yes, that's so." Lin Ming curled his lips. "If that's the case, I shall give Zhou Chong a call to inquire. But his temper is quite explosive. I cannot guarantee the outcomes." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Wang Xingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He realized there was no need to linger, so he stood to take his leave. Lin Ming told him to take those items back, but the fellow nearly had a heart attack, hastily shutting the apartment door behind him and vanishing like a fugitive. "Just as well, I was planning to visit the old Chen family these days. Saving me the expense of cigarettes and liquor." Lin Ming felt an exhilarating joy coursing through him. This was all thanks to his precognitive ability, all because of that unintentional shove from Chen Shang. Truly he ought to express his gratitude to this little brother-in-law. Taking out his phone, Lin Ming dialed Zhou Chong. He stated plainly, "Wang Xingyang somehow learned where I reside. He came to see me just now, saying that Dingsheng Real Estate is willing to continue honoring the earnest money contract we previously signed and is prepared to greenlight our endeavors. From this moment forth, we can sell these contracts as we please. You may contact that real estate speculation group now." Zhou Chong scoffed. "Those who won't shed tears until they see the coffin." "Lin Gu, did you not berate him a bit more to help me vent?" Lin Ming smiled. "I reckon he should be feeling quite miserable right now." "Ha ha." Zhou Chong laughed heartily. "All right, Lin Gu, I will contact the speculation group at once. Swiftly converting those contracts into cash is the way forward." Lin Ming nodded. "Wang Xingyang brought me some items, Maodai liquor, Zhenghua cigarettes. Should I share some with you, Zhou Chong?" At 7 p.m. Lin Ming called Zhou Chong. On Shanglin Middle Road, "Bring a few more people. That girl at the CAF is waiting for you." Without further ado or waiting for Zhou Chong to inquire, Lin Ming hung up. He had a quick bowl of noodles in the plaza downstairs. On his way back to the apartment, Shan Yuan called him via video. "Daddy, I miss you." The little girl pouted, her face full of grievance. "Daddy misses you too. Be good at home, okay?" Lin Ming chuckled. "Daddy, when will you come again? I'm almost starving." Shan Yuan had just finished speaking when the phone was snatched away by Chen Jia. In the video, Chen Jia looked exceptionally beautiful, though the coldness on her face somewhat marred the ambience. "You bought Shen Yuan so much fried chicken. Aren't you worried she'll get a stomachache? These aren't good for her. Don't buy them again." Lin Ming smiled wryly. "There aren't that many unhealthy options. They resourced from legitimate channels now, and I wouldn't dare purchase junk food." "As if you've seen it for yourself," Chen Jia huffed. Lin Ming couldn't shake the feeling that this video call wasn't initiated by Shan Yuan, but rather by Chen Jia's intent. "Shan Yuan, are you there?" Lin Ming asked. "Daddy, I'm here." Gazing at the little girl peeking from the screen, Lin Ming smiled. "Did you want to call Daddy yourself? Or did Mommy make you do it?" "It was Mommy." Shan Yuan didn't finish her sentence before Chen Jia abruptly covered her mouth. Moments later, amidst Lin Ming's ecstatic expression, the video call was terminated. Ha! Holding his phone, Lin Ming laughed uproariously on the street for quite some time. He paid no mind to the strange glances from passers-by. What mattered to him was the melting iceberg within Chen Jia's heart. This excitement surpassed even the prospect of earning hundreds of millions overnight. The next day, 9 a.m., Lao Yang's breakfast shop. A news bulletin interrupted the atmosphere, according to the Valin Nanya Meteorological Bureau. Around 7 a.m. Beijing time, a rare thunderstorm unexpectedly erupted approximately 700 nautical miles offshore, with waves reaching heights of 50 meters within mere minutes. Our nation's large cruise ship, the Poseidon, was caught in the heart of the storm, with several tourists swept overboard and reported missing. The familiar voice of a prominent host echoed from the old television. Lin Ming popped the last piece of youtiao into his mouth, then finished his soybean milk, reclining contentedly. The freedom to sleep whenever he wished and to eat anything he desired truly represented two of life's greatest pleasures. Just then, his phone rang. It was Han Chinyu calling. "Mr. Han, it should be 9 p.m. over there. Isn't it time for bed?" Lin Ming smiled. "Mr. Lin, your kindness is not to be taken lightly. I, Han Chinyu, will remember it." Han Chinyu replied, "Were it not for my age being greater than yours, I would have liked to call you Lin Gu just as Zhou Chong and the others do." Presently, he was filled with trepidation. Han Chinyu had immediately learned of the thunderstorm incident, while it might be merely news back home. The overseas crowd, ever eager for chaos, had already begun spreading rumors, once again declaring the end of the world and calamities on the horizon. The primary reason for this was the storm's rarity. As such phenomena occur only once in a century, let us not dwell on that. Just treat Chen Jiao well moving forward, Lin Ming advised. "Mr. Lin, please don't hang up just yet." Han Chinyu hesitated for a moment before asking, "I would like to know, if I had been on the Poseidon at that time, would there have been a chance that I was among those swept overboard?" "Get some rest. I'll host you when you return." Lin Ming did not answer directly, but his response effectively conveyed the answer to Han Qiangyu, for Lin Ming had previously stated that Han Qiangyu's first calamity was indeed that thunderstorm. If he emerged unscathed, how could it be called a calamity? Chapter 41, Contracts in Motion, Wealth Surpassing $1 billion. After finishing his call with Han Qiangyu, Lin Ming did not leave immediately. Last night, Zhou Chong had informed Lin Ming that the speculation group was already in contact and they were set to meet at 9:30 a.m. today. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to go elsewhere. Since they were the ones seeking him out, he decided to meet at Lao Yang's breakfast shop. Time flew, and it was soon 9:30. Zhou Chong arrived punctually, the large Q7 coming into view. To be honest, the Q7 wasn't particularly luxurious in the current Blue Island city, but parked outside Lao Yang's breakfast shop, it seemed rather out of place. Lin Gu. Zhou Chong jogged towards Lin Ming, appearing quite buoyant. Did last night's affair go through? Lin Ming inquired. Thankfully Lin Gu called me, otherwise Cheng Yao would have been. At this point Zhou Chong's expression darkened. In broad daylight, using drunkenness as a pretext to forcibly drag Cheng Yao into a hotel. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ming sighed. He had foreseen what would transpire the previous night but had refrained from informing Zhou Chong to spare him worry. The girl named Cheng Yao, whose full name was Zhang Cheng Yao, was the owner of the Cheng Yao CAF. While leaving work along Shanglin Middle Road, she had encountered a group of drunkards. The rest is unnecessary to elaborate. Zhou Chong had arrived just in time to play the hero. What struck Lin Ming was that he could vaguely see his former self reflected in those drunkards. It's all fine now. Lin Ming patted Zhou Chong on the shoulder. Well, Zhou Chong, regaining his composure, his face flushed, said, Lin Go, last night, Cheng Yao spent the night at my place. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhou Chong hurriedly continued, but we didn't do anything. She was scared, so I slept on the sofa. Such a splendid opportunity wasted. No wonder you haven't been able to pursue her for years. You re something else. Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Chong was about to explain further when a sudden roar of engines erupted outside. A brand new Bentley Bentayga parked next to the Q7. They arrived as Zhou Chong refrained from saying more and stood to greet them. Only one person exited the Bentayga, a rotund man weighing around 200 pounds and standing just 5'7", clutching a briefcase. He walked with an awkward gait, hardly resembling a billionaire tycoon. Mr. Zhao, over here, Zhou Chong called out with a smile. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Lin, sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhao Chuanshu shook hands with Zhou Chong and Lin Ming before entering Lao Yang's breakfast shop. He paid no heed to the shabby decor or the dirtiness of the place. Once seated, he remarked, you two certainly chose the right place for discussions. I dined here once before. And the food is excellent and reasonably priced. As he spoke, Zhao Chuanshu ordered a pound of youtiao and a bowl of tofu pudding. By the way, I haven't eaten yet. My stomach is growling. You two won't mind, will you? Zhao Chuanshu feigned innocence. Just so happens I haven't eaten either. Let us eat together, Zhou Chong replied. The two of them devoured their meals, finishing breakfast in less than 10 minutes. Lin Ming maintained a smiling demeanor throughout. He understood that Zhao Chuanshu was showing him ample respect, as this venue was his choice. Only after all the plates were cleared did Zhao Chuanshu say, Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhou, I believe we are all aware of the situation regarding the Zijin Xingfu, so I won't beat around the bush. Please speak plainly, Mr. Zhao. Lin Ming replied. The potential of the Zijin Xingfu is immense. I believe both of you can see that, or else you wouldn't have signed so many earnest money contracts in one go. Zhao Chuanshu remarked. However, I heard that the fire department personnel visited the property yesterday. Seemingly due to the failure of fire safety inspections, which has compelled the sales office to suspend sales. Although I, Zhao Chuanshu, rely on real estate for my livelihood, I must act according to my conscience. If there truly are quality issues with the Zijin Xingfu, I would never dare to involve myself. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong exchanged glances. What nonsense about conscience? In the entirety of Huagua, anyone can claim to have a conscience. But to say that these property speculators possess it is utter nonsense. How much suffering have the common people endured because of these individuals? Not to mention farming families, even retired workers must exhaust a lifetime of savings to purchase a home for their children. All while bearing the burden of a mortgage for the latter half of their lives. Meanwhile, these speculators grow exceedingly wealthy. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong held contempt in their hearts, yet did not dare to expose it outwardly. Zhao Chuanshu's mention of the fire department was merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price. Little did he know, Zijin Huafu would soon be available for sale again. Lin Ming smiled and said, the main reason is that the sales department manager, Wang Xingyang, lacks the proper conduct. He clearly signed a contract with us, yet suddenly claims breach of contract. Do you think we would allow him to bully us? Zhao Chuanshu, his corpulent figure slightly trembling, inquired. This matter with the fire department. Was it your doing? Please do not misunderstand. Director Zhao, Director Han enforces the law impartially, serving the nation and the people. He is a good leader for us common folk. Who would dare to manipulate him? Lin Ming feigned fear. Zhao Chuanshu was no fool. He understood Lin Ming's implication. It appeared that these seemingly ordinary individuals possessed formidable connections. Let us discuss serious matters. Lin Ming stated, producing a deposit contract. Zhou Chong must have informed you that there are a total of 196 units, all contracted at 16,000 per square meter, and all situated in the finest buildings and floors. We have no need to deceive you, Director Zhao. You can simply take a look at any property plan at the sales office, and it will be abundantly clear. Zhao Chuanshu's heart raced slightly. Despite having engaged in real estate for over 20 years, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. I am aware of this, yet I am somewhat puzzled. Zhao Chuanshu remained composed. You two certainly know better than I how much profit can be derived from these 196 units. If that is the case, why wouldn't you purchase them yourselves? You could easily turn a profit of at least 1 billion, which is akin to a pie falling from the sky. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong exchanged glances and then simultaneously shrugged. We lack the funds. Zhao Chuanshu, unable to restrain himself, rolled his eyes. Director Zhao, please do not doubt us that if we had the money, we certainly would not be sitting here with you now, Zhou Chong said with a bitter smile. Then what about these 196 deposit contracts? Don't tell me you were merely gambling. At that time, only a fool would bet on Zijin Xingfu, though it appears, in hindsight, to be a very astute choice. Zhao Chuanshu probed further. Every situation has its context. It all depends on how we interpret it, Lin Ming replied, exuding an air of sagacity. Zhao Chuanshu rolled his eyes again. Such vague statements were hardly informative. However, that was not the main point. Lin Ming did not wish to elaborate, and he would not press further. After meticulously reviewing the deposit contract, Zhao Chuanshu confirmed there was no forgery. That he had previously utilized connections to verify at the Zijin Xingfu sales office that Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had indeed signed 196 deposit contracts. With this, it was time to negotiate the price. What is your ideal price for these deposit contracts? Zhao Chuanshu inquired. 0.2 million each, Lin Ming replied without hesitation. Zhou Chong stared intently at Zhao Chuanshu. Convinced that he would find the price unacceptable and attempt to negotiate down. To his surprise, Zhao Chuanshu appeared relieved. 0.2 million is indeed a reasonable price. Let us settle on that and proceed to the sales office to complete the transfer process. As Zhao Chuanshu spoke, he rose, seemingly eager to avoid Lin Ming and Zhou Chong changing their minds. Zhou Chong felt his worldview was being turned upside down. Are all wealthy individuals so capricious? He had worried that Zhao Chuanshu would find the price too high, yet the agreement was reached so swiftly. With the price settled, the subsequent procedures became considerably simpler. The three of them headed to the Zijin Xingfu sales office, where Wang Xingyang personally received them, his eyes brimming with respect, which left Zhao Chuanshu secretly astonished at Lin Ming and Zhou Chang's true identities. The process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. At first, the transfer of funds, then the transfer of ownership. After parting ways with Zhao Chuanshu, Zhou Chong gazed at the bank notification on his phone and suddenly embraced Lin Ming, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. What the hell are you doing? Lin Ming exclaiming in pure astonishment. 200 million. Brother Lin, 200 million, Zhou Chong exclaimed with fervor. I've never seen so much money in my life. How could I not be excited? Lin Ming wiped his face but refrained from further comment. He could understand Zhou Chang's exhilaration. Setting aside the title of first young master, Zhou Chong was merely an ordinary person. In contrast, Lin Ming's own excitement was no less intense. Perhaps even more profound, for his account had also swelled by 192 million. What does that signify? Even if deposited in the bank as a large denomination certificate, it would yield an annual income of 7 to 8 million. In other words, should Lin Ming lose the ability to foresee the future, the expenses for his family of three would be secured for the rest of their lives. Chapter 42, The Chen Family. Brother Lin, we must celebrate with a grand feast at the Tianyang Hotel of the Hong Ning family. What do you say? Zhou Chong suggested. Are you trying to show off to Hong Ning? Lin Ming chuckled. Believe it or not, that brat is much wealthier than I am. He constantly flaunts his riches in front of me. This time I must show him the prowess of Zhou Grandpa. Zhou Chong blushed, realizing Lin Ming was scrutinizing him. I meant Zhou Grandpa of Hong Ning. I want to be going. I need to have lunch with Xian. Lin Ming shook his head. Ever since Chen Jia agreed to let Lin Ming enter the door, it had become a fixed routine for him to deliver lunch to Xian every day. Brother Lin, it's just one meal. She can eat well at home, Zhou Chong said, somewhat disheartened. Lin Ming frowned, his tone turning cold. I'll take that as if you never said it, Zhou Chong jolted, immediately realizing he had misspoken. Then, Brother Lin, you needn't trouble yourself. I'll call Hong Ning to prepare a few dishes for you to take home. Consider it my treat to my dear niece. That is unnecessary, Lin Ming scoffed, turning to hail a taxi as he left. What a foul mouth I have. Zhou Chong slapped himself repeatedly, filled with regret, knowing full well how much Lin Ming cherished his wife and child. He still uttered such foolish remarks, truly insufferable. At 11:30 a.m., Lin Ming returned to the Anju community. He deliberately packed extra dishes and delivered 2 to Wang Lanmei, who received them with embarrassment. Before proceeding to his daughter Xian, Daddy, the little girl was overjoyed to see Lin Ming, leaping into his arms. Are you hungry? Hurry and eat. It's all your favorites, Lin Ming said with a smile. Daddy is the best, I love you, Xian cheered, her delight palpable. Watching the little girl devour her meal, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before finally pulling out his phone and dialing Chen Jia's number. Is there something you need? Chen Jia answered promptly. I wanted to discuss something with you, Lin Ming replied, pursing his lips. This morning, I earned nearly 200 million. There was a prolonged silence on the other end. Chen Jia, are you listening? Lin Ming probed tentatively. Why are you telling me this? Even if you earned 100 billion, it's merely your own achievement. It has nothing to do with me, Chen Jia stated. One could sense the tremor in her voice. After all, she was just an ordinary office worker. Hearing Lin Ming mention such a sum was anything but easy to digest. Chen Jia, I know you may not care about how much I earn right now, but 200 million is a figure I never dared to imagine before. Once the money is in my account, the person I most want to tell is you. Chen Jia remained silent. When we were dating, I dreamed of working doubly hard after graduation to earn endless riches, to buy you the cars you love, the cosmetics and bags you adore, and the houses you wish for. Later, I ventured into entrepreneurship, and all my dreams were shattered. Reality taught me a harsh lesson. My pride could not withstand such blows, and I unleashed all my anger and frustration on you. I was a bastard. An unmitigated bastard. I do not dare to ask for your forgiveness, but I only hope you will no longer reject my goodwill towards you and Xian. Alright, Lin Ming spoke softly, gradually revealing the feelings he had buried deep within. Chen Jia, unusually, did not interrupt him or hang up. She seemed to be quietly listening. When we divorced, you pleaded with me to grant you custody of Xian, and I agreed, and now, I am pleading with you to allow me to care for both of you a little better. Just a little more, Lin Ming. You are right, you are indeed a bastard, Chen Jia suddenly shouted, her voice sharp and laden with emotion, as if she were expending every ounce of her strength. She was sobbing. Feeling wronged, immediately, the call was disconnected. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Though Chen Jia was scolding him, he understood that the past and the future weighed heavily in her heart. If it were to be said that the previous Chen Jia had been living in the past, then starting today, she should be leaning towards the future. After her afternoon nap, Xian reluctantly watched Lin Ming leave the Anju community. On his way back to the apartment, just a short while after parting, Zhou Chong called again. Is something the matter? Lin Ming feigned annoyance. Brother Lin, I was just thinking of you, Zhou Chong replied, a hint of embarrassment in his laughter. Spit it out quickly, and get to the point. Lin Ming retorted, unable to suppress a chuckle at Zhou Chang's antics. A few days ago, you asked me to help prepare some mooncakes and gifts. I've got everything ready. Should I bring it over now? Zhou Chong inquired. Alright, come over to the apartment, Lin Ming instructed. Sure thing. After hanging up, Lin Ming shook his head. He understood that Zhou Chong did not mean anything by it, but he truly did not want to hear any more dismissive words regarding Chen Jia and Xian. Even if those words came from others, having given Zhou Chong a bit of a scare this time, he believed the fellow would think twice in the future upon returning to the apartment. Zhou Chong was already waiting there. He hadn't gone upstairs but stood outside the car, laden with a multitude of items. Just a single phrase has brought the illustrious Zhou family heir to such a humble state. Should I perhaps boast about this to others? Lin Ming chuckled to himself as he approached. Brother Lin, I admit I was abrupt before. I promise to prioritize sister-in-law and my niece from now on. Zhou Chong said earnestly. Get lost, that's my wife and child. Do you think you need to prioritize them? Lin Ming retorted with a laugh. After exchanging banter for a while, Zhou Chong, having other matters to attend to, felt relieved to depart. Once Lin Ming showed no signs of anger, Lin Ming did not inquire about the cost of the gifts, knowing Zhou Chong would undoubtedly claim to be overly sentimental, especially since he had just earned 200 million alongside Lin Ming that very morning. Around 4 p.m., Lin Ming took a taxi to the old Chen family home. The Chens resided in the county town of Muling, under the jurisdiction of the Blue Island City, approximately half an hour's journey from the apartment. By the time Lin Ming arrived, the sky was gradually darkening. The autumn evening brought with it a slight chill. Lin Ming was uncertain whether it was anxiety or the cold, but upon exiting the vehicle, he inexplicably shivered. For all those things I did a few years back, it's no wonder the old couple would curse me to oblivion. Lin Ming consoled himself and, steeling his resolve, walked into the gardeneress community where the old Chen family resided, Building 6, Unit 2, Room 502. Lin Ming knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the startled voice of his former mother-in-law. LV Yunmei. Lin Ming remained silent until the door swung open, revealing a look of shock on her face. Mom, Chapter 43. Mom, I don't want money, Lin Ming. LV Yunmei was taken aback for a moment before she processed his presence. She hadn't noticed the items Lin Ming was carrying nor the awkward expression on his face. Her mind was in disarray. The first thought that crossed her mind was, oh no, this guy is here to stir up trouble again. Ever since Lin Ming began showing up unannounced, it had always spelled chaos for the Chun household. In just a few short years, both LV Yunmei and Chen Enning had aged considerably, nearly driven to the brink of health issues by Lin Ming's antics. What are you doing here? She asked, feigning calmness while formulating a strategy in her mind. It could be overlooked on other days, but the key issue was that Chen Sheng's girlfriend was present. If she learned of Lin Ming's existence as a troublesome brother-in-law during her first visit, would it cause her to reconsider her relationship with Chen Sheng? Mom, Lin Ming attempted to speak, but LV Yunmei quickly interjected. Xiaolin, you and Jia Jia are already divorced. Please don't come here to create more trouble for us, alright? Observing the worry etched on LV Yunmei's face, Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. An explanation? How could a few sentences clarify the myriad of wrongs he had committed? She and Chen Enning were decent people who had once placed great hopes in him, yet his repeated misdeeds had shattered their expectations. Are you here for money again? Fine, I'll give you money, LV Yunmei said, frantically pulling out her phone. Coincidentally, old Chen received last month's pension a few days ago. I can give you that. She genuinely wished to prevent Lin Ming from entering. Fearing he would disrupt Qin Shang's girlfriend's visit, she preferred to hand him money now rather than see him wreak havoc in their home once more. Mom, seeing LV Yunmei truly prepare to give him money. Lin Ming hurriedly replied, Mom, I don't want money. What do you want then? LV Yunmei lifted her head suddenly, her eyes reddening. Lin Ming, it's been so many years. Jia's father is on the verge of illness from your actions. What do you want? You and Jia are already divorced. Why can't you let us go? Must you drive us to our graves for your satisfaction? Even though he had prepared himself before ascending the stairs. Hearing those words still left Lin Ming feeling suffocated. Once upon a time, this kind-hearted woman would never raise her voice too high when speaking to him. She had treated him with such kindness. But why had he brought her to this state? Lin Ming, I'll be honest with you. Qin Shang's girlfriend is here today. If you continue to cause a scene, I swear I'll show you what I mean. LV Yunmei attempted to threaten him with this childish ultimatum. Mom, Lin Ming called softly, using the gentlest tone. I never intended to cause trouble. I merely thought, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I would bring some mooncakes for you and Dad. Hoping for your good health. After saying this, Lin Ming set down the items he had brought and began to walk downstairs. It was only then that LV Yunmei finally noticed the large bags he was carrying. She could hardly believe her eyes. Her son-in-law, of all people, was actually bringing her gifts, and so many at that. Lin Ming, stop, LV Yunmei suddenly shouted. Lin Ming paused. Where did you get the money? She asked, her brow furrowing. Just that one simple sentence, those 5 words, brought tears to Lin Ming's eyes. Even though he despised himself, seeing those items made her worry surface first. She was concerned about the source of the money. Concerned for her future. Mom, I've started a new business and made some money. You don't need to worry, all of it is earned legitimately, Lin Ming replied softly. But the cigarettes and alcohol? They must be quite expensive, right? As LV Yunmei questioned again. Though she did not smoke or drink, she was aware that those Zhenghua cigarettes and Maodai liquor did not come cheap and not expensive. Just take them inside. Once Dad has finished, I'll buy him more, Lin Ming assured her. LV Yunmei bit her lip. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps her earlier words had been too harsh. Lin Ming had come to visit her and her husband. Yet she had scolded him in anger. This alone revealed her inherent kindness, and it was apparent that Chen Jia had inherited her disposition. Mom, I admit I've made many mistakes in the past. It is only right for you to scold me. Lin Ming understood LV Yunmei well enough to know what she was thinking. I want to go in. You should return now. These mooncakes and such can be taken back for Qin Shang's girlfriend. She won mind. After a moment of hesitation, LV Yunmei finally couldn't resist. It's almost 5 p.m. It'll take you another half an hour to return. How about you stay for dinner before leaving? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. However, Lin Ming shook his head. Mom, I won't disturb you. I'll visit you and Dad again in the future. LV Yunmei was taken aback. Today, Lin Ming neither asked for money nor insisted on entering. He merely delivered a large number of items. This was completely different from the Lin Ming of old lady. Who are you talking to? The food is about to burn. At that moment, Chen Ennying's voice suddenly echoed through the air. LV Yunmei's expression shifted. She was acutely aware of Chen Ennying's temperament and quickly replied, No, it's just Sisterly from upstairs bringing some things over. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ennying was already standing behind her and had caught sight of Lin Ming. It's you. Chen Ennying's previously pleasant demeanor darkened instantly. You scoundrel, how dare you show your face here? As he spoke, Chen Ennying lunged forward, and no amount of pulling from LV Yunmei could stop him. Dad, Lin Ming called out. Don't call me Dad. I'm not your father. Chen Ennying advanced toward Lin Ming, kicking at him. Seeing this unfold, LV Yunmei's face turned ashen, silently lamenting that this was truly the end. Given Lin Ming's past temperament, it would be a miracle if he didn't cause a scene. However, when Chen Ennying's kick connected with Lin Ming, nearly sending him tumbling down the stairs, Lin Ming said nothing. He simply stood there, a complex expression on his face, seemingly waiting for Chen Ennying's second kick. Why aren't you dodging? Chen Ennying barked. Aren't you quite the fighter? Don't you love to cause trouble? Come on, let us see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve today. As he spoke, Chen Ennying kicked again. It was a kick, not a shove. Lin Ming keenly observed this detail. It was evident that despite his fury, Chen Ennying still retained a degree of respect for him. This made Lin Ming reminisce about the past, realizing that Chen Ennying had truly treated him like a son. The 2 kicks he received now carried a hint of disappointment over unfulfilled potential. Chapter 44, An unpleasant dinner. After delivering 2 kicks to Lin Ming, Chen Ennying appeared to have calmed down somewhat. He regained his composure and noticed the difference in Lin Ming today. Ordinarily, not only would Lin Ming have retaliated, but even a few words would have sent him into a rage. Yet today, after being struck, he hadn't even uttered a peep. What do you want? Are you after money again? The little money I have left has been completely drained by you. Should I sell my blood for you? Chen Enning remarked. Dad, I don't want money. I merely came to see you and Mom. Lin Ming replied earnestly, a weasel wishing a chicken well, there's no good intention behind it. Chen Enning retorted, let me tell you, you have no connection with the old Chen family anymore. If you dare to disturb us or Jejia again. Don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the hatred. Perhaps it is precisely because Chen Enning loves his daughter so dearly that he expresses far more anger than LV Yunfang after Chen Jia has endured so much suffering. Given the current situation, any so-called explanation or assurance would undoubtedly be feeble. Only concrete actions can serve as proof. Lin Ming, not wishing to trouble the elderly couple any further, said, Dad, Mom, you should hurry back. You wouldn't want to neglect Qin Sheng's girlfriend. Wait, Chen Enning lit a cigarette and scoffed, you foolish thing, don't you see what time it is? By the time you return, there might not even be a meal left. After saying this, Chen Enning headed towards the house. Lin Ming stood there, stunned that he then heard LV Yunfang say, come on in, your dad. Your Uncle Chen means for you to have a meal before leaving. Uncle Chen, Lin Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have truly ruined this family. In truth, Lin Ming had no intention of staying for a meal, but since the elderly couple insisted, he could not refuse their kindness. The old Chen house, around 70 square meters, was a cramped old-style 3-bedroom apartment, yet it was impeccably clean thanks to LV Yunfang's diligent upkeep. Upon entering, Lin Ming immediately spotted Chen Sheng sitting there with a girl. The girl appeared to be about the same age as Chen Sheng, reasonably attractive but dressed simply and modestly. Chen Sheng noticed Lin Ming as well, unlike Chen Enning's gloomy demeanor upon seeing Lin Ming. Chen Sheng's eyes widened in rage and he leapt to his feet. Shut your mouth, Chen Enning barked, silencing Chen Sheng, who had been poised to speak. No matter how furious he was, Chen Sheng dared not confront Chen Enning. Chen Enning's attitude indicated that he had permitted Lin Ming to enter. Chen Sheng, who is this? That the girl inquired. My ex-brother-in-law. Chen Sheng scoffed. The girl revealed a hint of surprise, clearly having heard of Lin Ming from Chen Sheng. Yet she smiled and said, hello, my name is Jiang Pingping. Hello, Lin Ming nodded. To be honest, at that moment, he felt a sense of discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles. LV Yunfang was busy cooking in the kitchen. While Chen Sheng and Chen Enning were glaring at him, the tension palpable, Lin Ming felt awkward and out of place. Perhaps it would have been better not to come in. He should have anticipated this scenario. The once harmonious atmosphere began to grow oppressive after Lin Ming's arrival. Jiang Pingping, with her cheerful disposition, initially attempted to lighten the mood with a few comments. However, seeing Chen Sheng and Chen Enning wearing expressions of impending doom, she lost the desire to engage further. It wasn't until LV Yunfang brought the dishes to the table that Chen Enning finally said, dinner's ready, sweet and sour ribs, oil-splashed carp, braised pork with preserved vegetables. Crispy stir-fried dishes. All specialties of LV Yunfang. When Lin Ming first visited the Chen household, she had treated him with these very dishes. Eat, why aren't you eating? Are you too ashamed to eat? Chen Sheng sneered. Fixing his gaze on Lin Ming, Jiang Pingping hastily nudged him with her elbow. Then, she turned to Lin Ming with a smile. Lin go, Chen Sheng means that auntie's cooking is delicious, let's eat quickly. Lin Ming forced a smile and began to eat. LV Yunfang's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, unchanged through the years. Looks like he's out of money again, coming here to mooch off a meal. Chen Sheng grumbled bitterly, Pingping is visiting our home for the first time. Why let someone like him in? What a downer. I told you to shut up. Are you deaf or what? Chen Enning snapped. Dad, he has already divorced from my sister. What right does he have to come back here? Chen Sheng could no longer contain himself. He just wants to grab a few things and swindle you and Mom out of money again. Does he think the old Chen family is made up of fools? It seems I didn't beat him hard enough last time. If Pingping weren't here today, I would make him understand why flowers are so red. Chen Sheng, say less. LV Yunfang interjected. Mom, am I wrong? Lin Ming isn't even a man. He is not even a person. Chen Sheng's anger escalated. When he first met Lin Ming, he thought he was a good man, someone worthy of trust, which is why he encouraged Chen Jia to marry him. Little did he know it was all an act. After marrying, Lin Ming completely changed. It would have been one thing if he merely drank and gambled, but he often took out his frustrations on Chen Jia and Xian Xian. Chen Sheng wished he could eliminate Lin Ming. In his eyes, he had wronged both Chen Jia and Xian Xian. If only he had recognized Lin Ming's true nature sooner, perhaps Chen Jia's life would not have been ruined. Get lost. I don't want to see you for another moment. Get out of here. Now, Chen Sheng shouted. Bang. Chen Enning slammed his hand on the table. It's a fine meal. Can you not say a few less words? Do you want Pingping to see a joke? Dad, am I the one making Pingping the butt of the joke? If you and Mom hadn't let him in, I wouldn't be this angry. Chen Sheng retorted. You little brat, dare you shout at me? You've crossed the line. Chen Enning's face darkened. Lin Ming realized this meal was beyond salvaging. He stood up and bowed deeply to the others. I'm sorry. With that, he walked towards the door. What are you pretending for? You can still apologize. Do you even know how to write I'm sorry? You've hit my sister and Xian Xian so many times, yet I've never heard you say sorry. Chen Sheng yelled from behind. Upon exiting the house, Lin Ming grasped the handrail of the stairs and took several deep breaths. Chen Shang was right. Chen Jia and Xian Xian had suffered so much, and when had he ever said sorry to them? Bang! The front door slammed shut, and Lin Ming initially thought it was Chen Shang who had done it. When he turned around, he found that Chen Enning had followed him out unbeknownst to him. "Dad, please go back and eat. Chen Shang's girlfriend is still waiting for you," Lin Ming urged. Chen Enning glanced at him and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Thick piece, 11 yuan a pack. Chapter 45. His name is Lin Ming, not the worthless scoundrel. Care for a smoke? Chen Enning asked. "Dad, I've quit." Lin Ming shook his head. "Stop with the nonsense," without waiting for a response. Chen Enning tossed a cigarette to Lin Ming and even handed him a lighter. Lin Ming quickly said, "Dad, I can do it myself." After lighting it, Lin Ming took a deep drag before saying, "This cigarette isn't bad. Though it's not easy to find now. You brought this kind of cigarette when you first came here," Chen Enning remarked. Lin Ming paused. "After getting married, I've always bought my own," Chen Enning continued. Lin Ming lowered his head. He truly felt unworthy to face Chen Enning. "Let us not talk about that." Chen Enning waved his hand. "What are you up to now? I saw the things you brought." There were both Zhanghua cigarettes and Maotai, even the Flying Fairy Maotai. "A few days ago, we old friends gathered and mentioned that the price of Flying Fairy Maotai has skyrocketed up to 8 or 9,000 a bottle. I am currently doing some small business and plan to register a pharmaceutical company in the near future," Lin Ming replied. "A pharmaceutical company isn't easy to run. You need professional talent. And registration can be quite troublesome," Chen Enning cautioned. Lin Ming didn't respond but instead asked, "Dad, do you believe in me?" The old Lin Ming was a habitual liar. He thought Chen Enning wouldn't want to listen to his boastful claims. However, Chen Enning sighed. "What does it matter whether I believe or not? If your mother and I hadn't believed in you, how could we have allowed Jia to marry you?" Lin Ming was moved. He had never expected these words to come from Chen Enning. One must know that his father-in-law harbored anger no less than that of Chen Shang. "Dad, I'm sorry for Jia, and I'm sorry for the old Chen family." Lin Ming murmured, "Enough, don't say such things anymore." Chen Enning took a drag from his cigarette. "Your mother and I are old bones. We don't expect to enjoy any blessings. We just hope you won't trouble Jia and Xian Xian anymore. Jia is a stubborn child. She was determined to marry you, and although your mother and I did not oppose it, we were worried she would suffer due to your less than stellar circumstances. Now that it's settled, you two are divorced, and she has gone through quite a bit. It will be hard for her to marry another man. As a single mother with a child, she has it tough, working and all. You should be more understanding of them. Can you manage that?" This heartfelt advice was genuinely earnest. Unlike before, there was no anger, just a calm recounting of the situation, because Chen Enning was truly exhausted. Inviting Lin Ming to eat and chasing him out was all for the sake of Chen Jia. In the face of useless shouting and scolding, he hoped Lin Ming could, out of respect for his age, cease his mischief, though, but this was likely just a wishful thought. "Dad, may I borrow your phone for a moment?" Lin Ming suddenly asked. "For what?" Chen Enning frowned. For a fleeting moment he instinctively thought Lin Ming wanted to take his phone to sell it. "You'll know in a bit," Lin Ming replied. After hesitating, Chen Enning unlocked his phone and handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming transferred 20,000 yuan to Chen Enning via WeChat, and before Chen Enning could refuse, he directly accepted it on Chen Enning's behalf. "What are you doing?" Chen Enning exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Dad, you are right. I have already divorced Jia, and I may not have the opportunity to visit you frequently in the future. This 20,000 yuan is not much. Please use it to buy some nutritious supplements for Mom's health." Lin Ming returned the phone to Chen Enning and added, "I understand that no amount of explanation will convince you and Mom. So I will demonstrate through my actions that the Lin Ming you once held such high hopes for has returned." With that, Lin Ming decisively departed. Chen Enning stood at the doorway, staring at the 20,000 yuan transfer on WeChat. Lost in thought for a long time, it was not until the cigarette in his hand was nearly burnt out that he was jolted back to reality. From the very beginning, Chen Enning had never believed in Lin Ming, let alone any pharmaceutical company. However, he refrained from exposing Lin Ming, fearing it might provoke him and lead to trouble for Chen Jia and Xian Xian. But everything Lin Ming did today truly made Chen Enning feel as though he were living in a dream. He did not retaliate when struck. He remained silent when Chen Shang insulted him, and after bringing so many items, he had even earned himself 20,000 yuan. Could it be that this lad has genuinely changed his temperament? Upon returning home, Chen Shang immediately inquired, "Did that scoundrel leave?" Chen Enning replied solemnly, "Since he has divorced your sister, you should temper your anger. Even if you dislike him, you can simply regard him as a stranger. Otherwise, it will be your sister who suffers the consequences. Do you understand? If he dares to lay a finger on my sister again, I will deal with him," Chen Shang retorted coldly. Chen Enning shook his head. Choosing not to say more, old man, Lu Yunfang interjected, "What should we do with the items Lin Ming brought?" "Throw them all out," Chen Shang exclaimed first. Chen Enning immediately brought the bags before Chen Shang. 8 cartons of soft cigarettes, 6 bottles of Feitian Maotai, and bird's nest with shark fin, totaling nearly 100,000 worth of goods. "Are you really going to throw them out?" Chen Shang doubted his ears. He hurriedly rummaged through the bags and realized that Chen Enning had indeed spoken the truth. They were all valuable items, these can't be fake, can they? Chen Sheng asked. Lu Yunfang added, how did Lin Ming suddenly come into such wealth? It must be fake, he hasn't even repaid the money he borrowed from our relatives. With this, Chen Sheng promptly took out his phone and called Chen Jieje, deliberately putting it on speaker so that Chen Enning and Lu Yunfang could hear. The call was quickly answered. Sister, that scoundrel just came to our house and brought a lot of things, but they are all fake, Chen Sheng declared. How do you know they are fake? Chen Jieje inquired. What a joke, it's either Feitian Maotai or soft cigarettes, along with bird's nest and shark fin. If he were really that wealthy, why hasn't he repaid the money he borrowed from our relatives? Chen Sheng sneered. I have 100,000 here, he gave it to me a few days ago to repay the debt, Chen Jieje replied. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Chen family was taken aback. Sister, what are you doing? You've already divorced him, why are you still helping that scoundrel lie? What kind of enchantment has he cast on you? Chen Sheng expressed his displeasure. I'm not lying. The money is at home, all in cash. If you don't believe me, come over when you have time to check, and just in time, we can return it to our relatives, Chen Jieje countered. Chen Sheng grew even angrier, believing Chen Jieje was talking nonsense. After all, at the time of their divorce, Lin Ming was in deep debt, totaling nearly $1 million. How could he have earned so much in just a few days? Sister, I understand you are worried about mom and dad blaming you, but that scoundrel, enough, Chen Jieje suddenly interrupted sharply. His name is Lin Ming, stop calling him a scoundrel. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Chen Sheng was left stunned. He could tell that Chen Jieje had been somewhat angry when she said the last sentence. At this juncture, his sister was still siding with Lin Ming. Just then, Chen Enning quietly added, Lin Ming also transferred 2,000 yuan to me when he left. Chapter 46, Mom, let's ride the horse together. Around 6 p.m., Lin Ming returned to the apartment. His visit to the Chen family had indeed yielded results. Not only had he won over Chen Enning and Lu Yunfang, but he had also shown them his transformation. However, he still needed to work harder on his brother-in-law, Chen Sheng, though he couldn't blame Chen Sheng entirely. The latter's explosive temper truly gave Lin Ming a headache. Just as he sat down on the bed, his phone rang. It was Chen Jieje calling. Did you go to my parents' house? She asked. Yes, Lin Ming replied with a smile. The old couple even treated me to a meal. It was a fruitful visit. Did Chen Sheng scold you? Chen Jieje continued. My mom just called me, saying that Chen Sheng's girlfriend happened to be there today. Lin Ming replied, no, we just chatted for a while, and I left after dinner. Chen Jieje held back for a long time before slowly uttering 2 words. You're lying. Lin Ming sprang up. Jieje, are you actually concerned about me? My mom said Chen Sheng scolded you, and you barely ate before he kicked you out, Chen Jieje informed him. What can I do? I'm really hungry right now, Lin Ming feigned a pitiful tone. Chen Jieje recognized his act but still retorted, Shen misses you. There's still some leftover food, if you don't mind, come over and eat. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Lin Ming's earlier worries instantly vanished. Little brother, you are truly my lucky star. He hurried to Unju community. The security door opened, but only the entrance door remained closed. Lin Ming dashed inside, startling Chen Jieje, who was carrying dishes. Dad, Xian exclaimed joyfully. What delicious things did you bring me? Dad is still hungry. I came to ask you for something to eat. Lin Ming pouted. Mommy told me to tell you to hurry and eat. She made tomato scrambled eggs and green peppers with meat. Xian replied. Lin Ming looked at Chen Jieje standing at the dining table and cheerfully said, someone said on the phone that there are only some leftovers. Chen Jieje's face flushed as she shot a glare at Xian. The little girl immediately looked aggrieved. I didn't do anything wrong. Why is mommy glaring at me? To be fair, Lin Ming hadn't eaten much at the Chen family, and he was genuinely hungry now. Grabbing a steamed bun, he began to devour it. The dishes made by my wife are truly delicious. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Ming had polished off all the dishes, just as he was about to lick the plate. Chen Jieje quickly snatched it away. You should be satisfied now. I know what my dishes taste like. Why are you being so overly dramatic? But they are really delicious. I'm still not full, Lin Ming said. Rubbing his stomach. If you're still hungry, you can eat more when you go back. Chen Jieje took the plate into the kitchen. It was only when Lin Ming could no longer see her that she let out a chuckle. After washing the dishes, Chen Jieje stepped out of the kitchen to find Lin Ming lying on the floor, with Xian riding on his back, her little mouth shouting, Horsey, run fast, giddy up. In that moment, Chen Jieje felt a bit dazed. If there is such a thing as happiness in the world, this should be the first time she felt it since getting married. Mommy, come on, let's ride the horse together. Xuan's voice broke Chen Jieje's reverie. Instinctively looking at Lin Ming, she noticed he was gazing at her with eager anticipation, as if she could actually ride on him. You come down first. Mommy has something to discuss with Daddy. Chen Jieje instructed. No, Xian protested, looking quite unwilling, but she still ran off to play under Chen Jieje's stern gaze. That 100,000, I will help you return it to those relatives, Chen Jieje said. It should have been paid back sooner. It's been 2 or 3 years, and the interest in the bank would have accumulated quite a bit, Lin Ming replied joyfully. In that case, I'll transfer you some money to buy something as a token of gratitude for them. Before Chen Jia could respond, Lin Ming took her phone out. He effortlessly unlocked it and, with a complex expression, remarked, as expected, you still haven't changed the password. Chen Jia's phone unlock password was Lin Ming's birthday. I couldn't be bothered to change it, she said, avoiding Lin Ming's gaze. WeChat has a limit of 30,000 per day. I'll transfer you 30,000 first, Lin Ming stated. Chen Jia frowned. Why are you still transferring money to me now that we are divorced? I don't want it. This is not money for you. Part of it is to repay the debt, and part is for Xuanchuan's kindergarten expenses, Lin Ming replied solemnly. Even though we are divorced, I still need to provide for her. The law doesn't specify a cap on child support, does it? Chen Jia was momentarily speechless. With this money, you should show more filial piety to your parents. I actually plan to go back soon. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and I want to spend the holiday with them, Lin Ming replied. That's only right, Chen Jia nodded. Lin Ming hesitated. The old couple must miss Xian as well. Chen Jia was not surprised. Then you should take Xian back to visit them. What if they miss you too? Lin Ming promptly asked. We are already divorced. I'm no longer a member of the Lin family. They won't miss me. Chen Jia answered. They will, Lin Ming insisted. You know that my parents have always regarded you as their own daughter. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions. If you don't return, Lin Ming, don't push your luck. Chen Jia's delicate face flushed, feeling unbearably hot. She was acutely aware of her position in the hearts of Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan, yet she struggled to adapt to the current situation. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jia longed to agree to Lin Ming's invitation to return with him. However, the anxiety and fear she felt were even more intense and conflicted than when she first visited Lin Ming's home. Thus she instinctively chose to refuse. Lin Ming understood that such matters could not be rushed. Pressing further would be excessive, and nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief as Chen Jia did not hastily urge him to leave but instead engaged him in casual conversation. It was not until around 9 o'clock that Chen Jia remarked, if you don't return soon, you might miss your ride. Daddy won't go. Xian doesn't want Daddy to leave. Xian quickly ran over. Daddy doesn't want to leave either. Lin Ming glanced at Chen Jia, noting her resolute expression. He could only say to Xian, be good, stay at home and protect mommy. Do not let any bad people take her away. You and mommy belong to Daddy alone, understand? I will definitely protect mommy. The little girl nodded earnestly. After sending Lin Ming off, Chen Jia leaned against the door, clutching her chest, feeling as if her heart were racing like a startled deer. You and mommy belong to Daddy alone. When did this guy become so domineering? Chapter 47, limit up $900. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Ming cheerfully called Zhou Chong, while feelings were gradually warming up. He could not neglect the matter of making money. You brother Lin, you finally called. I've been waiting, Zhou Chong joked. We just parted in the morning, and you're already waiting by evening? Have you cleaned yourself up? Lin Ming teased. TSK brother Lin sounds pretty happy. It seems your visit to the father-in-law's family was fruitful, Zhou Chong inquired. You should know my family situation. It's just as it is. Trust must be earned step by step. Especially since I was truly a scoundrel in the past, Lin Ming sighed. Brother Lin, if I were you, I would simply present them with the bank deposit as proof. Wouldn't they believe you then? Zhou Chong suggested. You don't understand. If they truly only cared about money, they wouldn't have allowed Chen Jia to marry me. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. When Chen Jia married Lin Ming, he was utterly destitute. The only things he had to offer were his education and looks, yet in today's society, where college graduates abound, appearance alone cannot sustain a living. The old Chen family valued Lin Ming's character. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This was the stark reality of the old Chen family now. Let us not dwell on that. Is the trader ready? Lin Ming inquired. Yes, everything is fully prepared. We are just waiting for your command, brother Lin. Zhou Chong replied solemnly. Lin Ming chuckled helplessly. You make it sound as if we are preparing for battle. The Nasdaq opens at midnight. There's no rush to borrow funds. Wait until around 3 o'clock, and the chilling stock market will hit the limit up, reaching about $900 per share. Between 3 and 3:30, instruct the trader to proceed with borrowing and simultaneously activate leverage operations. The higher the multiplier, the better. Zhou Chong could not help but exclaim. Brother Lin, you've laid everything out clearly before me. You just haven't told me how much we can actually earn. How much we can earn depends on how much you have and how much you're willing to invest, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Is that even a question? Working with brother Lin means going all in or going home. Zhou Chong solemnly flattered. My funds have already been transferred to you. You received them, right? Lin Ming asked. Yes, Li Hongyuan transferred the funds to my account in the evening, but it was only 20 million. Zhou Chong mentioned Lin Ming had previously informed Li Hongyuan about the stock market, and Li Hongyuan had readily sent the money to Zhou Chong as soon as the account was unfrozen. It was likely that Hong Ning and Han Xiangyu had already positioned their funds as well. Let us proceed as planned. If anything is unclear, just call me. Lin Ming concluded the call. In truth, he only had a superficial understanding of the stock market. Compared to the seasoned traders, he was merely scratching the surface. His boldness stemmed from his strongest trump card, foreknowledge of the future, Yilan Bay. The premier villa district of Blue Island City. Zhou Chong sat with 3 traders he had recruited in one of the villas. Of course, this villa was not his own. it was merely rented for a few days. After all, each villa here started at no less than 50 million. Before encountering Lin Ming, Zhou Chong could not afford to buy in this area. The table was laden with snacks and an assortment of foreign wines and beers. Zhou Chong lounged comfortably, his legs crossed. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" a young man across from him asked. "What do you think?" Zhou Chong replied matter-of-factly. "I think you must be crazy to short sell a giant like Qiling." The young man named Su Jin, one of the traders Zhou Chong had hired, remarked. "So what? The bigger the giant, the more exhilarating the challenge," Zhou Chong exclaimed, taking a sip of beer. "Just think about it. It has a chance to fleece the world as top capital. How impressive is that? Whether it's impressive or not is secondary. The key is whether you can actually pull it off," Su Jin countered. Qiling Motors is already a leading name in the global new energy sector, and its stock is soaring. Many investors are clamoring to get in, yet you want to short sell. Su Jin, who was quite close to Zhou Chong from their university days, spoke casually. "You just mind your own business. I know how to find a profitable path," Zhou Chong replied with a mysterious smile. Su Jin frowned and added, "Let me advise you again, think it through. The bigger the enterprise, the harder it is to penetrate. Your funds are a mere drop in the ocean compared to the entire Qiling stock market. A slight fluctuation could wipe you out. Let us call it a loss of position if you want to be polite, but the harsh truth is, it could lead to ruin." Su Jin was genuinely perplexed. With 200 million in cash, why would Zhou Chong gamble on the stock market? He had been a trader long enough to know that there were no signs indicating a downturn for Qiling's stock. Was he not searching for trouble in a pit of despair? Even if he was aware of Zhou Chong's background, it was impossible for him to have insider information about such global matters. However, Zhou Chong paid no heed to Su Jin's warnings. He looked at Su Jin with a smile. "Old Su, don't say I didn't give you this opportunity. Your family can spare a few million. Want to take a risk with me? Get lost." Su Jin's expression changed. "If I squander my father's fortune, he would kill me." Zhou Chong then turned to the other two traders, who all shook their heads as if avoiding a plague. "Forget it. You just don't have the fortune." Zhou Chong sighed, but it was not out of regret. Rather, it brimmed with schadenfreude. He could almost envision their expressions filled with regret later on. The group had not slept, sitting in front of their computers since 2 a.m. Intently watching the Qiling stock market. Sure enough, starting from 2:10, the Qiling stock market entered a bull market. For Su Jin and the others, this was not surprising. For Qiling Motors, it was perfectly normal. At 3 a.m, merely 3 hours after opening, the Qiling stock market officially hit its limit up. Zhou Chang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, for the final limit price was exactly as Lin Ming had predicted, $900. At that moment, Su Jin looked up at Zhou Chong. "Shall we start? Enough with the chatter. Just watch me make my fortune." Zhou Chong laughed heartily. "You've truly lost your mind. Don't come crying to me when it all falls apart." Seeing Zhou Chong so exuberant, Su Jin thought to himself that there was no saving him. After all, Zhou Chong was the boss. He would do as he was told, with a flurry of operations. Su Jin astonished Zhou Chong. Minutes later, the three had completed everything. "All done?" Zhou Chong asked. "Don't spout nonsense. Do you think I'm just here for a free meal?" Su Jin retorted. "Damn, billions in cash can vanish just like that? The stock market truly is a bottomless pit." Zhou Chong shook his head. Many investors had lost everything and incurred massive debts because they fell victim to the stock market. In a sense, it was no different from gambling. If it weren't for Lin Ming's prompting, Zhou Chong would never have dared to touch this again. Chapter 48. The arrogant giant. Europe, in a luxurious hotel suite. Han Qianyu sat on the sofa, swirling the red wine in his glass. His gaze occasionally drifted to the 4 corners of the ceiling. Although discreet, it was evident that each corner was embedded with a miniature camera. Just here, there were 4 cameras. There were likely more elsewhere. They truly intend to bring about my demise. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's warning, I would never have discovered these cameras. Strelenkov, you are despicable. Anger surged within Han Qianyu, nearly causing him to shatter the wineglass in his hand. Lin Ming's warning might alter the timing of certain events but would not prevent them from occurring. Had he boarded the cruise ship initially, even if he managed to reach Europe safely, it would not have been at this moment. It would have been delayed by at least 4 or 5 days. He had called the Ukrainian woman in advance to reserve the hotel, hoping to ascertain whether his romantic fortune was accurate. As expected, Lin Ming's prediction was spot on, even when he arrived at the headquarters ahead of schedule by plane. Slankov's despicable tactics were still in play. Although Han Qianyu felt a surge of anger within, he chose not to display it outwardly. Approximately 10 minutes later, a stunning blonde woman, clad in a sheer nightgown that accentuated her exquisite figure, emerged from the bathroom. "Were you getting anxious?" she purred, gazing at Han Qianyu with a flirtatious smile, her Chinese somewhat halting. Han Qianyu narrowed his eyes and swiftly tore away her sheer garment. The woman gasped in terror. "No, please don't." "No," Han Qianyu sneered, pushing her onto the bed. "Don't, Qianyu Gij, please don't do this." The blonde recoiled in fear, her usual affectionate address now repulsive to him. He leaned over her, slowly closing the distance. She had not anticipated Han Qianyu's brutality and mistakenly thought he was indulging in SM play, attempting to match his demeanor. However, his next words nearly shattered her composure. "I in this unguarded state of yours. Should anyone else see you, they would surely think I intended to force myself upon you. The blonde's face drained of color as she stammered, Chan Yu Gij, what do you mean by that? Han Chan Yu ripped the blanket clinging to her and coldly remarked. Have I treated you poorly? What benefits has Slankov given you to make you act this way towards me? I don't understand what you mean. She stammered, desperately feigning ignorance. You don't understand. Do you? Then allow me to enlighten you. Han Chan Yu opened her personal notebook and soon uncovered every detail of the room's happenings. With irrefutable evidence laid bare, the blonde could no longer maintain her facade. Chan Yu Gij, I never wanted this. It was Slankov who coerced me. Please don't be angry. I am well aware it was Slankov who pressured you, but you are hardly innocent yourself, Han Chan Yu retorted dismissively. Your sordid deeds are fully backed up on my computer. If you wish to avoid global notoriety, then at the headquarters meeting, ensure Slankov is suitably surprised. September 6th at 8 a.m. A news report silently swept across the global digital landscape. Chilling Motors, the pinnacle of new energy vehicles, experienced a catastrophic failure in its autonomous driving system, resulting in the owner's death on the highway despite rescue efforts. When this news broke, anyone with even a cursory understanding of automobiles was aghast. Chilling Motors prided itself on future technology and had never before encountered any negative press since its inception. Moreover, with prices undercutting Tesla by 10%, customer retention exceeded that of its rival. This was a key reason for Chilling Motors' rapid ascent in the new energy arena. Autonomous driving was destined to become a future trend, with many professionals yearning to unwind after work through its convenience. In truth, the number of prospective buyers far outnumbered those who had already made a purchase, yet, just as countless individuals were filled with anticipation for Chilling Motors, the failure of its autonomous system resulted in tragedy. If this news merely evoked a sense of pity among netizens, it was soon eclipsed by a barrage of disparaging reports about Chilling Motors, effectively quashing any desire to purchase their vehicles. Major automotive apps, short video platforms, and the esteemed Facebook were inundated with criticism aimed at Chilling Motors. 80% of the comments pertained to the autonomous driving issue, while others addressed various system malfunctions. Dubbed black material, these revelations were, in fact, truths that had been suppressed due to Chilling Motors' stature and the absence of fatalities until now. The death of the vehicle owner had ignited these suppressed facts. Fans of Chilling Motors clamored for the company to provide an explanation, with some deliberately stoking the flames of controversy. However, by afternoon no follow-up regarding the tragedy had emerged, as if Chilling Motors were dismissing the incident entirely. Within a villa, Zhou Chang's laughter resonated loudly. Su Jin and others were engrossed in scrolling through short videos or browsing prominent international websites. Negative news about Chilling Motors was flooding the media. Yet the company had not issued a single statement. As expected of a giant, their arrogance is palpable, Zhou Chong exclaimed. He relished the thought of Chilling Motors remaining silent. The more negative press they received, the better it was for him. After all, they were a foreign brand. He felt no remorse for their fall from grace. Did you already know about the plethora of dirt on Chilling Motors? Or did you foresee that owner's mishap? Su Jin inquired. I genuinely feel sorrow and regret for that owner, but to be frank, I knew nothing. Zhou Chong shrugged. Su Jin fell silent, deep in thought. At midnight, Nasdaq opened, and for the first time since its debut, Chilling Motors witnessed a decline in stock prices, dropping from 900 to 874. You made a profit, but it's not substantial, Su Jin noted. This is likely just the beginning, Zhou Chong replied, a hint of anxiety surfacing beneath his confident facade. If Lin Ming's predictions held true, then the profits would indeed be limited. Nevertheless, Zhou Chong had faith in Lin Ming. The absence of a phone call from Lin Ming signified that the matter was far from resolved. Chapter 49, Younger Sister, I wish to grant you a few days off September 7th. At Qingyao CAF, Lin Ji, has the real plummet of Chilling Motors yet to commence? Zhou Chong questioned, a glass of juice before him, his evident favorite. You're quite astute, Lin Ming chuckled. Of course, I am clever. Zhou Chong muttered, then grinned, but compared to Lin Ji, my little intelligence pales in comparison. Lin Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, asked, are you free tomorrow? Care to visit Tianhai City? Zhou Chong blinked in surprise. Tianhai City, the internationally renowned metropolis? What has the sudden interest? Lin Ming continued, the International Auto Show begins there tomorrow, featuring numerous leading automotive brands, including Chilling Motors. Zhou Chang's eyes lit up with realization. Lin Ji, you mean tomorrow's auto show will showcase quite the spectacle? Not merely a spectacle, but a grand performance. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. This performance will mark the true onset of Chilling Motors' decline. Zhou Chong gasped, but Lin Ji, does it matter whether we attend? The show would proceed regardless. Are you planning to personally take the stage, perform for your grandfather? Lin Ming rolled his eyes dramatically. Zhou Chong laughed heartily, realizing he was merely jesting. In his heart, he regarded Lin Ming not just as a benefactor but as a true friend. At TUI International, the project department had seen Chen Jia transformed into a mere idle figure since accepting projects from Huazhong and Tingguan. These projects required minimal oversight, any cooperative partner could easily secure a contract. Jealous whispers circulated within the company, suggesting that Chen Jia had let herself go post-divorce and had now leveraged her connection to Han Chanyu. The exact nature of how she had secured this connection was self-evident. Yet, in her presence, no one dared voice such accusations, for Chen Jia was divorced, and Han Chanyu remained single. Even if they were together, it could hardly be condemned. Sister Chen, these rascals are merely envious of you. Don't let it bother you, Xinyu remarked, noticing Chen Jia lost in thought. Why must they begrudge others their success? I'm not upset. Chen Jia smiled faintly. Didn't you notice how I revel in their disdain while they can't touch me? Impressive, as expected of my sister Chen, not only remarkable in stature and beauty but also so formidable, Xinyu praised, giving her a thumbs up. Chen Jia felt her cheeks flush. You little imp, aren't you barely 25 or 26? Why not focus on learning instead of spouting such nonsense? Besides, how could you possibly discern my beauty? I can guess, after all, your skin is naturally fair. Xinyu tilted her head, then smiled with satisfaction. But Sister Chen, judging by your demeanor, it seems you've emerged from the shadows of your divorce. You never used to jest like this with me. I'm genuinely happy for you. I wouldn't say I've fully emerged. Chen Jia pressed her lips together. To Xinyu's surprise, a smile graced Chen Jia's face as she spoke of the matter. Goodness, is this really still the same Sister Chen? Sister Chen, I mean no offense. But I can't help but wonder, have you already entered into a new romance? Xinyu waved her delicate hand in front of Chen Jia. Am I that kind of person? Besides, I'm 30 this year and have a child. Who would dare take me on? Chen Jia shot Xinyu an incredulous glance. Oh, with your qualifications as Sister Chen, I fear the men who fancy you must be lining up in droves. It's only that scoundrel of an ex-husband of yours who fails to appreciate you. Xinyu remarked, standing up for Chen Jia. However, Chen Jia furrowed her brows in response. He is no longer a scoundrel. Xinyu was taken aback. Among everyone in the company, she had always been the one who understood Chen Jia the best. Yet now Xinyu found Chen Jia to be somewhat unfamiliar. Compared to just a few days ago, it was as if she were a completely different person. Sister Chen, you're not coming down with a fever. Are you, or has that ex-husband of yours been feeding you some sort of intoxicating potion again? I remind you once more, domestic violence is either non-existent or infinite. Xinyu was interrupted by Chen Jia. Looking earnestly at Xinyu, she stated, I know better than anyone what kind of man Lin Ming is. I am not ill, nor has he put any enchantment upon me. I can tell you candidly that while people in the company believe I have some hidden affair with President Han, the truth is that I am able to take on projects like Huazhong and Tingguang solely because of Lin Ming. For a moment, Xinyu was at a loss for words. In the past, whenever the name Lin Ming was mentioned, Chen Jia would say nothing but her expression would betray her sorrow. But today, she seemed oddly content. But dear Sister Chen, I truly believe you should consult a great master. Xinyu exclaimed, you should be the one to consult someone. You're in your 30s and still single. Don't become a leftover woman, Chen Jia retorted. Just then, Chen Jia's phone rang unexpectedly. Looking down, she saw it was a call from President Han. Xinyu noticed as well and quickly said, Sister Chen, I still have work to do. I'll be off. Wait, Chen Jia called out to Xinyu. The people in the company may doubt me, but you must not understand. After saying this, Chen Jia dragged Xinyu and they hurried to the rooftop. Now, only the two of them would be able to hear Han Chanyu's words. Chen Jia answered the call, put it on speaker, and then looked at Xinyu. President Han, a dear sister-in-law, please don't belittle me. Just call me Chanyu or old Han when you call. Han Chanyu said awkwardly. His words left Xinyu in a state of shock. Chen Jia appeared to have anticipated this, replying, President Han, do you have something to discuss with me? Discuss is too strong a word. Well, ahem, I wanted to grant you a few days off, Han Chanyu replied. Chen Jia immediately showed her confusion. Days off? Why the sudden time off? Is it for a business trip? Yes, precisely a business trip. You'll be heading to Tianhai City. You can return whenever you wish. Han Chanyu quickly provided an excuse. Before Chen Jia could inquire further, he added, this is settled then. I heard your niece has never been to a big city. Take her along to have some fun. I've already booked the flight for you. It's at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Chen Jia barely had the chance to respond before Han Chanyu hung up. A Sister Chen, did I just hear that right? Xinyu said, incredulously. Indeed, that was President Han's voice, but his tone, was excessively polite, wasn't it? Now do you believe me? If it were truly as the others in the company say, would he treat me with such courtesy? Chen Jia replied, shaking her head in resignation, and then she dialed Lin Ming's number in front of Xinyu. Chapter 50. The most beautiful aspect of love. There was hardly any wait before Lin Ming answered the call. He also put it on speaker so Xinyu could hear. What are you up to now? Chen Jia asked. Nothing much, Lin Ming replied. Be honest, if you don't speak up, I'll hang up. Chen Jia feigned annoyance. Wait, I'll tell you, Lin Ming said helplessly. There's a car exhibition in Tianhai City tomorrow, and I plan to take you both to see it. Xian has been cooped up at home for too long. It is a great opportunity for her to unwind. Chen Jia couldn't help but smile, a realization dawning on her that she hadn't noticed before. What is so great about a car exhibition? I'd rather work, she said. If the car exhibition doesn't suit your fancy, we can explore other attractions. Tianhai City is vast, and the night scenery is stunning. Isn't your dream to visit the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower? Lin Ming hurriedly added, there are plenty of delicious foods there. If Xian goes, she'll surely be delighted. Just consider it for her sake. Chen Jia's smile widened. But Xian is only 4 years old. She won't remember anything from this trip since you bought her a phone. Let her play games at home. She won't get bored. My dear Chen, Han Chang you even booked the tickets for you, over 3,000 apiece. Please show some mercy and give me this opportunity, alright? Lin Ming nearly pleaded. Who is your dear? Stop spouting nonsense. Chen Jia scolded lightly. Alright, you're right. As long as you accompany me to Tianhai, I'll do whatever you ask. Lin Ming surrendered. Then I'll ask Xian, but you're not allowed to take matters into your own hands. After all, President Han is the executive president. How can I maintain my dignity if he treats me an ordinary employee with such deference? Chen Jia lamented. Understood. Lin Ming rejoiced. After hanging up, Chen Jia shrugged at Xinyu. Did you catch all that, Sister Chen? I naturally believe there is nothing between you and President Han. But I must ask, why were you smiling so happily when you spoke to your ex-husband just now? Xinyu inquired. Did I smile? Chen Jia's cheeks flushed slightly, trying to avoid Lin Ming's gaze. You not only smiled, but you looked utterly blissful, akin to a young girl in love, Xinyu declared, hands on her hips. You think I can't tell? You keep insisting on moving on, yet clearly you're replaying hard to get. No, it's more like a game of seduction. Goodness, Sister Chen, you truly have a knack for handling men. Perhaps one day you could teach me properly. I'll not have you speak such nonsense. Chen Jia exclaimed, reaching out to tickle Xinyu. Ha ha, Sister Chen, I dare not. That tickles. On the rooftop, the two women chased each other in playful delight. If Lin Ming were to witness this scene, he would surely feel an immense sense of joy. It had been far too long since he had seen Chen Jia so carefree. At 2 p.m. in Anju Community, Zhouchong drove the Q7, arriving downstairs alongside Lin Ming. Lin Ming held several bags. Finding it somewhat arduous to ascend the stairs. At the corner of the second floor, he encountered Wang Lanmei, who was out for a stroll. Grandma Wan, Lin Ming greeted. Lin Ming, you've come, Wang Lanmei said with a twinkle in her eye. Leaning in conspiratorially, you're here to pick up Jia and Xian, right? Jia told me you'd be taking them on a trip to Tianhai City. She looked positively elated. Really, that's wonderful news, Lin Ming exclaimed. Grandma Wan, you truly are like a second grandmother to me, you cheeky boy. When did you learn to be so charming with your words? Wang Lanmei chuckled before becoming serious. A trip is merely the first step. If you truly earn some money, you ought to buy a large house and bring those two back to live with you. It's not sustainable to keep dragging this out. I look forward to the day of your remarriage. And don't forget to bring me wedding candies. Forget wedding candies, I'll even buy you and Grandpa Sam a large house so we can be neighbors. Lin Ming laughed. You mischievous boy. Always jesting, Wang Lanmei shook her head, clearly regarding Lin Ming's words as mere banter. Yet, in truth, Lin Ming was not joking. Having come to this realization, Lin Ming understood better than anyone the principle of a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, were it not for the care that Wang Lanmei and her husband showed Xian a few years back. Chen Jia and her daughter would have undoubtedly faced more hardship. After bidding farewell to Wang Lanmei, Lin Ming ascended to the third floor. After knocking, Xian eagerly rushed to open the door, while Chen Jia was in the bedroom packing. She had changed into a fitted long dress that accentuated her figure, her hair cascading down her back, exuding a captivating charm that momentarily left Lin Ming awestruck. The only drawback was that she was still wearing the high heels from their wedding. What are you staring at? Chen Jia's face flushed slightly, trying to avoid Lin Ming's gaze. You were simply stunning, Lin Ming replied, dazed. Ignoring Lin Ming, Chen Jia stepped into the living room and noticed the many items he had brought. What is all this? She asked. Oh right, these are clothes and shoes I bought for you and Jia. Try them on and see if they fit, Lin Ming explained. New clothes? Oh, new clothes again. Xian hasn't worn new clothes in quite a while. Xian cheered, yet her innocent remark struck a chord of sorrow in Lin Ming's heart. Yes, having such a scoundrel for a father had indeed burdened Xian. Lin Ming hugged the little girl tightly. Daddy's not a scoundrel, Daddy is a good dad, Xian declared earnestly. Lin Ming fought back tears as he replied with a smile, quick, go try them on, my little Xian is bound to be the most beautiful princess in the world. Okay, Xian exclaimed, clutching a pile of clothes and rushing to the bedroom. Being just 4 years old, she couldn't dress herself, so Chen Jia followed her into the bedroom to try on the clothes Lin Ming had bought. Unconsciously, Chen Jia had learned to accept rather than resist. Before long, the mother and daughter emerged from the bedroom, dressed in new clothes and shoes. Chen Jia transformed into the most enchanting sight in the living room. Xian, lively and adorable, radiated energy, inheriting the genes of both Lin Ming and Chen Jia. The little girl was undoubtedly a beauty in the making. Hasten to pack your belongings. I just glimpsed your friend waiting below from the bedroom window. And I wonder why he hasn't been invited up to rest. Chen Jia pressed her lips together, her face flushed under Lin Ming's gaze, so she could only engage in small talk. This truly is everything you both deserve, Lin Ming inhaled deeply, exclaiming, Lin Ming, solemnly swear to the heavens, if I allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance again, then I no more. Chen Jia abruptly interrupted. Mother's authority reigns supreme, and father is not permitted to continue. Xian Xian chimed in. All right, I shall refrain from speaking. Lin Ming replied with a wry smile. Chapter 51, a fiery temper indeed, as Zhou Chong remarked. Regardless of whether they journey to Tianhai City, the grand spectacle at the auto show will remain unchanged. Lin Ming's primary reason for personally attending is to seize this opportunity to deepen his relationship with Chen Jia. As for Zhou Chong's presence, if one were to assess his utility, well, it appears he is merely there to alleviate any awkwardness. One wonders if Zhou Chong would be taken aback by this assessment. Nevertheless, as Chen Jia and Xian Xian descended the stairs, he wore a broad grin. Hello, sister-in-law, just call me Chen Jia, she replied, feeling somewhat awkward, given her and Lin Ming's divorce. Zhou Chong, however, countered, sister-in-law, your statement is inaccurate, I am younger than you. And if I were to address you by name, wouldn't Lin Gu take issue? This fellow is certainly not truly foolish. He knows precisely whom Lin Ming values most. From a certain perspective, flattering Lin Ming may be less advantageous than flattering Chen Jia. Hello, Uncle, Xian Xian chirped. Hada, greetings to my dear niece, Zhou Chong exclaimed, pulling Xian Xian close before opening the trunk. Inside lay a treasure trove of toys and snacks, along with several cartoon-themed dresses. Wow, Xian Xian gasped. Uncle, are all these for me? Of course, with these you will never feel bored at home again, Zhou Chong replied. This was no mere flattery. He genuinely found the little girl exceedingly adorable, well-mannered, and thoroughly likable. But if I ever marry, I must have a daughter, Zhou Chong declared, but you don't even have a partner. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss marriage? Lin Ming chuckled. Who says I lack a partner? Qingyao will soon accept my proposal. Zhou Chong shot back. This revelation took Lin Ming by surprise. It seemed that after that fateful night, the two were on the verge of breaking through that invisible barrier. Lin Gu. Zhou Chong raised an eyebrow, implying something. Shall we have a contest to see who can win her heart first? Upon hearing this, Chen Jia's cheeks flushed crimson. I refuse to compete. I intend to demonstrate through action. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The group piled into the car, making their way to the airport. Chen Jia recognized the vehicle as an Audi Q7. She found herself pondering why, after their divorce, Lin Ming had become acquainted with so many influential figures, all of whom seemed exceedingly courteous and respectful towards him. Yet, given their separation, she refrained from probing further. Not only did Lin Ming and Zhou Chong have tickets, but Han Chinyu had also assisted in booking for them all in first class. This marked Chen Jia's inaugural experience in first class, and she was astounded by the service and ambience. Xian Xian, for her part, was utterly enchanted, as it was her first time on an airplane, and everything appeared novel to her. Zhou Chong observed the family of three seated together, his mouth twitching with a sense of discomfort. He felt like a glaring third wheel, as if he ought not to be present. At 4 p.m., the plane landed at Hangzhou Airport. The hour-long journey had not fatigued Xian Xian. Rather, she appeared reluctant to leave. Chen Jia finally comprehended that agreeing to Lin Ming's invitation to take Xian Xian out was indeed an astute decision. Upon exiting the airport, they saw someone waving to Zhou Chong in front of a Mercedes G-Class. An eyeglass-clad young man. You've even arranged for someone to pick us up? Lin Ming inquired. I dare not make such arrangements. I never expected him to be the one to greet us, Zhou Chong replied, nudging Lin Ming and whispering, Xiang Zhe, the son of the top official in Tianhai City, would you like to meet him? Lin Ming expressed surprise. You know such influential figures? Tianhai City is not comparable to Land Island City. One of the 4 municipalities directly under the central government, Tianhai City functions as a provincial-level administrative region, serving as a hub for international economy, finance, trade, shipping, and technological innovation. In terms of position, the head of Tianhai City, Xiang Weidong, ranks alongside provincial governors, yet, regarding status, many regional governors cannot compare to him. Thus, from the perspective of the second generation, Zhou Chong is certainly a tier below Xiang Zhe, which explains Lin Ming's bewilderment. Xiang is actually a prodigy of my family's patriarch, one of his most esteemed students, and he shares a good rapport with my father. Zhou Chong quickly elucidated. Lin Ming's realization dawned. So, you have a decent relationship with Xiang Zhe? Not particularly, we've merely crossed paths a few times. Zhou Chong shrugged. If you're not well acquainted, why is he here to pick us up? Lin Ming astutely probed. Well, Zhou Chong hesitated. Is this a directive from your grandfather or your father? It appears my affairs have reached their ears. A barrage of questions from Lin Ming left Zhou Chong feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In Zhou Chang's view, Lin Ming would prefer to keep his capabilities under wraps, especially from those in positions of power, to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, quietly amassing wealth is the true principle. That's all right. Your father and the elder are not outsiders. I may require their assistance in the future, so it is prudent to establish acquaintance, Lin Ming declared. Zhou Chong finally exhaled. I certainly cannot conceal the incident regarding the batch of red wine. And as for the Zijin Xingfu matter, my father and the elder were already aware of the developments in the southern New District. However, the provincial government requested confidentiality, so they did not inform me. Thus, when they learned you were taking me to sign the deposit contract, they were quite astonished. Lin Ming nodded, awaiting further details as Zhou Chong continued. My grandfather mentioned a few days ago that he wishes to meet you if you have the time. However, I worried you might not be inclined, so I never brought it up. The elder is a former governor of East Lin province, a man of integrity, and an exemplary leader devoted to the nation and its people. It would be a privilege to meet him. Many wish to but cannot, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Zhou Chong, however, responded earnestly, Lin Gu, you may not yet be a significant figure, but I believe it will not be long before you stand at the pinnacle of success. How flattering. I shall take your words as a good omen. Lin Ming laughed heartily, while their conversation remained unheard by Xiang Zhe. Chen Jiao listened intently, incredulity written across her face. A former governor of East Lin province, and the top official of Tianhai City, Chen Jiao found herself questioning her own understanding. Lin Ming was merely an ordinary citizen. Even if fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to amass a modest fortune, it seemed implausible that he could associate with such high-ranking individuals. Could it be that he had not yet shed his habit of exaggeration? Coincidentally finding a kindred spirit in Zhou Chong, thus both living in a fantastical world, Chen Jiao honestly entertained such thoughts, yet, recalling Zhou Chong's Audi Q7, Han Changyu's demeanor towards her, and Xiang Zhe's Mercedes G-Class, Chen Jia couldn't shake the feeling that the man who once plunged her into despair had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Before she could ponder further, Xiang Zhe's voice rang out. Teasing young Master Zhou's arrival truly brings glory to Tianhai City, Zhou Chong retorted. If I could bring glory to Tianhai City, then you, young Master Xiang, would surely illuminate Land Island City. Just a jest, you have an uncanny ability to dampen the mood, Xiang Zhe remarked, turning to Lin Ming. And who might this be? Lin Gu, Zhou Chong replied. Xiang Zhe chuckled lightly. Lin Gu, is that his name, or does he simply go by Lin Gu? Zhou Chong frowned at this remark. Xiang Zhe seemed displeased. I am Lin Ming. Lin Ming interjected at the opportune moment. Zhou Chong added, in my eyes, Lin Gu holds a position no less significant than my father or the elder. Given our similar ages, addressing him as Lin Gu is hardly a loss. Zhou Chong, though our interactions have been limited, you know me well enough. Those who merit the title Gu do not necessarily deserve mine in return. Do you understand? Xiang Zhe lightly shook his head, his arrogance unmistakable. Zhou Chong's expression darkened. He understood better than anyone that had he come alone, the elder would not have informed Xiang Weidong. Nor would Xiang Weidong have sent Xiang Zhe to fetch him. The only reason Xiang Zhe stood before them was Lin Ming. Thus, it was evident that even if the elder and Zhou Mingli had not met Lin Ming, they nonetheless held him in high regard due to the events surrounding Zhou Chong. This was a subtle gesture of goodwill towards Zhou Chong. However, Zhou Chong was taken aback by Xiang Zhe's blatant disrespect in front of Lin Ming. Had the elder truly not briefed him, or was it that the elder had not apprised Xiang Weidong of Lin Ming's circumstances? The previously pleasant atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Xiang Zhe continued. While my father sent me to pick you up, I am not merely a lackey. I am a businessman. You are undoubtedly aware that for a businessman, time equates to money. If you cannot provide me with a compelling reason to have you in my vehicle today, I regret to inform you that I must take my leave. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong exchanged glances, fully grasping the situation. It was clear that Xiang Zhe was harboring resentment, which colored his initial remarks. What they were unaware of was that Xiang Weidong had not actually informed Xiang Zhe about whom to pick up. He simply notified him at the last moment, urging him to hurry to the airport. Originally, Xiang Zhe was preoccupied with preparing for the simultaneous opening of 3 Mercedes-Benz Foresee dealerships the following day, a task that had him overwhelmed with stress. However, he dared not defy his father's orders and thus rushed to the airport. Yet, upon discovering that he was to pick up Zhou Chong, his enthusiasm swiftly waned. He had expected to be meeting someone of significance, only to find it was merely Zhou Chong. What right did Zhou Chong have to demand his presence? Could he not have sent anyone else? Was it merely because he was the grandson of the esteemed old Master Zhou? His father was making too much of a fuss. Xiang Zhe was not particularly close to Zhou Chong, and given the disparity in their standings, Zhou Chang's business was not nearly as substantial as Xiang Zhe's. He held Zhou Chong in little regard. Consequently, when they spoke, his tone lacked any semblance of courtesy. Xiang Zhe, you are being a bit excessive, aren't you? Zhou Chang's expression soured. I do not perceive my actions as excessive. One must consider the principle of reciprocity. Is this such a difficult concept for you to grasp? Xiang Zhe scoffed. What sort of temperament did Zhou Chong possess? He was about to unleash a tirade when Lin Ming restrained his arm. What, do you also think I am being excessive? Xiang Zhe scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe. Lin Ming smiled subtly. 3 Mercedes-Benz Foresee dealerships opening simultaneously tomorrow. Xiang Zhe's expression faltered for a moment before he inquired, how do you know? How I know is of no concern to you. However, you are correct. Even if we do not ride in your vehicle today, we cannot allow you to make the trip in vain. After a brief pause, Lin Ming continued, as for the dealership in Xiongtian district, let's refrain from setting off fireworks tomorrow. It could lead to disastrous consequences. With that, Lin Ming patted Xiang Zhe on the shoulder and walked ahead. Xiang Zhe furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lin Ming's intentions. Zhou Chong, however, was filled with delight. Xiang Zhe, do you truly believe that Xiang Diren summoned you solely to pick me up? Have you not considered your own status? Why would he insist that you address him as Brother Lin? Zhou Chong huffed coldly. I understand your arrogance, but such pride should be wielded judiciously. Brother Lin has provided you with a warning regarding this crisis. You would do well to take it seriously and not dismiss it as mere folly. If the situation escalates, you will find it too late for regrets. Chapter 52. He sleeps on the sofa. In the end, Lin Ming and the others did not take Xiang Zhe's car but instead hailed a taxi to the Taiwa Hotel. Although Xiang Zhe held a prominent status among the second-generation elite, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had not reached the point of fawning over him. Lin Ming had brought Chen Jia and Xian Xian out for leisure. Wishing to spare Chen Jia from unnecessary worry over such trivial matters, moreover, Xiang Zhe's aloof demeanor today would surely transform into eagerness by tomorrow. In his current state, he bore a striking resemblance to the Zhou Chong they had first encountered. After Lin Ming and the others departed, Xiang Zhe remained standing, his expression darkening. He was baffled by how Lin Ming had learned about the opening of the 3 Mercedes-Benz Foresee dealerships and why he had advised against fireworks at the Xiongtian district location. However, he could not shake the ominous phrase disastrous consequences from his mind. It was not that he wished to remember it, rather, ever since Lin Ming had spoken, an unsettling feeling had settled within him. To be frank, young people typically dismiss such superstitions, especially someone like Xiang Zhe, who was proud and believed his fate was in his own hands. He thought Lin Ming was merely incensed due to a perceived slight. Cursing him out of indignation, with a disdainful chuckle, Xiang Zhe retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Xiang Zong, have you returned? The voice on the other end inquired. Not yet, I am still at the airport. I wanted to confirm whether the fireworks and firecrackers for the 3 dealerships are ready. Xiang Zhe replied, rest assured, all the fireworks and firecrackers have been prepared and delivered to the 3 locations. And we have procured only the finest quality. You need only await the ribbon cutting tomorrow, the other party assured him with a confident tone. Then that settles it. Xiang Zhe nodded, the assurance in the other person's voice eased Xiang Zhe's mind somewhat. Xiang Zong, did you call just to inquire about this matter? Came a somewhat puzzled voice from the other end. Does this trivial matter really require your personal oversight? Xiang Zhe retorted with sarcasm. I just encountered a charlatan who advised me against setting off fireworks at the Xiongtian district dealership tomorrow. It was foolish of me to take such nonsense to heart. Fireworks and firecrackers are hardly missiles or artillery. Even if there were quality issues, what harm could arise? The other party laughed heartily. It was merely for good fortune. Now the upper echelons of Tianhai City are well aware that those dealerships belong to Xiangzong. If we do not set off fireworks, it would only invite ridicule. We would be conceding the momentum to our competitors. You make a valid point. Not only should we set them off, but we must do so extravagantly. Prepare accordingly. I will not be joining you today. Hearing this, Xiang Zhe felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Xiangzong, do not worry about this matter. If necessary, I will have someone purchase more fire extinguishers as a precaution. The other party added, that sounds reasonable. Xiang Zhe ended the call. Taiwei Hotel, a 5-star establishment under the Taiwei Group, is one of the largest hotels closest to the International Exhibition Center. The car exhibition is set to take place at the International Exhibition Center tomorrow. What Lin Ming and the others did not anticipate was that, due to the exhibition, all the rooms were fully booked. There are truly so many wealthy individuals, not a single room left. Zhou Chang's brow furrowed. Already in a foul mood due to Xiang Zhe, the lack of available accommodations felt like a perfect storm of misfortune. Sir, it is not that there are no rooms left, there are still 2 available. But they are both presidential suites, the front desk attendant informed. How much? Zhou Chong inquired. $888 per night. Zhou Chang's expression tightened. It was not that he could not afford it, rather his funds were tied up in the stock market. Leaving him without such disposable income, we will take those 2 presidential suites. Suddenly a loud and arrogant voice cut through the air. Zhou Chong and Lin Ming turned to see a corpulent man, exuding an air of grease, accompanied by several foreigners, striding toward the front desk. As the rotund figure approached, he shoved Zhou Chong aside. Zhou Chang's temper flared instantly. Hey, I said we don't need it. Everything should follow a cue. It's quite rude for someone of your stature to behave so impolitely. Almost 90,000 a night. You might as well save some money for future marriage dowries. The fat man mocked. Zhou Chong seethed. Chen Jia rushed over to intervene. 9,000 a night is quite steep. Why not save that money for something more worthwhile, since this hotel is fully booked? Let us look for another one. Sister-in-law, it's not that we can't afford it's just this insufferable display of arrogance that I find most grating. Zhou Chong replied, since Jia Jia has spoken. Let us leave. Lin Ming interjected. I do not wish to add to the stress for the 2 of you. Let us not allow such trivial matters to dampen our spirits. With Lin Ming's words, Zhou Chong grudgingly acquiesced, yet, as they departed, Zhou Chong spat on the ground, landing right on the fat man's shiny shoes. Much to the latter's disgust, the group then spent nearly an hour searching before finally locating a guesthouse. The fact that all nearby hotels were fully booked highlighted the staggering influx of people in this international metropolis. The guesthouse was not inexpensive either, typically under 1,000, the price had surged to 5,000 per night. With only 2 rooms remaining, however, the surroundings were quite pleasant, and it was well kept, which left Chen Jia feeling satisfied. After arranging their accommodations, the group took Xian Xian to the pedestrian street. which was bustling with activity, resembling daylight with stalls lining the streets, toys, snacks, and various street performances captivated Xian, who was nearly bouncing with excitement, wanting everything she saw. Initially, Chen Jia attempted to rein her in. But neither Lin Ming nor Zhou Chong heeded her warnings. Either Lin Ming or Zhou Chong would buy whatever Xian desired, leaving Chen Jia feeling helpless. In truth, at that moment, Chen Jia felt immense happiness. Believing she had become the happiest woman in the world, watching Lin Ming and Xian reveling in their joy, a smile never left her face. They had not partaken in a substantial dinner. Having filled their bellies with street food upon returning to the guest house, Chen Jia faced a dilemma. With only 2 rooms available, how would they arrange their sleeping arrangements? Zhou Chong was amusing Xian when he suddenly sensed a menacing gaze upon him. Setting Xian down, Zhou Chong straightened his clothes, then spoke seriously. Lin Gu, I must apologize. I cannot sleep with anyone else, nor have I ever shared a room with anyone, so I will need to take 1 room for myself. Is that so? Lin Ming looked at Chen Jia with an expression of difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, understanding that she could not put Zhou Chong in a bind, she said, Zhou Chong, you have been carrying Xian all day. You should go rest. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhou Chong exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, and swiftly retreated to his room. Now, only the 3 of them remained in this room. Mommy, is Daddy going to sleep with us tonight? Xian asked eagerly. Setting aside the state of Chen Jia and Lin Ming's relationship, it was evident that the bond between father and daughter was rapidly deepening. Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming. He sleeps on the sofa, Lin Ming. Chapter 53, the car exhibition commences, the grand performance unfolds. Chen Jia was not mistaken, Lin Ming indeed found himself on the sofa that night. Of course. He had little intention of sleeping at all. He has long forgotten how long it has been since he last shared a room with the 2 women, previously, consumed by a passion for gambling and inebriation. He found even the sight of Chen Jia and Xian to be a source of irritation, let alone the desire to sleep alongside them. Some things truly reveal their worth only after they have been lost. Even while sleeping on the sofa, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of happiness. At 5:30 in the morning, Lin Ming did not wash up, fearing he might disturb the mother and daughter. He quietly slipped out to fetch some breakfast, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day's activities. When Lin Ming returned, both Chen Jia and Xian were still fast asleep. The little girl tossed and turned in her slumber. Nearly pushing Chen Jia off the bed, gazing at Chen Jia's serene and lovely face, Lin Ming felt a pang of heartache. Since time immemorial, it has been a given that men marry and women wed. But why should a young maiden like her suffer in silence upon her marriage? After all, who doesn't hold a special place in their parents' hearts, having grown up without a single finger laid upon her by her parents? What right did anyone have to mistreat her? Reflecting on the trials Chen Jia endured in recent years, Lin Ming felt that had he been in her shoes, despair would have claimed him. Chen Jia, I am truly sorry. Lin Ming gently approached Chen Jia. He crouched down, irresistibly drawn to lean in and kiss this woman to whom he owed so much. Just then, Chen Jia's sleep-laden eyes suddenly fluttered open. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Her bright eyes gradually widened, and after a prolonged silence of several seconds she exclaimed, What are you doing? A shrill scream echoed from the bedroom, rousing Zhou Chong from his slumber. What is going on? Is something happening? Did a thief break in? Zhou Chang's voice called out from outside. Lin, are you and your sister-in-law alright? Only then did Chen Jia and Lin Ming truly grasp the situation. Both their faces flushed crimson, engulfed in embarrassment. It was fortunate that the child was a heavy sleeper, otherwise, Chen Jia would have been awakened long ago. Lin Ming wished he could vanish into thin air. Chen Jia hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. In truth, she had no intention of putting Lin Ming in an awkward position. It was just that under the premise of their divorce, she found it hard to accept any overly intimate gestures from any man, including Lin Ming. That scream was purely instinctive, and now, Chen Jia's heart raced, her mind still lingering on the moment Lin Ming had drawn near to her. Once she regained her composure, Chen Jia recalled the tenderness Lin Ming had displayed in those fleeting seconds, along with the slight redness in his eyes. Clearly that was not an act. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking reverberated once more, causing Chen Jia's face to redden even further. Stop knocking, you might break the door down. Lin Ming rolled his eyes and opened the door. Zhou Chong stood outside, saying, Lin, I thought I heard your sister-in-law scream just now. I thought a thief had come in. She didn't scream. You must have misheard. Lin Ming replied, That can't be right. The sound was so loud, she definitely screamed. Zhou Chong insisted. Still bleary-eyed, Lin Ming's expression darkened. She did not scream. Zhou Chong paused for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh. Oh right. She didn't scream. It was I who misheard. I'm getting old. My ears must be failing me. Freshen up and come eat. Lin Ming added. Alright. Breakfast was consumed amidst an atmosphere thick with awkwardness and silence. Even Zhou Chong, despite his navet, could roughly guess what had transpired. He attempted to make small talk. Lin, the car exhibition starts at 8. What time will the big show begin? 9:30. Lin Ming replied. That fat guy who tried to snatch our hotel room yesterday is the head of the Qeeling exhibition booth. Those foreign faces are from the upper echelons of Qeeling Group. Damn, no wonder he was so arrogant. Zhou Chong cursed, then seemed to have a realization. He exclaimed excitedly, so that fat guy won't be able to act so brazenly for much longer, much longer. I smile slightly. Tonight's opening will trigger a true plunge in Qiling's stock market. That fat guy and his foreign superiors will likely face lawsuits, ensuring a bleak future for them. Is it all because of the incident at this car exhibition? Zhou Chong asked, though I detest that fat guy. I must admit that those vile capitalists employ some truly underhanded tactics to find scapegoats. It's not that they are underhanded, it's that this fat guy has made a mess of things. And it's only right he faces repercussions for his arrogance, Lin Ming stated. Zhou Chong did not press further, knowing they would see the outcome at the exhibition. Chen Jia sat quietly beside them. Feeding Xian some millet porridge, she maintained her dignity. Although she was curious, she believed that as she and Lin Ming were now divorced, these matters were beyond her concern, even though Lin Ming genuinely wished she would inquire. Sister-in-law, just enjoy the moment. Soon Lin will become a wealthy man, Zhou Chong interjected at the right moment. Chen Jia smiled faintly. Then I must congratulate you in advance. Mutual congratulations. Zhou Chong laughed heartily. He marveled at Chen Jia's astuteness for not openly emphasizing the divorce, thus sparing Lin Ming from embarrassment. And Zhou Chong truly could not understand why such a beautiful, well-figured, and clever woman like Chen Jia would agree to divorce Lin Ming. Was it more thrilling to chase after her again afterward? At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Ming and the others entered the venue. They had purchased their tickets online the previous day. Although the crowd was immense, the organizers would not pass up the chance to profit. So tickets were easily acquired. Mommy, what car is that? Daddy, that car is so cute, it even has 2 ears. I want this one, I want this pink car. Xian's exclamations filled the air. Lin Ming, carrying her, chuckled. Then tell Daddy which car you like, and I'll get you one in the future, okay? Okay, Daddy is so nice. Xian lowered her head and pecked Lin Ming's cheek, bringing him immense joy. Xian still has a long way to grow, Chen Jia teasingly remarked. Indeed, Lin Ming focused on Chen Jia. Xian will take a long time to grow up, but your driving experience must be nearing 10 years. Right, how about I buy you a car first? I don't want one, Chen Jia instinctively retorted. Look, Xian spends most of her time with you. It's fine during spring and autumn, but during summer and winter, her little body surely can endure. We really should buy a car, Lin Ming said earnestly. Before Chen Jia could respond, Zhou Chong interjected. Lin, you've got that wrong. Who knows, by the time winter rolls around, your sister-in-law might have had a change of heart. At that point, the driving duties will fall to you. Are you talking nonsense? Chen Jia shot Zhou Chong a glare. Seizing the moment, she added, but since you're making money, it is indeed time to buy a car. Whether it's expensive or cheap, having one is certainly convenient. Are you considering me? Lin Ming was filled with joy. He had expected Chen Jia to be stubborn again, but to his surprise, this time she merely turned away, pretending she hadn't heard him. The international car exhibition in Tianhai City was truly a sea of people. Countless car brands displayed their offerings at various booths, some luxurious, some high-end, and others more commonplace, ranging from affordable 10,000 yuan sedans to million yuan supercars. There was something for everyone. Around 9:30, Lin Ming and his companions found themselves at the Qiling booth, surrounded by throngs of eager onlookers. Many devoted fans of Qiling automobiles were milling about, examining the cars inside and out, clearly enamored with the brand, marveling at every model on display. At that very moment, a woman in her 60s suddenly rushed onto the stage. Her movements were swift as she perched herself atop the hood of one of the vehicles. Moments later, 2 or 3 others surged forward, unfurling bright, eye-catching banners. Qiling automobiles, quality in question, big businesses bully customers. Utterly contemptuous, this spectacle transpired so swiftly that everyone was left dumbfounded. Even the staff were caught off guard. Zhou Chong, despite his prior preparations, felt his eyelid twitch violently. Only Lin Ming, cradling Xian, smiled and spoke. The show has finally begun. Chapter 54. How outrageously arrogant. In Lin Ming's foresight, the woman in her 60s was the protagonist of this car exhibition incident, though her hair had begun to gray. Her face bore few wrinkles, indicating she had been well taken care of, belonging to a middle to upper class family. At that moment, amid the stunned staff, the elderly woman produced a megaphone from somewhere. Dear fans of Qiling automobiles, I did not intend for things to escalate to this level, but the after-sales service of Qiling automobiles is, without a doubt, the worst I have ever encountered. I purchased the HX3 model, which cost around 730,000 yuan, making it one of the more expensive offerings from Qiling. Since the end of last year, my vehicle has been plagued by numerous system malfunctions, the specifics of which I have printed on this paper for all to see. As the first owner of the HX3, Qiling promised a lifetime warranty. However, every time I brought my car to the Foresee shop, the after-sales staff would indefinitely postpone repairs or part replacements under the pretext of long queues. I cannot afford to wait several days, or even a week, so I have had to leave without resolution each time. But if it were only this, I could endure it, given their power. I do not have the time to engage in endless disputes. Nor do I wish to tarnish my reputation. However, earlier this year, my car's system suddenly crashed while I was driving. At that moment, I was utilizing the autonomous driving mode. Without any warning, the vehicle collided with a large tree by the roadside. resulting in multiple fractures throughout my body. Moreover, due to my head striking the steering wheel, I was diagnosed with a severe concussion upon examination at the hospital. Yes, you heard that correctly, I indeed crashed into the steering wheel. And astonishingly, the airbag designed to protect my head failed to deploy prior to the accident. As she recounted her tale, the elderly woman produced numerous disability assessments, clearly having come well prepared. I was filled with indignation and sought to confront the dealership after my discharge. For had they provided timely repairs, my car would not have suffered a system failure. Yet, the dealership's dismissive attitude was a glaring manifestation of the mighty oppressing the meek. They audaciously claimed that my disability assessments were fraudulent, asserting that the cause of my accident was not a system malfunction but rather my advanced age leading to improper operation. On such ludicrous grounds, they flatly denied any claims I made, including the medical expenses incurred during my hospital stay. I could hardly believe this. The very reason I had purchased this vehicle was due to the dealership's exemplary customer service and favorable online reviews. How could there be such a stark contrast between the pre-purchase and post-purchase experiences? Even more outrageous was their excuse that I was too old. I am merely 59 years of age. Am I to be deemed unfit to drive? This is the land of Hua, and as a foreign enterprise, what gives you the audacity to act in such a brazen manner? The elderly woman's speech was rapid, and her Mandarin was impeccably clear. Her words were imbued with emotion, delivered with fervor. She had all the necessary documents in hand: the vehicle warranty, repair orders, disability assessments, and detailed medical bills from her hospitalization. No one doubted her veracity. It was evident that no one would willingly confront a giant like the Cheeling Group unless compelled by dire circumstances. Cameras and recording devices were all trained on the elderly woman. This was an extraordinary revelation, particularly for competitors of Cheeling Motors, who seemed eager to capture every moment of the unfolding drama. Although her name remained unknown, it did not diminish the fact that she was poised to become a figure of dread for Cheeling Motors. The previously bustling auto show fell into an eerie silence at the Cheeling booth, all voices hushed, leaving only the sound of the elderly woman's impassioned speech. As she spoke of her sorrow, tears streamed down her face. It was at this moment that the head of the Cheeling booth finally made an appearance. It was indeed the same rotund man from yesterday. He was still flanked by several foreign faces. Upon seeing the elderly woman perched atop a car's hood, he performed an utterly unexpected act. He lunged forward, seized her by the collar, and yanked her down. The woman stumbled and fell with a resounding thud to the ground, eliciting gasps of pain from onlookers. "You old hag, are you blind? How dare you create a ruckus at my booth? You must be tired of living," the rotund man raged, shocking not only the enthusiasts present but also the foreign executives and the multitude of reporters capturing the scene. To physically assault a woman nearing 60 years of age in such a public setting, was this the attitude of Cheeling Motors, even if one were to argue that the elderly woman was being unreasonable? Such a display of violence before so many witnesses was utterly inexcusable. Has he lost his mind? Zhou Chong gasped. No wonder Lin Ming had remarked that today would be a grand spectacle. Indeed, it was shaping up to be an extraordinary performance. How could such a person hold a position of authority? Chen Jia was also incensed. It was undeniable that Cheeling was in the wrong. Yet the rotund man appeared as if he were wholly justified in his actions. The elderly woman had been assaulted, and her family would undoubtedly object. They discarded their banners and rushed toward the rotund man. The staff and security quickly intervened, and the scene descended into chaos. It became evident that the employees and security were not attempting to restore order but were instead embroiled in a scuffle with the elderly woman's family. By this point, even the foreign executives could not intervene. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Zhou Chong seethed. The attitude exhibited by Cheeling was shockingly atrocious. In full view of the public, they dared to act with such arrogance. It was impossible not to admire their audacity. Lin Ming needed not to elaborate further. Zhou Chong could already foresee that this farce would soon engulf the entire network worldwide, even if the elderly woman lacked the means to do so. Cheeling Motors' competitors would ensure that the Cheeling Group understood the meaning of regret, that it is too late. "Are you feeling reassured now?" Lin Ming inquired, glancing at Zhou Chong. "Let us depart. There is no longer any reason to remain at this auto show. Please inform the traders that once the Cheeling Motors situation concludes, they should not rush to leave. We should seize this opportunity to profit from Tesla as well." Zhou Chong felt a thrill of excitement. "Brother Lin, what do you mean? Is Tesla also in trouble?" Tesla itself was not in distress, but soon enough, numerous negative reports regarding the quality of their vehicles would emerge, and they too would suffer alongside Cheeling. Lin Ming paused before adding, "Of course, the impact will not be as severe as that on Cheeling, so our strategy with Tesla will be to buy low rather than short sell." Zhou Chong felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Lin Ming in exuberance. Ever since aligning himself with Lin Ming, his path to wealth had transformed from smooth sailing to a thrilling adventure. At this point, he would not hesitate to call him Brother Lin, or even Father Lin. "By the way, what is the leverage for shorting Cheeling stock?" Lin Ming asked. 30 times, Zhou Chong replied. "So much?" Lin Ming exclaimed, astonished. In the context of the Chinese stock market, operating at 30 times leverage would be unremarkable. However, this was the American market. Did they think the top capitalists on Wall Street were mere amateurs? Is 30 times a lot? Zhou Chong queried. Scratching his head, Lin Ming recognized his lack of understanding and chose not to elaborate. Do you have any idea how much you stand to gain from this? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong immediately perked up. How much? A secret. Zhou Chong. Chapter 55, Expanding Horizons Simultaneously at the Auto Show. In the Xiongtian district, at the Xingzi Mercedes-Benz dealership, an array of firecrackers was displayed at the entrance, accompanied by dozens of fireworks, creating a grand spectacle. Xiang Zhe stood to the side, engaging in cheerful conversation with his friends as they awaited the ignition of the firecrackers and fireworks. He had just completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and once the festivities concluded, he would enter the dealership for the vehicle handover ceremony. Given his distinguished status, numerous young scions had reserved cars from Xiang Zhe. Eagerly anticipating their collection today as a sign of good fortune, any warnings from Lin Ming had been entirely cast aside. Xiang, is it time for us to begin? Someone approached him. Let them off. Xiang Zhe replied, exuding an air of control. Launch, the individual shouted, and the firecrackers were promptly ignited. The crackling sounds indeed elevated the atmosphere for the grand opening of the new dealership. Following the firecrackers came the fireworks. The first several fireworks went off without incident, but unexpectedly, upon the ignition of the 15th firework, the shell failed to launch into the air, resulting in a deafening explosion that ruptured the protective covering. To the shock of Xiang Zhe and his companions, the shell shot directly into the open dealership. Not just one, unfortunately, the dealership was displaying dozens of vehicles, adorned with celebratory red silk. Bang! The immense sound echoed ominously within the dealership. Moments later, a thick plume of smoke began to rise. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions ensued from within the dealership, leaving everyone paralyzed with shock. Xiang Zhe witnessed flames rapidly erupting. The dealership was on fire. In that instant, a few words flashed through Xiang Zhe's mind. A great fire brings calamity. The visage of Lin Ming faintly materialized in his thoughts. How did he know? Xiang Zhe felt a shiver run down his spine. It was inconceivable that this was orchestrated by Lin Ming. He lacked the audacity. Furthermore, if Lin Ming had indeed arranged this, why would he have warned him? Now was not the time for such considerations. Xiang Zhe was seething with rage. Fire! What are you all standing around for? Go put it out. Where is Gusen? Get your ass out here. Were we not assured that the fireworks were of the highest quality? Today is our grand opening. Do you understand? I could just strangle you. It was unclear how much time passed, but the flames were finally brought under control. Point 4 Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles were rendered scrap. Reduced to charred shells, the others suffered varying degrees of paint damage, and the overall decor of the dealership was more than half destroyed. Estimated losses would exceed 10 million. However, amid his anger, Xiang Zhe felt a sense of relief. The primary reason the flames were contained so swiftly was due to the surplus fire extinguishers he had procured. These fire extinguishers had been purchased only after he made that phone call. In other words, Xiang Zhe had once again benefited from Lin Ming's foresight. Had he not acquired those additional extinguishers, relying solely on the few that were merely for display, by the time the fire department arrived, the entire dealership would have been engulfed in flames. At that point, the losses would have been far beyond 10 million. Whatever Xiang Zhe was contemplating, Lin Ming remained oblivious. At this moment, he had already taken Chen Jia and Xian Xian to the Oriental Pearl. Zhou Chong feigned fatigue as an excuse for his absence, but the truth was he simply did not wish to be a third wheel. Now, only the three of them remained. As Chen Jia gazed at the towering Oriental Pearl standing majestically at the pinnacle of heaven and sea, she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. She had envisioned this moment countless times, yet she never imagined that her actual arrival would occur post-divorce. Daddy, it's so high here, can we go up and take a look? Xuan's little face radiated with anticipation. Of course we can. Daddy intends to take you and your mother up there. Lin Ming responded with a hearty laugh, one arm cradling Xianxian while the other grasped Chen Jia's wrist as they dashed towards the Oriental Pearl. Chen Jia instinctively resisted for a moment, but Lin Ming's strong grip left her little choice. Blushing, she followed suit. Entry into the Oriental Pearl required tickets, priced over 200 yuan each. However, Lin Ming wished to avoid the throngs of people that might spoil the experience for Chen Jia and Xianxian. Thus, he spent a total of 5,000 yuan to have a scalper escort the three of them through a special passage, and he reserved a dining table at the 230 hotel on the highest level. Standing in the hotel lobby, overlooking the breathtaking cloudscape below, Chen Jia felt a sense of exhilaration akin to being on top of the world. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, while Xianxian danced joyously beside her. Laughter ringing in the air. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Ming asked gently. Yes. Chen Jia nodded emphatically. You are truly a woman easily satisfied, yet I lost you once, Lin Ming mused, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Suddenly, Chen Jia turned to him, silently studying his face. Lin Ming, with a wry smile, queried, why do you look at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Lin Ming, have you truly changed? Chen Jia inquired. Lin Ming paused, then took a deep breath. I dare not make any promises, for I have failed to keep them in the past. All I desire now is for you and Xianxian to live well. To do my utmost to make amends for you both. Upon hearing this, Xinjia unexpectedly burst into laughter, unrestrained and radiant. In that moment, Lin Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Since we are here, you must want to take Xian and me out for a meal. Right, Xinjia suggested. Let's eat first. I'm starving, but let me be clear, no extravagant dishes, money is hard-earned. Alright, I promise not to order anything extravagant. Lin Ming chuckled, only to later order exquisite dishes such as French red wine foie gras, avocado salad, steamed East Star grouper, and charcoal grilled Wagyu beef, among others, each dish exceeding 2,000 yuan, with some reaching as high as 5,000 yuan. To put it plainly, this meal would cost at least 60,000 to 70,000 yuan, yet Lin Ming was unfazed. Having previously earned 192 million yuan, he had only invested 190 million in the stock market, leaving him with 2 million in hand. Are you out of your mind? Spending so much just for a meal, Xinjia whispered incredulously. What, another bottle of wine? Lin Ming immediately called out, waiter, bring us a bottle of red wine. The wine, from the Mabe winery, was priced at 58,888 yuan. In truth, if Zhou Chong had handled it, a bottle would have only cost around 30,000 yuan. Lin Ming, are you trying to get yourself killed? Xinjia nearly fainted at the wine's price. I'm happy today, I'm willing to spend any amount, Lin Ming declared. Jia, we have money now, you must learn to enjoy life. Daddy is right, Xian chimed in enthusiastically. I learned a phrase from those short videos, expand your horizons. What horizons? Stop watching such useless things. Xinjia shot a glare at the little girl. Expanding horizons. Clearly, it's about opening up the wallet. Chapter 56. Lin Gu, the younger brother was wrong, the moments of happiness are always fleeting. Their lunch, filled with Xuan's praises, came to an end. When it was time to settle the bill, which including the bottle of wine totaled 113,680 yuan, Xinjia lost all interest in speaking. If there was a silver lining, it was that even without staying at the hotel, they received 2 commemorative wristwatches and a limited edition children's teddy bear. Do I seem like a nouveau riche? Lin Ming's face was brimming with smiles as they rode the observation elevator. Whether you resemble a nouveau riche is secondary, I really want to give you a good beating, Xinjia replied weakly. Over 110,000, but just for a meal, you say? Why not save that money for something better? Lin Chu and Lin Ku are still working outside, and your parents are laboring tirelessly in the fields. Why not let them enjoy some comfort instead of indulging in such extravagance? I will ensure they enjoy comfort. But I also want to bring happiness to you, Lin Ming countered. That kind of happiness is one I truly cannot enjoy. Xinjia huffed, firmly set in her frugality. The mentality of pinching every penny had long been ingrained in her psyche. Thus, even knowing Lin Ming had previously amassed nearly 200 million, she still felt a pang of regret. Then go ahead and hit me, Lin Ming suggested suddenly. Xinjia was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Xian piped up, no hitting daddy. Daddy is the best daddy in the world, and nobody is allowed to bully him. From now on, you two can just go off together. Xinjia fumed. In the afternoon, the family of 3 returned to their lodging for a brief rest. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Ming and Xinjia took Xian to the Bund. The night view of the Bund was breathtaking. Yet it was equally packed with people. However, Xinjia had always enjoyed lively places. Even when she used to go out for a bowl of spicy hot pot, she would choose the busiest restaurant, believing that crowded places were a sign of popularity. Yet she had not visited such bustling spots in recent years, fearing others would gossip behind her back. Lin Ming, anxious about losing Xian in the crowd, held her tightly, occasionally lifting her onto his shoulders. Xinjia observed it all. She could now ascertain that Lin Ming had indeed changed. In the past, he would never have embraced Xian, even when necessary. He would only do so for a few minutes. Now, however, he seemed reluctant to let her go, his eyes brimming with affection. If he were merely pretending, he could not do it so convincingly. Moreover, with his newfound wealth, there was no need for him to put on airs. Nevertheless, understanding did not erase the barriers that lingered in Xinjia's heart due to years of hardship. No woman could endure years of torment and anguish, only to mend everything in a matter of days. Under Xinjia's constant reminders, the family of 3 settled for a simple meal, dashing Lin Ming's plans for a romantic candlelit dinner. When they returned to their lodging, Xian had already fallen asleep, her little body sprawled on Lin Ming, a smile gracing her lips as if lost in a delightful dream. As Lin Ming laid her on the bed, she clung to his shirt, refusing to let go for over 10 minutes. I'm sorry, my dear, Lin Ming murmured, gently kissing her forehead. Zhou Chong is waiting for you in the living room. You should go see him. I'm going to take a shower and head to bed. Xinjia said, alright, then you should rest early. Lin Ming nodded. Upon entering the living room, Zhou Chong was indeed waiting for him. Lin Gu, did you have a wonderful time today? I noticed that when your wife returned, she still wore a smile. Zhou Chong remarked. What, are you envious? Lin Ming chuckled. What is there to be envious of? I'd rather you reconcile with your wife quickly, Zhou Chong retorted. What brings you here to wait for me? Lin Ming inquired. Xiangzhe called me, asking for your number. Didn't he call you? Zhou Chong replied earnestly. It seems my words have come to fruition. However, he did not call me, Lin Ming said. That shouldn't be the case. That guy called me at 4 p.m. this afternoon, and his tone was entirely different from before, polite, even. I truly experienced what it means for one person to rise and lift the others. Zhou Chong laughed, pulling out Douyin to show a video. Lin Guth, take a look. This is Xiangzhe's Mercedes-Benz dealership in the Xiongtian district. Apparently, several S-Class cars were totaled, and the newly remodeled showroom was significantly damaged. With estimated losses exceeding 10 million. Pausing briefly, Zhou Chong continued, and all of this was merely due to a substandard firework. Lin Ming glanced at the video, finding it perfectly aligned with his foreseen future. He returned the phone to Zhou Chong just as his own phone began to ring. Noticing the unfamiliar number, Lin Ming looked at Zhou Chong. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hello, Lin Ming answered. Lin Guda, came Xiangzhe's awkward voice from the other end. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest at such a late hour. Who are you? Lin Ming feigned ignorance. I am Xiangzhe. Your younger brother Xiangzhe, he replied, unashamed. Oh, so it's young Master Xiang, but please spare me the brother, I can't bear it. Lin Ming smiled. Lin Gu, I was wrong, seriously wrong, I apologize to you, Xiangzhe lamented, his face long. If it weren't for my arrogance and disdain, today's fire would never have occurred. The reason I'm calling you is to express my gratitude, as it was your reminder that led me to prepare additional fire extinguishers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to continue operating this store. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming ceased pretending to be high-minded. He smiled and said, You, young Master Xiang, are the first to continue on your way despite my warning. Xiangzhe, astute as ever, immediately grasped the underlying meaning in Lin Ming's words. It seems that Zhou Chong has long been the beneficiary of Lin Ming's kindness, otherwise, with Zhou Chang's character, how could he possibly be so courteous to Lin Ming? And how could he insist on addressing him as Brother Lin? Brother Lin, I was wrong, Xiangzhe lamented. The reason I only called you now is that I heard Zhou Chong mention you were out enjoying time with your sister-in-law and niece. So I didn't dare to disturb you. Please forgive me this once, considering I am still young and naive. Lin Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Why do all these second-generation heirs behave the same way? He had no means to punish Xiangzhe. Why was this fellow so obsequious? He glanced at Zhou Chong, who was looking at him with eager anticipation, and was instantly torn between amusement and exasperation. Lin Ming had an inclination to befriend someone of Xiangzhe's stature, which was why he had previously reminded him about the Foresee dealership despite Xiangzhe's earlier rudeness, thus he refrained from further teasing him. Since Xiangzhe had already lowered himself so much, to say anything more would be excessive. Money can be earned again, but there is a good opportunity at hand. If you trust me, have a detailed discussion with Zhou Chong. I need to attend to my wife and child now, so I will hang up, Lin Ming stated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang's eyes lit up. He realized that Lin Ming was elevating his status. Just wait and see how Xiangzhe would behave in front of him from now on. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. As Xiangzhe incessantly praised him, Lin Ming ended the call, turning to Zhou Chong. He remarked, as for the short selling of Qiling, he won't be able to interfere. You can take him to the Tesla stock market to play. Once he makes some money, he may very well end up treating you like a grandfather. That is not possible. If he calls you Brother Lin, how could he call me grandfather? Zhou Chong feigned dissatisfaction. Little brat, are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Ming teased playfully. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, get some rest early. I am off to keep an eye on the stock market. Chapter 57, The Collapse of the American Stock Market. The incident involving the Qiling automotive executive assaulting an elderly woman has erupted. A 60-year-old woman was publicly beaten. Qiling Automotive has been outrageously exploiting customers. The Qiling Group has yet to provide a clear response. How can foreign enterprises behave so brazenly in Huagua, fellow countrymen? Awaken, now. Is simply opening one's phone reveals an abundance of news regarding the elderly woman being assaulted. As one of the leaders in the new energy sector, Qiling Automotive has sailed smoothly from inception to listing. Encountering nearly no setbacks along the way, their prolonged complacency led to their public relations department being utterly unprepared when the storm hit. Or perhaps, they never intended to respond. The issue of autonomous driving failures leading to fatalities was merely the spark that ignited the fire. The assault on the 60-year-old woman truly propelled this matter to its zenith. At the onset of the car show debacle, major media outlets swiftly amplified the situation online. By evening, the entire internet was in a frenzy. For those able to access foreign websites, they would find that the outcry against Qiling Automotive abroad was no less fervent than at home. However, the majority of comments on foreign sites revolved around various system failures of Qiling vehicles. While over 90% of domestic comments rallied for justice for the elderly woman, it is understandable considering that Qiling Automotive holds a staggering 40% market share in Huagua, yet the Qiling Group, despite this affection from Huagua consumers, has shown nothing but disdain for the Chinese populace. Otherwise, how could they have treated that elderly woman with such contempt? On the night of September 8th at midnight, the Nasdaq opened. Qiling Automotive stock suffered an unprecedented plummet. Following the previous day's price of 874, it had fallen to 622 by the close, compared to its peak of 900. This represented a decline of over 30%. The entire American stock market was also affected by Cheeling Automotive's crash. According to Securities Times reports, by 8 a.m. Beijing time, the Nasdaq index had dropped 5.2 to 10,337.05 points, entering correction territory from its record high. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 722 points, a 3.2 drop, while the S&P 500 index decreased by 3.0. Among these losses, the market capitalization of Apple evaporated by $168 billion, Amazon by $86.9 billion, Facebook by $45 billion, and Tesla by $76 billion. The American stock market was in freefall. As the primary culprit of this event, Cheeling Automotive saw its market value vanish by $287 billion overnight. Nearly 2 trillion RMB, this is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying defeats in American history, leaving the capital tycoons of Wall Street utterly dumbfounded. The people of Huagua have finally demonstrated their might to the world. That 59-year-old woman has been revered as the legendary figure of 2 trillion in one night. I in the villa, Su Jin lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. What have I missed? The other two wore expressions of regret. Since joining the trading industry, they had accumulated some wealth, ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Take Su Jin for instance. With his father's assets, his family fortune exceeded 40 million. If they had heeded Zhou Chang's advice and invested everything in the stock market back then, where would they be now? Zhou Chang, why didn't you threaten us with a knife to join you back then? In Tianhai City, at Wanghai Chibibi, when Zhou Chang stood before Lin Ming, it was immediately evident that he hadn't slept a wink. His dark circles were nearly as pronounced as a panda's. Yet, even so, Zhou Chang appeared exuberant, as if he could go another 3 nights without sleep. Lin Ming, too, felt an exhilarating thrill within. Although he was aware of these events, witnessing them unfold in reality filled him with uncontainable joy. After all, this was over 2 billion in profits. You didn't sleep at all last night? Chen Jia asked Zhou Chang. Sister-in-law, it's not that I didn't want to sleep, but I simply couldn't. Zhou Chang replied, Cheeling Automotive has lost nearly 300 billion in market value, a decline of 30%. Do you understand what this means? I don't comprehend what you're saying. Chen Jia shook her head. Zhou Chang, one-phased, turned to Lin Ming and said, Brother Lin, I've calculated it. Even if Cheeling's market value doesn't drop further, we can still profit this much. As he spoke, Zhou Chang gestured toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled and said nothing further. However, Xian, curious, asked, Uncle, how much is that? Is it $18? Ha, my dear niece, that's 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion. Zhou Chang was practically bursting with excitement. How much is 1.8 billion? Xian had no concept of money yet, but Chen Jia's body trembled at the figure. 1.8 billion. Are you joking? How many stacks of red bills would that be? Did you earn so much too? Chen Jia turned to Lin Ming. I'm slightly behind him, but not by much. Lin Ming replied honestly. Zhou Chang had invested 2 billion, while Lin Ming had put in 1.9 billion, so the difference wasn't significant. Chen Jia suddenly found her breakfast tasteless. She felt neither envy nor jealousy, only shock at the terrifying figure. Brother Lin, when will you stop? Zhou Chang inquired, already envisioning himself swimming in a sea of cash. Tomorrow, Lin Ming said. When Cheeling Automotive's stock hits 448, have the trader pull out immediately. Make sure to act swiftly. 448. Zhou Chang's eyes widened. Brother Lin, are you saying this incident will cause Cheeling's stock to decline by 50%? Let us eat first. Lin Ming chuckled. Zhou Chang had no appetite left. Brother Lin, how about this? You and sister-in-law enjoy yourselves here while I return to keep an eye on Su Jin and the others. We mustn't let this slip, Zhou Chang urged eagerly. Alright, Lin Ming nodded. It wasn't likely to be a disaster. However, since Chen Jia no longer harbored such hostility towards him, Zhou Chang's presence was less necessary. It would be better to not have him around as a third wheel. If Zhou Chang knew Lin Ming's thoughts, he would undoubtedly disdainfully think, Brother Lin is truly exemplifying the phrase crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. You all eat first. I'll book my return ticket now. Zhou Chang took out his phone. Lin Ming, Chen Jia suddenly said, now that we've had our fun, shouldn't we leave? Are you eager to go back? Lin Ming felt a pang of disappointment. This was a rare opportunity for them to bond, but then Chen Jia continued, the 10th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Didn't you say your parents wanted to see Xian? How about we fly directly from Tianhai to Changguang City, the very province where Lin Ming's hometown is located? Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's heart raced. Are we going together? Lin Ming gasped breathless. If you can take good care of Xian. I'll return to Blue Island with Zhou Chang, Chen Jia replied. Lin Ming sprang to his feet. Take care of her? How could a grown man like me possibly look after a child? My dear Chen, it must be you. Chapter 58. Returning in glory. Seeing Lin Ming's ecstatic expression, Chen Jia couldn't help but burst into laughter while he remained composed upon learning of the profits exceeding 10 billion. The prospect of her accompanying him back to his hometown sent him into a frenzy of joy in his eyes. Could it be that he and his daughter truly hold more significance than over a billion others? Booking tickets, we the trio of our family are set to fly to Changguang City, Lin Ming said to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang, sharing in Lin Ming's joy, laughed heartily. Brother Lin, I am experiencing a streak of good fortune. And you are blessed with double happiness. Lin Ming found himself unable to eat breakfast, restlessly pacing in place. What are you doing? Chen Jia inquired, puzzled. I'm contemplating what to bring back, as everything I had prepared is in Landau City. And now I must suddenly fly to Changwon from Tianhai. What should I take? Lin Ming's face reflected urgency. At least you have some conscience, knowing to bring something for your parents now that you've made some money. Chen Jia scoffed. Ordinary gifts can be procured in Changwon City, but Lin Ming was evidently not considering that treating Chen Jia and her mother to a meal would cost over 110,000, so surely what he brings back for his parents cannot be inferior? Brother Lin, I think you're becoming a bit frantic. Don't we have anyone in Tianhai? Zhou Chong winked. Lin Ming paused momentarily. Immediately, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiang Zai's number. Brother Lin. Xiang Zai sounded surprised that Lin Ming was calling him. I need your assistance, Lin Ming said. I wish to purchase some fine tobacco, liquor, mooncakes, and gifts to bring back home, but I lack connections in Tianhai. Could you lend me a hand? Xiang Zai instantly grasped Lin Ming's intentions. While ordinary gifts could be found in those comprehensive supermarkets, acquiring truly top-tier items requires connections. Otherwise, one risks spending a fortune on counterfeit goods. Rest assured, Brother Lin, it's a trivial matter, leave it to me. Xiang Zai assured, patting his chest, then asked, when do you plan to return home? At 2 o'clock this afternoon, Lin Ming replied. Alright, please send me your location, and I will arrange it for you by noon. Xiang Zai said, thank you. After hanging up, Lin Ming finally exhaled in relief. To say he is unfilial. No, he has never been a disloyal son. He is acutely aware of how hard his parents work. The mischief of previous years has brought him much pain in the years that followed. At all times, filial piety must be expressed through material and financial means. Mere words do not equate to true filial devotion. At 12:30 in the afternoon, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up at the Wang Hai Chi and 20 bottles of Feitian Mutai, 20 cartons of soft cigarettes, 20 exquisitely packaged mooncake gift boxes, 20 bottles of red wine worth 3,000 yuan, 20 boxes of dried sea cucumbers, and 20 boxes of bird's nest. When Lin Ming beheld the trunk brimming with items, his head nearly exploded, not due to the expense, but because he and Chen Jia simply couldn't carry it all. Why do you have such an affinity for the number 20? Lin Ming lamented to Brother Lin. It's not that I favor this number, it's just that since we're finally returning home for the festival, we ought to visit all the relatives, right? I didn't consider the closeness of the relationships. I just brought these over in one go, worrying along the way if it would be enough. Xiang Zai replied with a broad smile. Chen Jia stood by, curiously observing the scion of the Tianhai city elite. She recalled how arrogant he had been upon their first meeting. How had he transformed into such a courteous individual in such a short span? It seemed that courtesy was an inadequate term. He appeared to be exceedingly flattering towards Lin Ming. Xiang Zai was oblivious to Chen Jia's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not have cared. This must be your niece. Right, she resembles Brother Lin quite a bit. Ha, hello, uncle. Xian greeted politely. Hello. Xiang Zai approached and lifted Xian, appearing even more affectionate than her actual uncle. Cough. What is your name? Xiang Zai cleared his throat, masking his embarrassment. My name is Xian, she replied cheerfully. Xian, what a lovely name. Uncle has also prepared some toys for you, so you can play with your little friends when you return home. As he spoke, Xiang Zai opened the rear door of the car, revealing it packed with toys that looked rather expensive. How much do these cost? Chen Jia inquired at an opportune moment. Xiang Zai's expression turned serious. Sister-in-law. What are you saying? Are we being so formal? This is just a small token of affection from your brother. If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased. Uncle, you're so kind. Why didn't you let us ride in your car that day? Xian suddenly asked. Xiang Zai felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could sink into the ground. He knew she was referring to the day he picked them up at the airport. That day the uncle had matters to attend to. So you had to take a taxi. That was my oversight, and I apologize, he said, his face betraying his thick skin. Chen Jia understood that this remark was directed at her. She grew increasingly curious, wondering how it was possible that Xiang Zai seemed like a different person in just 2 days. Could it be that Lin Ming had influenced him? Whatever the cost, I'm requesting your help. Not asking for a handout, Lin Ming stated firmly. Brother Lin, haven't you already forgiven me? Xiang Zai replied with a pitiful expression. Compared to the losses I incurred, these items are nothing. As a person, one must at least know how to be grateful. I, Xiang Zai, am considered a notable figure in Tianhai City. If you cannot accept this small token of goodwill, I truly cannot continue in this manner. Lin Ming genuinely did not wish to take Xiang Zai's gifts for free. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. He did not want to owe a favor for such trivial items. Brother Lin, don't overthink it. Compared to the losses you helped alleviate, these gifts are merely trifles. Besides, soon he will be earning alongside you. With just a casual word from you, he could earn back many times the value of these items. Zhou Chong interjected, providing an escape for the two. Yes, Brother Lin, let us not discuss money anymore. As for these items, you and sister-in-law need not worry about not being able to carry them. I brought a few people along. And we will move everything to the airport for check-in together. Xiang Zhe, anxious that Lin Ming would refuse his gifts, pointed to two Mercedes-Benz cars following behind in Changwon City. I also own a Foresee dealership. I'll give them a heads up, and once you and sister-in-law disembark from the plane, they will be there to pick you up. Alright then, Lin Ming conceded, feeling resigned. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lin Ming and his companions arrived at the airport. Amid the astonished gazes of numerous travelers and staff, Xiang Zhe and the others finally managed to transport all the items to the check-in counter. Chen Jia hid behind Lin Ming, too embarrassed to raise her head. After all, who travels by plane with such an abundance of belongings? Chapter 59. Do you believe in your son? Zhou Chang's flight was also at 2 o'clock, hence, after dropping Lin Ming and the others off, he hurried to his own boarding gate. Seated in the waiting area, Lin Ming asked Chen Jia, was the Mercedes-Benz S-Class comfortable? Chen Jia dismissed Lin Ming's inquiry. Isn't that obvious? Driving a BMW and riding in a Mercedes, it's not just talk. How about we buy one when we return? Lin Ming probed. That's your affair. It has nothing to do with me. Buy whatever you like, Chen Jia replied. Lin Ming appeared helpless. I say, Miss Chen, can you not treat me like a beggar and speak to me as a friend? Daddy is so cute. Xian tilted her little head. Lin Ming playfully pinched her nose. You're even cuter. Chen Jia couldn't help but laugh at Lin Ming's antics. Exactly, smile more. You're already beautiful, but when you smile, you're even more stunning, Lin Ming remarked. You're just good at flattery. Chen Jia shot a glare at him. At your age, driving an S-Class seems a bit too mature, like a chauffeur. If you truly wish to buy a car and aren't short on cash, you might consider a Range Rover or a Lincoln Navigator like Zhou Chang's. You think driving those cars would suit me? Lin Ming asked eagerly. Can't you hold a proper conversation? Chen Jia replied, exasperated. Lin Ming burst into laughter. Haha, I think you're the cutest. Get lost, Chen Jia retorted, then asked, aren't you going to call Lin Ku and Lin Chu? Since it's a reunion festival, they should join us at home. They must be on break as well. Lin Ming pursed his lips. He truly felt too ashamed to call his younger siblings, even though he knew Lin Ku and Lin Chu had never complained about him. Let me call. Chen Jia seemed to sense Lin Ming's thoughts. Retrieving her phone. To her surprise, both Lin Chu's and Lin Ka's numbers had turned into invalid numbers. That's not unexpected. Even I haven't contacted them in over 2 years. You must be even longer. Right, Chen Jia sighed. Lin Ming felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Indeed, ever since he had given up on himself, he had hardly contacted Lin Ku and Lin Chu, never informing them ahead of time during his visits home. Simply taking money and leaving. Not only had he not kept in touch, but the times they had met in recent years could be counted on one hand. Conversely, Chen Jia had maintained contact with Lin Ku and Lin Chu back then. Until finally, Chen Jia's heart grew cold, and she ceased to call them. When they called her, she no longer wished to answer, and now the connection had finally been severed. Upon arriving in Changwon City, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Xiang Zhe had indeed arranged for people to pick them up at the airport, arriving in 3 vehicles, 2 for passengers and 1 for cargo. Lin Ming's hometown is a village called Linjialing, located southeast of Changwon City. The drive from the airport takes about an hour and a half. Years had passed, yet Linjialing remained unchanged. In stark contrast to the bustling city, Linjialing at 7 p.m. exudes an exceptional tranquility. After setting down the numerous bags, the individuals sent by Xiang Zhe departed, yet, before leaving, they insisted on leaving behind one of the Mercedes vehicles. Regardless of Lin Ming's repeated refusals, they claimed it was per Xiang Zhe's instructions. Stating that Lin Ming had no means of transportation in his hometown and that they would arrange for someone to drive it back when he returned to Landau City, Lin Ming felt a wave of helplessness. It seemed his previous admonitions had only strengthened Xiang Zhe's resolve to establish a connection with him. After standing at the door for quite some time, Lin Ming finally knocked on his family's door. Who is it? Came the voice of Chi Yufan. Mom, it's me, Lin Ming replied. Chi Yufan fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open halfway. Lin Ming then noticed that not only Chi Yufan but also Lin Changhua had rushed to the entrance. The elderly couple must have just returned from the fields, their clothes still unchanged and dusted with dirt. Lin Ming, why are you back? Chi Yufan asked, her disbelief evident. Mom, Dad, I came back to see you. Lin Ming replied softly. You chased away such a good daughter-in-law as Jejia, and you still have the face to return. Lin Changhua scoffed, his words betraying a deep-seated concern that if he truly wished for Lin Ming to stay away, he would not have hurriedly rushed out in his slippers. The father's love may seldom be overtly displayed, yet it is undeniable that it is as formidable as a mountain among the 3 children of the Lin family. Lin Ming, as the eldest, should have been the least concerning, yet he had become the one they worried about the most. Alright, since you've returned, come inside quickly, Lin Changhua added. Dad, there's someone else. Lin Ming smiled. At that moment, Chen Jejia and Xian approached from the side. They had been standing outside the unopened half of the door, which is why Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan had not noticed them. To be honest, this was not Chen Jejia's first visit to the Lin family. However, at this moment, she felt quite flustered. Jejia, Xian. Upon seeing Chen Jejia and Xian, both Chi Yufan and Lin Changhua were momentarily stunned. Lin Changhua, who was known for his bluntness, instinctively remarked, "What are you doing here?" Dad, what do you mean by that? Lin Ming helplessly replied. No, I meant, you all have already. Oh dear, look at my loose tongue, Lin Chengwa stammered. Flustered and unsure of how to continue, observing the joy on the elderly couple's faces, Chen Zhejia's anxiety finally dissipated. She opened her mouth, intending to say uncle, aunt, but it instead came out as dad. Mom. Oh, Ji Yufan's eyes immediately turned red, her voice trembling as she urged, come in, grandpa. Grandma, Shen chimed in, darting forward. My dear granddaughter, Ji Yufan exclaimed, embracing Shen. Lin Ming then interjected, Dad, don't rush inside just yet, Zhejia brought a whole bunch of things for you to help me carry. Chen Zhejia's lips curled up, yet she seemed to ignore him and followed Ji Yufan into the house. Why did you bring so many things? How did you manage to come back? Lin Chengwa queried. His earlier irritation dissipating upon seeing Chen Zhejia and Shen. He mumbled as he helped Lin Ming with the bags. When he unintentionally caught sight of the vibrant, soft pack of cigarettes, he froze momentarily. He then abruptly set the bag down and asked sternly, where did you get the money? Dad, let's talk about it at home, Lin Ming replied. I asked you, where did you get the money? Lin Chengwa pressed. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, looked at him and said, Dad, do you trust your son? Trust? With your character, how can I trust you? Lin Chengwa's bluntness left Lin Ming both amused and exasperated. If this money were stolen or obtained through deceit. Do you think Zhejia would still be willing to come back with me? Even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Zhejia, Lin Ming pointed out. Lin Chengwa paused, realizing the validity of Lin Ming's argument. He had to admit that Zhejia's integrity was beyond reproach. Had Lin Ming obtained the money through dishonest means, she would never have accompanied him back. You rascal, make sure to explain this properly to me sometime. With that, Lin Chengwa carried the bags inside. Chapter 60. You are my brother. It was not until all the items had been brought into the house that Lin Chengwa could not help but remark. Have you struck it rich? It was true that he was an unsophisticated farmer, but he was not entirely naive. He had seen enough advertisements on television to recognize the signs of prosperity. Yes, I have indeed struck it rich, Lin Ming replied without modesty, nodding earnestly. Dad, you and Mom are nearly 60, let us not toil in the fields anymore, shall we? Nonsense, those fields have raised you 3 siblings. We can't just leave them to waste, Lin Chengwa chided playfully at the mindset of the elderly as such, even when aware that current grain prices are dismal and unlikely to cover labor costs. They prefer to continue farming rather than let the land lie fallow. Lin Ming was in no hurry, he planned to stay for several days, so he had plenty of time. At that moment, Chen Zhejia had already been seated on the kong, with Ji Yufan eagerly urging her to eat. Zhejia, you just returned and haven't eaten yet, right? What would you like? Tell Mom, and I'll make it for you. Ji Yufan said cheerfully. Mom, I want to eat your meat rolls, Chen Zhejia replied, clutching her stomach. In front of Ji Yufan and Lin Chengwa, she appeared as innocent as a child. Chen Zhejia had never been one to dwell on past grievances. She understood that since she had chosen to return, there was no need to maintain a stern demeanor regarding the previous years, nor did she wish to cause Lin Chengwa and Ji Yufan any distress or anxiety over past events. Regardless of how much of a scoundrel Lin Ming had been, it had nothing to do with his parents. They were good people. Meat rolls, is it? Alright, I'll go knead the dough and make them for you. Ji Yufan exclaimed, her eyes glistening with excitement. As she turned around, Chen Zhejia caught sight of the white hair that should not have been there at this age. In that instant, she realized that telling the elderly couple about her divorce would indeed hurt them. Chen Zhejia sat on the kong watching television while Lin Chengwa and Lin Ming enjoyed tea at the table. Shen bounced around, chattering excitedly, ensuring that smiles never left Lin Chengwa and Ji Yufan's faces. This scene was truly more heartwarming than ever before. The 5 of them sat together, enveloped in warmth. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just 2 days away, yet the atmosphere felt festive already. Around 8:30 p.m. Ji Yufan finally brought out the freshly steamed meat rolls. Chen Zhejia was already starving, not caring if they were hot. She grabbed one and popped it into her mouth, exclaiming, your meat rolls are the best. Mom, so delicious, slow down. Don't burn your delicate mouth, Ji Yufan admonished. Mom, we ate at 11:30 a.m. We're starving now, Chen Zhejia replied, feigning a pitiful expression. Ji Yufan frowned. That rascal Lin Ming didn't he take you to eat anything else? 8 or 9 hours, how could you hold out? Even Shen wouldn't last that long. Lin Ming said he wanted to eat your meat rolls first. If we had eaten in the city, I wouldn't have room for your delicious rolls. Chen Zhejia explained, leaning against Ji Yufan as if she were not a daughter-in-law but rather Ji Yufan's own daughter. Move back a bit, you're covered in dirt, and I don't want to soil your clothes. Ji Yufan said playfully. No, Mom, you're not dirty at all, Chen Zhejia replied with a cheeky grin, nearly bringing Ji Yufan to tears. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law, where could one find another like her in the world? How could Lin Ming have ever dared to treat her poorly? Around 9 p.m., Ji Yufan quickly prepared a few more dishes. The family of 5 gathered around the table on the kong to eat. From self-indulgence to sudden enlightenment, Lin Ming had never found his mother's cooking to be so delectable. While Lin Chengwa could manage only 1 meat roll, Lin Ming devoured 2.5. And Chen Zhejia managed 1.5, or even Shen enjoyed nearly half of one, making Ji Yufan's heart swell with joy. Once everyone was completely satisfied, Lin Ming cleared the table. Ji Yufan intended to wash the dishes. But Chen Jieja insisted on taking over, saying Qi Yufan had worked hard all day and deserved to rest. With no choice, Qi Yufan could only distract Xinshan. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before asking. Dad, Mom, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days. Aren't Lin Ku and Lin Chu coming back? I called them. Lin Chu said he would return, but the factory is letting out late, so he won't be home until tomorrow afternoon. Lin Changwei replied. Lin Ku originally said he wouldn't come back, but if he knows you and Jieja are back, he will definitely return. Why don't you give him a call? Lin Changwei suggested. Chen Jieja had already tried calling, but the old number was no longer in service. Lin Ming lowered his head. Lin Changwei and Qi Yufan exchanged glances, not saying much more. I'll call him. He should still be awake. Lin Changwa said before dialing the number. Moments later, the call connected. Dad, came Lin Ku's voice, sounding a bit tired. Lin Ku, it's me. Lin Ming replied. Lin Ku paused for a moment before bombarding him with questions. Brother, you're back, planning to spend the festival at home. Listening to Lin Ku's surprised voice, a surge of deep bitterness welled up within Lin Ming's heart. Lin Ming trembled as he spoke, unable to contain himself. Lin Ku, you are truly foolish. I squandered even the dowry for your marriage. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me at all? Upon uttering these words, both Lin Changwa and Qi Yufan fell silent. Chen Jia, who was washing the dishes, paused in her movements. All that could be heard was Lin Ku's carefree laughter. Why would I resent you? You are my brother, you are my brother. These simple 4 words left Lin Ming feeling suffocated. He could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as Lin Ming rushed into the courtyard, pounding the ground with fervor. He loathed the self-destructive, selfish version of himself. He hated that he disregarded everyone else's feelings. Lost in a haze of drunken gambling, if alcohol could truly numb everything, then the word pain would have long vanished from the dictionary. After a while, Chen Jia quietly stepped out of the kitchen, seeing Lin Ming's bloodied fists. An inexplicable pang of sympathy surged within her. It's all in the past, she said softly. Lin Ming suddenly rose, tightly embracing Chen Jia, then like a child, he wept uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you and Xinshan, to Mom and Dad, to Lin Ku and Lin Chu, and to Qin Shang. Lin Ming, am deeply sorry to all of you. Chen Jia did not struggle but allowed Lin Ming to hold her. Once upon a time, Lin Ming had been the shoulder she relied upon. Now she had become his warmest refuge. Chapter 61. Have you considered remarrying? After spending a considerable time outside, Lin Ming, accompanied by Chen Jia, returned to the house. Lin Changwa and Qi Yufan acted as if nothing had transpired, yet their faces and gazes betrayed their concern and heartache for Lin Ming, even though the son had disappointed them time and again. Dad, when I first returned, didn't you ask me how I earned this money? Allow me to explain, Lin Ming said as he took a seat, recounting his path to fortune in detail, omitting only his ability to foresee the future. This gift was fraught with uncertainty, and Lin Ming feared it might provoke his parents' worry, thus he refrained from even telling Chen Jia, while it appeared he was explaining to Lin Changwa and Qi Yufan. He was, in truth, also clarifying matters to Chen Jia. The others listened entranced, particularly Lin Changwa and Qi Yufan, who found it hard to believe. Shilling automobile, is that the one that made headlines the other day? The one that caused a ruckus at the auto show? Lin Changwa inquired. Indeed, Lin Ming replied with a smile and a nod. All things that flourish must inevitably decline. I was, in fact, taking a gamble. Albeit a different kind from before. Fortunately, this time I wagered correctly. Chen Jia gazed at Lin Ming quietly. Given her understanding of him, she sensed that his words were only partially true, whether it was the Zijinxingfu property or the stock dealings. Lin Ming was indeed gambling, yet, each time, he seemed to strike lucky, coincidentally riding the wave of soaring property prices and the Chiling automobile incident. How could one's fortune be so extraordinarily fortuitous? Lin Changwa and Qi Yufan harbored fewer doubts. They were unfamiliar with real estate and stock markets, merely believing that their son, having studied extensively, possessed greater knowledge and thus courage to gamble. How much can you earn from the stocks this time? Lin Changwa asked. Less than 3 billion, Lin Ming replied. In front of his parents, he wished to leave no room for concealment. The expectations they had once bestowed upon him were exceedingly high. How much? Lin Changwei's eyes widened. Qi Yufan, who had been heading to the kitchen, nearly collided with the wall. Only Chen Jia remained somewhat composed, having heard about it from Zhou Chong beforehand and thus being mentally prepared. Less than 3 billion, Lin Ming reiterated. Jia, he Lin Changwa stammered, unable to articulate his excitement, seeking confirmation from Chen Jia. Dad, I can't say how much he will earn this time, but I did see his bank account information previously. It was close to 2 billion, Chen Jia clarified. Lin Changwa fell silent. He picked up a glass teapot, trembling as he poured himself a cup of tea. Dad, trust me, I am no longer the Lin Ming of the past. Lin Ming said, taking a deep breath. I assure you, I will never act foolishly again. I will be a man of integrity, just like you. Lin Changwa remained silent. He stepped outside for a cigarette before returning to the room. Then, gazing at Lin Ming, he spoke earnestly. You've attended university, your knowledge surpasses mine, but I am your father. Having lived for so many years, I understand the ways of the world better than you. Jia and her mother have had it tough. You've committed many wrongdoings in the past, yet she has never complained to me or your mother. And what of the Chen family? Do they not care for their daughter? Despite how you treated Jejia and Xian, the old Qin couple has never confronted us about it. Your ability to earn is your own merit, but I still maintain that a harmonious family is paramount. Do you understand? Lin Ming nodded earnestly. Dad, I understand. As for Jejia, Lin Chengwa turned his attention to Qinjia. This is not ancient times. Marrying into the Lin family does not mean you must become one of us. You have your own thoughts and can make the choices you deem right. Lin Ming is our son. His past misdeeds are intertwined with us. For several years, I have never apologized to you. But today, I wish to say I'm sorry, Dad. You need not apologize. This is not your fault. Qinjia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sighed. Lin Chengwa sighed. Lin Ming, remember what you told me. If you ever return to that former state, your mother and I, even in death, shall find no peace. Dad. Lin Ming suddenly stood up, then knelt before Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan. You rascal, what are you doing? Get up. Qi Yufan rushed over to support Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming only rose after bowing 3 times. Enough, stop with these futile gestures. Lin Chengwa, hands behind his back, walked away with a satisfied demeanor. My eldest son returns home for the first time, bringing me so many gifts. I haven't even had a proper look yet. What are all these wonderful things? Upon hearing this, Qi Yufan and Chen Jia couldn't help but laugh. The earlier oppressive yet touching atmosphere dissipated instantly. Soft and fragrant cigarettes. Wow, these are splendid items. 1, 2, 3.20 packs. What is this? A flying fairy mutai? You little rascal, you wouldn't dare to fool me with counterfeits, would you? They claim on television that the price for this flying fairy mutai nears 10,000. 20 bottles again. Lin Chenggua's astonished voice echoed in his ears, and Lin Ming could only smile helplessly. Dad, with your esteemed authority, would I dare to bring back fakes to deceive you, you little rascal? Are you still teasing me? But why did you buy so many of these expensive items? Lin Chengwa complained. Chen Jia, now in high spirits, chuckled. Dad, you need not worry, your son is quite capable now that he knows many influential figures. And these are all gifts from friends. He didn't spend a dime out. If we hadn't flown back, they would have worried about buying too little. You're talking nonsense. Which friend has such deep pockets? Just these 20 bottles of flying fairy mutai alone cost over 100,000, along with those bird's nests and sea cucumbers. Don't think I'm unaware. I've heard that a gift box of dried sea cucumbers costs several thousand per pound. Lin Chengwa exclaimed, incredulous. Chen Jia chose not to elaborate further, instead saying, all right, just consider these as gifts from your son, since he will soon earn tens of billions. Spending 30 to 40,000 is nothing. Right, that does sound reasonable. Lin Chengwa nodded, but don't listen to your father's nonsense. Even if you earn so much, don't spend lavishly. We've lived modestly all our lives. We are not accustomed to these luxuries. So don't buy them again in the future. Qi Yufan admonished. Mom, it's precisely because you both have worked tirelessly for most of your lives that you should enjoy yourselves now. Chen Jia said, taking Qi Yufan's hand. Qi Yufan glanced at Lin Ming and Lin Chengwa, who were engrossed in examining a pile of items. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yufan whispered to Jejia, I know you care for your father and me, which is why you act so nonchalantly, but you need not do this. I understand the pain you harbor. Chen Jia shivered slightly. Qi Yufan continued, I know you are not a woman who covets wealth. Otherwise, you wouldn't have married Lin Ming in the first place, but now that Lin Ming can earn money and provide a good life for you and Xian, and he is no longer the reckless person he used to be, have you considered remarrying him? Chen Jia bit her lip, remaining silent. Qi Yufan did not wish to pressure her, merely offering gentle encouragement. In my heart, I most wish for you and Xian to enjoy a prosperous life in this family. Compared to your happiness as a family of 3, it matters not if Lin Ming earns hundreds of billions or thousands of billions. Mom, Chen Jia's tears flowed silently. She opened her arms, embracing Qi Yufan tightly. Chapter 62, 2.85 billion. Brother Lin is amazing. That evening, an exceedingly awkward incident occurred for Chen Jia. The old Lin family comprised 4 simple rooms, 1 main house and 1 kitchen. There remain but 2 rooms. Aside from the earthen Kong, there lies the bed in the westernmost chamber. This implies that, in the absence of a sofa, Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan must share the Kong, leaving Lin Ming and Chen Jia to squeeze together on a single bed. Surely one cannot expect Lin Ming to sleep on the floor, can they? Chen Jia, however, is contemplating this notion, but given that it is autumn, the ground is too chilly, and sleeping on the floor could lead to a cold. Moreover, what would Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan think if they were to witness such a sight? Daddy, I'm sleepy. Please stay and sleep with me. Coincidentally, Xian, rubbing her eyes, clings to Lin Ming. In the presence of Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan, Lin Ming discreetly winks at Chen Jia. What shall we do, Chen Jia? Feeling a surge of embarrassment, can only respond with a smile. You go ahead and lull her to sleep. I'll have a word with Mom and join you shortly. No need to say more. I am tired today as well, and we must head to the fields tomorrow. You all should retire early. Qi Yufan interjects. Chen Jia's face flushes crimson. She comprehends that Qi Yufan is creating an opportunity for her son. Yet, with Qi Yufan having issued the guest eviction order, Chen Jia has no choice but to accompany Lin Ming to the western room, where the bed awaits. Indeed, Qi Yufan has already prepared the bedding. With the pillows of the three family members arranged neatly. I'll be inside, Xin in the middle, and you on the outside, Chen Jia states impassively. Lin Ming feels an undeniable urge to embrace Chen Jia. Yet their undefined relationship does not permit such actions. Aside from in the courtyard, where Chen Jia does not resist Lin Ming's embrace, she recoils from his touch at every other moment. As if shocked by electricity, the path of love is indeed a long and arduous one. Lin Ming lets out a deep sigh. Enough with the chatter, don't wake Xin, and let us sleep. Chen Jia commands. As you wish. September 9 at midnight, the Nasdaq opens. Geely Automotive faces yet another setback, unable to maintain the crucial threshold of 622. The entire U.S. stock market plummets, with the Dow Jones falling over 900 points, breaching the 32,000 mark, while the Nasdaq dips below 13,000, reaching a 66-week low. The greatest pressure on the Nasdaq comes from the two titans of new energy technology, Geely Automotive and Tesla. By 6 a.m. Geely Automotive shares plummet to 448, a 20 decrease from the previous day, resulting in an overall market capitalization drop exceeding 50, evaporating 191 billion over a trillion RMB. It officially hits the limit down. Furthermore, today's U.S. stock market truly experiences the meaning of misfortunes seldom come alone. Without delving into the other major companies under pressure in the Nasdaq, Tesla, sharing the same new energy pedestal as Geely Automotive, finds itself at the epicenter of the storm. If Geely Automotive's market value has already reached its nadir, Tesla is merely at the beginning of its decline. By tomorrow night, on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tesla will genuinely hit the historical low for its shares. If only Lin Ming had the funds, he would have shorted Tesla as well. Short selling and bottom fishing are two fundamentally different approaches. Short selling yields greater profits but carries higher risks. Naturally, it requires interpersonal connections to borrow stocks from brokers at an equivalent ratio. Bottom fishing is much simpler. One buys a stock when it hits rock bottom and sells it once it recovers. That night, countless retail investors across the globe lament their losses. Approaching the Mid-Autumn Festival, they find themselves destitute. At 9 a.m. a frantic ringtone pierces the air. Without even glancing, Lin Ming knows it's Zhou Chong calling. Lin Gu, what are you up to? Zhou Chong jests, harvesting peanuts. Zhou Chong, you a pampered young master, could never understand the joys of farming. When will I take you to experience it? Lin Ming replies, Lin Gu, are you joking with me? You're about to receive over 2.8 billion today, and you're telling me you're out in the fields harvesting peanuts? Zhou Chang's lips twitch violently. You forget about billions. Anyone who could earn even a few million wouldn't bother with farming. Lin Ming retorts, I enjoy it. Do you have a problem with that? Alright, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Chong concedes helplessly. This morning, I followed your instructions and had Su Jin and the others execute the operations, but I truly cannot fathom how accurate your predictions were. Geely Automotive indeed dropped to 448 before hitting the limit down. It's astonishingly precise. Lin Gu, you aren't some time traveler, are you? Or can you foresee the future? The last remark causes Lin Ming's eyelids to twitch. It seems that tales of time travel and rebirth are not mere fabrications. Among those who write online novels, there may well be individuals with such abilities. Zhou Chong continues, enough with the nonsense. Let us get to work. I still have things to do. Lin Ming responds. Su Jin has already communicated with the brokers. By this afternoon at the latest, you'll see 2.85 billion in your account. I made 3 billion this time, which is 150 million more than you. How about I share half with you? Zhou Chong grins shamelessly. I don't partake in handouts. Lin Ming huffs. Zhou Chong remains unfazed. After these two massive drops, Geely Automotive has truly lost its composure. Lin Gu, have you seen the news? No time to watch. Lin Ming replies. Geely Automotive's PR department held an impromptu press conference promising hefty compensation for the elderly lady and that the president of Geely Automotive's China region would personally visit to apologize. Zhou Chong elaborates, moreover, Geely Automotive has finally humbled themselves, claiming they will meticulously study the Chinese market and enhance their systems and configurations for Chinese car enthusiasts. In any case, they are simply trying to appease the Chinese consumers. This time, we, the Chinese, have truly gained face. The top-tier giant has finally bowed before China. Lin Ming scoffs, just transfer 50 million to me for now. The remaining 2.8 billion will be used to bottom fish Tesla. When the conversation turns serious, Zhou Chang's spirit perks up. Lin Gu, when will we make our move? Lin Ming states, tomorrow night, to be precise, at 3 a.m. on the 11th. Tesla will experience a limit down by then. With its market value evaporating by at least 2 trillion, Geely Automotive's arrogance has dragged Tesla down with it. They deserve it. Zhou Chong scoffs. Tesla's actual failure rate has always been significantly higher than that of Geely Automotive. It is just that it hadn't been exposed before. This time, they were indeed pulled down by Geely Automotive. Lin Ming smiles. Alright then, I'll inform Su Jin. When does Lin Gu plan to pull out? Zhou Chong inquires. After Tesla hits the limit down tomorrow night, their PR department will swiftly take damage control measures. Unlike the pampered folks at Geely Automotive, Tesla's PR team is not to be trifled with. Lin Ming explains, after the limit down on the evening of the 11th, Tesla SPR department will quickly issue a statement, and by 3 p.m. on the 12th, Tesla S stock will surge, hitting a new high of around 1,100 per share. Based on this figure, doubling our investment is certainly within reach. Lingu, I think I might faint, as Zhou Chong suddenly exclaims. What do you mean? Lingu is incredible. Lin Ming. Chapter 63, a reunion of siblings. After finishing the call with Zhou Chong before Lin Ming could even put his phone away, Li Hongyuan called again. Lin, do you like men? This was the first line spoken by Li Hongyuan. Li Go, is your wife acting up again? Why do I feel like you're becoming somewhat neurotic? Lin Ming responds that if you like men, then I shall marry you. Li Hongyuan replies earnestly. Lin Ming is immediately filled with a sense of dread. Li Go, with such a silver tongue, you'd be better off saying some sweet words to your wife. That way, she wouldn't argue with you incessantly. Lin Ming, how fortunate I must be to know you. Li Hongyuan sighs. Young Master Zhou just called me, saying I'll earn 3 billion this time. I was stunned for quite a while before it sank in. There will be many more opportunities to make money in the future. There is no need to be so excited, Li Go. The reason I treat you well is that you were kind to me back then. Lin Ming says, brother, let us not speak of it. Such great kindness does not require thanks. Even if you refuse to marry me, Li Hongyuan will still be yours from now on. Li Go, I have matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Lin Ming hastily replies, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even if he were to like men, he wouldn't fancy a man in his 40s like Li Hongyuan. Not long after, the third call comes in. It is Han Shanyu. Should I offer my congratulations in advance, Mr. Han? Lin Ming teases. Mr. Lin, please don't joke with me. Han Shanyu responds with a wry smile. Zhou Chong told me you all earned around 3 billion. As the regional president of China, do I even qualify to be called president in your eyes? Han Shanyu, now officially appointed as the head of the China region for TUI International, has undergone a transformation. The individual who initially plotted against him, Si Langjifu, was suddenly ousted by the female representative from Ukraine during the group's quarterly meeting, amidst irrefutable evidence, under the furious scrutiny of the higher-ups. Si Langjifu not only failed to compete with Han Shanyu but was also expelled from TUI International. Aside from the promotion, I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Lin regarding the stock market. Although my earnings do not match yours, I have still garnered over 200 million. Considering my current annual salary and bonuses, it would take me approximately 20 years to amass such wealth. Han Shanyu remarked. Lin Ming refrained from elaborating further on the matter, instead responding with a smile. Han Shanyu, your capabilities are well recognized within our circle. Would you be interested in collaborating with me in the future? Han Shanyu paused momentarily. What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Are you planning to start a company? I'm not in a hurry just yet, but I do intend to establish a pharmaceutical enterprise. The quality of the medications will be impeccable. The only question is whether I can find someone to help carve a path in the market. Lin Ming replied. If Mr. Lin is willing to extend this olive branch, I, Han Shanyu, vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Han Shanyu declared solemnly. With the tumult of thunderstorms, Slanky, and the stock market, Han Shanyu had come to trust Lin Ming implicitly. If Lin Ming intended to start a company, how could his future be anything but bright? Let's not speak so gravely, as if we were heading into battle. You've just been promoted. Savor the privileges of being the head of the Huaguo region for now. When I require your assistance, I shall reach out. Lin Ming chuckled. All right then, I should be back home in a day or two. Let us enjoy a drink together then. After hanging up on Han Shanyu, Lin Ming received another call from Hong Ning. It seemed his plans for the day were thwarted. Brother Lin, you haven't forgotten about your little brother, have you? It's said that birds of a feather flock together, and Hong Ning, like Zhou Chong, exhibits the same traits. No wonder they get along so well. Among the three of us, only Han Shanyu is the older, more composed one. How could I dare forget the esteemed young master of the Tianyang group? Lin Ming replied. Oh my, when others say this, I perceive it as jealousy, but when it comes from you, Brother Lin, it sounds so delightful and fulfilling. Hong Ning said unabashedly, having completely forgotten his earlier bravado about being the master of his own fate. You seem to have made quite the profit yourself, otherwise, you wouldn't be this exuberant. Lin Ming remarked with a smile. Not as much as you, 20 billion, huh? Hong Ning exclaimed. Thankfully, I had the audacity to pester my father for some funds. He seems rather pleased with me now, and that feeling is simply exhilarating. You may not wish to hear this, but I must say, that is your father. Show some respect and refrain from calling him an old man. Lin Ming advised. Yes, I stand corrected. Brother Lin. Hong Ning conceded. The two continued their banter for a while. After ending the call, Lin Ming finally found some peace and quiet. He had once fantasized about achieving success and being showered with compliments, satisfying his vanity. Now, he realized that navigating human relationships was indeed a taxing endeavor. No wonder some celebrities often shun their fans. Such excessive enthusiasm can be quite overwhelming. At noon, he returned home for lunch. In the afternoon, he went back to the fields, with only a few peanuts left to harvest. It was just Lin Chenghua and Lin Ming finishing up. Once they completed their tasks today, they could look forward to a peaceful mid-autumn festival the following day. Around 4 o'clock, the two finally delivered the peanuts back home. During this time, news arrived from the bank. 5 million had been credited. The string of zeros left Lin Ming exhilarated for a while before he calmed down. Before he even entered the house, he could hear laughter and joy emanating from within. Lin Shu. Even after years of minimal contact, Lin Ming instantly recognized the voice of his younger sister. Lin Shu has returned? He exclaimed with joy. That should be her. You go in first and check. I can handle these peanuts myself. Lin Chengwa chuckled. Lin Ming immediately set down what he was carrying and hurried into the house. There, he saw a girl dressed simply yet elegantly, her light makeup enhancing her beauty, playfully chasing after Shan Shan, who was giggling uncontrollably. It was unclear whether it was Lin Chengwei or Qi Yufin's genes that had bestowed good looks upon the siblings. But Lin Ming and his siblings were certainly not lacking in that regard. Even without any elaborate adornments, Lin Shu appeared far more attractive than many so-called internet celebrities. His brother, upon seeing Lin Ming, Lin Shu paused momentarily before dropping Xianshan and leaping into Lin Ming's embrace. The notion of gender differences was merely a triviality between these siblings. I just finished working and I'm covered in dirt. Don't dirty your clothes, Lin Ming laughed. When you took me and good to jump into mud puddles when we were little, I never minded being dirty. Why would I care now? Lin Shu replied, unbothered. You two have had your fun, but if this continues, your sister-in-law might just feel jealous. Qi Yufin teased. Lin Shu, with her charming large eyes, turned to Chenjia. Sister-in-law, do you feel jealous? Chenjia shrugged. I wouldn't dare. Otherwise, you two might team up against me. Hee sister-in-law is the best. Lin Shu released Lin Ming and embraced Chenjia, drawing a broad smile from her. This girl certainly knew how to play the charm card. Chapter 64. I sensed something amiss. Though the festival was still a day away, Qi Yufin busied herself in the kitchen. Lin Shu initially intended to lend a hand, but Chenjia suggested they take the opportunity to catch up since the siblings rarely had time together. Leaving the chores to her instead, Lin Chengwa was entertaining Xianshan while Lin Ming and Lin Shu settled on the concrete steps in the yard. Brother, do you remember when I was 8? And you carried me down from here and I fell hard, busting my lip. Lin Shu laughed out. Of course I remember. It was your stubbornness that led to your downfall, and then you ran to mom and dad to complain. Resulting in my scolding. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Time had flown by, and many years had passed. Lin Shu hugged her knees in silence. I in the quiet. Lin Ming took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He had vowed to quit, but it seemed easier said than done. Brother, it's fine if you drink a little, but smoking is detrimental to your health. You should really stop, Lin Shu advised. Alright, I won't smoke anymore. Lin Ming said, taking one last puff before reluctantly extinguishing the cigarette on the ground. Where are you working now? Lin Ming inquired. I in Changwang City, at a private clothing factory. It's quite large, with hundreds of employees. Lin Shu shared, she was a university student having completed her studies at a second-tier institution, so finding a respectable job was certainly within reach. However, Lin Shu felt that those seemingly glamorous jobs offered meager pay. With internships earning only 2,000 to 3,000, requiring years of experience. Given the family's current financial situation, Lin Shu was unafraid of hard work and preferred to be an ordinary seamstress in the factory. At least as a seamstress, her earnings were based on her output. How's it going? Is your monthly salary sufficient? Lin Ming asked with concern. It's manageable. The only trouble is the frequent overtime, which can be a bit annoying. But the overtime pay is good. I earn around 5,000 a month, and at times I can make close to 6,000. Lin Shu replied, seemingly proud. I certainly have enough for myself, and I sometimes even send a couple of thousand to our parents. At this point, Lin Shu's expression turned serious. Brother, I've heard mom and sister-in-law say you've changed. You're not the same as before. Indeed, I've changed. Lin Ming rubbed Lin Shu's head. I used to enjoy teasing you as a child. And I still do as an adult. Do you resent me? No, because I know my brother has never been a bad person. Lin Shu shook her head. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Find your WeChat QR code. I'll add you as a friend. I thought you really had no intention of keeping in touch. Lin Shu huffed playfully, and the two added each other as friends just as she was about to put her phone away. A transfer notification popped up on her screen. 30,000. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Shu exclaimed. I can't accept your money. I wanted to check if your finances are alright. She insisted. The WeChat transfer limit is 30,000 a day. And I haven't bothered to increase it. Just take it for now, Lin Ming said, his eyes filled with affection. Absolutely not. Lin Shu firmly rejected. Brother, even if your life is back on track now, you still have those debts to settle, plus Xianshan is about to start kindergarten, and expenses are everywhere. How can you send me money? As she spoke, Lin Shu attempted to return the money to Lin Ming. However, he snatched her phone away with a grin. Little girl, our parents had prepared 50,000 as your dowry, but I squandered it all on gambling. Tell me honestly, do you resent me? I've said I don't resent you. With my appearance, do I really need a dowry to get married? Brother, you're underestimating me, Lin Shu said proudly. I may have wronged you in the past, but that won't happen again, Lin Ming vowed quietly. If you keep saying this, I'm going to get angry. Quickly give me back my phone. Lin Shu feigned annoyance. After Lin Ming returned her phone, she immediately attempted to refund him the money. Just then, Lin Ming presented his phone to her, displaying the bank deposit notification. "Take a look, how much is this?" Lin Ming asked. Lin Chu instinctively glanced and was utterly taken aback. She reached out, swiped the screen a few times, and confirmed that it wasn't a cleverly edited image. 5 over 50 million. Lin Chu's wide-eyed expression was utterly adorable. "Ha ha, brother has money now, you can spend it freely in the future." Lin Ming laughed heartily. "We can purchase whatever we desire. If we find the work at the clothing factory unappealing, we shall simply cease to engage in it. With my brother by my side, there is nothing to fear. In the future, he will provide for you." Lin Chu stammered. "Brother, where did you acquire such a vast sum of money? 50 million, for a girl who has only ever earned a maximum salary of 6,000 since starting her job. This figure is truly beyond her wildest dreams. It must be my earnings," he replied confidently. "Consider this, if I were to resort to deceitful means, even if I managed to acquire funds, it would be impossible to amass such a fortune. Furthermore, even if I could, I wouldn't be casually conversing with you here. I would have long found a place to hide or be apprehended." Lin Ming, understanding Lin Chu's thoughts, immediately offered an explanation. "Rest assured, little sister, our parents and your sister-in-law are aware of the origins of my wealth. Since I am sharing it with you, spend it proudly, for our money is clean." After a prolonged silence, Lin Chu began to weep softly. After 4 or 5 years of decline, Lin Ming had finally awakened and, moreover, earned such a substantial amount. Lin Chu was not only happy for herself with her parents, she felt immense joy for Chen Jia and Xian Xian as well. Fortune had turned in their favor. The two women had finally emerged from hardship. "Brother, you have so much money. Naturally, I am delighted to spend it. However, will sister-in-law be displeased if she finds out?" Lin Chu wiped her tears. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? You know what kind of person your sister-in-law is. Besides, my assets extend far beyond this 50 million, Lin Ming stated, extending 3 fingers. 300 million. Lin Chu was taken aback. Lin Ming smiled slightly. "Multiply that by 10. Lin Chu. Not without a doubt, Lin Chu enjoyed the dinner immensely, for her elder brother could finally uphold the family. Initially, she worried that with newfound wealth, Lin Ming might grow more indifferent towards Chen Jia and Xian Xian. After all, men who become wealthy often stray, and Lin Ming had been insufferable even when he had little. However, gradually Lin Chu noticed that Lin Ming seemed intent on pleasing Chen Jia, while she appeared indifferent in response. It seemed that after the divorce, he had truly come to his senses. The news of Lin Ming's divorce from Chen Jia had already reached Lin Chu and Lin Ke through Lin Shenghua and Qi Yufan. As she ate, Lin Chu mused, he didn't cherish what he had before, and now he regrets it. Sister-in-law is right to act this way. It's good for him to suffer a bit." In Blue Island City, within the villa, Master Zhou, "May we address you as grandfather? Will you assist us this time?" Su Jin asked, holding a bag of potato chips, while the other two clutched beers and soft drinks, all gazing eagerly at Zhou Chong. As if attending to a master. After experiencing the Qiling stock market incident, Su Jin and his companions were filled with regret. Had they invested even a little, they could have made tens of millions or even billions. Yet, at that time, they had dismissed Zhou Chang's words entirely. A few days ago, I even kindly reminded you, but you all disregarded it. This puts me in a difficult position. Zhou Chong shrugged, his arrogant demeanor inciting a desire in Su Jin to strike him. "If only we had known you had such expert guidance, we would have insisted on joining you for a grand venture." Su Jin lamented as Zhou Chong, no longer jesting with them, adopted Lin Ming's tone. "Tomorrow night, we shall bottom feed on Tesla. How much you earn depends on how much you dare to invest." "Why do I feel like you're running a pyramid scheme?" Su Jin retorted. "I'm just kidding. It was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously?" Zhou Chong desperately wished to smack these three fools. They begged him to help them make money and then accused him of running a pyramid scheme. What a ridiculous notion. That night, Lin Ming found his spot usurped by Lin Chu, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly share the bed with their parents. However, sleep eluded him. He was no millionaire. Yet after the completion of the Qiling automotive deal, he confirmed his earnings of 2.85 billion, a thrill he could hardly articulate. Lin Shenghua and Qi Yufan also tossed and turned on the bed. Though they remained silent, Lin Ming knew they too were restless. After midnight, the Nasdaq opened. As expected, Tesla's stock exhibited a downward trend. Previously, it had dipped but rebounded. This time, however, it plummeted from 966 per share to 842. An 11% decline. For a company valued at 1.5 trillion, an 11% drop equated to a staggering loss of 1.1 trillion yuan. This sudden decline left many investors bewildered, even if it was affected by the Qiling automotive debacle. It shouldn't have reached this extreme, right? Except for Lin Ming, no one was aware that today's drop was merely the beginning. September 10th, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tonight, the moon shines bright, and everyone gazes upward, one aware of who bears autumn thoughts. Of this line, penned by Tang Dynasty poet Wang Jian, profoundly encapsulates a wanderer's yearning for home. And Kin Dayan Huagua, a 3-day national holiday, is designated for the Mid-Autumn Festival. And those who can return home do so, as this is a time for family reunions. After breakfast, Lin Ming took Xian Xian for a stroll, observing that nearly every household had a vehicle parked at their door. The festive atmosphere descended quietly early in the morning. Chi Yufan busied herself preparing lunch while Lin Chenghua sat contentedly watching television, occasionally stepping outside to light a cigarette. The elderly couple, relieved of a significant worry, appeared incredibly relaxed. Around 9:30 a.m., the last member of the Lin family finally returned. Brother. Upon seeing Lin Ming standing at the door, Lin Ku immediately rushed over, clutching his belongings. Slow down, why the rush? Lin Ming greeted him with a smile. Lin Ku quickly noticed the Mercedes-Benz S450 parked at the entrance. Brother, did you buy a car? He inquired, circling the vehicle with unabashed envy. Lin Ku was an avid car enthusiast, often browsing automotive websites. Unfortunately, despite having held a driver's license for 7 years and having changed it once, he had yet to purchase a car. It's not mine. A friend lent it to me for a few days. Lin Ming explained. Wow, this is the latest model of the Mercedes-Benz S450. It hasn't even been registered yet. Your friend must be quite generous to let you drive it, Lin Ku remarked. Do you like this car? Lin Ming asked deliberately. I do like it, but I'm still young. I prefer supercars, Lin Ku replied. He was unaware of Lin Ming's true intentions, thinking Lin Ming was just making casual conversation. Lin Ming, however, took note of Lin Ku's words. Men are typically enamored with two things, beautiful women and cars. If one has the means, who wouldn't want to drive a more eye-catching supercar? Let us head home, our parents are waiting for you, Lin Ming suggested. However, Lin Ku remained rooted to the spot, staring at Lin Ming for a while before saying, Brother, I feel like you're different now, more refined, perhaps. Lin Ming joked. Lin Ku nodded earnestly. Indeed, you are more refined than before. You little rascal, stop flattering me. I'm just grateful you don't despise me. Let's go home. Lin Ming felt a lump in his throat. Lin Ku's return made Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan even more joyous. With Chen Jia and Xianshan included, the Lin family of 7 gathered rarely, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. In truth, the Lin family members were always easy to get along with. It was merely Lin Ming's previous mischief that had cast a chill over the household. While Lin Ku chatted with the family, Lin Ming stepped into the yard and dialed Xiang Zhe's number. Brother Lin, are you home? Xiang Zhe asked. I returned home the day before yesterday. Thank you for the gift. My parents were delighted, Lin Ming replied. Brother Lin, we're family. There is no need for formalities. As long as uncle and aunt are happy, that is enough. Xiang Zhe feigned dissatisfaction. I called to ask if you could help me purchase a few cars. Lin Ming inquired, what kind of cars? Mercedes. Before Lin Ming could respond, Xiang Zhe continued. Brother Lin, I'm not saying this, but at your age driving an S-Class is too old-fashioned. An E-Class doesn't suit your status either. Unless it's something like my G-Class, I wouldn't recommend a Mercedes. Lin Ming inwardly chuckled at how loquacious this guy was. I actually wasn't considering a Mercedes. I'm looking to get a couple of Lamborghini Urus. Do you have a channel for that? Urus is the only SUV produced by Lamborghini. While Lin Ku loved supercars, there weren't even suitable roads in their hometown, let alone in Changwon City. Thus, the Urus, a blend of a supercar and an SUV, was the most fitting choice. Brother Lin, the Urus may look flashy, but it's quite uncomfortable. I wouldn't mind if you chose something else. Xiang Zhe scoffed. Unfortunately, my brother and sister have taken a liking to it. Lin Ming chuckled. In that case, there should be no problem. I have channels for most cars on the market. No markup or waiting required. Just tell me how many you need and when you want to pick them up. Xiang Zhe assured him. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. 2 cars, 1 blue and 1 pink. Preferably within 3 days, but if not, 4 or 5 days will suffice. I will do my best, Xiang Zhe replied. Tonight, we will begin bottom feeding on Tesla. Have you sent the money to Zhou Chong? Lin Ming asked casually. I have sent it over, 1 billion. Xiang Zhe Dao expressed his belief that 100 million was quite a substantial sum. However, Lin Ming countered, only 100 million, that's far too little. The IT offers scant profit. Transfer all the funds you can to Zhou Chong. The return will be swift this time, and you need not worry about maintaining the operation of the store with insufficient capital. Xiang Zhe was quite adept at managing relationships, purchasing gifts, arranging for airport pickups, and even leaving a brand new car without a license plate for Lin Ming to drive. Furthermore, with Lin Ming requesting his assistance in buying a car again, Xiang Zhe had orchestrated everything with clarity. Lin Ming, not wishing to be indebted to him, made a point to remind him, hoping to enable Xiang Zhe to profit a bit more. 100 million is still inadequate. Brother Lin, as Xiang Zhe pondered, conflicted. How much did he actually possess? There were still considerable loans at the bank. What if he incurred losses? That would be catastrophic. Enough of the nonsense. If I instruct you to follow, then follow, Lin Ming said, dismissing Xiang Zhe's reservations as he hung up the phone. He had conveyed all that needed to be said. If Xiang Zhe was still reluctant to invest further, that would be his own dilemma. Chapter 66. A moment of pride at noon. A lavish spread of delectable dishes was laid out on the table courtesy of the 3 industrious women. Lin Chenghua uncorked a bottle of Feitian Mutai, laughing heartily. After all these years, this is the first time I've tasted such fine liquor. I shall see if it truly is worth several thousand. You, who wouldn't turn your nose up at a 6 yuan erguotu? What could you possibly discern? Chidi Yufan chuckled. What do you know? Good wine is good wine. It is precisely because I have consumed so much erguotu that I can appreciate the distinct qualities of this wine. Lin Chengwei retorted. As everyone chatted amiably, Lin Ke learned from Lin Shu and their parents about Lin Ming's newfound wealth. He felt a surge of joy for Lin Ming, downing 4 or 5 glasses of mutai in one go, causing Lin Chengwei considerable distress. Dad, look at you being so stingy. Brother has brought back 20 bottles for you. Don't pretend you don't know, Lin Ke remarked helplessly. Lin Chengwei replied, your brother mentioned that these are meant for gifts this afternoon. If all goes well, I'll be lucky to keep 7 or 8 bottles for myself. How could I let you drink like that? Gifting, presenting Feitian mutai worth thousands of yuan. Oh brother, that is rather extravagant. Lin Ke exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. Those I intend to gift are either close relatives or those who lent me money back then. It has been years. It would weigh on my conscience not to offer them something worthwhile. Lin Ke nodded, choosing to say no more. They all understood that Lin Ming's reason for bringing these gifts was to restore dignity to Lin Chengwei in Chidi Yufan. Wealth not returned to one's roots is akin to walking in silk garments under the night sky. In previous years, due to Lin Ming's circumstances, Lin Chengwei and Chidi Yufan had lost face in the village, enduring countless whispers behind their backs. Lin Ke and Lin Shu could also see how many villagers who had once been amicable had gradually distanced themselves from them. Fearing that Lin Chengwei might ask them for loans, even some relatives had reduced their contact with the Lin family. This was not entirely unjustifiable. After all, given Lin Ming's past conduct, who would dare lend money to Lin Chengwei? Lin Ming was a bottomless pit. If they truly lent him money, what could Lin Chengwei and Chidi Yufan offer in return? Lin Ke had to marry, and Lin Shu would also wed, relying solely on farming. They feared they would never repay it in their lifetime. Now that Lin Ming had struck it rich, he was determined to restore the dignity that had been lost by his parents. From this moment forward, Lin Chengwei and Chidi Yufan would be able to hold their heads high in the village. Is old Chen eating? Just as they were contemplating these matters, the door swung open. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s, stepped inside. Upon seeing Lin Ming, her expression shifted slightly. And Wang, please come in. Lin Ming smiled as he stood, adding, have you eaten? Join us for a bite. No, I have food prepared at home. I shall eat when I return, and Wang replied, her smile somewhat forced, given her timing and her demeanor. The Lin family surmised the reason for her visit. And Wang, named Wang Weiwei, was the wife of Lin Chengwei's old acquaintance, Lin Yisheng. Previously, Lin Chengwei had borrowed 20,000 yuan from Lin Yisheng, which had yet to be repaid. Lin Yisheng, feeling too embarrassed to bring it up, had relied on Wang Weiwei to request repayment several times. However, she was not the type to confront others aggressively, nor had she quarreled with Lin Chengwei and Chidi Yufan. And, please have a seat, Lin Chengwei said, pouring her a cup of tea. But since you are all eating, let us discuss this another time. I'll return home now. Wang Weiwei hesitated, ultimately feeling too shy to broach the subject. And Wang, isn't Da Huai about to marry? Lin Ming suddenly inquired. Yes, soon. Now he has a girlfriend from a big city, and they are asking for an 18,000 yuan betrothal gift, Wang Weiwei replied, her expression dimming. Some customs are simply like that. However, it is a daunting task for them to raise their daughter. Lin Ming smiled. And Wang, it has been several years since the 2,000 yuan debt. I had intended to withdraw cash from the city this afternoon to repay you, but since you are here, let me assure you, do not go anywhere this afternoon. I will bring the money to you. Really? Wang Weiwei could hardly believe it. She had come today primarily to collect the debt, intentionally timing her visit during mealtime, knowing the Lin family would be present. Yet, she had not anticipated Lin Ming's return, and with the family appearing so joyous, she felt embarrassed to bring it up. To her surprise, Lin Ming proactively mentioned the matter and offered to repay the money. Indeed, Lin Ming nodded with a smile. After all these years, I have felt quite guilty. I owe you an apology. Aunt Wang, no, given our family's relationship, there is no need for such apologies. Wang Weiwei beamed, unable to suppress her joy. Lin Ming, it's not that I wish to pressure you, but Da Huai is about to marry, and the bride's family is pressing for the betrothal gift. If your uncle and I cannot come up with the money, they might break off the engagement. Please do not hold it against me. And Wang, I understand, Lin Ming replied, nodding. Wang Weiwei left, her face alight with happiness, while Lin Ming hurriedly finished his lunch before driving to the city that afternoon. Although it was a national holiday, there were still staff on duty at the bank. Lin Ming withdrew a hefty sum of 300,000 yuan. Upon returning to the village, he took Lin Chengwei directly to Lin Yisheng's home. Sure enough, Wang Weiwei was waiting there. However, when she saw the 3 bundles of red bills, she was momentarily taken aback. Old Lin, you must be mistaken. You only borrowed 20,000 from us, Wang Weiwei stated to Lin Chengwei. And that extra 10,000 is interest, Lin Chengwei explained as he placed various gifts such as cigarettes, liquor, and mooncakes on the coffee table, his chin nearly reaching the ceiling in pride. And these gifts are for you and Yisheng from Lin Ming. Please do not refuse them. While Wang Weiwei lacked discernment, Lin Yisheng exclaimed in surprise, Feitian Mutai, soft Zhang, this is too much, Chengwei. This is excessive. Yisheng, take it. We are friends. Why must you be so courteous? Lin Chengwei replied with a grin. Lin Ming has become quite successful. He has earned a bit, so he can certainly afford this. Ha, you old rascal, you're indirectly showing off your son to us. Lin Yisheng feigned jealousy. Lin Chengwei did not feign modesty. That rascal nearly drove me to madness in the past, but now he has finally made something of himself. I am proud to have my face restored. The saying that a son reflects the father is undeniably true. As Lin Ming observed his father's proud demeanor, a swirl of emotions filled his heart. After spending some time at Lin Yixing's home, Lin Ming and Lin Chengwa finally departed, although Lin Yixing and Wang Weiwei repeatedly insisted that no interest was necessary. Lin Ming and Lin Chengwa nonetheless left the excess 10,000 yuan and the gifts behind. The entire afternoon was spent with Lin Ming escorting Lin Chengwa around town, repaying old debts to his father's acquaintances and delivering gifts to various relatives. By the time they returned home, Lin Chengwa's smile had yet to fade. "Dad, they say that if you laugh too long, your facial muscles might cramp. Do you feel that way?" Lin Ming teased. "It feel what? After bending my back for years, I can finally stand tall today. Do you think I will stop smiling?" Lin Chengwa laughed as he chided. To Lin Chengwa, no matter how wealthy Lin Ming became, it was Lin Ming's wealth. Only after settling all debts could he truly feel at ease. "Having settled everything, there remains 100,000. Keep it for you and your mother to spend," Lin Ming said, placing the remaining 100,000 in a plastic bag into Lin Chengwa's hands. "All right, then I shall spend this money generously with your mother," Lin Chengwa replied as he got out of the car. "Dad, are you not going to show a bit of sentimentality?" Lin Ming called out. "My son has earned billions. You think I would find it necessary to be sentimental over 10,000? Hurry and get out. Soon we'll be setting off firecrackers." Lin Chengwa waved his hand dismissively. Lin Ming laughed as he parked the car. This way of life could perhaps be aptly termed happiness. Chapter 67, Caught in the Crossfire in the Countryside. Fireworks and firecrackers are an absolute essential during festive occasions. Beginning around 4:30 p.m., the neighboring village erupted with the sounds of firecrackers. The Lin family, however, would celebrate a bit later. It was not until nearly 6 p.m. that Lin Chengwa led Lin Ming and Lin Ku outside to set off firecrackers. Lin Ming was concerned about startling Shan Shan, but to his surprise, the little girl was quite bold. Not only was she unafraid, but she also joined them at the entrance, covering her ears while watching. Chitty Yufan had prepared an extravagant spread of dishes: braised pork ribs, pan-fried hairtail, pig's trotter soup, and spicy and sour bean sprouts, among others. While not exotic delicacies, they embodied the comforting essence of home, instantly whetting one's appetite. This time, however, there was an additional item: mooncakes. Lin Ming, Lin Chu, and Lin Ku, the three siblings, each brought a share of treats. "Delicious, delicious. The mooncakes bought by second uncle are the tastiest," Xian Yuan exclaimed, shaking her little head. Unlike in the city, Xian Yuan affectionately referred to Lin Ku as second uncle rather than second elder. This term of endearment fostered a sense of closeness. Lin Ku indulgently pinched Chuan Yuan's cheek, saying, "Little one, you truly have no discernment. Those mooncakes your father bought are the most expensive. Regardless, I prefer the ones bought by second uncle." Xian Yuan mumbled. "Tsk, whose child is she with such eloquence?" Lin Ku chuckled, feeling even more pleased. "She must take after her aunt," Chen Jiao remarked with a smile. Suddenly Lin Chu pouted. "Sister-in-law, are you mocking me? How could that be considered mockery? Haven't you heard the saying, actions speak louder than words? Your sweet tongue is a talent of yours that others cannot replicate." Lin Ming interjected. "Oh, so now you choose to support your sister-in-law, dear brother, yet, you are not wrong. Among us siblings, your tongue is the least adept. Perhaps I should teach you a thing or two," Lin Chu replied with a hint of pride on her delicate face. "All right, I shall indeed learn from you to better flatter your sister-in-law," Lin Ming teased. Chen Jiao playfully pinched Lin Ming's waist. "Just focus on eating." "Ouch, that hurts," Lin Ming grimaced, eliciting laughter from everyone. The evening meal concluded in a joyous atmosphere. At 8 o'clock, amidst Chuan Yuan's cheers, Lin Ming and Lin Ke set off several colorful fireworks, the kind that crackle and dazzle. These were purchased by Lin Ming just the day before for several years. The Lin family had refrained from setting off firecrackers and fireworks during the Mid-Autumn Festival. That night, Lin Chengwa and Chi Yufan slept soundly. Lin Ming and Lin Ke squeezed onto the earth and Kong, feeling as though they had returned to their childhood. "Brother, are you asleep?" Lin Ke whispered. "Not yet," Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Shall we go sit in the courtyard?" Lin Ke suggested. Lin Ming immediately got up. The two brothers casually draped on some clothing and settled on the cement steps. "Brother, do you have any cigarettes?" Lin Ku inquired. "Have you taken up smoking now?" Lin Ming frowned. "There are too many worries at the company, with endless scheming. Sometimes, when I feel restless, I smoke a cigarette," Lin Ku explained. Lin Ming took out a cigarette and handed one to Lin Ku, saying, "We still have several packs left from Dad. I should definitely take one when I leave." Lin Ke chuckled. "To smoke less. It's not good for you," Lin Ming admonished. "You're one to talk. You're smoking too. I've learned it from you," Lin Ke retorted. "You little rascal, why don't you learn something good instead of all this?" Lin Ming trailed off. "Learn something good? What is there about me that you would want to emulate? Brother, when do you plan to return to Blue Island?" Lin Ke asked after lighting the cigarette and taking a puff. "Anytime works for me. Speaking of which, when will you return to the company?" Lin Ming countered. "Probably the day after tomorrow. Work is busy. I can't take too long of a leave, or that old witch will start nagging again." Upon mentioning work, a frown appeared on Lin Ke's face. They say one should only share good news, not burdens, yet, in front of his elder brother, he truly did not wish to hide his feelings. If you don't want to work, then don't, Lin Ming said, patting his shoulder. But I must work. I'm still young and have no girlfriend. If I don't earn money quickly, how will I marry and have children in the future? Lin Ku replied with a wry smile. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. You graduated from medical school and have some knowledge about pharmaceuticals. I plan to start a pharmaceutical company soon. Why don't you and Lin Chu come help me? Lin Ku's eyes lit up. Although Lin Ming had become affluent, Lin Ku had never considered relying on him for handouts. However, working at Lin Ming's company would be different. At least Lin Ku would be earning his keep and could also help Lin Ming oversee things. Moreover, Lin Ku was currently employed at a small pharmaceutical company and had experience. If he joined Lin Ming's company, he wouldn't be idle. Brother, isn't it said that it's better to hire outsiders than to employ relatives? Aren't you afraid I might cause trouble if I join, or that others in the company might gossip? Lin Ku chuckled. Lin Ming shook his head. You and Lin Chu are my siblings. I know your character better than anyone. Just the fact that I staked your bride price and dowry without you complaining proves that you are not the kind of people to take advantage of. Brother, let's not talk about that. Our family's finances aren't divided like that. Whether it's bride price or dowry, if you spend it, then so be it. Haven't we already earned it back? Lin Ku interrupted, visibly displeased. All right, I won't mention it again. Lin Ming forced a smile and added, regardless, I trust you and Lin Chu. Working in my company will surely be more comfortable than your current situation, and I won't have to worry about you. Understand, for Lin Ming, regardless of Lin Chu and Lin Ku's character, even if he were to support them, what of it? The truth was, these two were quite stubborn, otherwise Lin Ming would have directly transferred several million to them for their immediate use. What he truly wished to do was make amends with those he felt he had wronged in the past. Brother, I can work with you, but how much will you pay me? Lin Ku asked with a grin. You're my own brother, and you're discussing money with me. That's rather hurtful. Lin Ming feigned indignation. Lin Ku's eyes widened. Brother, that's a bit excessive. No matter how you slice it, Lin Chu and I still need to eat. Are you really not going to give us any living expenses? The company has a cafeteria. What about accommodation? Sleep on the street? Lin Ku retorted. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, some rejoiced while others lamented. Lin Ming's predictions proved accurate. Tesla's stock experienced a dramatic plunge right at the market's opening. At 1 a.m., the stock dropped to 756 per share. By 2 a.m., it fell to 612. By 3 a.m., Tesla officially hit the limit, down at 498 per share. In just 3 hours since the market opened, it reached its lowest point since the company's IPO. Had the fervor of Chinese car enthusiasts sunk to such depths? Was it not enough to target Shilling, now Tesla too? The most alarming aspect was that this plummet had come without any prior warning. This truly exemplified what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. Damned Shilling Group, damned organizer of the Chinese auto show. Chapter 68, the first encounter with arrogance. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. Lin Ming stretched comfortably, observing his parents already dressed. He inquired, Dad, Mom, are you planning to head to the fields again? Lower your voice, your brother is still asleep. Chi Yufan hushed him, adding, now that the festival is over, your father and I plan to plant sweet potatoes. You can sleep a little longer. After all, we won't be leaving until noon. Lin Ming jumped down from the Kong, exclaiming, Mom, didn't I tell Dad before? In the past, we lacked resources, but now that your son is financially stable, I can easily give you some spending money. Working in the fields is exhausting. Let us not do it. Alright, you're not being asked to work. Why the hurry? Lin Chengwa chuckled. I'm not worried about myself getting tired, but I worry about you too, Lin Ming said with genuine concern. Don't worry, your father is fine. I'm in a good mood, and everything is easy. Lin Chengwa hoisted the hoe onto his shoulder. The elderly couple ambled off to the fields, perhaps enjoying what they deemed a pastoral life. After all, they were no longer in need of money. They could do as they pleased. Little did they know, their children felt they were already of an age where they shouldn't be toiling so hard. Are Mom and Dad off to the fields again? Shen Jia's voice came from behind. Lin Ming quickly extinguished his cigarette and replied, yes, they're going to plant sweet potatoes. I saw, you can't hide that. A single cigarette here costs $3 to $4. You just lit it. Isn't that wasteful? Shen Jia chided. I was just trying to avoid you criticizing me, Lin Ming said sheepishly. Such a henpecked husband. Lin Chu said as she passed by with a basin of water, shooting Lin Ming a glare. He sighed. I truly can't comprehend the mindset of those two. When they lack money, they farm to earn a living. Now that they have money, why do they still want to farm? Those crops aren't worth much. After a year of grueling work, they might only make 20 to 30,000. 20 to 30,000 a year is indeed not much. For the current generation, not only is earning that amount difficult, but it would also likely take several times that to spend. Lin Ming reflected, they've been farming all their lives. It's a habit. If you suddenly tell them to take a break, they wouldn't know what to do and would feel restless, Shen Jia commented. Besides, without these hard-working laborers, where would our food come from? Yes, you earn money. But you must not forget your roots. I haven't forgotten my roots. I just don't want them to suffer so much, Lin Ming murmured. If you truly want to keep them from working the fields, then buy them a house in the city. If they don't live in the countryside, they naturally won't think of farming, Shen Jia suggested. You make a valid point. I must indeed buy them a large house. Preferably one with a sea view. They love the ocean. Lin Ming nodded earnestly. Chen Jia frowned slightly. How did it feel like this guy was just waiting for her to mention the need to buy a house? Sure enough, Lin Ming continued, let's have them move to Blue Island. I will purchase several more houses, one for each of us. One for our little family, one for my parents, one for your parents. And one each for Lin Chu and Lin Ko, as well as Chen Shang. What do you say? What nonsense? Chen Jiajiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Who wants to live with you? Xin and I are quite comfortable in our rental. Instead of daydreaming about such pleasant scenarios, you might want to consider how to earn more money. The rental is too small, and Xin can't be left alone at home all the time. Whether my parents or yours come over, they can take care of her. Lin Ming insisted on finding excuses. Xin will soon start kindergarten, so there is no need to worry during the day. I will pick her up after school, Chen Jia replied. Hey, Chen the Beautiful, is it really necessary to be so cold-hearted? Go wash up. Don't you have to make a trip to Changguang City? Mom has already prepared our meal, so eat and then set off. As Chen Jia spoke, she had already entered the kitchen. What Lin Ming did not see was that Chen Jia's previously dim eyes had once again sparkled with light. During breakfast, Lin Ming mentioned to Lin Chu his plans to open a pharmaceutical company. Naturally, Lin Chu did not hesitate to respond to her brother. Although she was not versed in pharmaceuticals, she could learn gradually. Most importantly, with Lin Chu's vibrant personality, youthful beauty, and quick wit, even if she did not delve into research, she could at least serve as an assistant. The fact that both his younger siblings agreed to join his company eased Lin Ming's worries. Regardless of their abilities, at least they could lead happy lives without being burdened by work concerns in the future. After breakfast, he took Lin Chu and Lin Ko to the city. The two were there to resign. While Lin Ming had grander aspirations, he was about to have an encounter with the medical prodigy Zhang Kuang. Coincidentally, Zhang Kuang's hometown was also in Changguang City. After dropping Lin Ku and Lin Chu off at their respective workplaces, Lin Ming drove alone to the First People's Hospital of Changguang City. At in the hematology department of the First People's Hospital, a man appearing to be in his late 20s sat with his hands clasped over his head. Looking dazed on a chair outside the office, his name was Zhang Kuang. At that moment, his mind was consumed with the doctor's earlier words. How could this be? My mother is nearly 70. How could she possibly have leukemia? Illness is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the mountain of medical expenses required for treatment, especially with leukemia, a condition that could be likened to a bottomless pit. It is an unbearable burden for any ordinary family. Zhang Kuang was the youngest in his family, with two older brothers and a sister, all of whom were working professionals and not well off. Therefore, after learning of his mother's leukemia, Zhang Kuang lacked the courage to even inform them. Being a medical student himself, he understood the astronomical costs involved in treatment. For them, it was a sum they could never afford. Why are you still sitting here? Just then, the doctor stepped out of the office, frowning. Your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Once leukemia fully manifests, it becomes exceedingly difficult to treat, while we still have a ward available. Hurry and pay the deposit. If our hospital cannot assist, I can help you transfer to a larger city for treatment. Thank you. Dr. Zhang Kuang was further despondent. The doctor's words had already revealed much. Changguang City was merely a county-level city. While dialysis and chemotherapy could be managed, a complete cure for leukemia was unlikely. Moreover, transferring hospitals would exponentially increase medical costs. Overwhelmed with these thoughts, Zhang Kuang struck the chair with his fist. After graduating for so many years, he had achieved nothing. Aside from a couple of years of employment, he had been lost in dreams of developing some special cold medicine. Now, with his mother diagnosed with leukemia, he had no means to cover even the hospitalization deposit, possessing barely 1,000 yuan to his name. That sense of helplessness morphed into frustration, which in turn ignited a fury that threatened to engulf Zhang Kuang. I am a useless failure, he roared inwardly. He raised his fist, intending to strike himself again, only to suddenly notice someone standing beside him. Hello, Lin Ming greeted with a smile. Hello, despite his lack of inclination to converse. Zhang Kuang replied out of courtesy. I used to harm myself out of anger and frustration, but later I realized this approach was incredibly foolish. Lin Ming remarked. Zhang Kuang scoffed, remaining silent. Lin Ming paid no heed and continued. Do you need money? This abrupt question made Zhang Kuang furrow his brow, but he looked at Lin Ming, asking, what do you do? Oh, fundraising platform. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhang Kuang sneered, get lost, don't think I don't know your kind. Using patients' lives as leverage for profit, don't you have any conscience? Those who donate do so out of kindness, while you exploit their compassion for your gain, you will ultimately ruin societal morals. If one day no one is willing to lend a hand, you scoundrels will bear the irrefutable responsibility. This outburst left Lin Ming momentarily stunned. He recognized Zhang Kuang's prideful nature, but today he truly witnessed it. No wonder he would later be awarded the National Hero Medal. This man was not only extraordinarily capable but also fiercely principled. Lin Ming thought platforms like certain crowdfunding sites had been repeatedly exposed online for exploiting public sympathy for profit. Yet, under normal circumstances, few could resist such temptations given Zhang Kuang's family situation. After all, these platforms could indeed help patients raise funds, even if they only retain 10%. However, Zhang Kuang, fully aware of this, still vehemently rejected them, showcasing his deep-seated disdain for these unscrupulous merchants. No one's money comes easily. I despise those who profit from human suffering, Zhang Kuang declared impatiently. I am in a foul mood. Don T provoked me to. I don't want to see you leave. I do not belong to any platform. You might want to temper your temper, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, producing the prepared documents. Zhang Kuang, 28 years old, unmarried, graduated from Bayan Medical University with a bachelor's degree. At this point, Lin Ming smiled. There is no need for me to elaborate on your family situation. The facts are laid bare. You investigated me? Who exactly are you? Zhang Kuang's eyes narrowed. Lin Ming did not mince words. I am Lin Ming, and I plan to start a pharmaceutical company. I heard you have ideas about special cold medicine, so I came to invite you to join my team. At the mention of this, Zhang Kuang instantly felt mocked. Ever since he conceived the idea of special cold medicine, it had become the biggest joke imaginable. He had spent countless nights drafting proposals and applying to various pharmaceutical companies, only to be met with rejection every time, whether politely, bluntly, or mockingly. He had heard it all. His fervent aspirations had gradually dimmed in the face of such derision. Today, upon learning that his mother had leukemia, he had finally resolved to abandon his fantasies and earn an honest living to pay for her treatment. Yet here stood someone unexpectedly inviting him to develop special cold medicine. Accustomed to rejection, Zhang Kuang had long since believed that no one would ever take him seriously. Thus, when Lin Ming uttered those words, instead of feeling elated, he was consumed by rage. So you know about me? Zhang Kuang's forehead throbbed with tension. You can refuse me and mock me in secret, but why must you bring that disdain into the open? Developing special cold medicine is my dream, and it's not enough that you've thrown me out. You must also trample on my dreams and dignity for your amusement? Having conducted thorough research on Zhang Kuang, Lin Ming could empathize with his current feelings, especially now that he was aware of Zhang Kuang's mother's leukemia. He could not be angered or offended by Zhang Kuang's words. While others might think he was dreaming in broad daylight, Lin Ming had faith in him. Since you claim that special cold medicine is your dream, are you truly willing to abandon it? Lin Ming inquired. What good is not giving up? Can dreams feed me? Zhang Kuang shouted, pointing at the office door. Just moments ago, the doctor told me my mother has leukemia. Leukemia? Do you understand what that means? Even if she could recover, it would require an unimaginable sum. Right now, I don't even have 1,000 yuan on me. I can't even pay the hospitalization deposit. Those pharmaceutical companies were right. I, Zhang Kuang, am nothing but a deluded fool, an arrogant, self-righteous waste. I can't even afford treatment for my mother. What can I do? I might as well die. At this moment, Zhang Kuang's eyes brimmed with fury and his tears streamed uncontrollably. In him, Lin Ming seemingly glimpsed a reflection of his former self. The difference, however, lay in the fact that Zhang Kuang's plight was even more tragic. At least his own parents were in good health. Whether your mother can receive treatment in peace hinges entirely upon you, Lin Ming solemnly declared. I have never wished to trample upon your dreams and dignity. On the contrary, I hold deep respect for everyone's aspirations, for we all live for our dreams. A person devoid of dreams, endlessly repeating the same monotonous tasks, is no different from a salted fish. If Lin Ming's previous words had left Zhang Kuang in disbelief, then this proclamation truly resonated with him. It is easy for you to say. With so many people in the world, over 90% are trapped in an endless cycle. Do they not harbor dreams? Do they wish to become salted fish? Zhang Kuang observed Lin Ming's earnest demeanor and sighed. I too wish to persevere in my dreams, yet every dream requires financial backing. Now that my mother has been diagnosed with leukemia, I no longer dare to indulge in any aspirations. The so-called dreams may yet have a chance of realization in the future, but my mother, she is irreplaceable. The greatest virtue is filial piety. If you embody that, I shall admire you. Lin Ming was moved. Initially, I harbored doubts about your character, but it seems I misjudged you. Zhang Kuang shook his head slightly. Even the most eloquent words could not stir a ripple within him now. All that occupied his mind was how to acquire money to treat his mother. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly turned and walked away. Where are you going? Zhang Kuang instinctively inquired. A profound sense of loss and sorrow welled up within him. The departure of the other seemed to carry away his dreams entirely. Do you wish to pursue your dreams? Then follow me. Lin Ming's voice caused Zhang Kuang to tremble slightly. He hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to follow. Chapter 70, Recruiting Talent at the hospital's billing department. Zhang Kuang stood in a daze as he watched Lin Ming submit the hospitalization deposit, 100,000 yuan, not a cent less. This was merely the initial treatment cost at the First People's Hospital, a trivial sum compared to the overall expenses for the entire treatment process. Now, do you believe me? Lin Ming smiled as he regarded Zhang Kuang. I have already brought your dreams back. Whether they can be realized depends on you, but I truly have no money to repay you right now. Zhang Kuang murmured. If you had money, would you need my assistance in covering these expenses? Besides, what I seek is not your money but your commitment. How can you be so obtuse? Lin Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. What exactly do you see in me? My university is hardly prestigious. I have only 2 or 3 years of work experience, and my temperament is rather poor. What makes me worth your trouble? Zhang Kuang frowned isn't as if I traveled a great distance. My hometown is also in Changwang City, you know Tongling Town, right? There's a village called Linjieling southeast of it. I hail from there. Lin Ming shrugged. Zhang Kuang had little interest in hearing Lin Ming's background. In the past, he had been proud, but not arrogantly so. Lin Ming's sudden visit left him perplexed. If I had to provide a reason, it would be. Lin Ming paused before meeting Zhang Kuang's gaze. You are the first and only person to propose a plan for special cold medicine. You trust me so readily? You probably haven't even glanced at my proposal, have you? To be frank, I have presented this plan to no fewer than 50 pharmaceutical companies, only to be turned away each time. No one believes I can bring special cold medicine to market. They regard me as a fool, deeming my ideas fanciful. Zhang Kuang continued. While there are many types of cold medicine available, their ingredients are mostly the same. They merely differ by brand. A cold is not a serious illness. No one worries excessively over it, and whether through medication or injections, it will eventually resolve. In such circumstances, pharmaceutical companies are reluctant to invest in this area. They would rather allocate funds to research treatments for other ailments. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming smiled. You know this well, yet you still entertain the notion of developing special cold medicine. So tell me, what makes this cold medicine special? In truth, Lin Ming was feigning ignorance. He was well aware of the potency of the special cold medicine and was merely providing Zhang Kuang with a dose of reassurance. Zhang Kuang's eyes sparkled with determination. If it can indeed be developed, I am confident that patients suffering from ordinary influenza could recover within a day of taking the special cold medicine. A day? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. It seems repeated rejections have indeed shaken Zhang Kuang's confidence. In his vision of the future, patients who consumed the special cold medicine would recover in no more than 2 to 3 hours. Some with robust constitutions might even regain their health within half an hour to an hour after administration. It could be described as a miraculous remedy. A day is a conservative estimate. It may be quicker, but all of this remains mere conjecture until the special cold medicine is truly developed, Zhang Kuang stated. Then I shall await your progress. You won't disappoint me, will you? Lin Ming replied. Zhang Kuang hesitated momentarily before stating, establishing a pharmaceutical company is no simple feat. It requires substantial funding, and registration can be a formidable challenge. Are you truly confident in getting this off the ground? That is not for you to worry about. Let us just discuss whether you will join me once the company is established. Lin Ming beamed. Given that you have already covered my hospitalization deposit, how could I possibly refuse? Zhang Kuang smiled wryly. Very well, send me your bank account number, and I will transfer some funds to you. This way, when your mother requires money for treatment, you won't be left scrambling. Lin Ming suggested. Let us hold off on that for now. You've already lent me 100,000 yuan, and if further expenses arise, I will seek other means, Zhang Kuang replied. Lin Ming's expression grew serious. You know as well as I do how much treatment for leukemia costs. The 100,000 yuan is merely the initial expense. Who knows how much more will be required? If the advancement of the special cold medicine is delayed due to financial concerns, it would be a grave loss for me, understand? Seeing Zhang Kuang still hesitating, Lin Ming added, you should not feel burdened by this money. Consider it an interest-free loan. You must realize that once the special cold medicine is developed, it could yield immense profits for me. Even you would find it easy to repay the medical expenses, therefore, you need not feel any pressure. As long as your mother's condition stabilizes, focus solely on preparing for the special cold medicine. Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth. I am deeply indebted to you. Let us head to the bank first. Your account may not be able to handle large transfers otherwise. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The two then made their way to the bank. After Zhang Kuang activated the large transfer option, his phone immediately buzzed with a notification. 2 million. This figure left Zhang Kuang momentarily speechless. Under normal circumstances, the treatment for leukemia should not cost this much. Let me clarify, the money I am transferring is not a curse upon your mother's health worsening. It is merely a precaution for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Ming jested. Alright, I have other matters to attend to. You can return to the hospital now. I look forward to our next meeting. Without waiting for Zhang Kuang's thoughts, Lin Ming turned and exited the bank. It was not until 5 minutes later that Zhang Kuang regained his senses. From submitting the 100,000 yuan hospitalization deposit to now receiving 2 million, he had never uttered a word of thank you to Lin Ming. He was truly not one for words, burying this gratitude deep within his heart. Ironically, those who are less expressive often understand the importance of gratitude more profoundly, requesting pen and paper from the bank staff. Zhang Kuang wrote Lin Ming an acknowledgement of the loan, then, he took out his phone and dialed his second brother's number. Upon connection, Zhang Kuang spoke first. Second brother, the results are in. It's leukemia. And our mother has been hospitalized. The brief statement plunged the other into silence. After a pause, he finally replied, how much do you need? I'll find a way. Zhang Kuang felt a sense of relief and shook his head. You needn't worry about the finances. I have already gathered the necessary funds. However, I may be quite busy in the coming days and probably won't be able to care for mother in the hospital. Please inform eldest brother and eldest sister. And it would be best if they could take turns looking after her. What do you plan to do? The costs for leukemia treatment are considerable. Where are you getting this money? The other seemed genuinely concerned about Zhang Kuang's well-being. Second brother, you need not worry. I am going to develop special cold medicine, Zhang Kuang clarified. A major pharmaceutical company has personally reached out to me, expressing a willingness to invest. The funds for our mother's medical expenses are also a loan from him. The treatment process for leukemia takes a long time, and I cannot let him down, otherwise I would become a heartless wretch. The other sighed in relief before saying, the special cold medicine is also your dream. Since the opportunity has presented itself, do not let it slip away. As for mother, I will go with my wife this afternoon, and I will inform eldest brother and eldest sister as well so we can discuss it. Alright, Zhang Kuang nodded. After hanging up, he clenched his fists. Not only do I wish to develop an effective cold remedy, but I also aspire to create specialized anticoagulation drugs and miraculous anti-cancer injections. I yearn to liberate all patients from their torment and eradicate those vile pathogens and viruses. Perhaps only Lin Ming truly understands this. It is precisely due to his mother's recent illness that a legendary figure in medicine, renowned in the future, has emerged. Chapter 71. My dear elder brother Lin Ming called Lin Ku and Lin Chu, both of whom had completed their resignation procedures. He drove over to pick them up. As the clock approached noon, the trio sought a restaurant in the city to satisfy their hunger. There was no need to worry about Qinjia and Xianshan. They had plenty of vegetables at home to sustain them. After their lunch, while heading back, Lin Ming teased, you two say you're quitting just like that. Did your boss agree? That wretched old hag probably wishes for my departure. I am the only one in the company daring enough to confront her. She has likely found me irksome for quite some time. Lin Ka scoffed. Lin Chu chimed in. Our workshop director has been trying to persuade me to stay. But my brother is now a big boss. I must go showcase my talents. You were always a university student, and being a girl, you ought to seek a more respectable job. I have wronged you all these years. Lin Ming sighed. Elder brother, must you say that again? It's infuriating. Is being a seamstress not respectable? Do you look down on seamstresses? Lin Chu retorted, her displeasure evident. Lin Ming hastily sought to explain, but at that moment, his phone rang. Since he was connected to the car's Bluetooth to listen to music, he did not shy away from Lin Chu and Lin Ku, directly answering the call. Lin Gu, a massage parlor just opened in the city center. And the girls are top-notch. Aren't you coming back soon to enjoy? Lin Ming. He could see in the rearview mirror that Lin Chu and Lin Ku were glaring at him, clearly having misunderstood the situation. Zhou Chong, my brother and sister are in the car. You better watch what you say when I get back. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. Come on, don't be so serious. I know what kind of person you are. This is a legitimate massage parlor. Would I dare to call you otherwise? Zhou Chong chuckled mischievously. Besides, with your sister-in-law's looks and figure, it would be hard to find anyone comparable on Blue Island. I know you wouldn't be interested in the other girls. Lin Ming's expression darkened. Whatever nonsense you have, hurry up and say it. I'm driving and have no time for your banter. What do you mean? I'm doing just that. You keep interrupting me before I finish. The three siblings of the Lin family, Zhou Chong continued. Lin Gu, last night Tesla really plummeted, officially hitting the limit down when the stock value reached $498. I've invested all my money and am just waiting for Tesla to rise again. Got it. Lin Ming was too lazy to elaborate that he had anticipated this development long ago. How can you be so calm? From nearly $1,000 down to $498, Tesla's market value evaporated trillions of RMB overnight. Trillions, Zhou Chong exclaimed. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. It's not like I lost trillions myself. Why shouldn't I be calm? Indeed, my elder brother remains unflinching even as mountains crumble around him. I admire you, Zhou Chong flattered. Tesla has officially issued an announcement. You haven't seen the news yet, have you? Guess how they plan to salvage Tesla's market value? By reducing car prices. Lin Ming suggested. Zhou Chong fell silent for a moment, then weakly replied, that's no fun. Can't you pretend to be oblivious for a change, just to amuse your little brother? Amuse you, you big baby? Lin Ming chuckled in exasperation. Tesla's public relations strategy starkly contrasted with Cheeling Motors. They were more direct and aggressive. They opted for a price reduction across all models to stabilize their global fanbase. Prices were slashed by as little as 20,000 to as much as 60,000 or 70,000 baht. While this might not satisfy current owners, it would undoubtedly delight countless prospective buyers. Undeniably, this approach was highly effective. From the moment the market opened tonight until tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m., Tesla's market value would surge explosively, reaching its limit. Enough of your drudgery. Lin Gu has truly redefined tedious. Let me update you on the financial matters. Zhou Chong said. We bought in at $498. If what you say is true and Tesla hits $1,100, your investment would rise from $2.8 billion to around $6.2 billion, netting a profit of $3.4 billion. At this point, Zhou Chong paused, then chuckled. I needn't mention that I'll be making a cool $400 million more than you, inching closer to the ranks of billionaires. You invested $3 billion. And it's a given you'll earn $400 million more than me. What is there to brag about? Lin Ming shook his head, laughing. Unbeknownst to him, this nonchalant conversation had left Lin Ku and Lin Chu in the backseat utterly stunned. The siblings exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. Lin Gu, the main reason I called is that Grandpa wants to see you, Zhou Chong said, dropping the playful banter. I've told you before. He holds your abilities in high regard and is grateful for your assistance with the wine incident. When will you return to Blue Island? Come over for tea. That sounds wonderful. I have something to ask for your help as well. Lin Ming replied, what is it? Zhou Chong perked up. Wow, my omnipotent brother actually needs my assistance. I'm honored. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. I plan to start a pharmaceutical company. And I've heard that the registration process can be quite tedious. I hope Uncle Zhou can facilitate the process for me, ensuring everything is above board while expediting the necessary permits. A pharmaceutical company, what is your motive? While the pharmaceutical industry is notoriously profitable, many wealthy individuals have gone bankrupt in this field. Zhou Chong frowned. Pharmaceuticals are a fast cash, burn fast industry, until a product gains public acceptance. One is bound to operate at a loss. Let us discuss it further when I return to Blue Island, Lin Ming said. Upon hanging up, Lin Chu suddenly hugged Lin Ming's seat from behind. Brother, was what that guy said true? You made 6 billion. To be precise, I only made 3.4 billion. The other 2.8 billion is my principal investment, Lin Ming replied with a smile. My dear brother, are you jesting? Over 6 billion if piled together, it would be a mountain, Lin Chu exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Ming glanced at Lin Ku in the rearview mirror, teasing, why so silent? Hurry up and praise your brother. Lin Ku pouted, what is the point of 6 billion? Even if it were 60 billion, you'd still make me eat in the cafeteria and sleep on the streets. Lin Ming, around 1 p.m. The three siblings arrived home. As soon as the engine was turned off, Lin Ming received a call from Xiangzhe. Lin Gu, the 2 Lamborghini Uruses you ordered have been loaded onto the truck and should arrive in Changguang City in about 2 days. However, since you don't have time to wait, I couldn't customize them. I'll have them select 2 higher spec models from the existing stock to send your way. Lin Ming nodded, that is fine. Send me your bank account number and I'll transfer the payment for the cars. Before Lin Ming could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. He was taken aback. Moments later, Xiangzhe sent him a voice message on WeChat, prompting Lin Ming to display a bemused expression. The voice message was simple, just one sentence. Zhou Chong said, I'm going to earn 600 million this time. Chapter 72. I have my elder brother to guide me in Lin Ming as foresight. This bottom fishing venture in Tesla should yield a profit of around 2.2 times DI. In other words, if Xiangzhe is set to earn 600 million, his investment cost would be 500 million. When Lin Ming had called him, Xiangzhe mentioned investing only 100 million. It appears that due to the fire incident at the Foresee shop, Xiangzhe has placed immense trust in Lin Ming, which led him to invest an additional 400 million. Xiangzhe's total assets are less than 1 billion, with most tied up in those Foresee shops and significant loans from the bank. Thus, it is evident that to muster 500 million, Xiangzhe truly risked everything. According to the official price listings, the 2 Lamborghini Uruses, without markup, should cost less than 1 million in total. Compared to the 600 million that Xiangzhe stands to gain, it is indeed a mere drop in the bucket. However, this is not a gift or trinket. Lin Ming felt a lingering discomfort at the thought of spending such a sum without reciprocation. At around 4:30 p.m. Qi Yufan and Lin Chengwa finally returned from the fields. The 3 Lin siblings were chatting at the door, and from afar, they could see their parents, covered in dirt yet laughing and chatting amiably. The once pervasive gloom on their faces had vanished completely. Mom's dad, Lin Ku was the first to rush over, taking the hoe from Lin Chengwa's hands. What are you two doing sitting here? The weather's getting cooler. Hurry back inside. Lin Chengwa chuckled, we're just enjoying the fresh air. Didn't elder brother say you shouldn't be working in the fields anymore? Why don't you ever listen? Lin Chu complained. Well, there is nothing to do, and your father and I are living a life akin to that of a paradise. Qi Yufan replied. Lin Chengwa beamed with pride and inquired, now that the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, why have you not returned to work? I assumed you would have already gone back. Lin Chu's face immediately radiated with pride as she replied, because we have an elder brother. Both Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan displayed confusion. Lin Chu then explained with a smile, Dad and Mom, our elder brother informed us that he plans to establish a pharmaceutical company and wants both me and urged to join him there. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Chengwa's eyes. He approached Lin Ming and suddenly patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have alleviated your parents' worries. Lin Ming's reformation and newfound prosperity filled Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan with immense relief. However, for parents, a child often represents a source of concern. Lin Chu and Lin Ku occasionally voiced their grievances about work, and while they would claim that all employees face similar challenges, their hearts were undoubtedly heavy with worry. Now, with Lin Ming inviting the siblings to work at his company, Lin Chengwa was, of course, elated. The elder brother was akin to a father. Lin Ming had truly embarked on this path. You may work at your brother's company, but you must not cause him any trouble. Understood? Qi Yufan feigned seriousness. Mom, do we have the audacity to do otherwise? Our elder brother has stated that we must eat in the cafeteria and sleep on the streets. And he won't even pay us, proclaiming that discussing money damages relationships. Lin Ke's expression was one of deep grievance. Ha! Both Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan burst into laughter. During dinner that evening, Lin Chu suddenly recalled Lin Ming's financial success. She leaned toward Qin Jia and said, "Sister-in-law, our elder brother is about to make a fortune again. Are you aware of this?" "Not at all," Qin Jia replied, puzzled. "We heard it in the car today. By tomorrow evening at the latest, he could earn several billion." Lin Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Qin Jia could respond, Lin Changhua interjected, "Did he not already earn nearly 3 billion before? This has been mentioned." "No, Dad, our elder brother has made an additional 3.4 billion on top of that," Lin Chu quickly clarified. Lin Changhua nearly choked. "So, you mean your brother now has over 6 billion, at this point?" The family's gaze was entirely fixed on Lin Ming, with only Xian Xian, who did not comprehend, continuing to eat her meal. "Approximately around 6.2 billion, Lin Ming replied with a smile. He had been pondering how to impress his parents. And his little sister had paved the way for him. "Your speed of earning is astonishing, billions at a time. Is it truly that exaggerated?" Chi Yufan found it hard to believe the concept of billions was so vast that, for ordinary folk like them, it was difficult to fathom. "Not every time do I earn billions. This recent turn of events has been fortunate, benefiting from those top-tier investments," Lin Ming explained vaguely. The others were not overly concerned with how Lin Ming had amassed his wealth. The process was irrelevant. What mattered was the outcome. All they needed to know was that their son, their elder brother, and their ex-husband had become a billionaire. "Yufan, go fetch me some flying mutai." Lin Changhua slammed the table. Chi Yufan reproached, "Must you drink again? That liquor costs nearly 10,000 per bottle. Can't you choose something else? With my son earning billions, what's wrong with my indulgence? This little rascal will soon be buying me even better." Lin Chinghua's pride swelled. Lin Ming chuckled, "Mom, those things are meant to be consumed. You should stop criticizing Dad. All those bird's nest and shark fin delicacies are good for beauty. Hurry and eat them before they expire." "They won't expire anytime soon." Lin Ming merely teased Chi Yufan with the notion of expiration, knowing she would never let them go to waste. Sigh, now the elder brother is the family's favorite. "My second brother and I no longer hold any allure." Lin Chu feigned a sigh. Chen Jia shot her a glance. "Isn't your elder brother also yours? In the hearts of our parents and your elder brother, you and Lin Ku are more important than anyone else. Am I not as important as my sister-in-law?" Lin Chu asked with a playful grin. Chen Jia's face flushed, instinctively glancing at Lin Ming. "Everyone is important, everyone is important." "Ha!" Lin Ming quickly interjected. Chen Jia averted her gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I am important. I am the most treasured darling in Dad's heart," Xian Xian shouted, holding a chicken leg, prompting a round of laughter from all. On September 12, Tesla's market value surged at a terrifying pace. From the moment the market opened, the roller coaster-like experience nearly sent countless investors into a frenzy. By 3 p.m., Tesla finally hit its trading limit, with shares reaching 100 in Blue Island City at Yilin Bay. When Tesla's stock price broke through the 1,100 mark, Su Jin and his companions wasted no time and immediately sold off their shares. There was no need to consider whether anyone would buy them. After all, this was a trading limit. A trading limit implies that, come tomorrow, if it doesn't continue to rise, it at least won't fall. Tesla's all-model price reduction strategy had propelled its market value to new heights within a single day, setting a record for the highest share price since its listing, as the shares were rapidly sold off. Su Jin and his companions slumped into their chairs, utterly exhausted. As traders, they had witnessed countless market fluctuations, but they had never encountered such an uncanny situation before. Su Jin opened a can of beer and gulped it down in a few swigs. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said, "Zhou Chong, where did you meet such a remarkable person? How did he know all of this? Are you still boasting to us?" Zhou Chong replied, tilting his chin upward. Su Jin shook his head. "The speed at which this money comes in is faster than robbing a bank. If this continues, you'll qualify for the young billionaires list. Don't worry, with my elder brother's guidance, I will eventually make it to the list," Zhou Chong said confidently. He then asked, "By the way, how much did you earn this time?" "About 30 million, since I didn't invest much and got scolded by my dad." Su Jin replied, "Only 30 million." Zhou Chong scoffed, looking at Su Jin and his companions with an air of superiority. "That's just a drizzle." Su Jin and his companions were left speechless. Chapter 73, Bank Call at 5:30 p.m. A notification of a bank deposit arrived on Lin Ming's phone. 6.18 billion. Upon seeing this message, Lin Ming was momentarily stunned. He then hurriedly ran to Qinjia. It's here, 6.18 billion. Jia, come quick," he exclaimed excitedly. To be honest, at that moment, Qinjia was not concerned about how much Lin Ming had earned. She was merely captivated by his childlike demeanor, instead of seeking out his parents first. He had come to her, something deep within her was stirred. Qinjia displayed a joyful smile that she had not worn in years. "Congratulations, Lin Ming, you have truly realized your dream of becoming a billionaire." Qinjia said softly. "No," Lin Ming retrieved his phone, stating earnestly, "My current dream is to win you and Xian Xian back." Qinjia smiled. "The dream may not be so easily realized. You will need to put in the effort." With that, Chen Jia went to the kitchen to prepare dinner with Qi Yufan, leaving Lin Ming standing there in a daze. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Chen Jia's beaming smile and the warm, gentle whispers that lingered in his ears. How long had it been? How long since Chen Jia had smiled at him like that, showing him such warmth? Lin Ming was uncertain what had touched Chen Jia, but he knew that if things continued as they were, he would eventually win back both mother and daughter. During dinner, Lin Ming suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" A middle-aged man's voice, polite yet formal, resonated on the other end. "Yes," Lin Ming replied, surprised by the man's courtesy. "Mr. Lin, I am the branch manager of the Blue Island City Industrial and Commercial Bank. My name is Yang Zushan." The man said with a smile. Lin Ming expressed his confusion. "Manager Yang, what is the purpose of your call?" "Mr. Lin, please rest assured that our bank has absolute guarantees regarding client privacy. However, the substantial amount you received has caused some anomalies in your account, which is why I took the liberty of calling you. Please do not misunderstand." Yang Zushan spoke cautiously. "All this money comes from legitimate channels. If you have any doubts, Manager Yang, feel free to investigate." Lin Ming furrowed his brow. "No, Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. I would never question the origins of your funds. The reason for my call is..." Yang Zushan, fearing Lin Ming might misinterpret his intentions, cleared his throat and continued, "I was hoping you would consider depositing some of your funds with us." Before Lin Ming could respond, Yang Zushan added, "Of course, our bank will offer you the highest interest rates, and we can also reserve a position for you with benefits equivalent to a full-time employee, making it easier for you to manage your funds. Should you wish to visit the bank, we can arrange transportation for you at any time." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming finally understood. They say that the wealthier one becomes, the more wealth one attracts, and that couldn't be more true. Once one's funds reach a certain level, even a bank manager is eager for you to deposit money with them, without even mentioning the interest rates. The mere prospect of a position that offers benefits comparable to that of a full-time employee is enough to make countless individuals envious. In today's society, numerous young people are clamoring for the opportunity to secure such a stable job at a bank. However, mere academic qualifications are insufficient. What is paramount is the presence of connections. In Lin Ming's case, as long as one deposits a modest sum with Yang Zushan, acquiring such a position becomes remarkably effortless. One can even lounge at home while receiving his salary and benefits, with the freedom to choose whether to show up or not. It appears that President Yang had this in mind all along. Lin Ming pursed his lips, contemplating. "However, I fear this may be quite challenging. My company requires substantial operational capital and is burning through cash at an alarming rate, which might disappoint President Yang." Yang Zushan quickly interjected, "Mr. Lin, I am well aware of the number of individuals you support and the tremendous contributions you have made to society. However, I do not intend for you to deposit all your funds with us. Just a small portion would suffice. Even 100 million would be acceptable. If that is too much, perhaps 80 million, or 60 million, or even 50 million. Lin Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. When did he ever contribute to society? Those who ascend to the position of bank president truly possess a silver tongue. President Yang, how about this? I will first compile a summary of my funds and then provide you with a response." Lin Ming also appeared quite courteous. "Respect begets respect." Yang Zushan gritted his teeth and stated, "Mr. Lin, the truth is that I have been assigned a savings target from above. That rascal Zhou Chong refuses to deposit his money with me, insisting on keeping it to continue collaborating with you, which is why I am reaching out to you." "Zhou Chong?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "President Yang, what is your relationship with Zhou Chong?" "Ahem, I am his uncle," Yang Zushan admitted sheepishly. Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Zhou Chong was brought up. It turns out he is that young man's uncle. In that case, I shall deposit 1 billion in a fixed term with you, President Yang, and then another 4 billion in a flexible account. However, when I need the funds, I trust you will not let me down." Lin Ming chuckled. It was evident that after Lin Ming finished speaking, Yang Zushan's breath became noticeably more rapid. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your assistance. When you return to Landau City, Yang will certainly pay you a visit." Yang Zushan exclaimed. "Haha, President Yang, you are too kind. Well then, Mr. Lin, please continue with your business. I will handle the deposit arrangements for you directly," Yang Zushan added. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chengwei immediately inquired, "President? Which president?" "The branch president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Landau hopes I can deposit some money to help him meet his targets." Lin Ming bit into a steamed bun. "A bank president is being so courteous to you. My son has truly made something of himself." Lin Chengwei sighed in genuine admiration. "Dad, you may not understand this." But Lin Chu interjected with reason. "Over 6 billion, if it were placed in the bank to earn interest, based on the current large deposit certificate rate of 4.2, that amounts to over 200 million in interest each year. Do you grasp what this means? Even among those so-called large companies or conglomerates, how many can achieve a net profit of 200 million in a year? I have seen in the news that in Landau City, where my elder brother works, there are not more than 30 enterprises that can reach 200 million in pure profit annually, and 200 million in bank interest averaged out, comes to nearly 550,000 a day. 550,000, the interest earned in a single day equates to the total income of an ordinary family over 6 to 7 years. By the end of her statement, Lin Chu herself was trembling with excitement. Lin Xinggua's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? 550,000 a day. Just hearing how much Lin Ming earns, he had a vague idea of the figure. However, after Lin Chu's clear explanation, he finally comprehended the magnitude of over 6 billion. Is this not absurd? Your mother and I toil in the fields for an entire year, and we barely scrape together 30 or 40,000. These wealthy individuals simply let their money sit in the bank and earn 550,000 a day. Lin Qianghua lost his appetite. Comparing oneself to others can truly be infuriating. Dad, the wealthy individuals you speak of are sitting right here. Why are you still upset with your son? Lin Ming remarked helplessly. I am not upset. Lin Qianghua faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Chen Jia laughed and said, Dad, this is precisely why Lin Ming does not want you both to toil in the fields, even if he only gave you the interest from the bank. It would suffice for your expenses, sufficient for expenses. Your mother and I hardly spend that much on groceries and wine, Lin Qianghua retorted. This remark elicited laughter from the siblings. Simple and kind-hearted individuals truly do not harbor ulterior motives. Lin Qianghua and Qi Yufan only considered their daily expenses and had never harbored other extravagant aspirations. Grandpa, you can still buy me toys and beautiful dresses, Xian exclaimed. Of course, I hold my eldest granddaughter dearest. Lin Qianghua beamed. Dad, Mom, how about we stop farming and just take it easy for a while? Lin Ming broached the subject again. Lin Qianghua hesitated. If we stop farming, what will your mother and I do? That land is state-issued for grain cultivation. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Lin Ming was truly at a loss for words. Why could they not comprehend? At that moment, Chen Jia suddenly said, Dad, we could lease out the land or lend it to others for cultivation. It won't go to waste. What Lin Ming and I mean is that Xian will soon be starting kindergarten. And both of us have our own commitments. We may not be able to take her to and from school. If you both come to Landau, you can help look after the child, allowing us to work with peace of mind. What do you think? Lin Ming abruptly turned to Chen Jia. What a considerate woman she is. She understood his discomfort and stepped forward to persuade his parents. He desperately wanted to embrace Chen Jia tightly and never let go. Chen Jia's words were indeed effective and reasonable, Lin Qianghua muttered. But you and Lin Ming are already divorced, and Xian is with you. If we were to care for Xian, what would that imply? Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was taken aback. The seemingly carefree man actually had his own little schemes. No wonder he had never agreed to his suggestions. He was waiting for Chen Jia to speak up. In that moment, Lin Ming suddenly found his father, who had always held an imposing presence in his heart, to be quite endearing. Sister-in-law, Dad is not wrong. If outsiders find out, it would not be good. Lin Chu chimed in. Chen Jia's face had turned crimson. She lowered her head for a while before finally saying, I will think about it. Lin Ming's heart swelled with joy. Chapter 74, a pleasant surprise. In truth, Lin Qianghua and Qi Yufan had always been concerned that Lin Ming and Chen Jia would not take proper care of Xian. From the moment Xian was born until Chen Jia began working, Lin Ming had never managed that household. Although Qi Yufan had considered taking care of the child, the reality was that Chen Jia lived in a rental unit with limited space. Most importantly, Lin Ming had been irresponsible, and Qi Yufan felt ashamed to face Chen Jia or their in-laws, Chen Anying and L Yunmei. Over the years, Qi Yufan had harbored a sense of guilt regarding Xian. Whenever she thought of Xian being home alone, barely eating well, her heart ached terribly. And now, everything had finally returned to normal. Even Chen Jia had suggested they come over to look after Xian. If they refused, it would likely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. The next morning, Lin Qianghua and Qi Yufan set out not to farm, but to visit friends. They entrusted the land to Lin Qianghua's old comrades while simultaneously bidding farewell to them. Landau City and Changwang City are in different provinces. It is likely they would only return during the Qingming festival in the new year. At 4 p.m., Lin Ming hung up the phone after speaking with Xiang Zhe. He looked at Lin Ku and Lin Chu, who were seated across from him, and smiled. Brother, your smile seems a bit sinister, Lin Ku remarked. Lin Chu added, eldest brother, why are you looking at us like that? We are not worth much. Even if you sold us, you wouldn't get much in return. Lin Ming rolled his eyes, ignoring the two of them. Shortly after, the rumble of a semi-truck echoed from outside. Shaking the house, Lin Ku frowned. There is no road on the east side of our house. How could a large vehicle come here? Lin Ming pretended to be unaware and said, it would be rather dull for Xian to run around alone. Why don't you take her to the front gate to play? Sure. Lin Ku and Lin Chu did not think much of it and nodded in agreement. Xian, let's go play with Aunt. Lin Chu lifted Xian, teasing her as they walked outside. About 5 seconds later. What the heck? A scream echoed in unison from the entrance. What happened? Chen Jia looked alarmed. She recognized Lin Chu and Lin Ku's voices and hurried to rush outside. However, Lin Ming held her hand, gently saying, I am buying some things for my younger siblings. You won't be upset, will you? Chen Jia paused. The reason a large vehicle has come is because you bought them something? Yes, 2 vehicles, Lin Ming nodded. Chen Jia finally understood why Lin Chu and Lin Ko had reacted that way. These two earn 3,000 a month at work and can only send you 2,000. Do you think I would be angry because you bought them cars? Chen Jia broke free from Lin Ming's grip, murmuring, besides, this is all your money, I have no say in it. Looking at Chen Jia's bashful demeanor, Lin Ming instinctively wanted to lean down and kiss her. At that very moment, Lin Chu's voice rang out again, elder brother, sister-in-law, come out quickly, come out and take a look. It was evident that she was eager to surprise them. Those two had indeed not spared any affection on her, Chen Jia remarked as she stepped outside. Lin Ming, however, could only manage a wry smile. Was it really the case that the younger siblings cherished their elder brother? It felt oddly incongruous. Fortunately, there was a vast expanse of open land outside Lin Ming's home, otherwise, the semi-trailer would have struggled to make its way through. At the entrance of the house, a large crowd had already gathered. Ever since the semi-trailer entered the village, people had been trailing behind until they reached this spot. To the east, there were no villages, so everyone understood that the semi-trailer would inevitably halt at Lin's home. There was no escaping it. The 2 vehicles it was carrying were simply too eye-catching. Many of the village's elders might not recognize what kind of cars they were, but the Mid-Autumn Festival had only just passed, and some young people had yet to return to work. They instantly recognized the 2 cars, Lamborghini. Oh my heavens, 2 Lamborghinis. What kind of Lamborghini? An elder inquired. Sir, this is Lamborghini, the brand of supercars. Oh goodness, are you not the least bit excited? Excited about what? What do I care about that? I'm just here to enjoy the spectacle. Sir, do you know how much one of these cars costs? At least 4 million. How much? 4 million. Together, these 2 would amount to nearly 10 million. Such was the nature of the older generation. While they might not recognize various items, their expressions would transform into a delightful and humorous array when they heard the price. The official price of a Lamborghini Urus ranges from 2.94 million to 3.29 million. However, anyone with a modicum of knowledge about cars would understand that cars of this caliber inevitably come with a markup, not to mention the additional costs of options, luxury car taxes, and so forth. Each one would ultimately exceed 4 or 5 million. Setting aside the price, the mere mention of Lamborghini sent waves of exhilaration through the hearts of the younger individuals in Lin Jialing. After all, who among the youth does not harbor a dream of owning a luxury car? It would be one thing to have just one, but here stood 2, one in deep ocean blue and the other in cherry blossom pink. Their sleek lines, resplendent bodies, and formidable exhausts were enough to leave the village's youth utterly spellbound. Even if these cars did not belong to them, they could hardly contain their excitement. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was their first time experiencing supercars up close. In contrast, Lin Chu and Lin Ko had transitioned from their initial screams of delight into a state of stupor. Surrounding the 2 Lamborghinis was a large transparent box adorned with inscriptions. Lincoln, may this car help you ride the winds and waves, forging ahead with courage. Lin Chu, may this car carry you beyond mountains and seas, fulfilling your dreams eternally. The voices around them faded into insignificance as Lin Chu and Lin Ko subconsciously tuned them out. All that lingered in their minds was the image of a figure that once seemed pitiful and resentful, yet was now heart-wrenching. At that moment, Lin Ming emerged from the house, unable to contain themselves any longer. Lin Chu and Lin Ke rushed into his embrace, one on each side. Brother, Lin Ming offered a reassuring smile. What I owe you both from the past, I shall begin to repay with these 2 cars. Alright, I don't want it. You are my brother, you owe us nothing, Lin Chu exclaimed loudly. Lin Ming affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Do you like them? Lin Chu wiped away her tears. Brother, these are Lamborghinis, cars I never even dared to dream of. Lin Ming burst into laughter. Now you need not dream anymore. I will buy it for you. Whatever you like, we shall get it. Lin Ke was even more speechless with excitement than Lin Chu. Unable to articulate his feelings, what's the matter? Are you so thrilled that your mouth is twitching? Lin Ming teased. Brother, when you asked me what car I liked a few days ago, were you planning to buy one for us? Lin Ke replied. He had expressed a fondness for supercars, and now Lin Ming had gifted him one. Lin Ming said nothing more, chuckling. At 28 years old, you both still cling to me like children. Aren't you afraid of being the subject of ridicule? Hurry up and give them a try. From now on, these 2 cars belong to you. At this moment, a designated unloading crew was already disembarking the vehicles. As Lin Chu and Lin Ke started the engines, the fierce roar of the motors ignited cheers from the surrounding youth. The village elders, however, merely observed Lin Ming, some with envy, others harboring quiet resentment. In previous years, Lin Ming had already become something of a celebrity in Lin Jialing. Whenever he appeared, who would not keep their distance? Who could have foreseen that he would suddenly come into windfall? Purchasing not 1 but 2 cars worth millions, Lin Ming chose not to comment on these people's reactions, recognizing that the issue lay within himself. Look at how happy they are. It's even more amusing than Xian Xian. Chen Jia remarked as she approached with a smile. To be honest, I was also thinking of buying you one, but Xiangze mentioned that these cars are uncomfortable to drive. They are merely favored by the youth. Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia shot him an incredulous glance. I'm only 3 years older than them. Am I not still youthful? Besides, why are you explaining this to me? I'm not your little sister anymore. I can't accept your gifts, then may I buy one for my daughter? Lin Ming leaned close to Chen Jia and whispered, I plan to get you a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in orange since I remember that as your favorite color. I don't want it, refuse it, and I may just take my own life. Chen Jia, chapter 75, I want to marry you again. As the clock approached 6 o'clock, the village's youth remained gathered around the two cars. Unwilling to disperse, everyone was familiar with Lin Ku and Lin Chu, exchanging questions and banter throughout the festivities. The siblings repeated a single phrase, brother bought these for us. It felt akin to boasting about a lollipop they received as children. Among them were a few of Lin Ku and Lin Chu's classmates and friends from their youth. They invited these individuals to sit in the cars but refrained from allowing them to drive. At this moment, Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan finally returned from their visit. Upon seeing the two cars neatly parked at their doorstep, Lin Chengguo immediately approached. Whose cars are these? Why are they parked at our house? Qi Yufan asked in confusion. Take a guess, Lin Chu replied with a beaming smile. How well did the old couple know their children? Don't tell me these are yours, Lin Chengguo inquired of father. Congratulations on guessing correctly. These are indeed ours. The excitement on Lin Kuo's face had yet to fade. These were bought by elder brother. They just arrived this afternoon. Aren't they handsome? Bought by Lin Ming, Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan exchanged glances. The cars certainly appeared expensive. How much did one cost? Qi Yufan asked. Aunt, these cars cost 4 to 5 million each, a young man shouted. Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan were left speechless. Just then, Lin Ming stepped out from the house. Father, mother, I was just about to call you. Jia has already prepared dinner. Let's head home for a meal, Lin Ming said. Did you buy these two cars? Millions for each? Lin Chengguo questioned. Lin Ming had anticipated that his parents would feel pained. He had not intended to reveal the true price, but it seemed they were already aware. He shot a glare at Lin Chu and Lin Ku, who looked equally aggrieved. They enjoyed them, and it was of no concern to him. Lin Ming could only shrug. Enjoy them, is liking something reason enough to buy it. I like airplanes too. Why don't you buy me one? Lin Chengguo huffed. If you want it, I can certainly arrange for that. Lin Ming replied with a grin. He could indeed purchase one for Lin Chengguo. A private helicopter would cost anywhere from 10 million to over 100 million. Lin Ming was certainly not financially constrained. Are you trying to drive me to the brink of madness? Lin Chengguo remarked as he walked towards the house. You just indulge those two, they will eventually be spoiled rotten by you. Lin Ming could sense that despite his father's words, he was not genuinely upset. They love cars, just let them have one. Spending several million on such items. Truly unnecessary. Qi Yufan also chimed in. Your father is right. You just indulge them, Mom, they used to spoil me. Now it's my turn to spoil them. It's only fair. Lin Ming scratched his head. Qi Yufan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Alright, you have the money. So you can say whatever you like. Lin Ming chuckled heartily. You two shouldn't linger here. Hurry home for dinner. There will be plenty of opportunities to see these cars in the future. Chen Jia's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, though Lin Ming had previously lacked the disposition to appreciate them. Dinner concluded amidst Chen Jia's repeated chiding. Lin Ming ate too hastily, nearly choking several times. As though he hadn't eaten in days, all while praising the meal in front of Qi Yufan, the self-proclaimed home chef, leaving Chen Jia feeling rather bashful. After dinner, Lin Ming received several phone calls. They were merely from people like Zhou Chong, Li Hongyuan, and Hong Ning, all of whom had profited alongside Lin Ming in the stock market, calling to express their gratitude. Xiang Zhe, seemingly apprehensive about Lin Ming bringing up the car expenses, did not call but sent a voice message of thanks instead. Then there was Han Shanyu, who had already boarded a flight back home. That night, Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan found it difficult to sleep. Having lived in the old house for nearly 60 years, the prospect of moving away is indeed bittersweet. Nevertheless, they are also filled with anticipation for their new life in Blue Island City. Lin Ming has earned sufficient wealth, and without the burden of material pressures, they are certainly not troubled. As for Lin Chu and Lin Ku, they are brimming with excitement about tomorrow, for the two of them will be driving to Blue Island City. The thought of the envious gazes from others sends waves of exhilaration through them. Ultimately, it is a matter of vanity, yet, on the other hand, if one were entirely devoid of vanity, they would not be human, but rather saints. Their flight is scheduled for 10 a.m. The Lin family rises early once again. After a brief tidying up, Lin Ku and Lin Chu set off in their car. Lin Ming, meanwhile, has been in contact with the local Mercedes-Benz dealership to arrange for a vehicle to be picked up at the airport. There is not much to pack, and should anything be lacking, they could simply purchase it in Blue Island City Eastern Airlines first class. This is the first time for Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan to board an airplane. The elderly couple appears both anxious and excited. Thankfully, Xuan's incessant chatter alleviates some of their apprehension. Lin Ming sits beside Chen Jia, leaning on her arm. Shall we buy a house? He proposes. What nonsense, if we don't buy a house? Where will my parents live? It's not that I don't want them to stay with me, but the rental place is simply too small and inconvenient, he explains. Chen Jia huffs in response. Then how do you propose we buy it? Lin Ming inquires further. This question momentarily stumps Chen Jia. What do you mean by how? Lin Ming chuckles. Just as I mentioned last time. One for the three of us and one for my parents. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. You first buy a house for my parents to live in, and Xian and I will remain in the rental. How can that be acceptable? Our parents have already moved to Blue Island City. Are we to leave Xian alone at home during the day? I assure you, the elderly couple would not be pleased, Lin Ming argues. Chen Jia purses her lips and then, after a moment, gazes directly into Lin Ming's eyes. After spending time together, I can see that you have indeed undergone significant changes. I do not know what has transformed you, but to be honest, I am relieved and happy not just for myself but for Xian and everyone who cares about you. However, Lin Ming, do you realize we are already divorced? This is not a trivial matter. It marks a crossroads in our lives. You abandoned this family for 4 years, and in the end, I chose to divorce you. Now, your transformation is not even 4 weeks old. Do you understand what that implies? I do not doubt your sincerity, and Xian genuinely cares for you, but we are not living solely for ourselves. I have my parents, my brother Chen Shang, and my relatives. They all know about my divorce from you. If I were to live with you now, what would they think? I am not afraid of the gossip from others. I know who I am, but I wish to see that same heartfelt pride on your parents' faces, the deep bond between you and Lin Chu and Lin Kuda. I hope you show them that you, Lin Ming, have truly changed for me, for Xian, for our family. At this point, Chen Jia's eyes redden, yet they remain fixed on Lin Ming's face. This marks the first time since their divorce that she has opened her heart so sincerely to him. The truth is evident, Chen Jia knows Lin Ming has changed, but does anyone else? If they were to remarry now, others would only perceive her as a materialistic woman, when Lin Ming was down and out. Chen Jia chose to divorce him, and now that he is wealthy she would choose to remarry. Those malicious tongues will not concern themselves with right or wrong, they will only propagate their own conjectures. Chen Jia does not care about the whispers of outsiders, yet she too has family, especially her hot-tempered brother, Chen Shang. Unless Lin Ming can truly win him over, what does it matter how much money Lin Ming earns? What she desires is a stable and warm home. Without her family's genuine support, she could never truly live happily. Lin Ming takes a deep breath, grasping the hand of this seemingly resilient woman, who is, in truth, profoundly fragile. Chen Jia does not resist, still gazing at Lin Ming. I apologize, I was too hasty and overlooked your feelings, Lin Ming says softly. I am fully aware of everything you have done for me. I promise you, until I have earned the approval of your parents and brother, I will not mention remarriage again. On one side are his parents and brother, on the other, Lin Ming and Xian. Chen Jia's predicament is truly a dilemma, yet, Lin Ming pauses before adding, but before that, you must not run off with another man. A laugh escapes Chen Jia, who was on the verge of tears. At his words, I am serious, Lin Ming insists earnestly. Back in college, you were the belle of the campus, and being with me drew so much scrutiny. A few years ago, I was foolish and failed to cherish you. But now I have come to my senses. I truly fear you may be taken by another man. Am I really that appealing? Chen Jia retorts, lifting her delicate nose. Of course, you are beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted. In my eyes you are the finest woman in the world, Lin Ming declares. What about Mom and Xian? Chen Jia teases, why bring up Mom and Xian? They are not comparable. Lin Ming's face twitches slightly. Seeing Lin Ming's flustered expression brings Chen Jia immense joy.do not laugh. After all, I, Lin Ming, have declared that no one shall take you from me, he says, puffing up in mock indignation. If someone were to offer me a Cullinan, especially an orange, I might truly consider running away with them. Chen Jia banters playfully. Buy it, we'll purchase it when we get back, Lin Ming exclaims, overjoyed. He had just brought it up that morning. Buy what? If you dare to secretly buy it for me, I will genuinely be angry, Chen Jia warns, glaring at Lin Ming. But you really need a car, it's not like you can't drive. Lin Ming replies helplessly. We will discuss the car later. Lin Ming, let us make a bet, Chen Jia suddenly proposes. What kind of bet? Lin Ming asks, puzzled. By the end of this year, if you can earn the approval of my parents and Chen Shang. Then Lin Ming's eyes widen, his breath quickening. Then I will remarry you, Chen Jia whispers. No, Lin Ming exclaims, causing Chen Jia to pause slightly. I want you to marry me again, in a grand ceremony blessed by all, so that the whole world envies us. I want you to marry me again. Chen Jia beams, her laughter vibrant and filled with joy. As they arrive at Changguang City, it is already 1:30 p.m. Lin Ming had hoped to grab a bite at the airport, but both Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan claim not to be hungry, so they head home instead. Zhou Chong has been waiting outside the airport and waves as Lin Ming and the others emerge. Brother Lin, upon seeing the extended version of the Range Rover behind Zhou Chong, Lin Ming smiles and asks, new car, of course, having earned so much. What is a car? Zhou Chong replies, then greets Lin Chenghua and the others. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan respond politely. Zhou Chong then expresses his confusion. Brother Lin, aren't uncle and aunt moving to Blue Island City? Why have they only brought so little? I specifically bought an extended version of the Range Rover for transporting things. Zhou Chong explains. Lin Ming rolls his eyes. That car costs nearly 2 million just to carry my stuff. You might not believe it, but it's true, Zhou Chong affirms seriously, then adds with a grin. Brother Lin, I also bought a Cullinan, but it's still on the sea and probably won't reach me for a few days. I always thought I was the nouveau riche, but now I realize you are the real nouveau riche. Lin Ming jokes, what is the point of earning money if you don't spend it? We are still young, we should enjoy our vanity while we can, otherwise, when we're old, we won't even have the desire to show off. Zhou Chong remarks his perspective aligns with Lin Ming's. When financially capable, why not enjoy life? As one ages, their mindset gradually changes. By the time they reach their parents' age, even if offered a Cullinan or a Lamborghini, they would likely lose interest in driving it. Everyone gets into the car. Zhou Chong inquires, where to brother Lin? To the Anju community, of course. Lin Ming replies. Zhou Chong is taken aback, thinking to himself that despite Lin Ming's wealth, he hasn't purchased a larger house. However, out of respect for Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan, he refrains from probing further. Just then, Lin Ming adds, when you have time, could you help me find a house? Money is not an issue, but the view must be open, preferably near the seaside, and the bigger, the better. Zhou Chong suddenly realizes Yilan Bay. Lin Ming is naturally aware of this premier villa area in Blue Island City, but he shakes his head. Let us not consider villas for now. I prefer something serene, even if the view isn't spectacular. Besides, I plan to develop my own place in the future. This last statement hangs in the air. All eyes in the vehicle turn to Lin Ming. Zhou Chong, brimming with excitement, exclaims, brother Lin, are you planning to enter the real estate industry? I do have that intention, Lin Ming affirms. My dear brother, let me join you. Please, Zhou Chong pleads eagerly. The display of acting cute astonished even Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan. Shouldn't a man exude a bit more masculinity? This fellow. Why is he so effeminate? Drive properly. Do you think I could ever forget you? Lin Ming blared. All right. Zhou Chong immediately felt reassured. He was utterly compliant with Lin Ming's directives, as if he were a soldier following orders. Indeed, Lin Ming harbored aspirations of venturing into the real estate sector. Many believe the real estate market is a bubble, poised to burst at any moment. However, for the nation, it serves as a crucial pillar of the economy. It would not easily collapse. Presently, the housing prices seem stable, and the government occasionally implements macroeconomic controls to curb any drastic surges in prices. Yet, Lin Ming foresaw that it wouldn't be long before numerous cities would experience consecutive spikes in housing prices. While these increments might not rival those of prestigious developments like the Zijinhua mansion, they would still yield substantial profits, sufficient to enable many faltering developers to turn their fortunes around. Lin Ming's objective was to seize the money from these individuals. Yes, it was indeed about seizing money. The economy inherently operates in a multifaceted cycle. Employees receive salaries, businesses attract customers, and projects collaborate. Isn't it all about acquiring funds from others? Whether one can obtain these funds, or how much one can acquire, ultimately depends on individual capability. For Lin Ming, who could foresee the future, this was undoubtedly not a daunting task. At around 3 p.m. Lin Ming's family returned to their rental apartment. After Zhou Chong helped carry things upstairs, he did not linger and promptly set off to find Lin Ming a house. Upon returning to the rental apartment, the atmosphere was entirely different from their previous visit. Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan wore smiles, while Xianxian joyfully bounced about. Chen Jia's face radiated happiness as well. After resolving matters with Lin Ming on the plane, Chen Jia had fully opened her heart. Having accepted Lin Ming, she had previously feigned coldness and distance, which had truly exhausted her. Lin Ming had come to understand that Chen Jia now recognized him, but the timing for their remarriage depended on when her family would relent. By the end of the year, watching Chen Jia bustling about, Lin Ming clenched his fists. Chen Jia, I will surely remarry you with everyone's blessings. Just then, Wang Lanmei emerged from her home upon seeing Lin Ming's family. She smiled and said, are you planning to stay for a few days after the festival? Aunt Wang, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan replied in unison, grateful and respectful towards Wang Lanmei for her years of care for Xianxian. The couple appreciated her immensely. Isn't it what Jia Jia said? Xianxian is about to start kindergarten, and both she and Lin Ming are busy, so they asked us to come watch over her. Lin Chenghua chuckled. Hearing this, Wang Lanmei turned her gaze towards Chen Jia. She noticed Chen Jia's cheeks were flushed, her head lowered in shyness. Even without thinking, one could surmise that Lin Ming's efforts during this time had not been in vain. Chen Jia had truly softened her heart. This is wonderful. Now we'll have someone to talk to in our old age, Wang Lanmei said, her expression one of contentment. Aunt Wang, we remember your kindness towards Xianxian over the years. Thank you, Lin Chenghua solemnly expressed. What are you saying? Xianxian brings us joy. We merely cook a few meals for her, it hardly qualifies as care. Wang Lanmei shook her head. Grandma, we're going to move soon. Daddy is buying us a bigger house, Xianxian exclaimed as she ran over. Wang Lanmei was momentarily taken aback, a wave of unmistakable disappointment washing over her. Nevertheless, she added, Lin Ming has started earning money. It is indeed time to move out. This place is too small. We can't stay here forever. Observing Wang Lanmei's dazed expression, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan felt a pang of sadness. The couple had 4 children. One abroad, 2 in other provinces, and the last one in Donglin province, but not in Landau city, only returning once or twice a year at most. Over the years, they had relied on Xianxian and Chen Jia for companionship. The thought of suddenly moving away was truly heart-wrenching. Grandma Wang, come with us. Lin Ming smiled. I mentioned before that I would buy you a house too. We could still live across the street. You little rascal, always joking. Wang Lanmei waved her hand. I'm not joking, Lin Ming replied earnestly. Grandma Wang, I was indeed a reckless fool in my earlier years, but I am not ungrateful. Your guidance, along with Grandpa Song's care for Xian Xian and Chen Jia, I have etched deeply in my heart. I may not know how to repay you, but I sincerely wish to see you both healthy and well each day when I open my door. That would suffice for me, da. I've lived here with Grandpa Song for nearly 30 years. It seems I will dot it settled then. Before Wang Lanmei could finish her sentence, Lin Ming interjected. Grandma Wang, you and Grandpa Song should prepare. We will likely be moving out early next year. There's a custom where we must stabilize the pot when moving. I remember your steamed buns looking the best. I will have to trouble you for those. Wang Lanmei stood there momentarily stunned. This boy.is serious. Chapter 77. The King of Hell and the Doctor. During dinner, Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan intentionally invited Wang Lanmei and her husband, although the living room of the rental apartment was not spacious. The gathering felt warm and cozy. There was no objection from Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan regarding the purchase of a house for Wang Lanmei. After all, the money was earned by Lin Ming, and Wang Lanmei's contributions over the past few years certainly warranted such a gesture. Moreover, Xian Xian appeared reluctant to part ways with Wang Lanmei and her husband Dai. In Xuanxuan's heart, Wang Lanmei had already become family. After dinner, Lin Ming declined Zhou Chang's offer to drive him home, opting instead to take a taxi to the Zhou family courtyard. Zhou Chong had mentioned several times that it was indeed time for Lin Ming to meet the esteemed elder Zhou. Such a principled leader, devoted to the well-being of the people, commanded Lin Ming's genuine admiration. Upon arriving at the Zhou family courtyard, Zhou Chong was already waiting at the entrance. Brother Lin, and Zhou Chong complained. I said I would pick you up, yet you insisted on taking a taxi. Do you think I'm stingy with that little bit of fuel money? Running back and forth wastes time. Don T, keep your grandfather waiting, Lin Ming replied. Then you can drive my Range Rover for now. What will you drive? Zhou Chong inquired. I still have the Q7, and besides, the Cullinan will arrive in a few days. Zhou Chang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before Lin Ming started earning, he had substantial assets, but he had never dared to consider a vehicle like the Cullinan. Alright, you can drive the Range Rover, let me use the Q7 for now. And I'll return it once I buy my own car, Lin Ming said without hesitation. Brother Lin, what kind of car do you actually want? Don't tell me you genuinely like the Q7. Zhou Chong asked helplessly. To be honest, I also fancy the Cullinan. Lin Ming chuckled. Then just buy one. I happen to know a salesperson at the Rolls-Royce dealership. Worst case, we can add a bit more money and have her squeeze one out for us. Otherwise it could take a long time to get one, Zhou Chong suggested. That sounds good, let's go check it out tomorrow. Lin Ming nodded. He had no intention of purchasing a car from Xiangzhe again, as that fellow often expected exorbitant payments. The Zhou family courtyard comprised old-style buildings, likely over a decade old. While not luxurious, it was serene, surrounded by towering trees that imparted an air of dignity. Zhou's grandfather, now in his 70s, had gray hair and age spots dotting his face, yet he stood tall, appearing remarkably robust, with a glint of sharpness in his somewhat clouded eyes, when Lin Ming spotted him. He was watering the plants in the yard. Elder Lin Ming greeted softly. Little Lin, you've arrived. Come take a seat. Zhou Wenyan set down his watering can and beckoned Lin Ming to sit. Perhaps it was his own confidence, but Lin Ming felt little anxiety in the presence of Zhou Wenyan. The elder possessed a natural affinity that if one were to encounter him on the street, who would guess he was the esteemed former governor of Donglin province? Taste my tea, it's freshly brewed. Zhou Wenyan smiled. Lin Ming responded with a grinning. Elder, you must have heard from Zhou Chong about me. I have little knowledge of tea, so I wouldn't dare claim any expertise. I enjoy chatting with young folks like you, straightforward and without ulterior motives. Zhou Wenyan laughed heartily. Zhou Chong sat beside Lin Ming, eagerly looking at Zhou Wenyan. Grandpa, you promised me you'd let my dad give Brother Lin the green light. Zhou Wenyan sighed with a wry smile. You little rascal, you can't contain your impatience. Even before we've had a proper conversation, learn from Lin Ming. Don't be so rash about everything. But you did promise me, Zhou Chong grumbled. All this time, it had been Lin Ming assisting him, and he genuinely wished to help Lin Ming in return. Zhou Chong, no need to rush, Lin Ming replied with a smile. I have long admired your grandfather's integrity and principles. It is a rare opportunity to meet him today. Let us not discuss other matters, even if we simply enjoy tea and chat here. That would be splendid. Look at how well-spoken little Lin is. Zhou Wenyan shot Zhou Chong a glare before offering to refill Lin Ming's tea. Lin Ming quickly took the teapot, saying, Elder, let me do it. Zhou Wenyan did not refuse and asked, I heard from Zhou Chong that you plan to start a pharmaceutical company. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. The pharmaceutical industry is far from the simplicity you might imagine. In my decades of experience, I have dealt with no fewer than 30 pharmaceutical companies, and yet fewer than 1 in 10 has managed to endure. Zhou Wenyan remarked, many companies are merely shell corporations, primarily engaging in economic transactions without genuine commitment to drug research. How many truly delve into the intricacies of pharmaceuticals? Lin Ming shook his head slightly, noticing Zhou Wenyan's silence. Lin Ming quickly interjected. Old master, please don't misunderstand. That was not my intention. Do you think I possess such a narrow mindset? Zhou Wenyan chuckled softly. You do speak a certain truth, yet there are indeed many who aspire to enter this industry. However, the pharmaceutical sector consumes capital at an alarming rate, leading many once ambitious individuals to ultimately bow down to reality. At this juncture, Zhou Wenyan paused momentarily before fixing his gaze upon Lin Ming, stating, "One cannot navigate this life without money. However, I hope you understand that money is not omnipotent, and there are many things far more precious than wealth." Lin Ming comprehended Zhou Wenyan's sentiment. He stated earnestly, "The fate of every individual rests in the hands of the King of Hell and the physicians. Since I cannot be the former, I shall choose the latter. While I do not claim to save the world, I can at least alleviate some of the burdens of patients in terms of their economic and health struggles." "Are you so confident?" Zhou Wenyan narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, I possess such confidence, this time." Lin Ming did not feign modesty. Pharmaceuticals should not merely serve as tools for profit. You must realize that the collapse of a pharmaceutical company entails far more than mere financial loss. It invites widespread resentment and condemnation from the public. Zhou Wenyan added, "Are you implying that you do not intend to allow Zhou Chong to wade through this murky water?" Lin Ming cast a knowing glance at Zhou Chong. "There are numerous ways to earn a living. I hope he chooses a path that I can admire." Zhou Wenyan replied. Zhou Chong wore a look of helplessness, clearly aware that Zhou Wenyan had already broached this topic with him. He dared not oppose Zhou Wenyan's wishes. "Old master, you have long occupied a position of power. I cannot presume to judge whether your views are right or wrong, but I can assure you that once my pharmaceutical company is established, you will undoubtedly regret not allowing Zhou Chong to join me," Lin Ming asserted. "Let us first enjoy our tea." Zhou Wenyan took a sip. The courtyard fell into a contemplative silence. Zhou Chong felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Lin Ming maintained an unwavering respect for Zhou Wenyan, yet he felt that the old master's words were perhaps too blunt. Zhou Chong genuinely feared that Lin Ming's youthful vigor might lead him to inadvertently offend the elder. "As long as you do not overstep the boundaries in matters concerning the pharmaceutical company, simply inform Zhou Chong, and the relevant departments will assist you in expediting the establishment process." After a brief pause, Zhou Wenyan finally spoke. "Thank you, old master." Lin Ming sighed with relief and continued, Cough, old master, since I am establishing a pharmaceutical company, I will certainly need my own factory. What should we do regarding the matter of land?" "You little rascal, are you trying to charm me?" Zhou Wenyan chuckled. Lin Ming scratched his head. "Old master, you may not be aware, but I have grand aspirations for this pharmaceutical venture, and in the future." Zhou Wenyan waved his hand. "I believe Mingli mentioned that several plots of land will be auctioned off in the coming days. You can check the specifics online, but be prepared, those plots do not come with any policy incentives or subsidies." Lin Ming's face brightened. "As long as I can acquire the land, I have no intention of seeking any incentives or subsidies. Surely, winning the favor of municipal or provincial leaders is worth the expenditure?" After discussing the pressing matters, Zhou Wenyan turned to a more personal topic. "How did you come to know about that batch of red wine Zhou Chong had?" Chapter 78. Madness unleashed. "If I were to claim I calculated it, would you believe me, old master?" Lin Ming replied with a wry smile. "From my perspective, I actually believe you, for when that batch of red wine was transported, Zhou Chong was indeed very discreet. Only he and his father were aware." Zhou Wenyan sipped his tea and continued, "However, this situation does seem rather fantastical. If you were an elderly gentleman in your 70s, I might not ponder it too much, but you are merely a 30-year-old youth." There was no need to elaborate further. Zhou Wenyan was evidently still skeptical of Lin Ming, even though Zhou Chong had already shared the details of the purple gold mansion, shorting Qiling, and bottom fishing Tesla. This left Zhou Wenyan bewildered. If one were to claim Lin Ming could genuinely predict outcomes, it would be hard for any reasonable individual to accept. Conversely, if he could not foresee, how then did Lin Ming come to learn these events in advance? The inquiries regarding the red wine could be attributed to Lin Ming's connections with foreign wine merchants. The matters surrounding the purple gold mansion could be explained by his associations there. But what of Qiling Motors and Tesla's stock? Could these simply be dismissed as coincidences? Explanations seemed futile. How could he possibly know about that 60-year-old lady causing a ruckus at the auto show? How could he have anticipated the audacity of the Qiling booth manager? How could he predict when the Qiling stock would plummet? How could he possibly know that Qiling's stock value would ultimately drop to 448 per share? Such precision was uncanny. To be frank, even Zhou Wenyan, with his seasoned demeanor, gasped upon hearing Zhou Chong recount these events. He found Lin Ming to possess an unsettling aura, yet, upon meeting Lin Ming today, Zhou Wenyan's thoughts began to waver. This young man before him bore no distinction from the ordinary. Aside from his handsome appearance, he was just another face in the crowd, regardless of whether the old master chose to believe it. Lin Ming stated, "This is indeed what I have calculated." He felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not very well tell Zhou Wenyan that he possessed the ability to foresee the future, lest he be whisked away for experimentation. In a moment, someone else will arrive. Coincidentally, he has encountered a troubling matter recently. If you could assist him, I would be greatly obliged, Zhou Wenyan said with a hint of amusement. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong interjected urgently, "Grandfather, what do you mean by that? You neither appreciate Lin Ji's entrepreneurial pursuits in pharmaceuticals nor believe in his predictive abilities. If this continues, the bond one have formed with Lin Gu will be completely undermined." Zhou Wenyan sighed, "Your Uncle Li has been so troubled lately that he can hardly sleep. I do not intend to put Lin in a difficult position. I merely think that if he truly possesses such abilities, it would be commendable to assist. Lin Gu is not a bodhisattva, he cannot help everyone," Zhou Chong retorted, displeased. "If Lin Ming finds it burdensome, then let it be." As Zhou Wenyan turned his gaze upon Lin Ming. Lin Ming, however, smiled and said, "Are you referring to Director Li Changqing from the Blue Island branch?" Zhou Wenyan was taken aback, his eyes suddenly sparkling with intense interest. In the next moment, he reigned in that excitement. "Clearly you have been keeping up with the news these past few days," Zhou Wenyan remarked, initially astonished by how Lin Ming knew the identity of the individual. He soon calmed himself, recognizing that the recent barrage of news had made it all too evident. Lin Ming chose not to elaborate further. It seemed he would need to perform exceptionally well to earn the trust of this former high-ranking official, while Zhou Mingli currently held the reins of power in Blue Island City. True authority still resided with Zhou Wenyan. If he could assuage the elder's concerns, the subsequent plans would proceed with much greater ease. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a police uniform, visibly fatigued, hurried into the courtyard. It was none other than Li Changqing, the head of the Blue Island Public Security Bureau. Old Master Li Changqing nodded to Zhou Wenyan and casually took a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea without ceremony. "You look as though you've just come off a long shift," Zhou Wenyan observed. "Don't even mention it. What does off-duty even mean anymore? Those scoundrels have thrown the entire Blue Island city into chaos. And I swear if I catch them, I would love nothing more than to execute them all." Li Changqing's expression was grim. "Uncle Li, what has happened?" Zhou Chong inquired, puzzled. "Haven't you seen the news?" Li Changqing countered. Zhou Chong quickly pulled out his phone and soon understood why Li Changqing was so anxious and furious. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a murder occurred in Blue Island City. According to reports, it was a case of burglary gone wrong. When the perpetrators entered the home, the family of three returned just in time. Were it only this singular case, it might have been manageable. However, shortly thereafter, two more major incidents occurred, executed in precisely the same manner as the first. Among these was a 70-year-old solitary elder and two children under 10 years of age agreed led to murder. The crime scenes were utterly horrific, the brutality of the acts was staggering. In contemporary society, such cases are rare even in Blue Island City, let alone across the entirety of Huagua. As the head of public security in Blue Island City, how could Li Changqing not feel the weight of this burden? Yet, more than his own position, it was the savagery of the criminals that incensed him. At times Li Changqing even entertained thoughts of resigning, opting instead to pursue these criminals as an ordinary citizen, returning the favor in kind. This, of course, was not a feasible option. Despite the mobilization of considerable police resources, the culprits remained elusive, and it was unrealistic to rely solely on Li Changqing's efforts. Two innocent children, how could anyone be so heartless? Li Changqing nearly crushed his teacup in anger. If their motive was truly monetary, why not simply steal the money and flee? They had already disguised themselves so thoroughly. What were they afraid of? A couple of children remembering their faces. What do children understand? Why were they so merciless towards those two innocent kids? Zhou Chong fell silent. He finally comprehended why the old gentleman had requested Lin Ming's assistance. These damned beasts truly deserve their fate. I saw on the news that there were 3 perpetrators in total, right? Zhou Wenyan inquired. Yes, 3. Li Changqing nodded, stating, after several days of investigation, we can basically confirm that the number of perpetrators is 3. Although they were all wearing masks at the time, judging by the figures captured on surveillance, they appear to be relatively young. The tools used in the crimes were also kitchen knives and hammers from the victims' homes. Uncle Li, were there no fingerprints? Zhou Chong also asked. They were all wearing disposable gloves and incinerated them afterward, Li Changqing replied, shaking his head. He paused momentarily and added, these individuals have already lost their minds. I now fear they may target other citizens. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong and Zhou Wenyan both furrowed their brows. Until the suspects are apprehended, the citizens of Blue Island City will remain in a state of unease. Given the brutal methods employed in these cases, it is truly difficult to ascertain whether they will engage in further heinous acts. Little Lin, Zhou Wenyan instinctively glanced at Lin Ming. At that moment, Li Changqing finally took notice of Lin Ming. Old gentleman, is this the person you mentioned you wanted to introduce me to? Li Changqing asked. Yes, Zhou Wenyan nodded slightly. Hello. Li Changqing, with a troubled expression, greeted Lin Ming before descending into deep contemplation. At present, he was utterly devoid of appetite or desire for tea. Director Li, Lin Ming suddenly spoke up. The number of perpetrators should be 5, correct? Chapter 79. The situation is urgent. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, Zhou Chang's body jolted. Immediately afterward, he exhibited a look of unrestrained joy. Since Brother Lin has spoken, this matter must surely be manageable. Zhou Wenyan was also observing Lin Ming, but unlike Zhou Chong, his expression was filled with confusion. Uncle Li, don't be dazed. Brother Lin has spoken, Zhou Chong called out to Li Changqing. Only then did Li Changqing awaken from his reverie of thoughts. What did you just say, Director Li? I said there are not 3 suspects, but 5, Lin Ming asserted. This time, his tone was not one of questioning but rather filled with conviction. How do you know? Li Changqing inquired. I calculated it, Lin Ming replied. Li Changqing furrowed his brow. The reason he visited the Zhou family estate today was that Zhou Wenyan had summoned him. He had heard a bit about Lin Ming from Zhou Wenyan, but the latter had not mentioned any earnings, only alluded to Lin Ming's abilities. To be frank, Li Changqing found this to be absurd. Yet, out of respect for the old gentleman, he couldn't express his skepticism over the phone and had to comply with the old gentleman's wishes. It was precisely because of his disbelief, compounded by his ongoing contemplation of the clues surrounding these cases, that he initially disregarded Lin Ming. Now, upon hearing Lin Ming's assertion, Li Changqing felt not a shred of joy. Instead, he grew increasingly irritable. Young man, this is a homicide case, not a game. Do you understand? Li Changqing stated. If it were merely a game, I wouldn't be discussing it with Director Li, Lin Ming replied. An unnameable anger surged within Li Changqing. Already overwhelmed by these cases, this fellow was taking advantage of Zhou Chang's trust to deceive both himself and the old gentleman? Old gentleman, I have other matters to attend to, I must take my leave. Li Changqing, unable to express his frustration in front of Zhou Wenyan, stood up intending to depart. Wait a moment, Zhou Wenyan called out. What's the rush? Are you going to solve the case by returning now? It wouldn't hurt to listen to little Lin's analysis, would it? Li Changqing gritted his teeth. Analysis? What can he analyze? Clearly, there are 3 suspects. And he suddenly claims there are 5. Do you think our police department is idle? After saying this, Li Changqing turned to Lin Ming and continued, we have tirelessly investigated for 3 days and nights, confirming that there are 3 suspects. The surveillance footage is right there. Do you really think you can fool Zhou Chong and toy with us? By the end, Li Changqing's voice had risen to an earshout. Unable to contain himself, how had Zhou Chong been so easily swayed by such a charlatan? Director Li, I can understand your current feelings. As a diligent public servant, you must be feeling frustrated and angry due to these 3 cases. But let me be frank, I am not the kind of fraud you think I am. There are indeed 3 suspects, but 2 of them have been concealing themselves in places not captured by the surveillance. Lin Ming patiently explained. How do you know? Li Changqing asked again. Lin Ming did not respond but stated, tonight, the suspects will strike again. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing's body trembled violently. This was precisely what he was most concerned about. If I am not mistaken, Director Li should reside in Central Garden. Your son has a piano lesson at 8 p.m. that concludes at 10, correct? Lin Ming continued. How do you know? This marked the 3rd time Li Changqing posed this question. Yet while the previous 2 inquiries were laced with skepticism and impatience, this time he was filled with astonishment. His residence was not a secret. Many were aware of it, but how did Lin Ming know that his son had a piano lesson from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m.? Lin Ming articulated each word deliberately. The next target of those perpetrators is your home. With this declaration, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Zhou Chong and Zhou Wenyan stared at Lin Ming, their faces etched with disbelief. Only Li Changqing, with a grim expression, uttered, they intend to target me. No, they truly do not know that it is your home. To them, it may simply appear to be an empty house without a man returning for several days, making it an easy target, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Li Changqing inhaled sharply. Since the onset of the case, he had not returned home even once, not even spending the Mid-Autumn Festival there. There are numerous places devoid of men, such as those who work away from home for extended periods. Why would they specifically choose my house? Li Changqing remained skeptical, or perhaps he was unwilling to accept the truth. If I were to say it is Director Li's luck that is favorable, would Director Li take offense? Lin Ming smiled wryly. The truth was indeed as such. In his foresight of the future, there was no discernible pattern of the suspect's actions, nor was there any intentional targeting of individuals. That Li Changqing's wife and child might encounter them was purely a matter of coincidental fortune. Had Lin Ming not arrived at the Zhou family estate today, the fate of Li Changqing's family would have been dire. Following this incident, the suspects would go on to commit 2 more crimes before being apprehended. You are not deceiving me, are you? Li Changqing's expression darkened dangerously. You deploy the police force. Lin Ming took a gentle sip of tea. At 11 p.m. tonight, the suspects will knock on your door, and at that time, your wife will be taking a shower, and it will be your son who answers the door. At such a late hour, they would knock rather than pick the lock? Do they truly believe someone will open the door for them at this hour? Li Changqing's pupils began to constrict. Your home has a fingerprint lock. They cannot pick it, which is why they will opt to knock. Lin Ming explained, and if you are deceiving me, Li Changqing fixated his gaze on Lin Ming. Lin Ming shrugged. It is already nearly 8:30 p.m. If Director Li does not deploy the police soon, it may be too late. It would be best for you to wear plain clothes and ascend from the underground parking garage without entering the house, as those suspects have already scouted the area and would easily detect you. Oh, by the way, Lin Ming seemed to recall something and added, there are 3 motorcycles parked at the back entrance of your community. There's no need to check the license plates, they are all stolen. One of the other two suspects that you have yet to discover is waiting by the motorcycles, while the other is concealed in the fountain pool behind the community. Seeing Lin Ming articulate this with such clarity, a sense of foreboding began to rise within Li Changqing. At that moment, he was torn out. He did not want to believe Lin Ming's words, yet he was deeply concerned for the safety of his wife and child. After a moment of silence, Li Changqing stated, "If I truly mobilize the police force and the reality does not align with your claims, then I, Li Changqing, will become the laughingstock of all Blue Island City. Countless people will accuse me of exploiting public resources for personal gain during this time of widespread fear. I, Li Changqing, have labored diligently to this point, and while I do not dare to aspire for eternal fame, I have at least conducted myself with utmost propriety and never neglected my duties. If I make a misstep today, I would die unable to face the nation or the people. Do you understand?" Lin Ming rose, gradually making his way toward the exit. "Old gentleman, please rest early. I must take my leave." Zhou Wenyan remained in a daze, unaware of when Lin Ming had departed. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself alone in the courtyard. Chapter 80, Li Changqing's heart full of dread. 9 p.m. Central Garden Community. At this time of autumn, the number of people strolling downstairs had dwindled significantly. Although some lights were on in the community, nearly no one could be seen at the entrance, save for 2 security guards seated in the booth. Private cars entered from the underground garage. Around 10:40 p.m., a group of drunken men staggered into view, reeking of alcohol and supporting one another. "I told you I would treat today. Why are you being so stubborn?" One of the middle-aged men in a suit cast a casual glance at the fountain pool behind him. In his usual manner, he would drive directly to the underground garage, and even on the rare occasions he chose to walk into the community, he paid little attention to the fountain pool. The pool was circular, the fountain long since turned off, and only about half a meter deep, with water flanking the fountain were various potted plants, obstructing a significant portion of the pool's view. It was during this seemingly casual glance that the heart of the middle-aged man Li Changqing leapt violently in his chest. Wearing what appeared to be corrective night vision glasses, he could distinctly see that behind one of the potted plants in the fountain pool, a figure was crouched down. Although the features were not clearly discernible, he sensed that the individual was also fixated on him and his companions. His very soul felt as if it might leap from his body. Nevertheless, Li Changqing, with a hearty laugh, exclaimed, "Let's agree, next time it's on me, and you mustn't try to snatch it from me again." "Fine, no snatching, then we shall feast heartily on you next time." As they spoke, the group gradually moved away. Upon entering the building, Li Changqing's complexion turned ashen. "Director Li," a companion steadied him, "is there really someone behind that fountain?" Li Changqing's face turned cold as he nodded slightly. "Then I'll notify the brothers," the man promptly declared. Li Changqing's expression became grave. "We've waited long enough for them. We mustn't act rashly this time. I shall ensure these scoundrels face justice." After speaking, Li Changqing hurriedly led his team to the elevator residing on the 10th floor of Unit 1. They took the elevator to the 14th floor before exiting, after pressing the buttons for the 17th and 20th floors. They stepped out of the elevator and proceeded along the safety corridor of Unit 2, arriving at the fire escape adjacent to his home. Bathed in moonlight, they could clearly observe everything at the entrance of Li Changqing's residence. Time passed slowly. Cold sweat beaded on Li Changqing's forehead as he occasionally glanced at his watch. When the time struck 10:58, suddenly 3 shadows emerged from the safety corridor of Unit 1. Each of them donned a mask. Unlike the masks used in previous crimes, this time they wore cartoonish ones. This scene caused Li Changqing's heart to momentarily cease its beating. In his ears, Lin Ming's words from the Zhou family courtyard echoed. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals, armed with tools of unknown origin, attempted to pry open the fingerprint lock of Li Changqing's home but ultimately failed. 2 minutes later, at precisely 11:00 p.m., one of them raised a hand and knocked on the entrance door. Knock, knock, knock. Each palm strike felt like a hammer against Li Changqing's heart. "Who is it?" A crisp yet familiar voice rang out from within. "I'm a friend of your father. He asked me to bring you some chocolate. Please open the door for me," the knocker replied. This statement lacked even the slightest finesse and deception, yet the word chocolate held immense allure for a child. "Don't open, don't open." Cold sweat streamed down Li Changqing's face. His son clearly could not hear his warnings. Moments later, a beam of light shone through the crack of the door. The entrance swung open. In that instant, attack! Li Changqing's roar shattered the stillness of the night. He could already envision the malevolence hidden beneath their masks. With a resounding crash, the 3 masked figures burst through the door of Li Changqing's home. However, before they could take another step, tranquilizer darts struck them one after another. Simultaneously, a dozen plainclothes officers surged from the shadows, subduing all 3 individuals. Li Changqing rushed to his son's side, scooping him up in an embrace. "Daddy," his son, still disoriented, inquired, "did you bring me chocolate?" Tears welled in Li Changqing's reddened eyes. This stalwart man could no longer contain himself. He could not fathom the dire consequences had he not heeded Lin Ming's advice that day. Thank heavens, thank heavens. He placed his son back inside the house and unleashed a furious kick upon the 3 captives. Though he harbored murderous intent, he understood the law's constraints. No matter how infuriated he felt, he must surrender them to justice. Director Li Chun and the others have completed their mission. All 5 suspects are accounted for. A subordinate reported. Li Changqing finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, witnessing these events firsthand. His admiration for Lin Ming surged to unfathomable heights. Director Li, is your wife and child unharmed? The subordinate inquired as he attempted to enter the house. Li Changqing hurriedly blocked their path. They are fine, you needn't come in. The subordinates paused, puzzled by Li Changqing's unusual demeanor. How could they know that his wife was currently taking a bath? After ushering the subordinates out, another question arose in Li Changqing's mind. If Lin Ming was aware that his wife was bathing, did that mean Lei Yufin and Lin Changhua had taken refuge in Chen Jia's rental apartment? While Lin Ming had been sent back to his own rented space, there was simply no other option. At 6 a.m., Lin Ming awoke, completing a 1.5-hour morning run before returning to his apartment for a shower. Just as he intended to buy breakfast for his family, an unfamiliar phone call abruptly came through. Lin Ming smiled as he answered. Congratulations, Director Li, on solving a major case. On the other end, Li Changqing remained silent for a moment before responding. From the perspective of the people, I thank you for providing the information that allowed us to apprehend those scoundrels. On a personal note, thank you for saving my wife and child's lives. Director Li, you are too polite. Contributing to societal stability is a duty we all share, regardless of whether or not it involves your family. I would have intervened and must intervene, Lin Ming replied. This was no empty rhetoric. Any person with a modicum of conscience would not allow criminals to run rampant if they had the capacity to act. I'm not particularly eloquent, but thank you once again. I apologize for any previous indiscretions. Please don't take them to heart, Li Changqing said solemnly. Given his position, he could not afford to make casual promises like Zhou Chong and the others. However, Lin Ming could somewhat grasp Li Changqing's sentiments. Director Li, can I assume that we now have someone in the station? Lin Ming chuckled. Li Changqing did not respond but posed another question. Actually, I have one more question for you. What question? Have you seen my wife in her entirety, Lin Ming? Chapter 81. Another business opportunity arises. When Lin Ming arrived at the Anju community, Chen Jia had already left for work, after having breakfast with Lin Changhua and his wife. And their granddaughter Xianxian and Zhou Chong arrived just in time. Upon returning from the Zhou family courtyard last night, he had indeed driven Zhou Chang's Q7. The two had agreed to visit the Rolls-Royce dealership today to place an order for a vehicle. Zhou Chong, I heard all about last night's events. Early this morning, the Blue Island Daily reported that the Blue Island Public Security Bureau apprehended 5 suspects in the Central Garden, Zhou Chong remarked while driving. Yes, Director Li has already called me, Lin Ming replied. Brother Lin, you're truly impressive. If you hadn't gone to my house last night, I can hardly imagine what could have happened, Zhou Chong expressed. Shuddering at the thought, just as Director Li's family was spared, much like you once trusted me, they were saved from disaster, Lin Ming chuckled. Uncle Lin, having a son later in life makes a person more anxious. If those suspects had truly succeeded last night, he would have gone mad, Zhou Chong sighed. Lin Ming chose not to dwell on the matter but rather said, I have a business opportunity here. Would you like to join me? What business? Zhou Chong immediately perked up. Before Lin Ming could speak, Zhou Chong added, Brother Lin, please don't take what my grandfather said to heart last night. He has seen too many profit-driven individuals. And most in the pharmaceutical industry fit that mold. His comments were more of a warning than a reflection of his true feelings. I understand, Lin Ming nodded, although it was their first meeting. He was well aware of the type of person Zhou Wenyan was and would not let it bother him. Eventually Zhou Wenyan would come to see the truth about Lin Ming's pharmaceutical company. During my last visit to the Hong Ning Hospitality for dinner, I discovered that the seafood industry is incredibly lucrative. Perhaps we should venture into it. Lin Ming lit a cigarette. Seafood? Zhou Chong was momentarily taken aback. Brother Lin, how do you plan to do that? Set up a seafood wholesale market? Not quite. I want to become a seafood dealer, Lin Ming replied as Zhou Chang's lips twitched in disbelief. Brother Lin, how much money can a seafood dealer really make? Besides, we are now respectable individuals. It doesn't quite suit us to be seafood dealers, does it? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. It seems the profits from the stock market have inflated your expectations. Such opportunities do not present themselves daily, otherwise, we could just lie at home and become billionaires. Zhou Chong scratched his head. I wouldn't say I'm inflated, but seafood dealing is small scale. The money doesn't come quickly. I might as well just deposit the money in the bank for interest. While it is true that most seafood dealers operate on a small scale, what if I were to consider leasing a fishing area? Lin Ming suggested. At that moment, the traffic light turned red, and Zhou Chong slammed on the brakes. Take it slow, Lin Ming admonished. Leasing a fishing area? I knew it. Brother Lin, your intentions are far from being a simple seafood dealer. Zhou Chong stared intently at Lin Ming. Based on Zhou Chang's understanding of Lin Ming, he certainly would not become a seafood vendor without reason. His remarks about the money comes too slowly. It's just small-time antics, were merely a reflection of Lin Ming's sentiments. You seem to know me quite well, Lin Ming replied with a smile and a shake of his head. First, we will lease the sea area. Then resell seafood, and eventually cultivate sea cucumber seedlings, before finally selling off the entire area. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang's heart began to race once more. He understood that Lin Ming's ultimate goal was to sell that piece of ocean. However, the fact that Lin Ming dared to speak of reselling seafood and cultivating sea cucumber seedlings indicated that there was certainly profit to be made, setting aside the resale of sea cucumbers. The seedlings are typically a specialty of Daxing City, the largest sea cucumber cultivation base in the country, supplying over 70% of the sea cucumbers. In this regard, a nearly flawless industrial chain has already formed. Zhou Chong paused for a moment before continuing, competing with Daxing City for sea cucumber clients might not be in our favor, it is all in human effort, destiny is predetermined. Blue Island City, being a coastal city, holds a natural geographical advantage, with water quality far superior to that of Daxing City. What makes you think we cannot compete with those sea cucumber cultivators from Daxing? Lin Ming confidently countered. Moreover, most of Daxing City's cultivation consists of finished sea cucumbers, while we will be cultivating seedlings, which are not mutually exclusive. Brother Lin, tell me honestly, are the sea cucumber cultivators in Daxing City about to face misfortune? Zhou Chong inquired. Go away. Lin Ming chuckled playfully. Zhou Chong, slightly embarrassed, replied, I can't help but think this way, every time we make a profit someone has to suffer. I'm almost used to it. Isn't the Zijing Huafu also facing hardships? Didn't their housing prices skyrocket? Lin Ming retorted, but if we don't sign those deposit contracts, Dingshang Real Estate could earn an additional several billion. Zhou Chong countered. Lin Ming was momentarily amused by his friend's response. Yet, he had to admit that Zhou Chong had a point. The reason Lin Ming focused on cultivating sea cucumber seedlings was that soon Daxing City would experience a massive die-off of sea cucumbers. This winter would be particularly harsh for Daxing. The specific reasons remained unclear to Lin Ming. Beyond the heavy snowfall, it was likely related to water quality. Sea cucumbers are quite sensitive and require consistent medication for nourishment. And these very medications are the primary cause of water pollution. Many had already discerned this issue, but no one knew when the sea cucumber cultivators in Daxing City would fall victim. Following the collapse of Daxing City's sea cucumber industry, other coastal city sea cucumbers would naturally become highly sought after. Whether it be seedlings or finished sea cucumbers, prices would surge dramatically, with seedlings seeing the most terrifying increases. Regardless, I won't worry too much about that. Why dwell on it? Following Brother Lin will surely lead to wealth, Zhou Chong exclaimed, shaking his head. You know many people. You could establish good relationships with the sea cucumber buyers in Daxing in advance. So we won't be floundering around looking for clients later. Lin Ming suggested. Brother Lin, you may not know, but I have a relative involved in the sea cucumber industry in Daxing City. Zhou Chong raised an eyebrow. Lin Ming stared at Zhou Chong in astonishment for a moment before finally saying, You have a lot of relatives. Is it my fault to have many relatives? You should ask my grandparents about that. Zhou Chong retorted. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. What kind of relatives? Are they reliable? My third uncle. What do you think? Is he reliable? Zhou Chong replied. Perfect. When we arrive at the Foresee dealership, give him a call. And let's start stockpiling dried sea cucumbers, whatever quantity we can manage. Lin Ming instructed. Why stockpile dried sea cucumbers? Aren't we supposed to cultivate sea cucumber seedlings? Zhou Chong asked in confusion. Just do as I say and stop asking so many questions. Additionally, they must be of quality assurance, and all sourced from Daxing City. We don't want any from Sanhai City, they won't sell. Lin Ming emphasized. Zhou Chang's expression turned serious, whether for cultivating sea cucumber seedlings or stockpiling dried sea cucumbers. He could foresee one thing: the sea cucumber cultivators in Daxing City were about to face misfortune. What constituted misfortune for them? The collapse of the sea cucumber market. Chapter 82, hundreds of thousands in minutes. It would take about another 20 minutes to reach the Foresee dealership. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and instructed Zhou Chong to call Hong Ning, Xiang Zhe, and Han Changyu while he himself dialed Li Hongyuan. It wasn't that Lin Ming felt compelled to involve these individuals in his financial endeavors. Rather, the steps ahead were monumental, and Lin Ming truly lacked sufficient capital on his own. The pharmaceutical company would soon complete its processes, with a land auction scheduled in a few days, followed by factory construction and equipment purchases. Just this alone would require a significant sum of money. Subsequently, there would be the leasing of sea areas, stockpiling of dried sea cucumbers, and the construction of sea cucumber facilities, among other expenses. To be honest, the several billion Lin Ming held could only be considered a drop in the bucket. Upon hearing Lin Ming's intention to stockpile dried sea cucumbers, Li Hongyuan nearly jumped with excitement. This immediately reminded him of the time he stockpiled the renowned Feitian Mutai. Although that venture only earned him several tens of millions, which paled in comparison to the 3 billion he made in the stock market, it fundamentally represented his true starting capital and was when he first placed his trust in Lin Ming. Therefore, without any further ado, he simply said 2 words: transfer funds. Whatever the amount was, he would transfer it all to Lin Ming. Lin Ming himself was too lazy to manage this money, especially since he had Xiang Zhe, Hong Ning, and the others. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming turned to Zhou Chong and said, Why don't we establish a company and hire an accountant? Zhou Chong immediately understood Lin Ming's intention. Earlier, Hong Ning and the others had also mentioned transferring their funds to his account, This was clearly a hands-off approach, and it was weighing heavily on him, even more so than Lin Ming. "I'll take care of that later," Zhou Chong replied, then added, "Brother Lin, isn't your sister arriving in Blue Island soon? Shouldn't we have her come in as the accountant that works?" Lin Ming nodded. He had previously discussed Lin Ku and Lin Chu's situations with Zhou Chong. Lin Ku was studying medicine and could work at the pharmaceutical company, while Lin Chu had been studying accounting, making her far more adept at managing finances than Lin Ming and Zhou Chong. Calculating the time, the two should arrive in Blue Island by afternoon. The Rolls-Royce truly exemplifies the pinnacle of automobiles. Although the Foresee dealership showcased only a few display cars, its spaciousness and luxurious decor were commendable. Zhou Chong had already contacted his sales representative for the car purchase, but when Lin Ming saw the individual, he was taken aback. Similarly, the sales representative displayed astonishment. Blue Island City is indeed small. Lin Ming shook his head with a wry smile. The sales representative was none other than Zhang Pingping, Chen Sheng's girlfriend. "Brother Lin, do you know each other?" Zhou Chong asked. Puzzled, Lin Ming nodded. "She's my brother-in-law's girlfriend." "Damn, this is like a flood washing over the Dragon King's temple. One family fails to recognize another," Zhou Chong exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Mr. Zhou, you and Mr. Lin." Zhang Pingping looked at Zhou Chong. "This is my brother." Closer than a biological brother, Zhou Chong introduced. Zhang Pingping appeared somewhat confused. Based on what Chen Shang had told her, Lin Ming was someone she would never expect to meet at Zhou Chang's level. Yet, why did Zhou Chong look so proud when introducing Lin Ming, as if having someone like Lin Ming as a brother filled him with immense pride? "Have you been working here all along?" Lin Ming inquired. "No, I've only been here for less than a week. Mr. Zhou is my first client," Zhang Pingping replied, shaking her head. Lin Ming chuckled. "Then I must be your second client. Are you planning to make me stand here?" "Are you looking to buy a car?" Zhang Pingping asked, momentarily taken aback. Lin Ming shrugged. "Is that a problem?" Zhang Pingping's eyes widened as she pointed at the Foresee dealership. "You want to buy a Rolls-Royce?" If anyone else had said such a thing, Lin Ming would have certainly thought them to be looking down on him. However, Zhang Pingping could comprehend the situation, perhaps in her and Chen Shang's eyes. He was still that aimless, drunken gambler. "Yes, I want to buy a Rolls-Royce," Lin Ming affirmed as he stepped into the dealership. Zhou Chong followed closely beside him, whispering, "Brother Lin, why do I feel like your future sister-in-law doesn't quite believe you? Regarding my circumstances, my in-laws and my brother-in-law are still unaware, so it's not surprising that she doesn't believe me," Lin Ming replied as Zhou Chong suddenly realized. "That makes sense. Brother Lin, your progress has been rapid. It hasn't even been a full month, has it? If someone told me they made billions in just over half a month, I would have laughed in their face." Zhou Chong was well aware of Lin Ming's past and understood why Zhang Pingping found it difficult to believe him. It wasn't until Lin Ming and Zhou Chong entered the store and took a seat that Zhang Pingping finally reacted. However, instead of joining them, she took out her phone and called Chen Shang. "Miss me," Chen Shang teased. "A few days ago, I mentioned that a big client ordered a curry naan from me. Guess who it is?" Zhang Pingping's heart raced. "Who?" Chen Shang asked, puzzled. "It's your brother-in-law's friend," Zhang Pingping replied. "What brother-in-law? Don't mention that scoundrel. Just thinking about him makes me angry," Chen Shang huffed. "It's true." Zhang Pingping glanced back at the dealership, where she saw Lin Ming and Zhou Chong chatting and laughing. "He was just here, saying that he wants to buy a Rolls-Royce. Ha, are you trying to make me die of laughter?" With his demeanor, he could never afford a Rolls-Royce. He probably can't even buy a single mirror. Chen Shang paused before adding, "He wouldn't be trying to show off by coming over just because he knows you're here, would he? Desiring to masquerade as a wealthy individual. I ponder whether this fade would earn my parents' approval of him and rekindle my sister's affections." The more he spoke, the more Chen Shang found this reasoning compelling, his tone gradually rising in indignation. "Damn Lin Ming, does he truly consider my family to be so superficial? If my sister were indeed enamored with wealth, why then did she marry him in the first place? Given my sister's attributes, what kind of man could she not attract?" Previously, Lin Ming had delivered a substantial gift to the Chen family, while it could be said that he had indeed earned a bit of money during this period. It was hard for Chen Shang to believe that such earnings would suffice to purchase a Rolls-Royce. "I won't discuss this further. Your brother-in-law appears to have a close relationship with Mr. Zhou, and I cannot afford to neglect them." With that, Zhang Pingping hung up the phone, took a gentle breath, and stepped into the shop. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all," Lin Ming replied, shaking his head before getting straight to the point. "Did Zhou Chong not order a Cullinan previously? I heard you received several in your dealership. Could you possibly set one aside for me?" "Brother, the cars in the dealership are allocated, aside from Mr. Zhou's. The others are promised to different clients. I just started here a week ago, and I lack the influence to make such arrangements," Zhang Pingping explained, setting aside everything else. The way Zhang Pingping addressed him as brother brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. "Sister-in-law, surely we can negotiate a price increase," Zhou Chong chimed in. Zhang Pingping was well aware of the dealership's rules. Indeed, a price increase was permissible. However, for vehicles of this caliber, the markup could easily reach hundreds of thousands. which most individuals would likely find unacceptable. Let me consult with the manager, Jiang Pingping said before dashing upstairs. Moments later, she returned from the second floor. The manager said, "A markup of 500,000 will allow you to take the car early. But there are no Cullinans left. We can only let go of a phantom. 500,000. Zhou Chong raised an eyebrow. Jiang Pingping thought Zhou Chong might be displeased, just as she was about to explain. Zhou Chong remarked, "Lin Gu, you can earn that 500,000 in no time, otherwise, you'll have to wait for half a year, which is simply not worth it." "Very well," Lin Ming nodded. Whether it was a Cullinan or a phantom mattered little. What he cared about were the words Rolls-Royce. Besides, Lin Ming had an affinity for cars and intended to purchase other brands of SUVs in the future. Little did they realize that their light-hearted conversation had left Jiang Pingping in a state of astonishment. Lin Ming's claim could be dismissed as mere boasting, but Zhou Chong had only recently ordered a Cullinan. Surely, he could not be exaggerating, could he? Earning 500,000 in a heartbeat, it would take less time than robbing a bank. "Is it possible to take out a loan?" Lin Ming interrupted Jiang Pingping's thoughts once more. "A loan?" Before Jiang Pingping could respond, Zhou Chong muttered, "Lin Gu, a phantom costs around 10 million. Is that really necessary?" Lin Ming shook his head. "We have far too many expenses coming up. I would gladly split a single dollar in half if I could. If you haven't paid the full amount yet, I suggest you consider taking out a loan as well." "I see." Zhou Chong turned to Jiang Pingping. "Then I shall also take out a loan." Jiang Pingping. Chapter 83. Now it's my turn to bully you. Jiang Pingping recalled vividly how Zhou Chong had initially approached the car purchase with grandiosity. Loans were out of the question, he intended to pay in full, yet now, due to Lin Ming's mere words, he was contemplating a loan. To be honest, when Lin Ming first mentioned the idea, Jiang Pingping immediately thought of Chen Chang's words. He is pretending to be affluent to impress the Chen family, or perhaps he genuinely had a down payment but lacked the full amount. However, Zhou Chang's attitude began to sway this notion. "Calculate how much the down payment would be in the monthly repayments," Zhou Chong suggested to Jiang Pingping. The dealership certainly favored customers who opted for loans. While the interest was not their profit, they could still earn from registration fees, loan processing fees, and so forth. Jiang Pingping quickly calculated, saying, "Brother, the price of this phantom is 8.77 million, factoring in purchase tax, luxury car tax, and various other fees, it will amount to approximately 12 million. Upon uttering this figure, Jiang Pingping's breath quickened. She was merely an ordinary person. How could she fathom the extravagance of the wealthy? To put it bluntly, if this deal went through, her commission alone would amount to several tens of thousands, while the commission from car sales was not as lucrative as that from real estate. For a sale of a Rolls-Royce, it could be likened to a business that opens once every 3 years and profits for 3 years straight. Let us calculate the down payment and loan. Lin Ming urged. Various taxes were not included in the down payment. At 30% of the vehicle's price, it would be over 2.6 million. Jiang Pingping stated, "If the loan term is 3 years, the monthly repayment would be around 170,000 plus interest, approximately 200,000. That seems reasonable." Lin Ming nodded. "Go fetch the contract. I have other matters to attend to, and the sooner we sign, the sooner I can leave." The 2 loan contracts were signed amidst Jiang Pingping's daze. Even after Lin Ming and Zhou Chong departed, she still could not believe that Lin Ming had indeed purchased a Rolls-Royce, particularly a Phantom that cost 12 million upon delivery. It should be noted that Lin Ming had paid a deposit of 1 million. He surely could not be using that 1 million to impress others, could he? Meanwhile, Lin Ming paid no heed to Jiang Pingping's thoughts. He instructed Zhou Chong to take him to the imported seafood market to procure some king crabs, lobsters, and other items before heading to a mall to buy some cigarettes and alcohol. Finally returning to the Anju community, he left some provisions for Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan, suggesting they prepare their own lunch, before taking Shen Yuan with him to Tui International. The 2 marine areas he intended to acquire were located in Tianling town, where Chen Jia hailed from. Although Chen Enning and his wife had moved to the city years ago, many of his brothers and cousins still resided in Yushan village, which fell under Tianling town. For the initial seafood procurement, Lin Ming likely needed to seek assistance from these relatives. Thus, today, he planned to bring Chen Jiao along to pay a visit to Chen Enning and El Yumne. Upon arriving at Tui International, Lin Ming discovered that Han Qianyu had unexpectedly returned. He appeared to have just returned, looking somewhat weary, and was engaged in light-hearted conversation within the project department. Lin Ming's uninvited appearance drew the attention of everyone in the department. "Mr. Lin," Han Qianyu exclaimed with surprise, "what brings you here? Did you know I just got off the plane? So you brought your niece to welcome me? What are you thinking? I'm here to pick up my wife." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Han Qianyu showed no embarrassment. After all, he was merely joking. It was only natural for Lin Ming to bring his daughter along without seeking out Chen Jia. "Sister-in-law, you should hurry. Don't keep your niece waiting," Han Qianyu urged. Hearing this, the project department staff exchanged bewildered glances. "Sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law? Who is this Mr. Lin that commands such respect from Han Qianyu?" Under their watchful eyes, Chen Jia's face flushed as she slowly approached Lin Ming. Suddenly the project department staff understood. It turned out that Han Qianyu's sister-in-law referred to Chen Jia. In an instant, all rumors disparaging Chen Jia's relationship with Han Qianyu crumbled. Even a fool could deduce that it was undoubtedly due to Lin Ming's influence that Han Qianyu entrusted projects from Huazhong and Tingguang to Chen Jia. Sister-in-law, you can manage those projects from home. If there is nothing urgent, you needn't come to the office, Han Qianyu called out from behind. Chen Jia's face turned even redder. As she pulled Lin Ming outside. She said, "What are you doing here all of a sudden? I'm still at work. How will others perceive me?" Chong mentioned that the projects you're overseeing are highly coveted by others. And you're merely a junior staff member, suddenly taking on these projects. Those guys must be gossiping behind your back. Lin Ming chuckled. Chen Jia was momentarily taken aback. Are you here to clarify things for me? Of course, my wife deserves my protection, Lin Ming replied earnestly. Chen Jia couldn't help but laugh, feeling as though her heart was filled with sweetness. This time I'll let it slide, but next time you mustn't do this. After all, I'm earning a salary from them. Moreover, TUI International isn't solely run by Mr. Han. I can't have him being talked about behind his back. Chen Jia added, I shall comply with my dear wife's command. Lin Ming saluted playfully. Daddy, you're so adorable. Xian Yuan giggled. Lin Ming ruffled the little girl's hair and said, I have another purpose for coming today. I'd like you to accompany me back home. I have some business to attend to that involves Tianling Town, and I may need your parents' assistance. My parents, with your multi-billion transactions, what could they possibly help you with? Chen Jia huffed. Tianling Town by the sea? I plan to lease a marine area there, and since your uncles and cousins all go to sea, I'll have them help me with seafood trading, Lin Ming explained. Chen Jia's expression mirrored Zhou Chong's. Incredulous that Lin Ming would even consider the earnings of seafood traders. Chen Daibody, please help me. It would be a bit awkward for me to visit your home alone. Lin Ming donned a pleading expression. Mommy, I miss Grandma and Grandpa too. Will you come back with us? Xian Yuan chimed in, unable to refuse. Chen Jia recognized this as a golden opportunity for Lin Ming to build rapport with her parents. Wait here, I'll go write a leave note. After saying that, Chen Jia rushed off in the distance. Although Han Qianyu verbally permitted her absence, Chen Jia didn't want him to be subject to criticism. A leave note was still necessary. At worst, her pay could be docked. What a whirlwind of a woman. Just then, a young girl's voice suddenly resonated from behind Lin Ming. Who are you? Lin Ming inquired. His expression one of confusion. I am Xinyu, the closest friend of Sister Chen at the company. Xinyu placed her hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce as she declared, You must be Sister Chen's ex-husband. Right, although I am unaware of your relationship with General Han, I must warn you that Sister Chen is a good woman and if you dare to lay a hand on her again, I shall summon my boyfriend to deal with you. Lin Ming smiled slightly. It seems you do not have a boyfriend yet, do you? Would you like me to find one for you? How do you know? Xinyu's bravado faltered. Her Sister Chen has indeed mentioned you to me. I appreciate the care you have shown her at the company. If there is anything I can assist with in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Lin Ming stated earnestly upon hearing this. Xinyu could not help but recall the happiness that had graced Chen Jia's face during this time. Has Sister Chen reconciled with you? Xinyu questioned. Lin Ming gave a rueful smile. Reconciliation might be a stretch, but she is at least showing me some kindness. I still have to put in double the effort to win her back. Men are always like this, they fail to cherish what they have until it is lost. And then they regret it. Xinyu scoffed. Auntie, my father is a good man. I won't allow you to speak of him that way. Xin defended Lin Ming. Xinyu, having encountered Xin several times before, recognized her. What do you know, you little brat? Let me tell you, you must keep a close watch on your father's every move. If he dares to wrong you again, report it to Auntie, and I will seek justice for you. Understood. Xinyu playfully pinched Xian's little nose. Got it, Xian replied, visibly impatient. At that moment, Chen Jia approached from a distance. Xinyu refrained from further comments, waved her tiny fist at Lin Ming while mimicking a fierce expression, and then returned to the project department. Was that Xinyu just now? What did she say to you? Chen Jia asked, puzzled. She claimed you were the best woman in the universe and forbade me from bullying you. Lin Ming responded with a chuckle. Chen Jia's lips curled into a smile. And do you still bully me? Would I dare? Then from now on, it will be my turn to bully you, Lin Ming. At 11:30 a.m., a family of 3 arrived at the Gardner community in Muling County in an Audi Q7. This hour, the aroma of various dishes wafted from every household, making Lin Ming's stomach grumble. I truly crave my mother's oil-splashed carp and crispy fried vegetables, Lin Ming remarked, laden with a plethora of items. You should focus on calming them down first, otherwise, there won't even be oil scraps left for you to eat. Let alone the crispy fried vegetables, Chen Jia retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ming. Her demeanor had become much more relaxed, a far cry from her previously frosty attitude. I can settle for some oil scraps. I am not picky, Lin Ming confessed earnestly. As they spoke, they reached room 502. Chen Jia knocked on the door, and soon, Lu Yunmei appeared. Jia, what brings you back? Lu Yunmei asked excitedly. I came to see you and Dad. Chen Jia replied, come in. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yunmei noticed Lin Ming standing behind her. Perhaps due to the events of the last time, Lu Yunmei had developed a somewhat favorable impression of Lin Ming. She no longer appeared as tense but instead said Lin Ming has come as well. Come in. Chen Eniying was sitting there, wearing reading glasses and perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing the trio enter, he momentarily thought he was seeing things and immediately removed his glasses. Dad, Lin Ming said awkwardly, what brings you all here? Chen Eniying asked, his expression one of confusion. Dad, I'm hungry and craving my mother's oil-splashed carp and crispy fried vegetables, Chen Jia said, clutching her stomach. Shin chimed in. Grandpa, I'm hungry too. My precious darling, come here for a hug, Chen Eniying exclaimed, quickly embracing Shin. He then pointedly remarked to Chen Jia, you come back looking like a starving ghost every time. Your mother prepares delicious meals for you, yet you never seem to gain weight. Chen Jia understood her father's implication all too well. Dad, if I were to gain weight, it wouldn't be appealing. Which man would like a plump woman? You're so thin, and yet no one seems to cherish you, Chen Eniying scoffed. Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming, silently deciding it was best to remain silent. Chen Eniying felt displeased, as every comment he made seemed to link back to Lin Ming. What brings you both here together today? Chen Eniying inquired further. Lin Ming, mustering his courage, replied, Dad, I bought some imported seafood from the market today, thinking you would surely enjoy it, so I rushed to bring it over. I am from Tianling town. What seafood haven't I tried? Chen Eniying raised an eyebrow deliberately. Although Chen Eniying had not said much when Lin Ming left last time, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disappointment that his daughter had brought Lin Ming back so soon after their divorce. How could his daughter be so lacking in judgment? Did she truly believe she could not live without Lin Ming? He knew Chen Jia was soft-hearted, but there was a time and place for that. Since she had chosen divorce, a certain distance should be maintained. Lin Ming set down the cigarettes and alcohol in his hands and opened the thermal containers. Such large shrimp, Lu Yunmei exclaimed. Mom, these are lobsters. Imported from abroad, costing 300 to 400 per pound, Chen Jia explained on Lin Ming's behalf. So expensive, each one must weigh 5 to 6 pounds, how could you spend so much on this? Lu Yunmei complained. Chen Eniying added, the last items you brought, I haven't even finished yet. If you have money, save it. Don't waste it. Dad, how can honoring you and Mom be considered wasteful? If you like it, I could buy you the whole ocean, Lin Ming asserted. Chen Eniying was both amused and exasperated. What has gotten into you? I never noticed you were this articulate before. Previously, I was a fool, not realizing how much I would regret it later. Lin Ming glanced at Chen Eniying. Whether or not you can regret it is not for me to say. Chen Eniying huffed. I'm taking Shin to buy fish. You two should have informed us of your return. Don't blame your mother for not preparing a meal. Dad, you rest. I can go buy it, Lin Ming said hastily, rushing out. Once he was downstairs, Chen Eniying frowned. When he came last time, aside from kicking him a couple of times, I didn't berate him like before, as I feared he might retaliate and disturb you two again. But now, what is going on? Weren't you two divorced? Why are you back together? Chen Jia bit her lip. Dad, Mom, have you noticed that Lin Ming seems like a completely different person? Yes, grandparents, Daddy has indeed changed. He is now the best father in the world. Shin nodded earnestly. When he last visited, he was indeed different from before. Your dad kicked him, your brother scolded him, yet he didn't retaliate or even retort, and in the end, he even transferred 20,000 to your dad, Lu Yunmei noted. Chen Jia, your father, and I have been through this. Chen Eniying remarked, from what I've seen Lin Ming does seem to have changed, but I know about the events of the previous years, and I worry he may be plotting something again, only to turn on you once he gets what he wants. You are my only daughter, I have never laid a finger on you, not even once. You know how much it hurts me to see you suffer, no one understands you better than I do. You soften at mere words of praise, other matters may be inconsequential, but when it comes to your life, I cannot remain indifferent. I am not insisting you find a wealthy man or live a life of luxury. But if your partner cannot even provide you with the most basic stability, what is the point of being with him? Don't even bring up the idea of having children, no one will want you anymore. Chen Eniying would rather you remain single for life than see you suffer in someone else's hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, collapsing into Chen Eniying's embrace. Why do you say such things? Jia has grown up. She has her own choices, Lu Yunmei interjected. Just then, Chen Eniying's phone rang. Chen Jia quickly composed herself, not wanting Lin Ming to see her tears. It's your brother calling, Chen Eniying said. Chen Jia instinctively replied, don't tell him we're back. Chen Eniying sighed and answered the call. Dad, have I mentioned that Ping got a job at the Rolls-Royce dealership? Chen Sheng asked, what about it? Chen Eniying inquired. This morning, that scoundrel went to the dealership and ordered a car. Chen Sheng replied. The volume of Chen Eniying's phone was loud, and Chen Jia could hear everything clearly. Her expression immediately turning serious. Didn't your sister tell you? Stop calling him scoundrel, his name is Lin Ming. Are your ears not working? Chen Eniying retorted coldly. Given how he treated my sister before, I wished I could kill him. Calling him scoundrel is already showing him leniency. Chen Sheng shot back angrily. He spit it out quickly. Otherwise, I'll hang up. Chen Eniying said impatiently. I don't know where that guy got so much money, but he ordered a 12 million Rolls-Royce Phantom today. Chen Sheng hurriedly added. Chen Eniying's eyelids twitched. The figure of 12 million nearly gave him a heart attack, connecting it with the expensive items Lin Ming had brought last time. Chen Enning could ascertain that Lin Ming had indeed made a fortune. Meanwhile, Chen Jia looked on helplessly. She truly wished to keep her parents in the dark about Lin Ming's financial success. She hoped that Chen Enning and his wife could be moved by Lin Ming's sincerity without any prior knowledge of his wealth. Some things, when tainted by monetary influence, inevitably lose their essence. Unexpectedly, it was Chen Sheng who first exposed Lin Ming's true situation. His earnings have nothing to do with you, Chen Enning remarked. Indeed, they do not concern me. I have no interest in his filthy money. What I fear is that once he gains wealth and power, he might start to harass my sister, Chen Sheng replied. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's end this call. Chen Enning hung up, then turned to Chen Jia. Has he been bothering you, Dad? Surely you know what my temperament is like. If he truly harassed me, would I bring him home? Chen Jia shook her head. So you have your eyes on his money then? Dad, Chen Jia huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Chen Enning sighed deeply. Some things cannot be bought with money. In my heart, even if Lin Ming were as rich as a king, he would still pale in comparison to you. Do you understand? Chapter 85, everything settled. Having frequently visited the old Chen household, Lin Ming was well acquainted with the local markets. After roughly 20 minutes, he returned carrying a carp along with a variety of other vegetables. Are you trying to wear my mother out? Chen Jia shot Lin Ming a glare at. He quickly defended himself. No, I didn't intend for your mother to cook everything. I figured since it's not easy to go downstairs, I might as well buy a bit more to store in the fridge, so she won't have to run around again. Oh, it's fine, you two rarely come back, so let us make a bit more. Lu Yunmei said with a smile. Lin Ming, come here, Chen Enning called out. Lin Ming obediently stood before Chen Enning. What are you doing just standing there? Are you a door guard? Chen Enning said, exasperated. You told me to sit. So I dared to sit, Lin Ming retorted as he pulled out a chair and sat down. He had come to realize that if speaking nicely couldn't persuade Chen Enning and Lu Yunmei, then he would have to be persistent. After all, if he held on long enough, they would eventually see the change in him. You've never been this obedient before. One wrong word from me and you'd flip the table. Chen Enning huffed. Then I suppose I should buy a new table, Lin Ming quipped. Is it really a table issue? Chen Enning exclaimed as she witnessed Lin Ming genuinely preparing to leave. You come back here. Lin Ming paused, then slowly retreated and resumed his seat. Chen Jia, observing this scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. What are you laughing at? Go lend your mother a hand, Chen Enning snapped in irritation. Once Chen Jia entered the kitchen, Chen Enning remarked, I heard you bought a car, 12 million, yes, I just ordered it this morning. Lin Ming replied honestly, what car you buy, how much you earn, I'm not concerned about. What matters to me is the source of your money. Chen Enning fixed Lin Ming with a stern gaze. Some money feels good to spend, while other money weighs on your conscience. Do you understand? Dad, are you actually concerned about me? Lin Ming inquired eagerly. Stop with the nonsense. Tell me how you made all this money, and be clear about it. If it's not legitimate, then you might as well not eat this meal. Chen Enning demanded. With no choice, Lin Ming reluctantly recounted his means of earning money to Chen Enning once more. Billions? Are you trying to fool me? Upon hearing that Lin Ming had earned over 60 billion. Chen Enning could no longer remain seated and jumped up from his chair. Dad, please don't get excited. Lin Ming forcibly pressed Chen Enning back into his chair. Though billions may sound like a lot, in reality, it's not. Those wealthy tycoons often deal in hundreds of billions or even trillions. We're merely dabbling in small ventures, just stepping into a modestly prosperous life. Modestly prosperous? You call billions merely a step into modest prosperity? Chen Enning glared at Lin Ming, and if the conversation continued, he might very well lose his mind. Thus, Lin Ming quickly shifted the topic. Dad, I actually have another matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Chen Enning blinked. You're a big boss now. What could I possibly assist you with? There is much you could help me with, like reconciling with Jia. Lin Ming murmured. Don't indulge in fanciful dreams. The mess you've created, you need to resolve yourself. Our family, though not wealthy, will not allow Jia to suffer for the sake of money, Chen Enning retorted coldly. Lin Ming's flesh twitched slightly at the words. Dad, isn't your hometown in Tianling Town, Yushan Village? Your uncles are fishermen too. I was thinking of contracting a stretch of sea there and would like your help to persuade them. What do you mean? You want to contract that sea area and prevent them from going out to fish? Chen Enning's eyes widened in disbelief. Fishermen rely on venturing out to sea for their livelihood. Was Lin Ming trying to push these ordinary folks to the brink? No, I'm not preventing them from going out. I want them to bring the seafood to me, Lin Ming clarified. Acquiring seafood? A middleman, Chen Enning began to understand. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. Seafood is just one aspect. The main purpose is to ask my uncles to communicate with the villagers of Yushan to see who might be willing to lease their land. I plan to build sea cucumber farms on that land to cultivate juvenile sea cucumbers. How much per acre? Chen Enning inquired. 70,000. Hearing this figure, Chen Enning felt slightly relieved. According to national regulations, the current leasing rate in Yushan Village is around 48,000 per acre. Lin Ming's offer of 70,000 was indeed generous. The issue of occupying farmland could be negotiated, as long as sufficient compensation is provided. Someone would certainly be willing to lease it. However, as for the seafood trade, Chen Enning hesitated before continuing. The seafood at the docks is simply insufficient. There are too many middlemen that if you suddenly contract the sea area and step in, you would be cutting off their source of income. I've heard these people can be quite ruthless. They are not to be trifled with, and fights over goods at the docks are commonplace. Indeed, Dad, you are still concerned about me. Thank you, Lin Ming said earnestly. You're supposed to be discussing serious matters, yet you're off on a tangent. Chen Enning shot Lin Ming a glare. When should I have my uncles come over? As soon as possible, Lin Ming replied. He currently needed funds the most, as everything was laying the groundwork for his pharmaceutical company, although contracting the sea area and leasing farmland could not compare to the quick gains from the stock market. It was not a slow endeavor either. As soon the Xingqian shipyard would be arriving, time was of the essence, so Lin Ming didn't intend to waste even a single day. You two shouldn't rush to leave this afternoon. I'll call your uncles and see if they can come over, Chen Enning declared. Lin Ming felt a twinge of gratitude. Perhaps Chen Jia had inherited Chen Enning's character, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The moment he brought it up, Chen Enning began making arrangements. Compared to the last dinner, Lin Ming finally felt full this time. Both Chen Enning and Lu Yunmei were aware that the oil-splashed carp and the oil-fried double crisp were not dishes that Chen Jia craved, but rather Lin Ming's favorites, as he had always adored these two dishes. After feasting, Chen Enning chatted with Lin Ming for a while longer, perhaps due to Chen Jia, although Chen Enning appeared cold and stern. Lin Ming could sense the warmth in the old man's heart. Moreover, Chen Jia was also observing Lin Ming's attitude towards Chen Enning and Lu Yunmei, unlike Lin Ming's filial piety towards Lin Changhua and his wife. After all, they were not Chen Jia's parents. At this moment, it was truly the happiest time for Chen Jia. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that Chen Jia's second and third uncles arrived. In the Chen family, Chen Enning was the eldest, followed by Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua, both of whom were in their 50s, their skin darkened from years at sea. Uncle, third uncle, Lin Ming greeted. The two naturally knew about Chen Jia's situation and treated Lin Ming with indifference. Lin Ming didn't mind. He poured them both a cup of tea. Lu Yunmei also brought out some snacks that Lin Ming had previously brought, such as mooncakes. Sister-in-law, don't busy yourself just yet. Chen Anhai said. We just happened to have some leftover crabs today. Don't mind them, the good ones are all sold out, but these water crabs are quite fresh. Who could possibly mind, in the city? These water crabs would sell for several tens per pound. Had it not been for you two bringing them, I wouldn't dare to buy them. Lu Yunmei laughed as she took out some cigarettes and liquor. These are all brought by Lin Ming. Old Chen can't drink them himself, so take some back with you. Lin Ming brought these? Well, that is just as third uncle Chen Anhua was about to speak. His gaze landed on the shiny Mutai characters. While he might not recognize Flying Fairy Mutai, he was familiar with soft Zhong cigarettes. The words he was about to utter were abruptly swallowed. Lin Ming then sat down and said, Uncles, I've been busy lately in Haven Tea. Had the chance to visit you. I assume Dad has briefed you on the situation. When I return to Yushan village, I'll bring more for you. Compared to Chen Enning's straightforwardness, Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua were much sharper. They did not bring this matter up but instead asked, You plan to contract the sea area in Tianling town and deal in seafood? That is not the main point. What I really need is for the two of you to help me spread the word in the village, Lin Ming explained. What made you think of cultivating sea cucumber seedlings? Virtually no one in our area does that. It requires substantial capital, carries high risks, and the market cannot compete with that of Daxing City, Chen Anhai remarked. Lin Ming smiled. I believe it can be profitable. You think profit is as simple as that? If making money were that easy, everyone would be a billionaire, Chen Anhai scoffed. Uncle, please just lend a hand, Chen Jia chimed in with a hint of charm. Chen Anhai cast a glance at Chen Jiai and remarked, We are well aware of your little affair, so why are you still defending him, if it weren't for our recent busy schedule at sea? Your second uncle and I would have certainly dealt with him ourselves. Lin Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The relationship among the Chen family was exceptionally close. Both Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua held great affection for Chen Jia. As both families were blessed with sons but no daughters, Lin Ming was acutely aware that Chen Anhai's words were not to be taken lightly. Had he not come to his senses in time, he might have faced a beating. Second uncle, what has transpired is in the past. We should focus on the pressing matters at hand, Chen Jia said softly. As for the leasing of farmland, we can assist in looking into it. But when it comes to dealing with seafood, I advise you to tread carefully. Those seafood merchants are not to be trifled with. They possess their own connections, and if provoked, they are capable of anything. Chen Anhai cautioned. In that case, I extend my gratitude to both you and third uncle, Lin Ming replied with a smile, before inquiring, by the way, what are Junping and Xin Yu up to these days? I might need quite a bit of manpower in the future. If they are willing to return, I would be glad to have them help out, and I assure you, I will not treat them poorly. Junping is Chen Anhai's son, while Xin Yu is Chen Anhua's son. Spare me, will you? They both have their own jobs now, earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month, complete with the appropriate benefits. Why would they want to return to toil for you? Chen Anhua responded bluntly. Lin Ming shrugged in response. 5 to 6,000 a month. I intended to assist them out of goodwill. Given Chen Anhua's kindness towards Chen Jiad, however, since they are unappreciative, I have no desire to continue pursuing them. Chapter 86. New home. Around 5:30, Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua departed together. They did not dine here, as they would miss the bus back otherwise, after Lin Ming's family of 3 finished their dinner. They drove away. While dropping off Chen Jia and Xian Xian at the Anju community, Lin Ming noticed 2 Lamborghini Urus parked downstairs. Who else could it be but Lin Chu and Lin Ko? The 2 of them were likely staying at a hotel tonight, as they had yet to find a suitable house. After briefly discussing the accounting matter with Lin Chu, Lin Ming left the Anju community. All the while feeling the reluctant gaze of Xian Xian upon him, he was overwhelmed with busyness. Upon returning to his apartment, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Lin Ming did not bother to check if Zhou Chong was asleep. Instead, he called him. Do you have any acquaintances in the fisheries department? Lin Ming inquired. I asked about the contracted sea area. Brother Lin, Zhou Chong, who indeed was still awake, replied, actually, I inquired about this matter this afternoon. There's no need to contact the Fisheries Bureau. Tianshan Town, Meling County, and Lan Island City are all similar. If we go there to contract the sea area, it would essentially be an investment in Tianshan Town, which they would surely welcome, Zhou Chong explained. Lin Ming was already aware of this. They were merely contracting the sea area, allowing the fishermen to continue their activities. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement for the town. Submitting materials from the town to Lan Island City would only consume a significant amount of time, and right now, we are in desperate need of time, Lin Ming elucidated. I see. Zhou Chong recognized the cumbersome procedures and promptly stated, then I will notify the Fisheries Bureau to simplify the process as much as possible. Good, let us visit Tianshan Town together tomorrow morning, Lin Ming concluded. After hanging up, he called Li Hongyuan. Brother Li, are you still awake? I was just about to sleep. What's the matter? Li Hongyuan inquired. Lin Ming bit his lip and said, you should know some security company personnel from your days at the loan company. Right? Li Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly responded, who has offended my dear brother Lin? Just give me a name, and I will deal with it immediately. Don't be ridiculous, I am just an ordinary citizen who would target me for no reason. Lin Ming shook his head. Prepare a few people. Those seafood merchants are troublesome, and we want to avoid any potential conflicts. Alright, feel free to call me anytime. Li Hongyuan replied. If it were a matter of soft persuasion, Zhou Chong would be suitable. When it came to toughness, Li Hongyuan was undoubtedly the best fit. The next day at 8 in the morning, Lin Ming did not drive. Zhou Chong came to pick him up for their trip to Tianshan Town. As expected, the town leaders warmly welcomed Lin Ming and Zhou Chang's investment proposal, with the town secured. It was time to discuss the amount for the contracting fees. South of Longkou and north of Sherdao, a total of 500 square nautical miles of sea area was to be contracted. To be honest, the town leaders were astonished by the scale of Lin Ming and Zhou Chang's ambition. It is worth noting that the area of a football field is nearly 140 square meters, thus 1 square nautical mile is equivalent to the size of 140 football fields. 500 square nautical miles translates to a staggering 70,000 football fields. Naturally, they would not oppose this. The larger the contracted area, the greater the contracting fee. The final agreed price was 500,000 per square nautical mile, with a contracting period of 10 years. The total contracting fee amounted to 250 million. Such a substantial sum would need to be reported to the county. Zhou Chong had already made the necessary arrangements. Furthermore, since this was not an illegal or unethical endeavor, both the county and city were more than eager to encourage investment. Consequently, with a swift stroke of the pen, it was approved. Even so, it took a full 3 days for all the paperwork to be finalized. During these 3 days, Lin Ming did not simply wait for the procedures to conclude. He also submitted relevant materials for the construction of sea cucumber farms to the town. Initially, he thought this would be a challenging task given the current prohibitions on structures, however, perhaps due to their sea area contracting arrangement. The town did not impose undue difficulties. Payments were made, and materials were submitted. Thus, Tianshan Town's matters were halfway resolved. The next step was to ascertain how many individuals from Yushan Village and its neighboring areas would be willing to lease their land. This time, Lin Ming intended not only to profit from seafood sales but also to cultivate sea cucumbers, relocate the sea cucumber farms, and utilize the sea area for shipbuilding. On September 18, Zhou Chong called Lin Ming to inform him that a house had been selected. The Splendid City, one of the most expensive residential complexes in Lan Island City, the smallest unit measures 200 square meters, while the largest spans 500 square meters. No villas are available, all are luxurious flats. Fully furnished and ready for occupancy, prices range from 80,000 to 110,000 per square meter. Such prices are not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Correspondingly, the complex is situated in the prime location of Lan Island City's Donghai Road. Each morning, upon drawing back the curtains, one is greeted by the boundless expanse of the sea. The views and scenery are truly unparalleled. Moreover, the First People's Hospital, the Central Kindergarten, the Central Primary School, and Wanda Plaza are all within a 3-kilometer radius. Lin Ming had complete faith in Zhou Chong. Without further ado, he went to sign a purchase agreement for a 500 square meter unit that same day. This time, it was a cash transaction amounting to $55 million. Transferred directly to the developer's account. After all, he couldn't expect Lin Chenghua and his wife to continue living in cramped quarters with Chen Jia and her daughter, could he? Although Lin Ming wished to take out a loan. Doing so would entail waiting for the bank's approval process, which would take at least a month or two. The property was ready for immediate occupancy with cash payment. Initially, Lin Ming had intended to purchase several units. He and Chen Jia would soon move in, along with Lin Chenghua and his wife, Chen Enning, and her husband, as well as Lin Chu, Lin Ko, Wang Lanmei, and others. However, since the land for the factory had not yet been secured and the pharmaceutical company's expenses remained uncertain, Lin Ming had to temporarily abandon that idea. He already anticipated that the splendid city would not be easy to sell. The property was undoubtedly excellent, but the price was indeed exorbitant. On September 20th, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan officially moved from their rented apartment to the splendid city. Standing before the expansive 50 square meter floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea, everyone was left in awe. Even Lin Ming took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze. Once upon a time, he often fantasized about purchasing a grand house, allowing Chen Jia to have her own dressing room and Xianxian her own playroom. Yet, even in his wildest dreams, he never dared to envision something of this magnitude. Observing Chen Jia's dazed expression, Lin Ming approached and gently grasped her hand. "Do you like it?" "I do," Chen Jia replied instinctively. Nodding, "The scenery here is breathtaking, with tranquility in front and bustling activity in the back. Standing here feels like a dream." "Then why not move in now?" Lin Ming probed, regardless of any financial urgency. If Chen Jia agreed at that moment, he would immediately purchase another unit. "Are you trying to bait me?" Chen Jia said playfully. "If you can gain my parents' approval, I will surely move in here eventually. But if you cannot, I won't feel at ease living here, will I?" "With that logic, you are truly underappreciated at TUI International," Lin Ming teased, lightly tapping Chen Jia's forehead. "The last time you visited my home, my parents were quite welcoming. You need to continue striving and make further efforts." Chen Jia waved her delicate fist. "Why do I feel as though you're more anxious than I am?" Lin Ming quipped. Chen Jia's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "I am not." Just then, Lin Chu and Lin Ke came running over. "What secret conversation are you having with sister-in-law?" Lin Ming replied, "Your sister-in-law is teaching me how to convince her to move in." "I am not." Chen Jia stamped her foot and dashed into the bedroom to explore. "Brother, you are truly impressive. This house is even more luxurious than what I have seen on television. Surely it must be on par with where the stars reside." Lin Chu exclaimed in admiration, "You and Lin Ke should stay here with our parents for the time being. After a while, I will buy each of you a unit," Lin Ming said with a smile. Lin Chu hesitated. "That might not be appropriate. The house is worth tens of millions. How can you say you'll buy one for us without a second thought? It leaves me feeling rather embarrassed." "Do you really seem embarrassed?" Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Hee, you're the best, big brother." Lin Chu immediately revealed her true nature. As Chen Jia mentioned, when she and Lin Ke earned 3,000 a month, she could effortlessly send Lin Ming 2,000. Now that Lin Ming has struck it rich and wishes to gift them a house for a better life, they naturally wouldn't feel compelled to refuse. This isn't about the amount of money. If Lin Ming were to buy them a house and then suddenly face financial issues, they would unhesitatingly sell the house to repay him. "That, my friends, is brotherhood." Lin Ming, you truly have made something of yourself. Wang Lanmei approached with a cheerful demeanor, holding a beautifully crafted flower bun. "This was something essential for the stew pot, freshly made by her Grandma Wan when I move in with Chen Jia and Xianxian. You and Grandpa Sohn will still live across the hall." Lin Ming remarked, "This house is exorbitantly priced. I appreciate your kindness, but please refrain from buying us a house. It would suffice if you brought Jia Jia and Xian to visit us often." Wang Lanmei insisted. She couldn't even dare to consider an ordinary house, let alone such a luxurious flat. "Grandma Wang, you were a teacher in the past, and Xian is growing up. She still needs your guidance." Lin Ming said softly, "Besides, since Chen Jia hasn't remarried me yet, you should help her with her studies. That if we were to quarrel in the future, having you as a mediator would be quite helpful." Wouldn't it? Though Wang Lanmei had aged, her wits remained sharp, recognizing that Lin Ming's words were merely excuses, yet, understanding his stubborn nature, she chose not to press the matter further. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the sound of crashing waves echoed from the sea, occasionally interrupted by passing ships. It was Xuanchuan's first night sleeping with her grandparents, and her little face radiated satisfaction. This once fractured family was gradually being mended by Lin Ming. Piece by piece. Chapter 87, Leasing Land. Last night, Chen Jia returned to the rental house with Wang Lanmei and the others. Lin Ming, on the other hand, returned to his small apartment, early on the 21st. He received 2 phone calls. One was from Zhou Chong, informing him that the Land Bureau would be holding an industrial land auction the following day, advising Lin Ming to prepare. The other call was from Chen Jia's uncle, Chen Anhua. Up to this point, over the last 4 or 5 days, the total area of land available for lease in Yushan village had reached around 240 acres. Of course, this was merely the villagers' intention. The actual amount of land that would be leased would depend on Lin Ming producing the rental funds. To be frank, 240 acres felt insufficient to Lin Ming, with over 800 households and a population exceeding 2,000 in Yushan village. Even with limited arable land, each person could still expect to receive about an acre. Compared to Linqing's Linjieling, the conditions in Yushan village were much better. Most villagers did not rely on farming for income. They either went to sea or worked elsewhere. Given this context, the mere 240 acres willing to be leased suggested that the villagers had yet to see any money. With this in mind, Lin Ming resolved to visit Yushan village once more, this time armed with cash. After having breakfast, Lin Ming arrived at the municipal branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. He had previously called Yang Zushan. So Yang was already waiting for him. Mr. Lin, we have a car at the bank. I can send someone to pick you up. There's no need for you to trouble yourself with driving, Yang Zushan said with great courtesy. He immediately recognized Lin Ming's vehicle as Zhou Chang's Q7 and felt relieved that he had mentioned Zhou Chong when he called Lin Ming, otherwise it would have been uncertain whether Lin Ming could deposit money with him. I have some business elsewhere and happened to pass by, so there's no need to trouble President Yang, Lin Ming replied with a smile. As they conversed, they entered the bank. The young female employees were taken aback to witness Yang, the president, treating someone with such politeness, sparking a flurry of gossip among them. It was unavoidable that he truly exuded charm and handsomeness. Inside the office, Yang Zushan wore a pained expression as he said, Mr. Lin, it's not that I want to let you down, but our bank simply doesn't have that much cash on hand. I've already mobilized funds from other branches, but at most, we can provide 5 to 6 million. He had mentioned this over the phone. Lin Ming had initially planned to withdraw 10 million in cash. President Yang, there's no need for concern. I'm aware that the bank isn't dispersing cash at the moment. Besides, I wouldn't dream of making things difficult for you, especially considering Zhou Chang's involvement. Lin Ming chuckled. Yang Zushan sighed in relief. The cash should arrive in about an hour. Will you be having lunch here today? I know of a few excellent Sichuan restaurants. We could give them a try. Thank you for the generous invitation, President Yang, but I must decline. I have many matters to attend to. Lin Ming politely refused. He did not linger in the bank for the cash but instead made a trip to the mall, purchasing a considerable amount of fine cigarettes and liquor. He couldn't possibly trouble Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua without offering something in return, could he? When Lin Ming returned to the bank, the cash had nearly arrived. Sure enough, it was precisely 5 million. 5 large safes were brought down from the financial transport and loaded into Lin Ming's vehicle. A rush of anxiety coursed through him, fearing the fabled robbery. He had no way of foreseeing his future and was understandably nervous. Holding so much cash for the first time, carrying such a significant amount of cash alone was inherently unsafe, but with Zhou Chong preoccupied with other matters, Lin Ming decided to call Li Hongyuan. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Hongyuan arrived, and the two set off together. Yushan village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on one. Located at the southeastern edge of Blue Island City, while it may not be considered developed, it is certainly better off than rural areas in other cities. Many villagers have established processing points, such as for clothing or bags, providing opportunities for middle-aged women in the village to earn wages. Chen Anhai and the Chen family reside at the easternmost row of Yushan village. Their home is a simple bungalow, but the exterior is freshly painted, and the yard is enclosed, giving it a particularly tidy appearance. Upon entering, Lin Ming found Chen Anhai and his wife, Gong Li, having their meal. Second uncle, Lin Ming called from outside. Oh, Lin Ming is here. Chen Anhai set down his chopsticks and walked out. Regardless of the circumstances, one must always be gracious, especially when it comes to gifts. Lin Ming's various fine cigarettes and liquors caught Chen Anhai's eye immediately. Haven't eaten yet, come in for a bite, Gong Li exclaimed, jumping down from the Kong and taking the items Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan had brought. So many fine cigarettes, and Shifeng liquor, I said. Little Lin, why bring so much? You don't need to do this when visiting your second uncle. Gong Li's face lit up with delight. I haven't brought much, I'm just here to ask for your help. Lin Ming replied, please make yourself comfortable, Gong Li urged, quickly tidying the table. The items Lin Ming had brought were worth at least 10,000 yuan, including delicacies like finished bird's nest and shark fin. Gong Li certainly intended to treat them well. Second uncle, allow me to introduce my partner, Li Hongyuan, Lin Ming stated. Hello, Chen Anhai greeted Li Hongyuan, shaking his hand. They proceeded to discuss business. Lin Ming said, second uncle, 240 acres is far too little. Yushan village has over 2 to 3,000 acres of land, and none of the families rely on this for income. If we offer 7 million per acre, who wouldn't want a lease? That can't be entirely accurate. Some of the older folks place significant value on arable land, but the main reason is that they haven't seen any money, Chen Anhai replied. I've also heard that the compensation for land acquisition here is 48,000 per acre. If you offer 70,000, they'd naturally be pleased. However, merely talking to you and your second uncle won't convince them. In truth, the figure of 240 acres was just a casual remark made during their downtime, which then spread as a rumor. Many inquiries came not from Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua visiting others, but rather from villagers coming to them. Ultimately, the Chen brothers had not invested much effort into this matter. They merely acquiesced to Chen Ening's requests, offering 70,000 per acre. Just for those 240 acres alone would amount to over 10 million. Given Lin Ming's character, could he truly produce such a sum? Li Ge, please fetch a safe. Lin Ming signaled to Li Hongyuan, who immediately understood and left for the car with the keys. Meanwhile, Lin Ming handed Chen Anhai a soft cigarette. He added, "Second uncle, I would appreciate your assistance. Since everyone will be at home this afternoon, please inform them that we will sign the contracts today, and payment will be issued immediately." "You brought money?" Chen Anhai raised an eyebrow. Just then Li Hongyuan entered, carrying a safe. Lin Ming opened it to reveal it filled to the brim with red cash. Chen Anhai and Gong Li had never seen such a substantial amount of cash before. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ming took out 5 bundles of fresh red bills, smiling. "I can't let you and Auntie work for nothing. This 50,000 should be my way of showing respect to you both." "How can this be?" Gong Li exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet. Despite her words, her face betrayed her elation. Receiving 50,000 for running errands seemed far too easy. "Mr. Lin is currently in no shortage of cash. You two should take it." Li Hongyuan chimed in. From the moment they entered, Li Hongyuan had sensed that Chen Anhai and his wife were not particularly fond of Lin Ming. Now was the opportunity to elevate Lin Ming's status. "Lin Ming, what business are you in? How did you suddenly amass so much wealth?" Gong Li couldn't help but inquired. "I'm involved in various enterprises," Lin Ming replied with a smile. At that moment, Chen Anhua also arrived. Lin Ming took out 5 stacks of red bills and placed them into Chen Anhua's hands. From that point on, the two brothers harbored no further doubts about Lin Ming. They dialed one call after another. Gong Li also summoned Chen Anhua's wife, going door to door to inquire. Before long, Chen Anhai's home was teeming with people. Villagers from Yushan village. Initially, they held skeptical thoughts, but upon witnessing the large stacks of red bills laid out on the Kong, they immediately became exhilarated. For these individuals, the farmland had transformed into something akin to a mere trinket, tasteless when consumed, yet too valuable to discard. 1 acre could be exchanged for 70,000, and it was merely a 10-year lease. After that, the land would still belong to them. What a deal! Throughout the entire afternoon, Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan busied themselves with signing contracts. Those with bank cards made direct transfers, while others received cash. It mattered little. As long as the money was given, all was well. "Anhai, your family has produced a significant figure," they exclaimed. TSK Judge's husband is still thinking of lending us a hand. "Truly reliable." "Chen Anhua, you surely haven't missed out on any benefits, have you?" In the courtyard, the villagers' calls echoed intermittently. Even the statuses of Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua rose with the tide. Every person emerging from the house wore a broad smile. This made those still waiting in line rather anxious. Fearing that Lin Ming might run out of funds, leaving them unable to rent out, the farmland allocated by the government was strictly for leasing, not for buying or selling, which was precisely why Lin Ming signed a lease contract. For instance, if a shipbuilding factory were to come in the future and occupy this land, Lin Ming could only seek compensation for the demolition of the covering structures. The villagers of Yushan would receive a share as well. Of course, the amount offered by the shipbuilding factory would not be as high as what Lin Ming was providing. Upon seeing the money, matters progressed far more smoothly. By around 6 p.m., Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan had signed over 600 contracts. With the leased land area reaching 833 acres, naturally Lin Ming was not content with this. The future shipbuilding factory would occupy more than 2,000 acres in Yushan village. This was merely a third of that. They toiled until 9 p.m., and the courtyard was still filled with numerous villagers. "Lin Ming, shall I prepare some food for you?" Gong Li had already asked this several times. She now looked at Lin Ming with great fondness. "No need, second aunt. Everyone is waiting. I wouldn't want to delay your rest," Lin Ming replied apologetically. Having been engrossed in signing contracts, he hardly had time to eat. Each of these contracts represented a profit of at least 2 million. "What are you saying? If you continue to be so polite, second aunt won't be pleased." Gong Li feigned dissatisfaction. Chapter 88. My wife bought me clothes after midnight. The crowd in the courtyard gradually dispersed. At this point, the calm was piled high with contracts. The area of leased land exceeded 1,500 acres. Yushan village is truly remarkable now. Everyone has their ways of making money and no longer wishes to farm. Lin Ming remarked with a smile. If there were any viable alternatives, who would still want a farm? At the current prices, one could hardly afford a meal just from farming. Chen Anhua chuckled. Tomorrow more villagers should come to sign contracts. "I've already informed Director Yang. You can just go and collect some cash in my name." Lin Ming turned to Li Hongyuan, saying, "I have to attend an industrial land auction tomorrow. I probably won't have time to come by." "You'll need to go by yourself." "All right." Li Hongyuan nodded. Despite being noticeably older than Lin Ming, he followed Lin Ming's instructions obediently, which elevated Lin Ming's standing in the eyes of the Chen families. "The land you rented today must be over 1,000 acres. By my rough calculation, it's almost 100 million. Upon this realization, Chen Anhua's eyes widened in astonishment. Not almost 100 million. It's already over 100 million, Li Hongyuan clarified. The Chen family members involuntarily gasped in awe. 100 million in red bills, all spent in just one afternoon. For ordinary fishermen like them, it was a thought they hardly dared to entertain. This is nothing. Tomorrow, Lin will be going to the Land Bureau to acquire land, and that will truly be spending big money, possibly billions, even tens of billions, Li Hongyuan said casually. He had always been displeased with Chen Anhai's previous indifference towards Lin Ming. And this comment was deliberately aimed at them. Tens of billions. Gong Li, being a woman, instinctively asked, Lin Ming, didn't you just divorce Jie last month? How could you have earned so much in such a short time? What are you talking about? Why bring that up now? Chen Anhai shot Gong Li a glare. Gong Li, realizing her faux pas, exhibited an awkward expression, acknowledging her mistake. I used to owe the Chen family. I intend to make it up in the future, Lin Ming stated, glancing at the last safe, which still contained 90,000 in cash. The majority of the villagers from Yushan village had opted to transfer directly to their bank accounts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming said, Uncle, third uncle, why don't you two split this 90,000? This isn't that appropriate. Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua exchanged glances. They had long fantasized about such a scenario. Yet given that it was 90,000, they thought it improbable. They never expected Lin Ming to actually hand it over. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I have a few matters I would like your assistance with. Lin Ming remarked, starting tomorrow, refrain from going out to sea. Help me gather the masons from 10 nearby villages. I plan to build sea cucumber sheds on the leased land. Money isn't an issue. But time is of the essence. The workers' fee will be 500 a day, with an additional 100 for night shifts. Just keep an eye on things here, and once the work is complete, I will pay you their wages. Upon hearing this, both Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua became excited. Going to sea was more laborious than farming. Naturally, they would prefer not to go out to sea when there was money to be made. Moreover, Lin Ming was exceedingly generous, having already given them nearly 100,000 each. Why would they worry about him underpaying? Are we becoming contractors? Chen Anhai joked. You will also be responsible for purchasing materials for the sea cucumber sheds. Tomorrow, Director Li will bring the money, Lin Ming reiterated. Money is not a problem. It is crucial to finish the work quickly. If there aren't enough hands, hire more. There are plenty of craftsmen willing to work for 500 a day. Understood. We'll take care of everything. Chen Anhai nodded. You should rest early. We ought to be on our way. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he and Li Hongyuan exited and got into the car. This time, Li Hongyuan drove, as Lin Ming was indeed worn out from the past few days. Lin, can you let me in on the secret? What major business are we undertaking? Li Hongyuan asked, curiosity piqued. In a while, the Xinchen Group will arrive. Besides establishing one of the largest shipyards in the country here, they will also excavate mountains and fill seas for port construction, Lin Ming explained. Xinchen Group? The one valued at over $5 trillion, Li Hongyuan gasped. The Xinchen Group was involved in numerous industries, even surpassing companies like Tesla and Schilling Group. The shipbuilding industry was one of Xinchen Group's vital components, producing large vessels customized for global sale, holding a critical position in the shipbuilding sector, excavating mountains and filling seas. That is quite an undertaking, Li Hongyuan exclaimed, astonished. For a giant like that, even a casual exhale is a significant endeavor. Lin Ming chuckled. Of course, the shipyard is merely my ultimate goal. Before that, we will cultivate sea cucumber seedlings and stockpile dried sea cucumbers, which will also yield substantial profits. What you're saying excites me. Li Hongyuan trembled in anticipation. That if you're excited, go home and find my sister-in-law. Lin Ming responded with a grin. You're not wrong. I'll drag her out as soon as I get home. Just then, Lin Ming's phone suddenly rang. It's almost 1 a.m. Who could be calling me at this hour? Lin Ming muttered as he pulled out his phone. It was Chen Jia calling. Why are you still awake? Lin Ming reproached. Chen Jia replied, did you go to my second uncle's house today? My second aunt just called me and praised you quite a bit. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? It's late, and if you don't get enough rest, how will you manage work tomorrow? They're all thrilled, saying you gave nearly 100,000 to each family and that you've become successful, Chen Jia said, clearly speaking with a smile, and there was an underlying sense of pride in her tone. It seems Shen Yuan is once again sleeping with my parents, Lin Ming remarked. Yes, that little girl is now glued to her grandparents, claiming the big bed is comfortable and the house is beautiful, and she doesn't want to come back here at all, Chen Jia replied. Then why don't you hurry and move over? You can't see the child, nor can you see your husband. I feel lonely for you, Lin Ming smiled. Don't indulge in your spring and autumn fantasies, Chen Jia retorted. What if I moved over? Shen Yuan isn't home anyway. Lin Ming, you better speak to me properly, Chen Jia warned, gritting her teeth. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, said, alright, it's so late, you should sleep quickly, or you'll wake up with dark circles under your eyes tomorrow. My second uncle mentioned you'll be attending some land auction tomorrow. This, Chen Jia paused briefly before continuing. A few days ago, I bought you 2 sets of clothes but kept forgetting to mention it. You can pick them up tomorrow. The keys are under the mat at the door. With that, Chen Jia hung up. Lin Ming remained momentarily entranced by the delicate sound of Chen Jia's voice. Momentarily at a loss for words, after a moment, he shook Li Hongyuan's arm vigorously. Li good, did you hear that? My wife bought me clothes. I'm driving. Li Hongyuan rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, it's merely 2 sets of clothing. Why are you so ecstatic about it? You just don't understand, do you? Haha, Lin Ming laughed heartily. After more than 20 days of effort, he finally saw the fruits of his labor. Chapter 89. Do you think everyone relies on their parents like you do? By the time they returned home, it was already past 2 o'clock. Lin Ming collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. It wasn't until the alarm rang the next morning that he washed up and headed out. Breakfast was brought by Zhou Chong, and he hastily consumed a bite in the car. First, let us go to Unju community. Xinjia bought me 2 sets of clothing, and I need to change. Lin Ming stated, your sister-in-law bought you clothes. Zhou Chong replied, unlike Li Hongyuan, who immediately grinned. It seems she has been moved by brother Lin's sincerity. Somewhat effective, Lin Ming feigned modesty. Zhou Chong did not dwell on the matter and continued. I inquired earlier, and the Land Bureau has 5 parcels of land up for auction this time, the largest covering 2,500 acres over by Longshan. Only 2,500 acres? That's a bit small, but it should suffice for now, Lin Ming remarked, taking a bite of his yaote. My dear brother, is 2,500 acres truly small? With such an expanse, one could construct an industrial park. Zhou Chong retorted incredulously. In the future, my pharmaceutical company will be targeting a global market, not to mention an industrial park, even 10 of them would be overwhelming, Lin Ming replied. Zhou Chang's eyelids flickered. Brother Lin. Is it too late for me to join now? Please, I fear your father might scold me. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. This was merely a jest. However, Lin Ming genuinely did not intend to involve others in the pharmaceutical venture. Am I going to miss out on a lucrative opportunity? Zhou Chong lamented. Are you not already making considerable profits? Lin Ming chuckled. Zhou Chong feigned a sigh and continued, for the past few days, I've been in contact with my third uncle to help stockpile dried sea cucumbers. There is quite a quantity available in Daxing City right now, around 2,300 per pound. With the better ones reaching 2,700. Before winter sets in, let us stockpile as much as we can. You should also find a way to gather some here in Landau City. The more the better, Lin Ming nodded. As for the sea cucumber seedlings, I've already asked my third uncle to prepare them. Currently, the price for seedlings is quite low. 100 heads cost less than 100. Nothing too small. We need medium-sized ones, about 50 to 60 heads per pound, Lin Ming specified. Those are even cheaper, around 50 to 60 per pound. Moreover, my third uncle mentioned he would send a few technicians to guide us in aquaculture. After all, it's best to leave professional matters to professionals, Zhou Chong added. He had grown too lazy to inquire why Lin Ming wanted to do this. He knew it was bound to be profitable. Is your third uncle also cultivating sea cucumbers now? Lin Ming suddenly inquired. Indeed, not only is he cultivating them, but he is also thriving. He has purchased over 20 sea cucumber ponds, with the annual value of sea cucumbers he handles reaching 1 or 200 million. Zhou Chong replied, give him a call. Tell him not to cultivate this winter, Lin Ming said solemnly. Zhou Chong had anticipated that sea cucumbers in Daxing City would encounter problems today, however, since Lin Ming had not spoken up. He dared not draw conclusions. Hearing Lin Ming's words now made Zhou Chang's pupils constrict slightly. Without hesitation, he called his third uncle Zhou Mingzong. You little rascal, you never contact me for ages, yet you call me every day when there's something going on. Zhou Mingzong chuckled. The third uncle, has this year's finished sea cucumbers been released? Zhou Chong asked. They're being processed now. If you want, I can have them made into dried sea cucumbers and set them aside for you. Zhou Mingzong clearly favored his eldest nephew, speaking with a hint of indulgence. Zhou Chong glanced at Lin Ming, who nodded, and continued, if you can stockpile more, do so. If not, just save some for us. However, I called you not regarding dried sea cucumbers, but to inform you not to cultivate finished sea cucumbers this winter. Zhou Mingzong was taken aback. What else should I cultivate if not sea cucumbers? What you cultivate is your business. Just don't cultivate sea cucumbers, Zhou Chong replied. This winter, there will be issues with the sea cucumbers in Daxing. Trust me, you won't regret it, you little brat. Is that how you speak to your third uncle? Haven't I told you not to be rude? Zhou Mingzong retorted, half amused and half annoyed. Third uncle, I mean no disrespect. If you don't believe me, call my father or grandfather, just don't get angry. Zhou Chong said as they arrived at Unju community, hanging up the call. He knew that Zhou Mingzong would likely not believe him, as he was counting on this venture for profit. However, if the elder stepped in, then his third uncle would have to reconsider. Lin Ming arrived at his rented room and indeed found the keys beneath the carpet. 2 suits, one in blue and the other in brown, were neatly laid out on the bed. Xinjia must have ironed them in advance, for there wasn't a wrinkle in sight. This poor woman even remembered my fondness for these 2 colors of suits. Lin Ming mused to himself. After a simple fitting, the suits fit him perfectly, as if they had been tailor-made for him. Wait for me. I will definitely win you back, Lin Ming whispered to the photograph of Xinjia on the table before closing the door and leaving. Brother Lin, you look incredibly handsome. Your sister-in-law truly has an eye for talent, Zhou Chong exclaimed, smacking his lips. This damned good looks have indeed brought me considerable trouble in the past. I'm talking about the clothes. Get lost. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Land Bureau of Landau City. Young Master Zhou, you've arrived. Many people stood outside the Land Bureau, and one of the formally dressed men approached them. Director Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Ming, my brother, Zhou Chong stated, emphasizing the words my brother to indicate Lin Ming's position in his heart. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Director Zhang. Lin Ming smiled and nodded. The auction is about to begin. Please follow me inside, Director Zhang said as they walked. The auction for the parcel starts at 9 o'clock. There aren't many attendees today, so the prices shouldn't soar too high. These are all industrial lands in the suburbs. And the smallest of the 5 parcels is 500 acres. Big bosses are not interested, and small bosses can't afford them, so naturally there won't be many attendees. Zhou Chong scoffed. Someone will always need them. Like you too, Director Zhang chuckled. However, I must advise you that if the auction prices fall below the normal industrial land prices, these 5 parcels will be reclaimed. Understood. Both Zhou Chong and Lin Ming nodded. The starting bid for land auctions is typically set below the land's actual value. In other words, if a parcel is worth 1 billion, it would start bidding at 800 million or 900 million. If the final price does not exceed 1 billion, even if someone bids 999 million, the deal cannot be completed. Once inside the Land Bureau, the two found a seat. Director Zhang went to greet others, while Zhou Chong occasionally introduced various individuals to Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's assets surpassed those of many big bosses, he truly did not recognize these business figures. He couldn't be bothered to learn about people unrelated to him, as the capacity of his mind was limited. Look over there, Zhou Chong suddenly pointed at Lin Ming. That's Yao Tiancheng from Qinghe Pharmaceutical. The leaching cold granules come from Qinghe Pharmaceutical. Lin Ming glanced at the individual. Zhou Chong continued, the products under Qinghe Pharmaceutical occupy 5% of the market share in Donglan province. They can be found everywhere in major pharmacies like Ziguan and Deshun. You two will surely become rivals. Lin Ming did not know Yao Tiancheng but was familiar with Qinghe Pharmaceutical and the leaching cold granules. He chuckled softly. Qinghe Pharmaceutical is a top-tier pharmaceutical group in Donglan province. Do you truly have such confidence in me? Believing I am worthy of being their rival, Zhou Chong raised his chin, saying, to call them rivals is to flatter them. Once Brother Lin's pharmaceutical company is operational, it will be a simple matter to surpass them. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. This was indeed the case. Once the special effect cold medicine is launched, it will rapidly capture market share and create a sensation throughout Huaguo and the world. Companies like Qinghe Pharmaceutical are not even worthy of being Lin Ming's opponents. As the clock struck 9, the auction was presided over by Zhang Qianfeng, whom they had met earlier. After a few formalities, he pointed to the land planning map behind him and commenced the auction. True to Zhang Qianfeng's words, the first few parcels did not sell. It was not until the 4th parcel that someone finally raised a bidding paddle. Although the bids were modest, the parcel was still successfully auctioned. Zhang Qianfeng did not feel embarrassed. After all, the government was not relying on these lands for huge profits but merely going through the motions. The 5th parcel, which was the 2,500 acres over by Longshan, had a starting price of 12 billion. Each increment could not be less than 10 million. Lin Ming was taken aback to see Yao Tiancheng from Qinghe Pharmaceutical being the first to raise his paddle. Are we already competing? Lin Ming smiled and raised his own paddle. Mr. Lin bids 12.2 billion, Zhang Qianfeng announced. It seemed that only Yao Tiancheng and Lin Ming were interested in this parcel. Thus, after Lin Ming raised his paddle, Yao Tiancheng immediately looked over at him. Lin Ming nodded politely in greeting, but Yao Tiancheng completely ignored him. How arrogant! Zhou Chong felt displeased. Lin Ming, however, was indifferent. Yao Tiancheng indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The two continued to raise their paddles, and soon the base price reached 22 billion. The CEOs of surrounding companies occasionally cast glances at Lin Ming, silently wondering where such a remarkable talent had emerged from. He appeared youthful, yet his actions were far from inconsequential. At such moments Lin Ming would nod in acknowledgement, exuding an aura of approachability. Mr. Lin bids 2.4 billion. When the price reached 2.4 billion, Yao Tiancheng finally ceased to raise his paddle. He stood and addressed Lin Ming. Whose child are you? This statement elicited muffled laughter from the gathered executives and unabashed mockery. They clearly regarded Lin Ming with disdain, as if to say, you are not worthy of engaging in conversation with me. Lin Ming also rose, maintaining his smile, yet his words darkened Yao Tiancheng's expression. Do you think everyone relies on their family as you do? Zhou Chong nearly burst into laughter, held back only by the constraints of decorum. Indeed, Yao Tiancheng was the heir to his father's legacy, yet he had significantly expanded Qinghe Pharmaceutical. You know who I am? Yao Tiancheng fixed his gaze on Lin Ming, without a hint of fear. Lin Ming replied, I couldn't care less. Mr. Yao, is this the extent of your tolerance given your status? Zhou Chong interjected, I was wondering who had the audacity to disregard me. Turns out, it's a friend of young Master Zhou. Yao Tiancheng snorted disdainfully but chose not to respond further, ultimately departing in silence. Chapter 90. They say you are quite handsome. In truth, Lin Ming paid little mind to Yao Tiancheng. At present, He might find himself overestimating his own worth, but once the special cold medicine was unveiled, he would comprehend the magnitude of his own insignificance, securing the land for 2.4 billion paying Lin Ming. As it was considerably more expensive than leasing maritime territory with merely over 60 billion in hand, he had just committed a third of his capital. Next, he had to attend to the paperwork and contracts. By the time he exited the Land Bureau, it was nearing 11 o'clock. The two of them casually sought out a place to dine. As Lin Ming prepared to return to the apartment, a call from Zhang Kuang suddenly interrupted. "Have you arrived at Blue Island?" Lin Ming responded with a radiant smile. "With you around, my pharmaceutical company can truly thrive. I just transferred my mother to the capital for treatment and finalized the project proposal. Which is why I'm late," Zhang Kuang explained. "No worries, I just acquired a plot of land to construct a pharmaceutical industrial park. If you have time, come check it out with me," Lin Ming invited. "I just got off the train." "Where are you now?" Zhang Kuang inquired. Lin Ming was taken aback. "You took the train?" "Yes," Zhang Kuang confirmed. "You are wasting time by taking the train. It's uncomfortable, and I don't even know how to express my thoughts on that." Lin Ming complained. "Taking the train saves money." Zhang Kuang's response rendered Lin Ming speechless. "It would be a waste of time for me to pick you up. Just take a taxi to Longshan bus station. I'll meet you there," Lin Ming directed. "There's a bus here. I can just take that," Lin Ming added. Zhou Chong was still preoccupied with matters regarding sea cucumbers and establishing the company. Lin Ming instructed him to return first. And then he took a taxi back to the apartment before driving to Longshan bus station. Upon meeting Zhang Kuang, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Kuang appeared travel-worn, prompting Lin Ming to quietly lament. Who would have imagined that the future medical legend, renowned worldwide, would currently be in such a state? "Haven't eaten yet?" Lin Ming asked. "I bought a bread roll. I'm not too hungry," Zhang Kuang replied. His straightforward nature shone through, devoid of ulterior motives. He spoke plainly. "Often, it is such individuals who find themselves at a disadvantage in the workplace. Look here," Lin Ming gestured to the vast expanse of barren land behind them. "This will all be ours in the future. You can choose the laboratory specifications. I'll arrange for the planning of the other areas." "Mr. Lin, may I inquire how many employees your pharmaceutical company has gathered so far?" Zhang Kuang asked. Lin Ming scratched his nose. "Would you believe me if I said it's just you?" Zhang Kuang remained silent. "Recruitment is straightforward. There are plenty of university graduates available. As long as we offer competitive salaries and benefits, many will be eager to join." Lin Ming justified. "The timeline is tight, so I can't solely blame myself. Mr. Lin, if you trust me, I will handle the recruitment. I want my team to be exceptional rather than mediocre." Zhang Kuang asserted. "This is a perfect opportunity to assemble a capable team while we develop the industrial park, ensuring a seamless transition when it becomes operational." Agreed. Lin Ming nodded, then cautioned, "However, you must master the formulation. It will be the cornerstone of the pharmaceutical company." "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will still sign a contract for that," Zhang Kuang affirmed earnestly. After securing a hotel for Zhang Kuang, Lin Ming made calls to Hong Ning and Han Shanyu. At 3 in the afternoon, at Qingyao CAF, upon seeing Lin Ming enter, Zhang Qingyao, previously chatting with her friends, hurriedly stood. "Lin Gu, you've grown even more handsome in just a few days. No wonder Zhou Chong is so enchanted by you." Lin Ming chuckled. Zhang Qingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Lin Gu, Zhou Chong told me that it was all thanks to you last time. Enough. You are to become my sister-in-law, so let us refrain from such pleasantries." Lin Ming waved dismissively. "What would you like to drink?" "Lin Gu, I'll go get it," Zhang Qingyao said, her shyness evident. The usual, please. Hong Ning and Han Shanyu had already arrived, greeting Lin Ming in turn. "Lin Gu, you've been busy these days. Haven to you. You look a bit worn out," Hong Ning remarked, feigning concern. "Not if you truly cared, you wouldn't be shirking responsibility," Lin Ming retorted playfully. "We are unable to assist. And besides, there is also the hotel." "Alright, I know you're busy," Lin Ming sighed in resignation. Just then, Zhang Qingyao approached with a latte, but she lingered, appearing as if she had something to say. "What's the matter?" Lin Ming inquired, perplexed. Zhang Qingyao bit her lip lightly. "Lin Gu, my best friend asked me to inquire if you have a girlfriend." Lin Ming was taken aback, as were Hong Ning and Han Shanyu. Turning to look, he saw two beautiful girls who had been seated on the sofa with Zhang Qingyao, now staring at him. Upon making eye contact, they quickly averted their gazes. "They say you're very handsome." Zhang Qingyao whispered. Lin Ming smiled ruefully and shook his head. "Has Zhou Chong not mentioned my situation? Not only do I not have a girlfriend, but I also have a wife and children." Zhang Qingyao's face turned crimson as she hurriedly dashed back to her friends. TSK, they say women today are only interested in money, but that doesn't seem to be the case." Hong Ning muttered under his breath. "Do you think all women are like you, rough around the edges? You're just living comfortably because your family owns a hotel," Han Shanyu teased. Hong Ning rolled his eyes. "I wish I were handsome. My parents didn't give me that opportunity. What can I do?" "No worries, as long as you have money," Han Shanyu jested. "Shall we swap places? That would be wonderful," watching the two exchange playful banter. Lin Ming rapped his knuckles on the table. "You two, enough of that. I called you here for a serious matter." They immediately sobered. "Who knows a designer for the industrial park? I just acquired a plot of land to develop a pharmaceutical industrial park." Lin Ming inquired. Lin Gu secured land? Wow, you truly live up to your reputation. Just as Hong Ning was about to flatter Lin Ming, he caught the latter's unamused gaze. Ahem, I know someone, he designed a hotel for my family. Then please invite him to design this project. The sooner the better, Lin Ming instructed. Additionally, help me find a reputable construction team. I don't want someone who works here for a day and there for two. Wasting my time. Lin Gu, you've come to the right person. Han Guo's father runs a construction company. He can provide both workers and materials without issue, Hong Ning replied. Lin Ming looked at Han Chanyu with a smile. So it turns out we've circled back to your family business. Who would have guessed you were a wealthy heir? If I were really a wealthy heir, that would be great. My father's assets are less than mine. Han Chanyu remarked. After a pause, he added, however, my father has a stellar reputation. He is well connected with many construction companies. If Mr. Lin is willing to entrust this project to my father, I assure you won't be disappointed. Is that even a question? Since your father is in this line of work, he is undoubtedly the right choice. Lin Ming smiled. Thank you, Lin, save it. If you keep being this polite, I might forget I know you. Haha, Han Chanyu laughed heartily. Then I'll just call you old Lin from now on. Mr. Lin feels too distant. Suit yourself. Lin Ming shrugged to Lin Gu. It's been a while since we gathered. The hotel has plenty of seafood today. How about I arrange for us to sit together tonight? Hong Ning suggested eagerly. He had recently made 2 billion in the stock market and was eager to treat Lin Ming, without waiting for Lin Ming's response. Hong Ning continued. Lin Gu, we know you care about your family, but you can't just neglect your friends, right? It's just a meal. It won't take much time. Seeing the eager expressions on Hong Ning and Han Chanyu, Lin Ming felt a bit reluctant to refuse. Simultaneously, he sighed inwardly. Just a month ago, individuals like Hong Ning and Han Chanyu would have been out of his reach, let alone having them humbly request to dine with him. As he prepared to leave, Lin Ming paused beside Jiang Qingyao. Zhou Chong genuinely harbors affection for you. This evening, we are having a family dinner. Would you care to join us? Alright. Jiang Qingyao's chin nearly rested against her chest. Lin Ming instantly broke into a smile. That he was not merely assisting Zhou Chong, he was also crafting an opportunity for himself. This way, he could justifiably take Qin Jia out for dinner, after they agreed on the dinner time. Lin Ming bid farewell to Hong Ning and Han Chanyu. He had been so preoccupied these past few days that he had not had the chance to check on his parents and Xian. So Lin Ming first made a trip to the seafood market before hastening toward the resplendent city. After amusing Xian at home for a while, Lin Ming glanced at the time, intending to call Qin Jia in advance. Unexpectedly, just as he took out his phone, Qin Jia called him first. I was just about to call you. We truly share a telepathic connection, Lin Ming jested. However, Qin Jia's voice was tinged with panic. Lin Ming, my dad just called to say Pingping's father has been hospitalized. What ailment? Lin Ming furrowed his brow. But if it were a minor issue, Chen Anying would certainly not have called Qin Jia. It's primary cardiomyopathy, Qin Jia replied. It was Chen Sheng who informed my dad. It seems a considerable sum is needed, and if complications arise, it could necessitate a heart transplant. Lin Ming's expression shifted with understanding. No wonder Chen Sheng had sought financial assistance from Chen Anying. He intended to establish a pharmaceutical company and was naturally acquainted with various medical conditions. For such primary cardiomyopathy, just the preliminary treatment would incur substantial costs. The expense for a heart transplant could soar into the millions, far exceeding that of leukemia, a burden that a typical family like Jiang Pingping's could scarcely bear. Most critically, a heart transplant requires a compatible donor. This type of surgery cannot simply be performed on a whim. Which hospital? Lin Ming inquired. First People's Hospital. They just transferred him, and the situation seems dire, Chen Jia said anxiously. After all, it was her younger brother's girlfriend. Apparently, Qin Sheng had even cried when he called Qin Anying, leaving Qin Jia deeply unsettled. You should leave work now and wait for me at the company entrance. I'll pick you up so we can go together. Alright. At around 4 o'clock, Lin Ming and Chen Jia arrived at First People's Hospital. Outside the emergency room stood Jiang Pingping, Qin Sheng, and Jiang Pingping's mother, Xiaofeng. Jiang Pingping was an only child. Her parents, just over 50, were factory workers and appeared weary but not particularly old. What is the situation? Chen Jia briskly approached. Yes, inside. Qin Sheng gestured toward the emergency room. He noticed Lin Ming had arrived as well but currently had neither the time nor inclination to confront him. Who are you? Xiaofeng directed her question at Chen Jia. Auntie, this is my sister Chen Jia. Qin Sheng introduced. Oh, it's Chen Jia. Thank you for coming. Xiaofeng forced a smile. Auntie, you need not worry. Uncle will be fine. He has the protection of the heavens, Qin Jia reassured her. Let us hope so. Xiaofeng sighed. Chen Jia, unsure how to offer comfort, moved closer to Jiang Pingping and took her hand. Sister, my dad is still young. I don't want him to leave us so soon, Jiang Pingping cried. I understand. Your father will be fine. Chen Jia's heart ached for her. At that moment, Lin Ming called out to Qin Sheng. Come here for a moment. What do you want? Qin Sheng glared at Lin Ming. When I say come here, you should come. Lin Ming shot back without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, such a confrontation might have been acceptable. But given the current situation, it was inappropriate. Chen Shang, listen to Lin Ming, Chen Jia interjected sternly. Though Chen Shang was deeply reluctant, he followed Lin Ming to a secluded area. Did you borrow money from our dad? Lin Ming asked. What do you mean our dad? Yes, my dad. You think you have any right? Chen Shang scoffed. Lin Ming dismissed the need for such bickering. How much do you need? I don't know. Lin Ming frowned. Chen Shang, I know you're upset, but can you set that aside for now? Pingping's father urgently needs funds. Aren't you at all concerned? Of course I'm worried. If I weren't worried, would I be asking Dad for money? Everything is because of you. My parents' savings have been depleted because of you. Chen Sheng's anger escalated. Even if I hadn't drained our parents' savings, it wouldn't be enough for Pingping's father's illness. Lin Ming replied. Are you trying to argue about that? Is this even a matter of sufficiency? Lin Ming's expression hardened. I was a jerk in the past. I apologize to you and the Chen family. You can hit me or scold me as you wish, but I warn you, do not insult my parents. Chen Sheng's bravado faltered slightly. Fine, I apologize to Auntie. But in my eyes, you are a beast, utterly irredeemable. Lin Ming felt genuine exasperation toward this brother-in-law. There was no opportunity to have a civil conversation. If you were a man, this is the moment to shoulder responsibility. Lin Ming stated. What did the doctor say? Chen Sheng clenched his teeth before finally admitting the situation isn't good. A heart transplant is highly likely. Pingping's family should prepare the funds. How much? Lin Ming pressed. At least 5 million, and if the surgery is abroad, it could reach tens of millions. The staggering figure left Chen Sheng feeling utterly defeated. How could they possibly bear such exorbitant costs? Wherever we need to go. However, we need to treat this. I will cover the expenses, Lin Ming declared firmly. Chen Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Lin Ming incredulously. You will pay for the medical expenses that exceed 10 million? If you truly care for Jiang Pingping, I will cover it, Lin Ming asserted. Chen Sheng scoffed. I heard Pingping say you ordered a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but it's on loan. I doubt you can simply produce such a sum. I assure you, I can, Lin Ming replied. No more idle chatter. Have Pingping arrange a time to upgrade her bank account for a large transfer, then send me her banking details. Money is not a concern. What matters is saving a life. Chen Sheng stared at Lin Ming for a moment before finally saying, I do not want your money, nor can I borrow it. His voice had noticeably diminished. So what? Are we just going to let Pingping's father die? Are we going to let her suffer? We could save him, but you want to delay because of a petty feud between us? Have you even considered Pingping's feelings? The barrage of questions left Chen Sheng speechless. He certainly did not want that. The nature of love is often elusive and complex. He simply cared deeply for Jiang Pingping. Just as Lin Ming cared for Chen Jia, Chen Sheng envisioned providing Jiang Pingping with the best life possible, ensuring she faced no hardships. That was enough. Seeing Chen Sheng silent, Lin Ming finally found his opening. Chen Sheng, I have made countless mistakes over the past 4 years. I know it was you who initially played matchmaker for your sister and me, and you feel you ruined her life. Which is why you despise me more than anyone else, but I have truly changed. Your sister knows me better than you do. Have you considered that if I were still the same as before? Would your sister invite me to the hospital? Chen Sheng understood this, yet every time he recalled Lin Ming's violent outbursts towards Chen Jia and the insults hurled at his parents, rage would surge within him. I don't expect you to forgive me right now. We can address our issues later, but right now, a life is at stake, and you cannot be selfish. Do you understand? Lin Ming continued. Chen Sheng remained silent, quietly moving back to Jiang Pingping's side. Lin Ming expressed his willingness to cover the medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingping, Xiaofang, and Chen Jia all turned to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded at them. Money is not an issue. The priority is to save a life. But the doctor said the medical expenses will amount to several million. Xiaofang could no longer hold back her tears. When the doctor relayed that figure to her, it felt as if the sky were collapsing. The elderly couple had toiled their entire lives, saving only a little for Jiang Pingping's dowry. They could not possibly scrape together hundreds of thousands or millions. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I know you don't have much money either. You just ordered a car recently, so it's really unnecessary. Jiang Pingping spoke softly. Lin Ming exchanged a glance with Chen Jia. Chen Jia pursed her lips and said, Auntie, my husband is wealthy. You and Pingping need not worry about the finances. I have heard that the major hospitals in the capital are quite adept at heart transplants. Once uncle is stabilized, we can transfer him to the capital, she suggested. Yes, I have a friend with connections at a hospital in the capital who will ensure everything is arranged properly, Lin Ming added. Thank you so much. Xiaofang nearly fell to her knees before Lin Ming and Chen Jia, who hurriedly assisted her up. Not every patient has the fortune of a wealthy relative willing to cover medical expenses in such trying times. One could say Jiang Pingping was exceedingly fortunate. Subsequently, Chen Jia stayed with Jiang Pingping and her family while Lin Ming made a call to Hong Ning. This fellow indeed had connections in the capital. Given that the Tianyang Group's headquarters was located there, Hong Ning assured him that everything would be well arranged, telling Lin Ming not to worry. Lin Ming intended to mention Zhang Kuang's mother but suddenly realized he did not even know which hospital she was in. So he decided to postpone that discussion. About half an hour later, the emergency room light finally extinguished. "Doctor, how is the situation?" Xiao Fang hurried over. "The condition has stabilized, but do not delay. You should consider transferring to a hospital in the capital or abroad as soon as possible to find a suitable heart donor for the transplant." The doctor advised. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." Everyone exhaled in relief. After arranging for a hospital room, it was already past 5 o'clock. Xiao Fang remarked, "Chen Jia, you and Lin Ming should return first. The kindness you have shown, I and Ping Ping will repay in this lifetime, even if it means toiling like oxen." "Auntie, what are you saying? You are Qin Sheng's future mother-in-law, and I am his sister. This is only proper." Chen Jia interrupted Xiao Fang. Lin Ming added, "Auntie, I have already arranged everything with my friends in the capital. I will provide Ping Ping with a contact number when the time comes. As for uncle, it is indeed better not to delay any further. You should accompany the ambulance to the hospital, which will be more reassuring." All right. Xiao Fang nodded vigorously. It was evident that Chen Jia and Lin Ming's presence here was of no further use, only taking up space, so they decided to leave first. At the hospital entrance, Chen Sheng called out to Lin Ming's retreating figure, "Thank you." Lin Ming waved his hand without responding. However, Chen Jia shot Chen Sheng an admonishing glare, clearly rebuking him for his lack of manners. "Chen Shang, once my father's situation has settled, let us get married," Jiang Pingping suddenly declared. Chen Shang remained silent, merely enveloping Jiang Pingping gently in his embrace. As the sun set, the evening glow elongated the silhouettes of Lin Ming and Chen Jia, slowing their pace considerably. Chen Jia, hands behind her back, walked with a buoyant step, resembling a joyful little bird. "We have a dinner engagement tonight with Zhou Chong and the others. I have already mentioned I would go with you, and Zhou Chong will also be bringing his girlfriend," Lin Ming said. Chen Jia tilted her head. "Are you announcing this after the fact? How could I dare? I was merely discussing it with you," Lin Ming replied sheepishly. Chen Jia huffed. "Zhou Chang's girlfriend must be quite beautiful as well, right? It would be nice to meet her." "Why say quite beautiful? Are you complimenting your own looks?" Lin Ming teased. "Am I not beautiful?" Chen Jia retorted, her face brimming with pride. "Beautiful, of course." Lin Ming laughed heartily. As they approached the car, Lin Ming suddenly inquired, "By the way, when you were at the emergency room entrance, what did you tell Ping Ping's mother about me?" Chen Jia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Ming continued, "Repeat it for me." "Would you? I said you are my uncle." "Say it again. I find it quite delightful." "I won't say it." "Husband? You called me your husband? Does that make me your husband? Are you trying to provoke me? Hurry up and drive, or I won't go." Haha. Under the romantic afterglow, the roar of the Audi Q7's engine echoed as it sped towards Tianyang Hotel. Chapter 92, Kindred Spirits at Tianyang Hotel, in the Tianzi Pavilion. When Lin Ming and Chen Jia arrived, Hong Ning, Han Shanyu, and Zhou Chong were already present. It was indeed the agreed-upon time of 6 p.m. It wasn't that they arrived early, rather, Lin Ming and Chen Jia were delayed due to their visit to the hospital. Jiang Qingyao, true to her word, was seated next to Zhou Chong, appearing somewhat anxious, resembling a delicate flowered brother. Lin. Upon seeing Lin Ming, everyone stood up. Hong Ning's eyes sparkled with amazement. "This must be your sister-in-law. My goodness, no wonder so many beauties pursue brother Lin. He doesn't even glance at them. I had already guessed that your sister-in-law must be exceptionally beautiful, but I never expected her to be stunning to this degree." In truth, Chen Jia felt a bit nervous herself. The people present were far from the casual acquaintances Lin Ming usually knew. They were all influential figures. However, Hong Ning's exaggerated expression made her chuckle, and her tension dissipated without her realizing it. "If you keep staring at my wife like that, I might just have to gouge out your eyes." Lin Ming feigned displeasure. Hong Ning immediately looked aggrieved. "Brother Lin, a beauty like your sister-in-law is simply a celestial being descended to earth. Can't you let me admire her a bit longer, you little rascal? You ask for a beating, ha! In just a few moments." The atmosphere in the private room became warm and familiar. Zhou Chong then said, "Hong Ning, what is this all about? When my Qingyao came, I didn't see you flatter her like this. Does that mean my Qingyao isn't beautiful?" Hong Ning shrugged. "Of course, Qingyao is beautiful. One could use the fish sinks and the wild goose flies, the moon shames the flower to describe her without exaggeration, but she hasn't crossed the threshold yet. She is not your Qingyao after all. What if her preference isn't for your slender frame but for mine?" Zhou Chong stood up, his face darkening. "Brother Lin, this kid is asking for a beating today. Shall we take care of him?" "That is certainly a possibility." Lin Ming nodded with a smile. Just kidding, just kidding." Hong Ning quickly added, "I was merely trying to lighten the mood since I didn't want Qingyao and your sister-in-law to feel uneasy." "Why are you two actually considering getting physical?" Laughter erupted once more. Hong Ning ceased his jesting. "Sister-in-law, Qingyao, please take a seat. This is our own hotel. Don't stand on ceremony. Order whatever you wish. I'll pick up the tab." Lin Ming smiled as he introduced Chen Jia. "You already know Zhou Chong and Han Shanyu. This fellow is Hong Ning, the heir to Tianyang Group, and this hotel belongs to his family." "Hello," Chen Jia greeted gently. "Sister-in-law, hello." Hong Ning scratched his head, finally making a proper introduction to Chen Jia. "Sister-in-law, why don't you sit beside me?" Jiang Qingyao suddenly said. "My name is Jiang Qingyao. Just call me Qingyao from now on, with only the two of us women here." We can talk together, alright. Chen Jia seated herself beside Jiang Qingyao, while Lin Ming leaned against Hong Ning. The arrangement for Ping Ping's father to transfer to the capital was coordinated by Hong Ning. Lin Ming mentioned Dato. Chen Jia quickly raised her teacup. Mr. Hong, thank you on behalf of my brother. I don't drink alcohol, so I'll toast with tea instead. Sister-in-law, that is too kind, if you're this polite. I fear brother Lin will have my head. Hong Ning hastily waved his hand. Please sit down, sit down. I haven't even toasted you yet, so no need for Mr. Hong, just call me Hong Ning or Monk. We real family here, no need for such formalities. As long as I can help, whoever declines is a dog. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Sister-in-law, just sit down. Hong Ning is a straightforward person. Moreover, old Lin has made him 2 billion. What is a little thing like this? Han Changyu chuckled. Is that so? Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming. Before Lin Ming could respond, Han Changyu continued, not only Hong Ning, but even I have made 200 million. That rascal Zhou Chong has earned over 6 billion. But more than the money, we are more grateful that old Lin pulled us back from the brink. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be sitting here today. Chen Jia was genuinely unaware of these matters, her heart filled with curiosity, though she didn't show it on the surface. Old Han, this is the last time. Let us not mention this again. Lin Ming feigned displeasure. Alright, Han Changyu smiled wryly. Sister-in-law, I too almost got into trouble with a few drunken men. It was brother Lin who informed Zhou Chong in advance, sending him to rescue me. Jiang Qingyao whispered. Lin Ming has such influence. Chen Jia gazed at Lin Ming with a smile. Lin Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh dear, with all this talking, aren't you all hungry? Bring the menu over. I plan to treat this monk to a feast today. As if you could eat that much, order away. If my eyes blink, I won't keep my bald head anymore. Hong Ning declared grandly. Though Lin Ming intended to order for himself, he placed the menu in front of Chen Jia and Jiang Qingyao. Brother Lin, we want tea order. You decide, Jiang Qingyao said. Her demeanor was gentle and easily shy. Such women evoke an innate sense of tenderness. The former Chen Jia was much like this. Qingyao, just order. After all, Hong Ning has plenty of money. Zhou Chong softly suggested. Jiang Qingyao shook her head. How about this? Hong Ning, you arrange it. We all have hearty appetites, so don't worry about it being too much. Lin Ming tucked the menu away. Very well. Hong Ning nodded and then stepped out to make arrangements. As the group engaged in casual conversation, delectable dishes began to grace the table. They included a variety of local seafood, wagyu beef, and ham, among others. Everyone felt at ease, indulging in their meals. Lin Ming occasionally glanced at Zhou Chong, unable to resist laughing. Our Zhou de Gongzi is quite the gentleman. How come I'd never seen you peel crabs for me before? Zhou Chong chuckled. Brother Lin, don't be a hypocrite. Isn't everything on sister-in-law's plate what you served her? After saying this, the two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, causing Chen Jia and Jiang Qingyao to blush. You two are truly kindred spirits. Chen Jia playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Ming. We call it a meeting of minds, Lin Ming replied. As drinks flowed and dishes were savored, the group finally shifted to serious matters. Brother Lin, I have contacted most of the seafood market heads in Blue Island City. Hong Ning knows quite a few as well, so we won't have to worry about selling our seafood in the future, Lin Ming stated. Hong Ning nodded. In essence, local seafood is the most sought-after category. Although the prices are considerably higher, there are plenty of wealthy buyers. Lin Ming nodded slightly without Hong Ning mentioning it. Zhou Chang's significant status would compel those seafood market heads to take notice. Moreover, they weren't forcing anyone. Local seafood has always been in demand, otherwise, where would the vendors be shipping their seafood? What is the status of the sea cucumber seedlings? Lin Ming inquired. Uncle San has already commenced the acquisition of medium-sized sea cucumber seedlings from the vicinity of Daxing City. Once our sea cucumber shelters are constructed, we can initiate the cultivation. Zhou Chong remarked that we are erecting quite a number of sea cucumber shelters. Today, Li Hongyuan went to Yushan village to sign contracts, and conservatively estimated, there will be around 2,000 shelters. Lin Ming contemplated for a moment before adding, however, given sufficient labor and materials, those shelters can be fully constructed in about half a month. The sea cucumber shelters are built with large bricks, not as intricate as constructing a house. As long as the workers are adequately compensated, one can be erected in a single night. 2,000 sea cucumber shelters completed in half a month. Isn't that a bit rushed? Will the quality be acceptable? Han Chanyu interjected. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. The purpose of constructing the sea cucumber shelters is not genuinely for cultivating the seedlings. We merely aim to temporarily secure those seedlings. Once the Xingqian shipyard arrives, regardless of whether these seedlings can yield production, we must sell them immediately. I see. Han Chanyu suddenly grasped the situation. In other words, whether it's reselling seafood, cultivating seedlings, or building shelters, it's all a one-time deal, one could say so. However, the seafood resale business can indeed continue indefinitely, as we have contracted a marine area of 500 square nautical miles. And the fishermen of Tianling Town all venture into this expanse. It would be quite fortunate if Xingqian shipyard occupies even a tenth of it, Lin Ming explained. Shall we visit the Tianling Town dock tomorrow? Zhou Chong inquired. Certainly, if you have the time, you should all come along. I've heard those seafood vendors can be quite unruly. I do prefer not to get into a scuffle, Lin Ming joked. Zhou Chong scoffed. We live in a society governed by law. Physical altercations will cost you dearly, haha. The group erupted in laughter. However, despite the jest, fighting at the dock is indeed quite commonplace, compared to the cunning and treacherous competition among true business magnates. What do these seafood vendors amount to? At 9 p.m. after dinner concluded, Lin Ming quietly asked on the way back to Wenzhou community. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? Chen Jia nodded, although your friends are significant figures. They are all very approachable, and they seem to look up to you entirely. I felt quite at ease. Lin Ming gently took Chen Jia's hand. Drive carefully. Chen Jia feigned a struggle before ultimately allowing Lin Ming to hold her hand. Her cheeks flushed. Since Xian has my parents to look after her, for future gatherings like this, you can simply bring me along, right? Lin Ming suggested. Chen Jia huffed playfully. Of course, that would be splendid. After all, I'm rather disinclined to cook, and the food here is delightful, so why not indulge? Has my Chinda beauty finally come to her senses? Lin Ming teased. Chen Jia pursed her lips. Truthfully, I've imagined such a life before, where you introduce me to your friends, and I introduce you to mine. It shouldn't necessitate dining at extravagant restaurants or the other party possessing a high status. Simply sharing a meal and conversing together brings immense joy. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming instinctively tightened his grip on Chen Jia's hand. Chapter 93. Indeed, they are a rowdy bunch. Wenzhou community. Lin Ming cast a woeful glance at Chen Jia, leaving her both amused and exasperated. You should leave now. Chen Jia urged Lin Ming towards the exit. I say, Chinda beauty, we already have a child together, and we are practically reconciled. Can't you allow me to stay here for one night? Lin Ming protested, feeling aggrieved. I'm utterly exhausted from these past few days, and I still have to drive back to the apartment. Aren't you worried I might fall asleep on the road? Please, just let me sleep here tonight. Dream on. Chen Jia shot him a glare. Until we remarry, don't even think about sleeping here. I am single now, and it wouldn't reflect well if word got out. Reflect on what? You are my woman. Do you really need to consider what other men might think? Lin Ming retorted with wide eyes. By the way, Chen Jia seemed to recall something, a smirk playing on her lips. Hong Ning mentioned that many beautiful women are fond of you? Do tell me, who are these beauties? Too many to count. Just let me in, and I'll slowly share the details. As if Lin Ming stood helplessly at the door for a while, then added, I just acquired a piece of land yesterday, intending to establish a pharmaceutical industrial park. Next, we will also be founding our pharmaceutical company. However, I'll be busy with other matters, and I fear I won't have the time to oversee everything. Who do you think could assist me? Ignoring Chen Jia's perceptive gaze, Lin Ming continued, Zhou Chong and Hong Ning aren't reliable, and Li Hongyuan is a bit too old. If I were to hire outsiders, I wouldn't feel at ease. What should I do? Bang! Chen Jia abruptly shut the door in his face. Just as Lin Ming stood there in bewilderment, Chen Jia's voice floated out again. I'll think about it. It's truly my darling wife, Lin Ming called out, suddenly remembering that Wang Lanmei and her husband likely had already retired for the night, and he hurriedly tiptoed down the stairs. September 23 RD, 10 a.m. Lin Ming, Zhou Chong, Hong Ning, and Han Shanyu arrived at Yushan village. From a distance, they could see that a mountain of cement and large bricks had already been delivered to the site, and many craftsmen were energetically at work. Some sea cucumber shelters were already half constructed. Chen Anhui and Chen Enying were indeed quite efficient. Li Hongyuan had driven over early this morning, and villagers were gradually coming to sign land rental contracts with him. However, it was evident that there were not as many as in the previous days. Lin Ming has arrived. Upon seeing Lin Ming and the others enter, Gong Li beamed with a wide smile. Auntie, please continue with your work. We merely came to have a look, Lin Ming replied to greetings. Auntie Zhou Chong and the others chimed in. Hello. Gong Li, ever observant, immediately noticed the difference in the demeanor of these individuals. She busied herself with washing fruits and serving tea. You've worked hard. Lin Ming patted Li Hongyuan on the shoulder. I'm making money for myself. What is hard about that? Li Hongyuan stood up and stretched lazily. Old Li, how much have we got? Zhou Chong inquired. Here, the contracts are laid out. Combined with the previous days, it totals 2,245 acres. We're nearly renting out all the land in Yushan village, Li Hongyuan stated. Over 2,000 acres, quite impressive. Lin Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Other villagers were eager to sign contracts with Li Hongyuan, so Lin Ming refrained from further interrupting. He sought out Chen Anhui and Chen Enying to inquire about seafood matters. And then the four of them drove to the Dongsuan dock. Dongsuan, a neighboring village to Yushan, had been heavily developed by the county. Over a decade ago, a 1,500-meter-long bridge had been constructed. This bridge had become a dock for fishermen from 10 miles around. Anyone coming from Muling County or Land Island City, or even tourists from afar, would choose to buy seafood here. No wonder so many people prefer to live by the sea. The environment is indeed splendid. If I can manage, I should build a small villa here to escape and relax from time to time, Hong Ning mused. They no longer permit private constructions. Stop daydreaming, Lin Ming chuckled while shaking his head. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, the group noticed a considerable number of people already gathered at the dock, each holding baskets, all seafood vendors. Due to the high demand for seafood, Dongsuan had even hired some security personnel to maintain order at the dock. Being merely the son-in-law of Yushan village, those vendors naturally did not recognize him. The four of them meandered around the dock, much to Hong Ning's delight as the outsider, who exclaimed that the very air was infused with the scent of seafood. These fishermen truly have it tough. They set out to sea in the early hours, returning only by noon, facing far more risks than a typical job, Han Chinyu remarked, hence, they dislike haggling over prices. This money is earned through their lives, Lin Ming explained. By around noon, fishing boats gradually returned from the distance. Standing on the dock and gazing outward, the sight was profoundly striking. Rows of fishing boats with fluttering red flags trailed long wakes behind them, resembling a grand ceremony. In truth, since the sea opened on September 1, such spectacles have occurred daily. The number of tourists on the bridge has also notably increased, with the bridge bustling with people. They reback. Lin Ming's gaze fixated on a fishing boat measuring over 20 meters in length. He had previously inquired about this fisherman named Wan Libo from the Chen brothers. He was one of the more renowned fishermen in Tianling town, owning 4 or 5 boats and employing over a dozen workers, thus holding considerable prestige. Many other fishermen opted to venture out to sea alongside him, seemingly blessed with maritime fortune, as he always returned with a bountiful catch. Once Wang Libo's boat docked, vendors rushed to greet him, unloading crates filled with hairy crabs, shrimp, and octopus from the vessel. TSK, this is a lucrative haul, isn't it? The local yellow hairy crabs fetch around 250 to 260 yuan per pound. He must have several hundred pounds here, Hong Ning remarked enviously. You're still coveting this meager bounty. Today's calm seas are fortuitous. It's not every day they can catch this much seafood. Moreover, every year during the May Day holiday, fishing is prohibited. The sea only opens again on September 1. All things considered, Wan Libo and his few boats could earn around 1 to 1.5 million yuan a year. Lin Ming clarified, I thought it was like this every day. Hong Ning pouted. Make way, don't block the path. Just then, a large group of people carrying baskets jostled Lin Ming and the others aside. What are you pushing for? This is my new clothing. It has become soiled, so please assist me in cleaning it. Zhou Chong expressed his dissatisfaction, yet they completely ignored him. One middle-aged man smiled at Wan Libo and remarked, today has been quite fruitful, hasn't it? Just this batch of hairy crabs alone must fetch a handsome sum. Those octopuses look to weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds, right? Lord Dragon King has graciously graced us. We must ensure we have something to eat. Wan Libo appeared equally pleased. Lin Ming pondered for a moment before approaching Uncle Wang. How much for this batch of hairy crabs? They're not for sale. Before Wan Libo could respond, the middle-aged man called out without lifting his head or opening his eyes. Lin Ming recognized this man as Lu Hongda, who was related to Wan Libo and was one of the local so-called big vendors. Someone has to buy them. Selling them anywhere is still selling, Lin Ming replied. Hearing this, Lu Hongda chuckled. It's not that they can't be sold. It's 500 yuan per pound. Can you afford that? Laughter erupted from the laborers working alongside him, their expressions full of mockery. I've heard that in Landau City, these hairy crabs only go for a little over 300 per pound. Selling them for 500 is nothing short of extortion. Lin Ming frowned. Young man, you ought to take yourself somewhere cooler. We don't have time to waste on you here, do you understand? Lu Hongda waved his hand dismissively. This scene prompted Zhou Chong, Hong Ning, and Han Chinyu to exchange glances. Lin Ming's observations were indeed correct. These seafood vendors were all quite obstreperous. At least in commercial competition, there could be some semblance of decorum. Here, however, they were brazen and lacked any sense of propriety. Lin Ming chose to disregard Lu Hongda and turned to Wan Libo. Uncle Wang, starting tomorrow, do not sell these seafood items to anyone else. I will take over. Regardless of the seafood, I will pay you an extra yuan compared to others. Upon hearing this, Wang Libo paused in his activities, and Lu Hongda and his companions were taken aback. Ha, did you all hear that? This little brat wants to snatch my bowl of rice. You think you can take over? Who do you think you are, in the vicinity of Tianling town, who would dare say such a thing in front of your grandfather Lu? Have you even inquired about who your grandfather Lu is? I don't know who your grandfather is, but I do know who Lu Hongda is, Lin Ming replied calmly, producing the contract for the fishing rights. Uncle Wang, you can go to the town and inquire. The waters south of Longkou and north of Sherdao have all been contracted by me. If you wish to continue fishing, you will need to sell all future seafood to me. Wang Libo, being merely a fisherman, was not as fierce as Lu Hongda. Although uncertain about the legitimacy of the fishing rights claim, his expression shifted slightly. Fishing rights? I've never heard of such a thing, Lu Hongda scoffed. Perhaps your ears are simply deaf, Lin Ming retorted. In terms of stubbornness, who could rival Lin Ming? Initially intending to engage in a civil conversation, Lu Hongda showed no respect, launching immediately into insults. Lin Ming, naturally, would not tolerate this disrespect. Who are you cursing at? A young man with yellow hair, sporting a foreign accent, stepped forward, brandishing a shovel that suggested he was ready for a confrontation. Zhou Chong and the others quickly moved to Lin Ming's side. This is a society governed by law. Do you really intend to resort to violence? Zhou Chong scoffed. If you keep looking for trouble here, I will bury you. The yellow-haired man glared. The wind is too strong. Watch your tongue and don't trip over it, Han Shanyu cautioned. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to strike you? Lu Hongda lit a cigarette. So you're looking for trouble, are you? Do you believe I won't kick you into the sea to drown today? In the distance, some vendors and fishermen observed the scene. Someone, reveling in the drama, shouted, Vold Lu, don't lose face for us. If they really take our bowl of rice, we'll be left to drink the northwestern wind. Soon, a crowd began to gather, comprised of fishermen, vendors, and tourists, the majority of whom watched Lin Ming and his companions with glee. Any local would know that Lu Hongda had a notorious reputation for being a hothead. He was well connected within the county, yet if he were truly so easy to bully, he wouldn't have grown so powerful or brazen. Get lost quickly. I'm in a good mood today and won't waste time on you kids. Lu Hongda shouted. What if I refuse to leave? Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. The yellow-haired man stepped forward. If you don't want to leave, then I will take you down. It was clear that a fight was imminent. Wang Libo quickly interjected, young man, it's not easy for us to make a living at sea, and besides, Hongda has already contracted my boat. Everything has its proper order, don't you agree? Lin Ming smiled. Uncle Wang, I've come to inform you that not only your boat but all seafood from Tianling town will be procured by me from now on. You're talking nonsense, Lu Hongda cursed. You think you can just declare a procurement? Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, we could drown you in spit. Lin Ming smiled lightly. Today as seafood still belongs to you. After saying this, Lin Ming turned and walked away with Zhou Chong and the others towards the other fishermen. Bah, Lu Hongda shouted from behind, are you suggesting that tomorrow will be different? You will see what your grandfather Lu is capable of. Whoever doesn't show up is a dog, don't you dare flinch. Very well, we shall see, Lin Ming replied. The following hours were spent notifying each fisherman. Unsurprisingly, this drew the ire of numerous seafood vendors. Many fishermen disregarded their words, treating them as mere background noise. To threaten without action is utterly pointless. It wasn't until they left the dock that Zhou Chong finally sighed in relief. These vendors are indeed no trifling matter. I genuinely fear that yellow-haired man might strike me with that shovel. If he were to kill you, Zhoudage, there would be no place to mourn. Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong rolled his eyes. That fool clearly doesn't know who I am. Should he actually strike me down, I would be the one crying, Brother Lin, should I gather some people for tomorrow? Hong Ning suggested, these fellows only respond to force. If we don't establish a strong presence, our seafood procurement plans will be in jeopardy. There's no need, Li Hongyuan has already prepared some people, Lin Ming replied. Then called Li Hongyuan. Upon hearing that Lin Ming and his group had faced difficulties at the dock, Li Hongyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the afternoon, Lin Ming and his companions inspected the sea cucumber sheds before driving back to the city. The next morning, Zhou Chong called Lin Ming. Or Brother Lin, our temporary company is all set up. What name would be suitable? Let us call it Phoenix Limited, Lin Ming decided. Why Phoenix? Zhou Chong inquired. Lin Ming smiled but did not reply. He had long contemplated the name. After awakening and gaining the ability to foresee the future, Lin Ming essentially experienced a rebirth. Was this not akin to the Phoenix's rebirth? The future pharmaceutical company or group would undoubtedly be named Phoenix Pharmaceuticals or Phoenix Group. Since the company is ready, I will notify Lin Chu. She can come to work now, Lin Ming stated. Lin Chu had indeed been quite idle these days, driving around the city with Lin Ku. Given their attractive appearances, they attracted plenty of attention, greatly indulging their vanity. Brother Lin, when are we heading to the dock? Zhou Chong asked. Lin Ming smiled. I see you called me early in the morning. You must be eager to go to the dock, right? Yes, I want to deal with that yellow-haired man, Zhou Chong declared. I've never suffered such humiliation. I even dreamt about him last night. If I don't get this bad taste out of my mouth, I fear I won't sleep well again. You are the foremost young master of Landau City. Maintain your dignity, or you may find yourself in the news, Lin Ming advised. Then I won't lay a hand on him, Zhou Chong mumbled. That is for the best. After hanging up, Lin Ming called Lin Chu. The moment she learned she would finally be starting work, she became ecstatic, dancing with excitement. Being idle truly held no appeal. As for Lin Ming, regardless of how much money he made, he felt that his current life was far more fulfilling than before. At 12:30 noon, at the East Village dock, a large group of people had gathered. Numbering around 20 to 30. The yellow-haired man occasionally glanced into the distance, his face full of anticipation. Lu Gu, do you think those guys might actually be scared? Will they still come? Lu Hongda took a puff of his cigarette. As long as they're not fools, they would have definitely inquired about me since yesterday afternoon. It wouldn't be surprising if they dared not show up. What a shame. I was hoping to give them a beating. The yellow-haired man scoffed. As time passed, the crowd at the dock grew larger, and Lu Hongda's group exchanged glances, smirking. It seemed that today, the anticipated individuals would not be making an appearance. However, it mattered little. It would serve to demonstrate their authority and send a warning to the other vendors. Boats began arriving at the dock, including Wang Libo's vessel. Upon seeing the large crowd Lu Hongda had gathered, his eyelids twitched, yet, upon noticing that Lin Ming and the others had not arrived, he felt a slight sense of relief. What are you trying to do? Just a few young people, and you need to create such a commotion? Juan Libo complained, "You simply don't understand. If a few young brats can trample over me, then this dock would descend into chaos," Lu Hongda retorted. Lu Hongda exclaimed with a beaming smile, "Today's harvest surpasses that of yesterday. If only every day could be like this, my profits would soar." Just as Wang Libo was about to speak, he inadvertently caught sight of several familiar figures approaching. His expression shifted dramatically as he urgently remarked, "Old Lu, look, aren't those the same individuals from yesterday?" Lu Hongda turned towards the entrance, where he spotted Lin Ming and his companion sauntering forth. "Damn, they truly dare to return," Lu Hongda fumed. "If they dare to stir up trouble again today, I will." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed several large buses halting at the dock's entrance. The doors swung open, revealing a throng of ominous figures clad in security uniforms. The dock security, initially intent on obstructing their path, quickly fell silent upon encountering the fierce expressions on the newcomers' faces. As the crowd moved along the dock, fishermen, tourists, and seafood vendors instinctively parted to create a passage. In no time, Lin Ming and his group stood before Juan Libo's boat. "Uncle Wang, it's a pleasure to see you again," Lin Ming greeted with a smile. "Yes, indeed." Juan Libo's complexion paled. "Didn't we agree yesterday that I would be the one purchasing the seafood today? Why are you still selling to others?" After feigning dissatisfaction, Lin Ming turned his gaze towards Lu Hongda. "Stand down," and his tone was calm, yet it sent a jolt through Lu Hongda's body, holding a large basket of hairy crabs intended for loading. Lu Hongda retorted, "Yesterday you were calling me old Lu. Care to repeat those words now?" Lin Ming's smile was icy. Lu Hongda's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Bringing this many people to collect seafood? You certainly have some clout," Lu Hongda Zhou Chong remarked with a knowing look. His words were directed at Lu Hongda, yet his eyes remained fixated on the yellow-haired individual beside him. "Come here," Zhou Chong beckoned. The yellow-haired man swallowed hard, rooted to the spot. "Why the silence? Weren't you quite boastful yesterday, threatening us and claiming you would cleave us in two? Are you feeling particularly audacious now?" Zhou Chong continued. At that moment, the yellow-haired man felt his legs turn to jelly. Overwhelmed by fear, Lu Hongda's entourage instinctively took a few steps back. "Is this all you can muster? My brother is calling you over. Are your ears not functioning?" Lin Ming added, directing his words at the yellow-haired man. It was not just Zhou Chong who felt discomfort. Lin Ming was even more unsettled by the presence of an outsider bullying others as if he owned the dock. Picking up a shovel from the ground, Lin Ming approached the yellow-haired man step by step. "My mind isn't particularly sharp. What did you say yesterday? Care to repeat it?" "Old Lin, he said he would cleave us in two." Han Shangyu shouted. "Oh right." Lin Ming nodded and suddenly swung the shovel down towards the yellow-haired man. Startled, the yellow-haired man quickly raised his arm to block the blow. While his head escaped unscathed, his arm was surely broken. Many onlookers pulled out their phones to record the scene. However, the security personnel summoned by Li Hongyuan were not idle. Anyone attempting to record faced either forced deletion or outright prohibition from filming. "This is utterly unacceptable. It's a world apart from yesterday. How can we possibly continue this game?" Lin Ming tossed the shovel aside and wiped his hands on Lu Hongda's clothing. At that moment, Lu Hongda was rendered utterly speechless. Accustomed to being brash at the dock, he never anticipated that these young men would possess such formidable capabilities. "Are you still collecting seafood?" Lin Ming inquired. Lu Hongda hastily shook his head, his lips turning a shade of purple. "Uncle Wang, you see, it's not that I'm preventing him from collecting. He simply refuses to do so, which leaves us no choice but to step in." Lin Ming turned to Juan Libo, who was already in a state of shock. He had thought Lu Hongda was ruthless, but Lin Ming proved to be even more formidable. I'm willing to sell to anyone." Juan Libo forced a smile. "You must sell to me, do you understand?" Lin Ming fixed Juan Libo with a stare before gesturing towards the yellow-haired man. "Doesn't he like the ocean? Let us toss him into the sea to let him savor the taste of salt water." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man was genuinely terrified. "No, I was wrong. I apologize. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Lin Ming had no intention of truly throwing him into the sea. The day's actions were merely a display to make an example of Lu Hongda and deter others. He believed that subsequent seafood purchases would be much simpler. "Get lost," Lin Ming shouted. Lu Hongda and his group felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, with no one even bothering to assist the yellow-haired man as they fled in haste. Chapter 95. Brother Lin, do you believe in love at first sight? As Lu Hongda and his cohorts disappeared in a flurry, the other vendors could only shake their heads in resignation. This lucrative avenue had been irrevocably severed. Some, lacking in shame, approached Lin Ming, pleading for him to grant them a chance to survive. Naturally, Lin Ming would not acquiesce. With individuals like these, one would lead to another. It was better to extinguish all hope amongst the gathered vendors. "Excuse me, boss." At that moment, a fisherman inquired softly, "With the vendors gone, what will happen to our seafood?" Lin Ming waved his hand towards the distance. A large group of individuals approached from the entrance, even more numerous than the security personnel. Unlike the latter, these were hired workers specifically brought in by Lin Ming and Zhou Chong to handle the sorting and transportation of seafood. However, with the dock being vast and over 3,000 boats anchored from 10 villages, the mere 100 or so workers they had enlisted would struggle to finish before nightfall. "Boss, this one do." The seafood is quite delicate. If we delay even slightly, it may perish, significantly reducing its value, Wang Libo remarked. His seafood had already been weighed and taken away, leaving only payment to be settled. Lin Ming produced a cigarette and offered it to Wang Libo. You're re-offering me your own? Wang Libo was taken aback. I've finished all mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming simply handed over the entire pack of cigarettes. Uncle Wang, this process is far too slow and wastes everyone's time. Lin Ming lit a cigarette and continued, however, as I'm new here, I currently lack effective solutions, unless we hire more workers, but that is not something we can accomplish in a day or two. What do you suggest we do? This is simple. Who doesn't have a woman at home? If you're truly willing to pay more for the seafood, have those women come to sort it. While you and your crew focus solely on transportation, Wang Libo suggested, although he and Lu Hongda were related by marriage, his primary concern remained profit. As long as he could sell the seafood he caught. He had no qualms about to whom it was sold. That's indeed a splendid idea. It essentially covers your labor costs. Lin Ming agreed with a smile. Wang Libo chuckled awkwardly, feeling that this handsome young man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to those smiling tigers from television. Next, Lin Ming and his companions proceeded to notify each fisherman. This time, the responses were markedly different. Every fisherman was polite and receptive. They caught a wide variety of seafood daily: fish, large shrimp, crabs, and more when weighed. They could easily total several hundred pounds. Lin Ming offered to pay 1 additional yuan per pound above the market price, which meant they could earn several hundred extra yuan daily. What did it cost to hire those women? In the villages and factories, the daily wage of over 100 yuan was already quite decent, and most fishermen promised to send their wives to the dock the following day. Simultaneously, Lin Ming requested they prepare their bank account numbers, assuring them that payments for the seafood would be settled weekly. This delighted the fishermen, as previous seafood vendors often settled payments biannually or even annually. Lin Ming's promise of weekly settlements sent them into a frenzy of excitement. After all, seeing money was a powerful motivator. Thus, the seafood trading venture was effectively secured. They merely awaited the transport of the seafood to Ling County and Lndo City, where the seafood market owners would settle accounts with Lin Ming and his companions. For the fishermen, Lin Ming promised weekly payments, while the seafood market demanded daily settlements. Consequently, Lin Ming and his associates would enjoy a financial cushion for an entire week. At 3 p.m., Lin Ming and his group returned to Lndo City. Zhou Chong had already located the office building for their company, situated in the former Hongyuan Financial's Qianhui building. It was indeed a fitting choice, being conveniently close to their residence and housed in a dedicated office tower. They rented the 33rd floor, encompassing approximately 2,000 square feet. After visiting the Industrial and Commercial Administration, they formally registered Phoenix Marine Industry Company Limited before finally arriving at Qianhui Building. At present, the office appeared rather austere, with only a few desks, several telephones, and a busy young woman. When Lin Shu noticed Lin Ming and the others entering, she was too preoccupied to greet them, engrossed in her phone calls. However, upon seeing Lin Shu, Hong Ning momentarily froze. "Monk, what are you staring at?" Han Shanyu called out. Hong Ning quickly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, do you believe in love at first sight?" Lin Ming's lips twitched. "Get lost. This is my sister. Don't even think about it." This is your sister." Hong Ning's excitement grew. "Brother Lin, from now on, you'll be my real brother. I've never felt so enamored by a woman before." "You're enamored? Please, in terms of age, Lin Shu is 2 years older than you. You should be calling her sister." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. "Her name is Lin Shu." "What a lovely name," Hong Ning murmured, gazing at his rather foolish demeanor. Lin Ming exchanged glances with Han Shanyu and Zhou Chong. "Could it be that I have unwittingly invited a wolf into my home?" Lin Ming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "It is indeed the first time I have seen a monk regard a woman in such a manner," Han Shanyu remarked with a wry smile. Zhou Chong added, "Brother Lin, one cannot entirely blame the monk. Your sister is undeniably beautiful and radiates an aura of kindness and grace." "Acknowledging her beauty, I concede. But can you truly discern her kindness and grace? You must possess eyes of extraordinary clarity." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. At that moment, Lin Shu finally ended the call and approached, her expression fraught with distress. "Brother, it's only my first day at work, and you're being rather harsh." Reluctantly, Lin Ming replied, "It's inevitable that the seafood business will be hectic at the start, but we are in the process of hiring additional accountants. Once the finance department is established, your workload will ease." He affectionately ruffled Lin Shu's hair before introducing Zhou Chong and the others. Zhou Chong and Han Shanyu nodded with smiles, while Hong Ning scratched his bald head and said, "Hello, sister." This utterance of sister left everyone momentarily stunned. "Are you foolish? I told you to call her sister, and you actually did." Zhou Chong nudged Hong Ning. Hong Ning's face flushed with embarrassment. "Then what should I call her?" "Mr. Hong, you may simply call me Lin Shu," she replied. "All right, sister," he responded. The others stared in disbelief. Lin Ming, dismissing Hong Ning, turned to Lin Shu and said, "Please take the time to settle the recent accounts so that everyone can gain an understanding." "Old Lin, aren't you being a bit distant? What do you mean by everyone getting to know? Do you think we don't trust you?" Han Shanyu expressed his discontent, observing Zhou Chong and Hong Ning preparing to voice their grievances. Lin Ming raised his hand and stated, "It is vital for brothers to settle accounts clearly even with Xiangzhe over in Tianhai. I will ensure that Lin Chu prepares a project report for him." "Brother Lin, let us not discuss how much profit we can make from seafood. At least the money we have now is earned alongside you. This seems rather pointless," Zhou Chong added, feeling uncomfortable. "If you trust me, then heed my advice." Lin Ming's words silenced the group. Subsequently, these so-called big bosses deliberated future matters under Lin Chu's forlorn gaze while she busied herself with the accounts in her spare time. Finally, around 5 p.m., Lin Chu let out a long sigh of relief. "Sister, you've worked hard. Wipe your sweat." Hong Ning quickly handed her a tissue. "Thank you." Without further thought, Lin Chu continued, "Let us start from the beginning. The registered capital of Phoenix Marine Industry Company Limited appears to be 50 million on the surface, but in reality, you personally invested 1 billion, while Mr. Zhou contributed 500 million, Mr. Hong 500 million, Mr. Han 300 million, Mr. Xiang 300 million, and Mr.Li 200 million. Altogether, that amounts to 2.8 billion. Lin Ming and the others nodded, awaiting further details. Zhou Chong and the others were not unwilling to invest more, but they were certainly not going to exceed Lin Ming's shareholding ratio. This would subtly reveal their stance to Lin Ming. "According to these calculations, your shareholding ratio is 37.1, Mr. Zhou's and Mr. Hong's is 17.8, while Mr. Han's and Mr. Xiang's hold 10.7 each, and Mr. Li's is approximately 7. 1. Lin Chu continued, "Currently, the total budget for constructing the sea cucumber farm is 100 million, which includes labor, materials, and so forth. The contracted marine area costs 250 million, and leasing the land is 170 million. The funds for juvenile sea cucumbers and the stockpiling of dried sea cucumbers are yet to be precisely determined, and today's total expenditure on seafood has not all been accounted for. So far, the company has 2.28 billion remaining. Here is the detailed project report. I've printed 4 copies for you to review." As she spoke, Lin Chu handed over the 4 project reports. Each person glanced over the documents, noting the meticulous details, including costs for hiring security personnel and the 190,000 owed to Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua. "Truly a comprehensive report, sister. You're amazing," Hong Ning exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Han Chinyu added, "Old Lin, our sister is quite capable. Did she have prior experience in this?" "She hasn't worked in this field before, but she studied accounting in college." Lin Ming chuckled, pleased to hear others praise Lin Chu. The call from the doc mentioned that they will finalize the seafood acquisition project tonight, and I'll compile a financial summary afterward, Lin Chu stated. "No need for that," Hong Ning interjected. "Sister, don't overexert yourself. Besides, we still have funds for juvenile sea cucumbers and dried sea cucumbers. We can handle it all at once." "Mr. Hong, you can simply call me Lin Chu," she reiterated. "After all, you are one of the major shareholders of the company. And given your demeanor, it feels rather uncomfortable to hear you call me sister incessantly." Lin Chu thought, a shiver running down her spine. "Sister, after working all afternoon, you must be hungry, right? I know a particularly good Western restaurant." "Ouch. Brother Lin, be gentle, that hurts." Hong Ning's words were abruptly cut off as Lin Ming pinched his ear. "Why would we go to a Western restaurant when we have our own restaurant at home?" Lin Ming glared at him. "I don't know if my sister is hungry, but I certainly am. Hurry back and prepare dinner. If you dare disturb my sister again, I'll break your head." The next day, at the break of dawn, Lin Ming arrived at the company. To his surprise, in addition to Lin Chu, there was another person present. "It seems you didn't take my words to heart yesterday," Lin Ming remarked, his expression darkening. "Brother, don't be violent. I just came to check if my sister needs any assistance. Please don't hit me." Hong Ning chuckled awkwardly, retreating slightly. Lin Ming turned to Lin Chu, who sat there looking helpless, her eyes pleading for rescue. "What time did you arrive?" Lin Ming inquired of Hong Ning. "86, he replied with a sheepish grin. "What's wrong with you? My sister is a good-natured person." "What if you scare her?" Lin Ming sighed. "If she gets scared, then I'll take care of her for the rest of her life." Hong Ning patted his chest. "Get lost," Lin Ming scolded, no longer wishing to engage with him. "Brother, the seafood accounts from yesterday are ready. Take a look." Lin Chu approached him. As Lin Ming took the project report, his heart raced slightly. The total value of seafood from just one dock in Tianling town reached 240 million in a single day. Lin Chu beamed. "At first, I found it hard to believe, but it is indeed true. It seems that contracting the marine area and engaging in seafood trading was the right choice." Lin Ming shook his head slightly. His contracting of the marine area was not merely for the purpose of seafood trading, yet the dock at Tianling town had indeed provided him with a significant surprise. The project report detailed everything clearly. With over 3,500 boats, the quantity of fat crabs alone reached 400,000 pounds. A purchase price of 260 per pound that already exceeds 100 million. Additionally, there were dragon-scaled fish, prawns, mantis shrimp, squid, octopus, and various other fish. The 240 million noted was the company's acquisition cost, setting aside transportation fees, labor costs, water usage fees, and the depreciation costs for dead seafood. The company's net profit yesterday was around 20. That translates to 48 million. Admittedly, this pales in comparison to the speed of profits from the stock market. However, this is fundamentally a real business. Moreover, it's not a one-time transaction like in the stock market. As long as there are no bans on fishing or severe storms, profits can be generated daily. This means that I personally earned nearly 18 million yesterday. Lin Ming chuckled. Lin Shu nodded. Correct. As for the seafood market, aside from the seafood supplied from the south and imported seafood, our products will settle immediately upon delivery. Profits have been separated from costs as you suggested and deposited into a different account. Lin Ming nodded. This allows for a clearer distinction between profits and costs. In fact, this also includes the revenue from tourists purchasing seafood at the dock. The company has specialized personnel to handle sales there. Tianling Town, lacking in attractions apart from the sea, relies on this dock to attract visitors. If Lin Ming and his team do not permit tourists to make purchases, the town would likely be displeased. Furthermore, tourists generally buy only average-price seafood of mediocre quality, rarely splurging on expensive items like fat crabs that can cost hundreds. So I also earned over 8 million, Hong Ning exclaimed. Indeed, Mr. Hong, your net profit yesterday was approximately 8.54 million. Lin Shu confirmed. Earning over 8 million in a single day surpasses the profits from my restaurant. Hong Ning declared exuberantly. I shall reward. Hong Ning, have never been one to treat employees poorly. Sister has worked exceedingly hard these past few days, so a reward is in order. Mr. Hong, I just started working. Lin Shu replied with a wry smile. What does it matter if you just started? Even if you weren't working, if you can generate profit for me, you should still be rewarded, Hong Ning insisted. Brother Lin, let us settle this. Not only should Sister Lin Shu receive a reward, but so should all the hired workers. Lin Ming had no objections to this. Every company has benefits for employees. Albeit in varying degrees, the seafood venture can continue indefinitely, and since a company has been established, it's prudent to draft contracts with the workers, ensuring that those under 50 receive social insurance and housing funds. They will surely be pleased, Lin Shu remarked with a smile. And sister, are you happy? Hong Ning queried. Lin Shu remained silent, unfazed. Hong Ning continued. Brother Lin, I personally award Sister Lin Shu 100,000. You have no objections? Right, my sister isn't short on money. Don't think you can win her over with cash. Lin Ming glared at him. Lin Shu let out a wry smile and said, General Hong, you have quite a number of employees at your hotel. Have you ever rewarded them in such a manner? Of course, the senior management of the hotel also receives bonuses, Hong Ning replied. Lin Shu was rendered completely speechless. Lin Ming then winked at her and said, Since General Hong has mentioned it, you needn't hold back. After all, he has plenty of money. Indeed, I have money, Hong Ning exclaimed, thumping his robust chest. On that day, Lin Ming was exceedingly busy. At first, Han Shinyu called to inform him that his father had sorted things out, and construction on the pharmaceutical industrial park would commence shortly. Meanwhile, the designer Hong Ning had engaged was ready, and Lin Ming had already spent 200,000 yuan on design fees. He promised to send the design drawings to Lin Ming by tomorrow. Subsequently, Lin Ming drove to Yushan village. He was met with a sight where vast expanses of arable land had been transformed into numerous sea cucumber shelters, almost encircling Yushan village. It appeared that brothers Chen Anhai had indeed recruited artisans from the surrounding areas. At every sea cucumber shelter, one could see at least 6 or 7 individuals hard at work. The area of each shelter was calculated based on water units, with 1 mu of land equating to 666 water units. Sufficient to erect a single shelter. Naturally, had it not been for the simultaneous construction of over 2,000 sea cucumber shelters, it would have been impossible to find so many artisans. However, at this pace, the project could indeed be completed in about half a month. Upon returning to Landau City, Lin Ming sought out Zhang Quang. This fellow appeared disheveled, with bloodshot eyes, tirelessly refining the project proposal, having scarcely slept. At this rate, before my pharmaceutical company even opens, you might collapse first. Lin Ming frowned. I can't help it. Inspiration strikes like a tidal wave, Zhang Quang replied. Lin Ming sighed. I understand that you feel indebted because of your aunt. However, you need not go to such lengths. I brought you on board to collaborate, not to coerce you with your aunt's medical expenses. Do you understand? Zhang Quang refrained from elaborating on that matter and instead said, I've contacted the former team from the pharmaceutical company. They are considering a mass resignation, and they are all elites. The only uncertainty is the salary you can offer them. What were they earning previously? Lin Ming inquired. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, along with year-end bonuses, totaling around 300,000 yuan annually, Zhang Quang responded. How many are there? Lin Ming probed further. 30. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's lips twitched violently. This was nearly the entire team of the pharmaceutical company. In a simultaneous resignation, the pharmaceutical company would surely be distraught. However, Lin Ming was not concerned about them jumping ship again once they joined him. Firstly, Zhang Quang was there. Secondly, Lin Ming could offer them the best benefits and salaries. Furthermore, even if they did consider leaving someday, with Lin Ming's foresight, he would be well prepared in advance. Let them come. I will double their current salary, Lin Ming declared. Really? Zhang Quang's eyes sparkled with excitement. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Lin Ming chuckled. A mere 600,000 a year, totaling just 18 million for 30 people. I could recoup that selling seafood in a day in comparison to the profits from those exclusive drugs that will dominate the market in the future. This salary is insignificant. Then I will contact the suppliers of the pharmaceutical ingredients right now. Once the laboratory is established, we can commence research immediately. Zhang Quang stated. Our pharmaceutical company will be quite large. 30 individuals will certainly not suffice. If you have any trustworthy colleagues, feel free to recruit them. I want as many as possible, Lin Ming replied. Zhang Quang nodded. I have already posted recruitment information on job search websites. It would be best for you to expedite the establishment of a human resources department so candidates can come in for interviews. Understood. After parting ways, Lin Ming headed directly to the business administration department. Thanks to Zhou Chong's assistance, Phoenix Pharmaceuticals swiftly completed its registration. Next, Lin Ming visited a headhunting agency. Most of the individuals he had recruited were university students lacking experience. It would be far more efficient to poach talent from elsewhere. Lin Ming had no time to gradually train newcomers. In today's society, talent abounds. It simply depends on one's ability to acquire it. By the time he sorted everything out, it was already 4 p.m. Lin Ming drove over to Tui International, intending to visit Chen Jia for dinner to nurture their marital bond. Before he could ascend the stairs, Zhou Chang's call came through. Brother Lin, just now my third uncle called to inform me that he has nearly acquired all the dried sea cucumbers available in the market of Daxing City. Along with those currently being processed, how much in total? Lin Ming asked. 630,000. Jean Lin Ming inhaled sharply. Truly, the renowned sea cucumber base lived up to its reputation. Where else could one source such an abundance of dried sea cucumbers? Zhou Chang's third uncle was indeed capable of securing such a quantity. Zhou Chong continued, my third uncle estimates the total value of these dried sea cucumbers to be around 1.6 billion yuan. If it's convenient for us, we should transfer the funds to him promptly. As the supplier is pressing for payment, please contact Lin Chu and have her transfer the money. We shouldn't burden my third uncle. Lin Ming instructed. Zhou Chong added, in comparison to dried sea cucumbers, the quantity of sea cucumber seedlings is even greater. So far, my third uncle has gathered approximately 1.4 million jin, and according to him, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's normal. Daxing City is renowned nationwide for its processed sea cucumbers and seedlings. Let my third uncle continue acquiring them, Lin Ming stated. When will they be delivered? It seems your third uncle has no place to store them, Zhou Chong said awkwardly. Lin Ming pondered. Driving from Daxing will take about 2 to 3 days, since some sea cucumber shelters have already been constructed in Yushan village. We can send them in batches. Alright, I'll inform my third uncle to avoid any complaints from him. After ending the call, Lin Ming smiled. The seedlings, priced at several dozen yuan per gene, would only amount to 1 or 2 billion even for 300,000 gene, which paled in comparison to the value of dried sea cucumbers. However, no one anticipated that soon these seemingly modest seedlings would experience a terrifying surge in value. Chapter 97. Brother, I apologize for your hardship upon arriving at Tui International. Lin Ming felt as if he had entered a realm where he was well known. Even the receptionists recognized him, addressing him as General Lin with eyes practically glued to him. Is General Han in? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. General Lin, General Han has already informed us that you need not make an appointment. You may go directly to his office, the receptionist replied in a soft voice. That won't do. My wife insists that I follow the proper procedures. Lin Ming resolutely shook his head. This remark left the receptionists in a state of bemusement. Reluctantly, they called Han Shanyu again. Moments later, Han Shanyu emerged from the elevator. Old Lin, aren't you making things difficult for them? Han Shanyu said with a wry smile. Lin Ming replied earnestly, last time I barged into the project department, Chen Jia gave me quite a scolding. So I dare not disregard her wishes. Han Shanyu rolled his eyes at Lin Ming. Are you here to tell me you're a henpecked husband, or are you here to pick up Chen Jia after work? Picking up Chen Jia is the primary reason, but I also wish to discuss the pharmaceutical industrial park with you, Lin Ming said. Han Shanyu's facial muscles twitched. A deal worth tens of billions is secondary. But picking up your wife is the main priority. Han Shanyu was already aware of the envious glances from the receptionists. Let us go to the office and talk. They arrived at Han Shanyu's office. And Lin Ming stated directly, perhaps it's due to having owed too much money in the past, but I now have an aversion to being in debt. If your uncle's project is to commence, he can directly communicate with Lin Chu regarding the funds. There is no need for him to cover the expenses himself. Actually, that's unnecessary. My father's side will also defer labor and material costs initially, paying according to the project's progress, Han Shanyu explained. Lin Ming shook his head. You don't know the embarrassment of being pursued for debts. It's too humiliating. Just do as I say. Your uncle shouldn't have to suffer. Reflecting on past events left Lin Ming with mixed emotions. Prepaying has its advantages. At least, no competitors could seize any leverage against him in the future. Moreover, Han Shanyu's father would also establish credibility. It was a win-win situation. While others were chasing after debts, he was proactively offering to pay. Han Shanyu chuckled wryly. It's precisely because I've been through it that I understand how hard everyone has it. Lin Ming remarked, most of the construction team consists of migrant workers who labor tirelessly to earn a living, allowing them to see the money sooner will help their families lead better lives. Hearing this, Han Xiangyu was slightly moved. Lin Ming continued, by the way, the accounts for yesterday's seafood sales have been calculated. You'll earn approximately 5.1 million. How much? Han Xiangyu jumped up in astonishment. He was acutely aware that this was not a one-off transaction. Earning over 5 million in a single day, what would that amount to over a year? You needn't get too excited, Haven T. I mentioned before, such bountiful returns aren't a daily occurrence. We are like grasshoppers tied to the same string as the fishermen. How much we earn depends on whether the heavens smile upon us, Lin Ming explained. Regardless, earning over 5 million in a day while I'm merely hammering away at work. Han Xiangyu gasped, let us put that aside. I need your help with something. Lin Ming waved his hand. Given your many years at TUI International, you must know numerous talented individuals, both clients and competitors alike. My pharmaceutical company has been registered, but currently lacks any departments. It's practically a one-man show. Are you planning to poach these individuals? Han Xiangyu asked. Poaching talent is undoubtedly a more direct approach, and it allows for quicker adaptation. Provided one can truly trust the source, Lin Ming nodded. Very well, I shall keep an eye out for you, he replied. Han Xiangyu committed this to memory. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. As the clock struck 5, numerous employees departed, men and women streaming out from various departments. Chen Jia and Shen Yu exited the project department, engaged in cheerful banter. Chen Daybody, Lin Ming called out. Chen Jia's face lit up with surprise as she hurried over. What brings you here? Lin Ming feigned a look of grievance, saying, I arrived at 4, but since you forbade me from entering the project department, I had no choice but to wait here with old Han. Chen Jia chuckled softly. You're so obedient. Of course, listening to my wife means having food to eat. Lin Ming gestured to Sister Chen. Don't forget what I told you. Be sure to buy it and try it when you get home. Shen Yu interjected. Go away. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed. Lin Ming inquired curiously, what is it? Nothing. Chen Jia quickly replied. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Shen Yu said, bouncing on her toes as she prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Lin Ming asked. What did you study in university? Shen Yu, resource management. Why do you ask? Shen Yu responded. I've started a small company. Would you be interested in helping Sister Chen? Lin Ming smiled. Before Shen Yu could respond, Han Xiangyu interjected. Old Lin, that's not fair. You just mentioned poaching, and now you're trying to poach right from under me. You wouldn't understand, Lin Ming said, gazing at Shen Yu with anticipation. Shen Yu looked puzzled. To Sister Chen, is what he said true? I'll explain it all to you later. You should head back now, Chen Jia replied with a smile. Once Shen Yu departed, Lin Ming turned to Han Xiangyu and said, You've been in the office, so you may not be aware of the relationship between Chen Jia and Shen Yu. During my reckless days, Shen Yu helped Chen Jia immensely at the company. Regardless of her abilities, I ought to repay her kindness, don't you think? I see, Han Xiangyu remarked, enlightened. Moreover, don't think I won't be poaching you, Han Xiangyu. Lin Ming added, the company is already registered. We are merely waiting for the personnel to be in place. When do you plan to join us? Han Xiangyu pondered for a moment and replied, early October, perhaps. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Lin Ming said, smiling as he left the company with Chen Jia. They first visited the market to purchase some vegetables before returning to the Anju community. Chen Jia busied herself in the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Unable to sit idly, Lin Ming walked into the kitchen and unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Chen Jia's slender waist from behind. Ah, Chen Jia exclaimed, startled, her face turning crimson. What are you doing? I'm cooking, Judge. I truly wish for time to stand still at this moment, Lin Ming whispered. You need to let me go, Chen Jia insisted, struggling to free herself. Her heart racing as if a small deer were bouncing around inside. This what makes you so blissful. If you had been this easily satisfied before, we might not have ended up divorced. Chen Jia murmured. Now, when the topic of divorce arose, Chen Jia felt little sadness, merely a sense of resignation. In any case, I've made up my mind. Aside from the stunning Chen Jia, no one else will ever catch my eye. Lin Ming declared emphatically. A step aside, you're covered in oil. I don't want it splattering on you. Chen Jia laughed. They enjoyed a delightful dinner together, but soon after, Chen Jia shooed Lin Ming out, standing at the door. Lin Ming patted his own chest. Brother, I apologize for the wait. Just a few more months. Chapter 98. Already out of money? In the blissful passage of time, days seemed to fly by. Before long, it was the end of September. The sea cucumber farming facility in Yushan village was approximately 60% complete, with a total leased area of 2,466 acres. During this process, Zhou Mingzong transported a significant quantity of sea cucumber seedlings from Daxing City. Adhering to Lin Ming's specifications for medium-sized specimens, the water quality in Landis City was inherently superior to that of Daxing City, and with several technicians assigned by Zhou Mingzong overseeing their care. The growth of these seedlings was assured. As for dried sea cucumbers, the potential in Daxing had indeed dwindled. During this period, Zhou Mingzong continued to assist Lin Ming and his team in stockpiling, managing to acquire just under 20,000 pounds. Conversely, in Landis City, Zhouchong had sourced approximately 150,000 pounds. While this amount was not as substantial as that from Daxing, it still promised a significant profit for all involved. In Xianhui Building at Fenghuang He Company, following a period of recruitment, the company's workforce had now reached 25 individuals. IT no longer appeared so rudimentary, with desks piled high with materials as everyone worked in an orderly fashion. Lin Shu had assumed the roles of general manager and chief financial officer, embodying the essence of a big sister. Perhaps aside from Lin Ming, no one would have anticipated that a business centered around seafood trading, often deemed unseemly, could flourish to such an extent. I in the office, Lin Shu sat on the sofa. The company has now established a project department, a finance department, and a human resources department. There's no need to elaborate on finance and HR. As for the project department, I plan to expand into other seafood markets, such as Licheng and Shijiao County under Landis City, or even other cities in Donglin Province. Moreover, I believe we could collaborate with live streaming bases to leverage online sales. Han Shanyu pondered for a moment before responding. Market expansion is essential. We indeed did not anticipate the seafood's value would be so high. However, currently, our contracted sea areas are limited to Tianqing Town. The seafood from Dongsuan Wharf is manageable within Landis City alone. Should markets in other cities open up, we may face supply shortages. Lin Shu flicked her hair. That will depend on the capabilities of our esteemed bosses. Landis City has more than just one Dongsuan Wharf. If we can contract all the wharf seafood, then market supply will certainly be ensured. Sister, you are truly impressive. Hong Ning had been observing Lin Shu. I initially thought you could only handle accounting, but I never expected you to manage the company so effectively. I am genuinely in awe. Have you lost your senses? We are discussing serious matters. Lin Ming shot Hong Ning a glare, then continued, in truth, my initial intention for seafood trading was merely incidental. Just as old Han mentioned, even I did not foresee that this seemingly inconsequential seafood could yield such substantial profits for the company. Lin General, I believe we can penetrate the frozen seafood, imported seafood, and dried seafood markets as well. Given the local seafood ban from May 1 to September 1 lasting a full 4 months, we cannot solely rely on issuing salaries to employees during this period. This strategy could also satisfy market expansion needs, Lin Shu suggested. The company had officially been established, and the workforce continued to grow. As such, Lin Shu consistently referred to Lin Ming as Lin General. This was not unreasonable. However, both frozen and imported seafood would require storage facilities. You may want to inquire about warehousing options. Lin Ming nodded. Lin Shu quickly responded, I have already looked into this matter. I possess a list of suppliers for various seafood types. The decision on whom to collaborate with will hinge on pricing. A smile spread across Lin Ming's face. He had always regarded Lin Shu as a child and pampered her endlessly, never imagining that her business acumen was so formidable. I was considering having you work in my pharmaceutical company as finance department. Now it seems you are indispensable here in seafood trading. Lin Ming said with a wry smile, please don't. Hong Ning immediately seized Lin Ming's hand. Lin Gu, I think my sister is doing wonderfully here. If you pull her over to pharmaceuticals, my chances of seeing her will dwindle. Seeing his expression, both Zhou Chong and Han Shanyu exchanged helpless glances. Lin Ming felt an urge to punch Hong Ning out of frustration. There is one more thing, Lin Shu said, looking somewhat awkward. Gentlemen, our company's funds are running low. Everyone paused in surprise. Lin Shu continued, last time, there were only 1.68 billion left in the account, and subsequently, due to the dried sea cucumber expenses, we transferred 1.6 billion to Zhou's uncle. Additionally, around 70 million went for sea cucumber seedlings, and with various miscellaneous expenses, disregarding seafood acquisition costs, we are left with a maximum of 8 million. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile ruefully. While they discussed potential profits, the speed of expenditure was indeed alarming. In truth, over the past week of seafood trading, the company had amassed over 200 million in profits. However, those profits were recorded in a different account. With company records solely documenting costs, this meant that in reality, the available funds were quite meager. There were still around 20,000 pounds of dried sea cucumbers worth yet to be transferred to Zhou's uncle, totaling 50 million at 2,500 per pound. Lin Shu continued, moreover, Zhou's acquisition of 150,000 pounds of dried sea cucumbers is valued at over 375 million, which Zhou has personally covered. Additionally, more sea cucumber seedlings will be arriving at Yushan village shortly, and each batch requires immediate payment. Assuming a total of 2 million pounds at 60 per pound, that amounts to 120 million. In summary, our company is currently at least 545 million in the red. After Lin Shu concluded, she presented a financial statement on the table. The others lacked the inclination to review it, overwhelmed instead. Haven't we paid taxes yet? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Lin Shu nodded. We can report our taxes monthly. We have about half a month left. It is imperative to fulfill the financial obligations to the state without the slightest oversight, a principle steadfastly upheld by Lin Ming. Should he find himself ensnared due to a mere sum of money, it would indeed be a case of losing significantly over something trivial. Furthermore, the authorities may adjust their focus on certain enterprises based on the amount of tax remitted. Let us proceed in this manner. I will initially cover the company's total profits. And for any shortfall, we can supplement according to the proportion of personal shares to is that agreeable. Lin Ming glanced towards Zhou Chong and the others as Zhou Chong and Hong Ning had no objections. Naturally, they were not lacking in funds. Initially, Lin Ming had invested only 1 billion, which had limited their contributions. However, Han Shanyu and Li Hongyuan might find themselves in a predicament. Zhou Chong, aware of this, promptly stated, "You need not rush to retrieve the funds I have advanced. We can discuss it later." Han Shanyu exchanged a glance with Zhou Chong and nodded slightly. Among brothers, there is no need for excessive words. Chapter 99, One must flaunt when one can. The accounts referred to by Lin Chu essentially pertain to the total capital for this investment. If there were further investments required, it would be for the sustenance of sea cucumber seedlings. Though that would not incur significant expenses, as the profits from seafood would easily cover it. Thus, neither Han Shanyu nor Li Hongyuan need worry about additional funding. After exiting the office, Zhou Chong stretched leisurely. "Lin Gu, the car has arrived." Lin Ming paused for a moment. "I was just about to forget about that SA Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth 12 million. You can hardly find a few in the entirety of Blue Island City." "And you say you forgot?" Zhou Chong scoffed. Lin Ming inquired, "Wasn't it mentioned that it would arrive in a few days when we placed the order? It's nearly been half a month." "Whatever, as long as it has arrived. We can go pick it up today," Zhou Chong exclaimed enthusiastically. Han Shanyu and Hong Ning each returned to their respective homes. Zhou Chong and Lin Ming hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Rolls-Royce dealership. They had previously called Jiang Pingping. Upon their arrival, Jiang Pingping was already waiting at the entrance. "Brother," she called out. Compared to the last time, this address carried a sincerity that was palpable. "How is uncle?" Lin Ming inquired as they walked. "His condition is currently stable. He is receiving treatment in the capital, but we are still awaiting a heart donor." Jiang Pingping expressed her gratitude. "I must thank you, big brother, for your assistance in this matter. Otherwise, let us not dwell on that." Lin Ming interrupted her. "If you truly appreciate my help, then please speak well of me in front of Qin Shang. That fellow has a terrible temper. I haven't even had the chance to explain myself to him." Jiang Pingping smiled helplessly. She was well aware of her boyfriend's temperament. "Big brother, Mr. Zhou, your cars have already arrived." "But do you plan to drive them back yourselves?" Jiang Pingping asked. "What do you mean?" Zhou Chong replied, puzzled. Jiang Pingping instinctively responded, "Aren't such cars supposed to come with a driver?" Zhou Chong suddenly understood and laughed. "You clearly don't get it. A brand new car doesn't need a driver. That would be like buying a car for someone else." Jiang Pingping was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, she found there was some merit to his words. In the delivery hall, a Phantom and a Cullinan stood impeccably parked, surrounded by balloons and several staff members holding flowers and champagne, ready for the delivery ceremony. After completing the formalities, they drove straight out of the dealership. They cruised through the city until around 3 p.m., drawing plenty of attention before parting ways. Whether labeled as nouveau riche or vain, the sentiment remained: one lives for the thrill of existence, after finally acquiring wealth. The house may be unseen, and food and drink may go unnoticed, but purchasing a fine car is an opportunity to flaunt. For now, they were merely using temporary plates. Zhou Chong had opted not to have the dealership handle the license plates, assuring that he would take care of it. At 4:30 p.m., the brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the Tui International parking lot, under the gaze of numerous onlookers. This time, Lin Ming remained seated in the car, relishing the comfort of the Bluetooth-connected sound system. At around 5 p.m., Qin Jia emerged from the company promptly. Xinyu, with her sprightly demeanor, danced around her like a jubilant squirrel. Wow! At one moment, Xinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Pointing at the Phantom in the distance, she exclaimed, "Sister Chen, do you recognize that car? It's a golden little figure. They say it costs several million." Not only Xinyu, but also the other young men and women exiting the company were captivated by the Phantom. "It's worth 12 million, Qin Jia replied with a smile. "How do you know?" Xinyu inquired, puzzled. "Sister Chen, do you have a penchant for studying cars?" "No." Qin Jia shook her head as she approached the Phantom. Upon seeing Lin Ming lounging in the driver's seat, Xinyu was utterly stunned. No wonder Sister Chen knew the car's price. "Sister Chen, you mean to say that this car is yours?" Xinyu's mouth fell open in disbelief. "It's not ours. It belongs to him." Qin Jia pointed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, nearly dozing off while listening to music, promptly exited the vehicle and gestured gallantly. "Ladies, feel free to take it for a spin." Qin Jia shot Lin Ming a playful glare before settling into the passenger seat. Xinyu, brimming with excitement, asked, "Is it really okay? Can I actually get in? I won't dirty your car, will I? The car is meant to serve us, not the other way around. If it gets dirty, we can always clean it. Why worry?" Lin Ming chuckled. "Hee, that I shall graciously accept." Xinyu dashed to the back seat, her small hands exploring the luxurious interior, her face alight with wonder. "Is this what a car worth over 10 million looks like? It is simply extravagant. My goodness, is this all suede? Oh, is this the fabled starlight ceiling? I envy you so much, Sister Chen. When will I ever own a car like this? Look, this part even moves." Listening to Xinyu's chattering in the back, Lin Ming deliberately wore a proud expression, which elicited laughter from Chen Jia. "In fact, I wanted to buy a car for you, Sister Chen, so you two could commute together, but you didn't want it." What can I do? Lin Ming feigned helplessness. Sister Chen, are you out of your mind? Xin Yu interjected. How can you not want such a splendid car? Do you wish for a plane instead? I would be thrilled if my boyfriend bought me a car. Even a modest one costing 10,000. Alas, I currently don't even have a boyfriend. Lin Ming, that you little rascal, what do you know? I am proudly single and do not covet the gifts bestowed by Lin Ming. Chen Jia declared loudly. This comment irked Lin Ming, prompting him to reach out to tickle Chen Jia. Can you two please refrain from flaunting your affection in front of this single dog? Xin Yu suggested. However, Sister Chen, you genuinely ought to consider purchasing a vehicle. I think that or a good cat would be quite suitable, compact and charming, perfect for women like us. Chen Jia nodded. Indeed, I saw that car at the auto show. It really is quite nice. Nice, you say? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. You will soon be the proprietress of Phoenix Pharmaceuticals. How can you settle for a mere vehicle worth over 10,000? Your employees will have better cars than yours. This is called supporting domestic brands, you understand. Besides, I have a license, but I've never driven. If the car is too large, I wouldn't dare to drive it. Chen Jia explained. Brother-in-law, if you truly wish to buy a car for Sister Chen, why not go take a look right now? I have a classmate at the Foresee dealership. Let us hurry and buy it so I can hitch a ride in the future, Xin Yu urged. Lin Ming was well aware that Xin Yu was not genuinely interested in the ride but was rather trying to nudge Chen Jia. Chen Jia's stubborn nature meant she would not accept a car unless pushed. Xin Yu believed that since they had reconciled and Lin Ming had become financially stable, there was no reason for Chen Jia to endure unnecessary hardships. Alright, let us head to the Forest dealership and take a look. Lin Ming did not wait for Chen Jia's rebuttal and headed straight for the Aura dealership. Chapter 100. A toast to our friendship. Xin Yu's classmate was named Zhang Yali. She possessed a commendable figure and decent looks, albeit with heavy makeup. When she saw someone arriving in a phantom to purchase an Aura good cat, she genuinely thought she had misheard. Observing Lin Ming patiently inspecting the good cat with Chen Jia, Zhang Yali pulled Xin Yu aside and asked, "What is going on?" "What do you mean?" Xin Yu replied, as if it were obvious. "What is wrong with this couple? They've already bought a phantom worth over 10 million. And it hasn't even been registered yet, and now they're here for a car worth nearly tens of thousands." Zhang Yali frowned. "I think you're the one with the problem. I am trying to introduce clients, and you're not appreciative. What, do these wealthy individuals have to drive expensive cars?" Xin Yu rolled her eyes. "Why shouldn't they drive nice cars if they can afford them?" Zhang Yali was perplexed. Xin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, they've already divorced. The man was misbehaving for several years, but now that he has realized his mistakes and has money, he has come back to pursue Sister Chen. She hasn't remarried him yet. If it weren't for me dragging her here, she probably wouldn't even consider a car worth tens of thousands." "So that is how it is," Zhang Yali exclaimed in realization. Her eyes sparkled as she whispered, "Xiaoyu, since they're already divorced, why not give it a shot? With your figure and looks, what kind of man wouldn't fall at your feet? To be able to afford a car worth millions is no small feat. If you truly manage to acquire one, your worries for the latter half of your life would be alleviated." After expressing her thoughts, Zhang Yali suddenly noticed that Xin Yu's expression had turned icy. "Why are you blaring at me? What I said is quite reasonable. They are divorced, and you are not the third party intruding." Zhang Yali remarked. "Zhang Yali, I warn you, I shall consider your words as if they were never spoken, and I do not wish to hear them again," Xin Yu retorted, fixing her gaze on her. "Though I, Xin Yu, may not be particularly remarkable, I am well aware of the fundamental principles of propriety and integrity. The reason I am currently without a boyfriend is not due to an insatiable desire for a wealthy partner, but rather because I have yet to encounter someone with whom I share a genuine connection, hence I refuse to settle. Chen Jia is my closest friend, and no one understands the hardship she has endured better than I. Not only I, but any woman attempting to intrude upon their relationship, I would staunchly prevent." Seeing that Xin Yu was genuinely angered, Zhang Yali hurriedly added, "I was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? Besides, you're approaching 30. Do you really plan to remain single indefinitely? And if there are no suitable candidates, what of it? Remaining single for life is not a tragedy." Xin Yu huffed. "Perhaps I could have my boyfriend introduce you to a few?" "Don't even think about it." Just then, Lin Ming and Chen Jia approached. "Miss Zhang, is there an available car?" Lin Ming inquired. Zhang Yali wanted to say there was none, but noticing Xin Yu's glare, she could only reluctantly admit, "Indeed, there is one. A client ordered it but returned it due to insufficient down payment. The Aura cars are indeed quite sought after," and Zhang Yali had hoped to negotiate some terms, yet it was clear that Xin Yu had no intention of granting her that opportunity. "Then let us proceed to sign the purchase agreement," Lin Ming stated. Once everything was settled, Lin Ming turned to Xin Yu. "You have a driver's license, correct?" "What's that to you?" Xin Yu asked. "Could you drive this phantom back?" "Chen Jia and I will take the Aura back," Lin Ming replied. Xin Yu's eyes nearly bulged out. "What did you say? You want me to drive this phantom? You have a license, don't you?" "Xin Yu, is this even a matter of having a license? This car costs 12 million. You truly have the audacity to let me drive it. Just drive it back. I'll ride with Chen Jia." Xinyu firmly insisted, I don't feel comfortable with just the two of you. I would rather accompany Chenjia, Lin Ming said, tossing the keys of the Phantom to Xinyu before taking a seat in the passenger side of the Aura. As the Aura gradually drove away, Xinyu was left in a state of bewilderment. No wonder you were so kind to them. It seems this couple trusts you immensely, Zhang Yali remarked enviously. Don't just stand there. Countless people have never even touched such a car, let alone driven one. Who knows, perhaps today a handsome man will fall for you, Xinyu replied nervously. It's a car worth over $1 million. What if I scratch it? I couldn't possibly afford to pay for the damages. He let you drive it, so just do it. Perhaps he genuinely wishes to win you over, Zhang Yali giggled, covering her mouth. Xinyu pretended not to hear her, gritting her teeth. She huffed, since he isn't afraid, why should I be? With that, she climbed into the car. Moments later, she poked her head out again. Where does the key go? In the Aura, Xinyu's parents are so protective that they wouldn't even let her drive, fearing accidents, yet you casually tossed the keys to her. Chenjia chided. I'm merely training her, Lin Ming replied. Chenjia chose not to argue further. She was evidently a bit anxious. Nevertheless, the journey went smoothly. What should have taken half an hour turned into an hour. Once they arrived home, Chenjia finally exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with excitement. How did it feel to drive for the first time? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Not bad, Chenjia nodded lightly. From now on, you should drive to work. It will make visiting my parents much more convenient, Lin Ming suggested. Then let us first stop by the market to buy some groceries, and we can invite Xinyu to dine with us tonight. As a celebration for me, Chenjia proposed. Of course, I haven't had the pleasure of enjoying Chindamenu's cooking in days, Lin Ming said, patting his stomach after waiting for about 10 minutes. Xinyu arrived slowly in the Phantom at the foot of the apartment building. Upon exiting the vehicle, she immediately tossed the keys to Lin Ming. Brother-in-law, I beg you, please don't put me through this kind of trouble again. The journey back nearly gave me a heart attack. I was terrified of scratching it. Lin Ming smiled. As long as you adhere to traffic regulations, others will be the ones avoiding you. What is there to fear? Xiaoyu, why not stay for dinner tonight? Haven't you always wanted to sample my cooking? After dinner, I can have Lin Ming take you home, Chenjia suggested. Xinyu, with her carefree demeanor, did not hesitate. The three of them went to the market and bought a considerable amount of vegetables, meat, and seafood. After Chenjia's flurry of activity, dinner was finally served around 7 p.m. Watching the two of them indulge heartily, Chenjia couldn't help but chuckle. You two truly resemble siblings. What can I say? Chenjia's cooking is simply too delicious, far surpassing that of any restaurant, Xinyu replied, her mouth watering. Come, let us toast to our friendship. Lin Ming raised his drink. Cheers. It was already around 9 p.m. when they finished eating. Chenjia initially intended for Lin Ming to escort Xinyu home, as it was on the way. However, Lin Ming insisted on taking her along, which left Chenjia feeling both exasperated and secretly delighted. Perhaps Chenjia was indifferent, but she understood that Lin Ming was concerned about the late hour and the potential implications of a man and woman being alone together. After dropping Xinyu off, Lin Ming then took Chenjia back to Wenju community. He had hoped for a moment of sweetness with Chenjia, yet she offered him no opportunity for that.